1. The third young master of the Chen family. It was a season of continuous rain, and the gloomy weather of recent days had left people feeling low-spirited. Nestled in the tranquil and extended willow-shade alley was a royal garden. The old residence of the Chen family in the city, it was said to have been passed down through generations and had withstood over 100 years of storms. Even now, it still bore an air of grandeur and elegance. At this moment, the two large red lanterns at the entrance of the royal residence had inexplicably been replaced by white lanterns, swaying in the wind and rain. People came and went, all dressed in plain white, their expressions solemn. In the evening, a tall young man returned from outside, stepping through the rain with steady, unhurried footsteps, accompanied by a boy of similar age who ran beside him, holding an umbrella. As they reached the entrance, the young man suddenly stopped, peering out from under the black umbrella with a face adorned with delicate features. His eyes glinted with a hint of mischief, and a faint peach blossom mole at the corner of his left eye added to his charm. He glanced at the white curtains hanging at the entrance and unexpectedly revealed a sinister smile. In contrast to his calm demeanor, the boy holding the umbrella was sweating profusely. "Young master, please stop putting on airs. Hurry and go inside." Chen Mu Bai immediately suppressed his smile, adopting a look of melancholy and sadness, his brows slightly furrowed, finally displaying the expression appropriate for mourning. Upon entering and passing through the garden, they arrived at the main hall, where many people were indeed seated. They had been engaged in a heated discussion, but upon Chen Mu Bai's entrance, they suddenly fell silent. Chen Mu Bai glanced around and confirmed that everyone who should be there was present. Chen Mingma, seated at the head of the table, looked up and simply uttered one word: "Sit." The Chen family had always had many offspring, and with many people came many disputes. Anyone of some standing in the city knew that the Chen family was a den of wolves and tigers, rife with internal strife. The open and covert battles among the cousins were intense, and with several subordinates of the Chen family, each having their own supporters, this internal conflict had escalated. If it weren't for the current head of the family, Chen Mingma, keeping things in check, it might have already erupted into chaos. Years ago, Chen Mingma had fought his way out of the fray with an iron fist to take the position of leader. His deep schemes and ruthless methods allowed him to ascend the political ladder, and now he occupied a high position, where everyone respectfully referred to him as Old Chen. Beyond his age and experience, people felt more fear than respect towards him, and that fear often outweighed the respect. Chen Mingma. Chen Mu Bai was considered a late-born son. However, Chen Mingma maintained himself well, so one couldn't tell his age. What others noticed was that in recent years, Old Chen had treated his youngest son with increasing favor. Chen Mingma had always been fair, but this obvious preferential treatment left people wondering whether it was a treasured pet or a thorn in his side. No one could decipher it, so they could only hold their positions and quietly observe the situation. As Chen Mu Bai leisurely walked to the empty seat reserved for him and settled down, the pale-faced boy sitting in a wheelchair next to him covered his mouth and nose, coughing a few times, sounding somewhat hoarse. The third young master certainly has a strong scent of dust on him. Chen Mu Bai turned to look at Chen Mu Zhao, a mixture of confusion and grievance on his face. "I haven't complained about the strong scent of medicine on you. Why do you have to pick on me?" Having grown up amidst traps and schemes, no one's acting skills were inferior to another's. "You feign illness, and I can pretend to be innocent and unreasonable." Everyone was a master of performance. Chen Mu Zhao was the son of Chen Mingma's elder brother. Since birth, he had been a medicine jar, masking his venomous heart with a frail appearance. Originally, he should have been the legitimate grandson, but his father had passed away early, and Chen Mingma had seized the position of leader, holding it for decades. On the surface, he showed great respect for Chen Mingma, but their branch was subtly on the decline, not lacking some supporters who were dissatisfied with Chen Mingma's methods. Chen Mu Zhao did not refute him, but suddenly began to cough violently again, glancing across the room. Sitting opposite was Chen Miyun, the eldest son of Chen Mingma. His mother came from the Dong family, who was the matriarch of the Chen family. The Dong family was said to be wealthy enough to rival nations, and they commanded respect in both the underworld and the legitimate world. With the Dong family backing him, Chen Miyun naturally considered himself above others. Today was the day of his mother's funeral. Chen Miyun stood up, his eyes red with tears. "Third brother, since you entered the Chen family, my mother has treated you like her own. On a day like today, You had to be invited multiple times to come back. What do you mean by this? Chen Mu Bai's mother was a woman with whom Chen Mingma had an affair. He had been aware of this since he was old enough to remember. How could Chen Muyun swallow this bitterness? While claiming to treat him as her own, who could truly know what went on behind the walls of the family? An orphan could grow up in such a grand residence, which was not to be underestimated. Moreover, Chen Mu Bai had become increasingly impressive and his methods more ruthless in recent years, showing signs of Chen Mingma's former demeanor. Some of the old subordinates of the Chen family were particularly optimistic about this young man. However, in recent years, he seemed especially calm and low-key, avoiding the limelight, like a beast in hibernation, ready to strike at any moment. The three forces were fighting openly and covertly, while only Chen Mingma remained unshaken. After a pause, he finally spoke calmly. "Where have you been?" Chen Mu Bai blinked his innocent eyes and replied cheerfully, "Tang took me to choose a girl, saying it was a gift for my comingafage ceremony. That girl was fair and tender, truly beautiful." As he spoke, a hint of ambiguous laughter curled at the corners of his mouth, his eyes slightly raised, bringing out a flirtatious air against the backdrop of the peach blossom mole, making his already exquisite face shine even more brightly. Yet it was at odds with the solemn atmosphere. The crowd was first stunned into silence, then murmured among themselves with frowns. The lady just passed away, and the third young master does this. It's simply outrageous. Yes, it's utterly outrageous, unthinkable. Chen Mu Bai showed no signs of regret on his face, smiling as he surveyed the room, finally casually shifting his gaze to Chen Mingma's face. Chen Mingma slightly raised his eyes to meet his gaze for a few seconds, his expression complex, but he said nothing. Chen Muyun could no longer contain his anger and jumped up, pointing at Chen Mu Bai, interrupting him. You. Chen Mu Bai raised his chin defiantly. What? That girl was your first choice? Let me be clear. Even if you chose her first, I won't let her go. Shut up. You never called my mother Mom while she was alive, and you never even glanced at her when she was sick. Is this how you honor your filial duty? The ancient saying goes, when a parent is ill, the child should taste the medicine first, serve day and night. Never leave the bed, mourn for 3 years, and remain sorrowful. In times of mourning, they abstain from wine and meat, fulfilling every rite and offering sincerity, treating the deceased as if they were alive, Chen Muyun recited while stealing. Glances at Chen Mingma. Once Chen Mu Bai heard him finish, he couldn't help but offer a compliment, while recited. Chen Muyun, caught out, turned red and struggled desperately. You're simply. Perhaps in his rage, Chen Muyun suddenly found himself at a loss for words. Chen Mu Bai leisurely completed his sentence for him. Worse than a beast. Yes, worse than a beast. Chen Mu Bai had never been one to care about others' opinions. To him, being worse than a beast was just that few could even reach that level, which could be seen as a form of validation for him. After taking a few deep breaths, Chen Muyun suddenly realized who had reminded him and turned to look at Chen Mu Bai, who appeared so nonchalant, as if this matter had nothing to do with him at all. Chen Mu Bai brushed his sleeve and slowly spoke. The eldest young master of the Chen family has never memorized the discipline for disciples since he was a child. Has he been memorizing these lines for quite a few days now? Yeah. Chen Muyun cast a glance at Chen Mu Zhao, but Chen Mu Zhao continued to cough and lowered his head, not even giving him a look. A middle-aged man sitting behind Chen Muyun sneered and said, "The third young master of the Chen family is indeed quite eloquent." Chen Mu Bai met that deep, cold gaze without a hint of fear. How about we find someone to pull out their teeth one by one and send them to Uncle Dong to vent his anger? As soon as these words fell, everyone stiffened again, the cold sweat on their foreheads increasing by another layer, yet they didn't dare to raise their hands to wipe it away. It is said that Dong Minghui was once kidnapped when he was young. Initially, the Dong family refused to pay the ransom, but later the kidnappers sent 2 of his teeth to the Dong family, which led them to obediently pay the ransom. Not to mention how miserable those kidnappers ended up being later. This experience has become an eternal pain in Dong Minghui's heart. For so many years, no one dared to mention it, but now it was casually brought up by their dear third young master, wielding a small knife, which truly is. Heroes emerge from youth. However, a flicker of emotion passed through Dong Minghui's eyes as he coldly looked at Chen Mu Bai. Chen Mu Bai blinked innocently and asked tremulously, "Uncle Dong, why does your face look so bad? Are you feeling unwell?" Enough. Chen Mingma, who had been silent, seemed to finally turn his gaze from Dong Minghui to Chen Mu Bai. Mu Bai, your aunt just passed away, and you are already so outrageous. Go out and copy the filial piety classic 10 times. Chen Mian obviously did not recognize the situation. Dad, does copying the filial piety classic 10 times make it okay for him to do such an outrageous thing? Aren't you being too biased? Chen Mu Bai changed his tone and raised his head with a face full of regret. Father's right. Since I did something wrong, I must face it. I will go to the United States to reflect on my mistakes, and I will leave today. After saying that, he turned to open the door, not bringing a single piece of luggage, as if he was just stepping out for a moment before coming back. The people in the room were stunned again. What was going on? In such a sensitive period, at a critical moment for dividing the territory, Chen Mu Bai just left like this? This farce came to an end, and everyone felt somewhat confused, not knowing what kind of scheme the third young master was plotting. Once the room had emptied, Chen Mingma hesitated to speak. Do we all fall for this kid's trick? The middle-aged man beside him comforted. You're overthinking it. Chen Mingma looked thoughtfully at the wind and rain outside. Why do I feel like I'm missing something? 2. Chen Zhu. At this moment, Chen Zhu was standing by the high wall outside the Wang family's garden. Without an umbrella, his clothes dampened by a thin layer of rain. When he saw two figures flash out by the door, he smiled and called out, Mu Bai. Chen Zhu is the second son of Chen Mingma. After leaving the Chen family with nothing, he had no further interest in the intrigues of the grand estate, except for this half-brother. Chen Mu Bai's face showed none of the earlier innocence and naivety. Instead, it was filled with gloom. He forced a smile, which did not dispel the tension. Second brother. The two brothers leaned against the wall, gazing up at the gray sky. After a while, Chen Zhu spoke. What caused such a big commotion? Chen Mu Bai squinted his eyes. If I don't make a big scene, how can I escape? They didn't make things difficult for you, did they? Chen Mu Bai pulled out a blade of grass from somewhere and chewed on it disdainfully. As soon as the matriarch of the Chen family died, the Dong family panicked, thinking they could collaborate with Chen Mu Zhao to pull me down. They don't even consider whether Chen Muyun can handle it. Dong Minghui still thinks that Chen Mingma is wary of the Dong family. Little does he know that Chen Mingma hates outsiders meddling in the Chen family's affairs the most. Did the Dong family think that helping Chen Mingma rise to power would allow them to control the Chen family? Chen Mingma is not someone who can be controlled. Over the years, Chen Mingma has shown a lot of tolerance toward the Dong family, seemingly valuing Chen Muyun. In reality, he has been waiting for his sister to die. Once she is gone, the first to deal with the Dong family will be Chen Mingma. Moreover, Chen Mu Zhao is a viper. It's enough that she doesn't bite others. She wouldn't willingly make a gown for someone else. But he is clever enough to know when to retreat. Chen Zhu had been away from the Chen family for a long time and had no interest in its disputes. He only cared about one person. That person is still protecting you. If it were anyone else making such a fuss, he would have already resorted to family punishment. Chen Mu Bai's delicate features were dampened by the rain, and the beauty mark at the corner of his eye was even more striking. As raindrops fell into his eyes, he felt a sharp pain and closed his eyes, slowly saying, Me? How could Chen Mingma, such a selfish person, be kind to others? He just uses me to balance the Dong family and Chen Mu Zhao. The more we fight, the steadier he sits. I will not let him have his way. Once I leave, Chen Muyun and Chen Mu Zhao will inevitably fight even more fiercely. The opportunity to reap the benefits of the fisherman is not something only Chen Mingma will pursue. Chen Zhu looked at him for a long time before slowly speaking. Xiao Bai, actually, it might not be a bad thing if you leave and never come back. The two brothers shared a deep gaze for a long time, and the previously elegant young gentleman suddenly exploded. How many times do I have to say it? Don't call me Xiao Bai. Chen Zhu was taken aback, blinking. Sorry, I forgot again. It was almost dark when the two brothers parted ways. Chen Mu Bai walked leisurely through the puddles, a hint of an ambiguous smile at the corner of his mouth. Not coming back? Then why did I bother to enter the Chen family in the first place? If I don't come back, how can I face myself? Years later, Chen Mu Bai had been back from abroad for a few months without showing up. When he received a call from the old residence, Chen Mu Bai was amidst a sea of flowers, watching Tang Ko drunkenly resting on a beauty's lap. Chen Mu Bai was not shy at all and answered the call casually. A seductive beauty handed him a glass of wine, and when Chen Mu Bai took it, the beauty either intentionally or unintentionally brushed his hand, causing his expression to change. Instantly, Tang, who initially thought someone on the other end of the line, said something, but when he saw Chen Mu Bai's hand stiffened after being touched by the beauty, he leaned over to the bow tie's waist and laughed softly. Chen Mu Bai continued to casually ignore his father on the phone while shooting Tang Ku a glare. Finally, the voice on the other end of the line shouted with full vigor, "If you don't come back soon, you might as well never return." After hanging up, Chen Mu Bai pulled out a wet wipe and expressionlessly wiped the skin that had just been touched, then tossed it aside, stood up, and walked out. The beauty's expression immediately changed like a color palette, and Tang Ke followed him out, before turning back with a sympathetic look, saying, "He's not targeting you, he's just sick." He should have kept quiet, but after his reassurance, the beauty's expression became even worse. Tang could already walked outside, but realized something and leaned back in through the door, scratching his head and explaining, "Not that kind of sickness, it's a cleanliness obsession." A few minutes later, the two men stood at the end of the corridor talking. "Recently, there have been too many movements. Is your old man going to summon you?" Tang Ke had a nickname, Fox, not for nothing besides being handsome. He was also very clever and guessed accurately. Chen Mu Bai nodded. "He's probably setting a trap waiting for you. This hurdle might not be easy to pass." Chen Mu Bai looked unconcerned. "If it's that easy, what fun would there be? What qualifications do they have to compete with me?" Chen Mu Bai. Tang Ke summarized with admiration, "You're simply a freak." The two young men, both tall and handsome, naturally weren't ordinary people to be present at this private club. When they stood there, passers-by couldn't help but glance at them more than once. Chen Mu Bai, feeling annoyed by the stares, stubbed out his cigarette and turned to leave. Tang Ke shouted from behind him, "You're leaving just like that? Aren't you even tempted by those beauties inside? Shao is specifically waiting to apologize to you." Without turning his head, Chen Mu Bai waved his hand dismissively. "You're lucky." As soon as Chen Mu Bai entered, Chen Jing Kang took his coat, looking up towards the study on the second floor while speaking. "Director Meng has been waiting for you all night. He seems quite anxious." Chen Mu Bai heard him but didn't absorb the information. After showering and changing his clothes on the second floor, he leisurely drank some tea before strolling into the study to meet the person who was supposedly burning with anxiety. After waiting all night but didn't dare to urge him, Chen Mu Bai knew why he was there, and Meng Xingwen didn't dare to mention Zhao's name again. He directly skipped that topic and asked how to handle it. Leaning back on the sofa, Chen Mu Bai raised his hand in a slow gesture, causing Meng Xingwen to break into a cold sweat. It was said that young Master Mu was ruthless, and he truly lived up to his notorious reputation. After a pause, Meng Xingwen spoke. "After all, he has put in some effort, even if it's not significant. If you handle it so harshly, the people below will inevitably feel disheartened. In the future." Chen Mu Bai looked puzzled. "Do I care? You can tell them directly that anyone who feels disheartened can leave. Chen Mu Bai, will not hold anyone back. They just need to think clearly about whether they want an illusory umbrella of protection or the most tangible benefits. I've never treated them poorly." Meng Xingwen nodded hurriedly. "What you say is true. I have been narrow-minded." Chen Mu Bai changed his posture. "You're an elder, some truths don't need me to teach you. If you give them a piece of candy every day, the day you don't, they will scold you. If you slap them every day, the day you don't, they will be grateful. In fact, what Zhao Xingbang wants is of no significance to me. That I just want them to understand that I'm not Chun Ming Ma, and the tactics used against him won't work on me. There are things I can give, which I allow him to have, but he cannot ask me for them, especially not threaten me." The last few words were spoken slowly and coldly, causing Meng Xingwen to sweat again. He understood that there was no hope left and discussed some other trivial matters before leaving. The next morning, Chen Mu Bai suddenly asked at the breakfast table, as if waking from a dream, "Oh, did I forget to report back home?" His follower, Chen Jing Kang, with a pained expression, dared not speak, and after being pressured by Chen Mu Bai's imposing manner, he reluctantly murmured, silently despising him, thinking that his father had already urged him 3 times, yet he remained oblivious. Chen Mu Bai seemed to have been waiting for that. He quickly responded cheerfully, "The weather is nice today. Let's go back and take a look." After breakfast, they prepared to leave. By noon, they still hadn't arrived, and Chen Jing Kang, driving the car, was about to get out and walk back to catch up with someone who was slowly making his way forward. He rolled down the window and shouted, "Third Master, could you walk a bit faster? We might miss lunch." That person, however, was in no hurry at all, responding nonchalantly while stepping on the fallen peach blossoms, enjoying the warm spring breeze and humming a cheerful tune. Jing Kang, you are carrying a heavy shell, inching forward step by step. Chen Jing Kang shrank back into the car, silently shedding tears. Finally, Chen Mu Bai entered the house just as the deadline approached, and all the dawdling had caused Chen Jing Kang to break into a sweat. As he was about to enter the main hall, Chen Mu Bai suddenly stopped, raised his chin, and pointed to a girl standing not far away, asking, "Who is that?" The girl seemed to have heard the sound, turned her head to glance at Chen Mu Bai, then quickly turned back, seemingly not seeing him at all. Chen Jing Kang stretched his neck to take a look. "Oh, her? I heard she was brought back by the old man." Chen Mu Bai smiled ambiguously. "Oh, could she be the old man's hidden gem?" His voice was neither too loud nor too soft, just enough for three people to hear. Chen Jing Kang lightly coughed, inwardly cursing, thinking that indeed, he hadn't let a single one go. The girl didn't even acknowledge him, so why was it necessary? He could mock his father, but the girl was fair and lovely, why belittle her? Chen Mu Bai lingered in the corridor for a while longer, praising one flower for its good growth and another grass for its lushness, until a light cough interrupted him. The owner of that cough was Chen Mingma. Only then did Chen Mu Bai finally enter the main hall. The people standing or sitting in the hall were roughly the same as when he had left a few years ago, seemingly having waited for a while. Yet Chen Mu Bai still maintained his aloof demeanor, slowly striding in with an air of "I will be late, and you all can do nothing about it." 3 years ago, Chen Mu Bai left the country without a word. A few years later, he returned quietly and soon took control of most of the Chen family's assets. It was clear that this had been a well-planned scheme, likely in the works for more than a year or two. Despite being miles away, he was able to strategize effectively, and such thunderous tactics naturally stirred up resentment among the people, as he had snatched the meat from others' bowls. Chen Mu Bai knew that this banquet was never a good one. Sure enough, he had barely sat down when the voices of condemnation began to rise, both openly and secretly. However, he was no longer the isolated and helpless youth he once was. There were many more people standing behind him now. He never needed to express his thoughts himself. There were plenty of people to speak on his behalf. The words he did say were half-truths, shrouded in ambiguity, capable of deceiving others without them batting an eye. With more people, the rumors and disputes were unstoppable. Sometimes, it wasn't about what he wanted, but rather the situation, the interests at stake, and the people behind him, as well as those behind others, forcing them, fathers and brothers alike, to turn against each other. In the room, people were exchanging barbs and ridicule. Yet the main person remained silent. Chen Mu Bai was not anxious. He composed himself and lowered his head to sip tea. He knew that someone would inevitably lose patience. Sure enough, Chen Muyun was the first to speak. "I've always managed the affairs in the South, and this has also been tacitly approved by Father. But as soon as that position became vacant, you sent someone to seize it. Isn't your reach a bit too long?" Chen Mu Bai has become increasingly deep and reserved, and the gloomy and stern expression between his brows cannot hide his elegance. His exquisite face is even more striking than before. He retorts slowly, "If you can't maintain your own territory, it only shows that you lack ability. Besides, when did the Chen family start to prioritize seniority and hierarchy in doing things? If that were the case, how could the old man, not being the eldest son, take the position of the leader?" These words immediately rendered the room silent, with no one daring to respond. This taboo topic is typically only brought up lightly and casually by the third young master, whose lazy demeanor only adds to the resentment. Chen Mu Bai lowered his head, fiddling with the teacup, stirring the floating tea leaves, yet he did not take a sip. After a while, he slightly raised his gaze to look at Chen Mu Zhao. "Chen Mu Zhao, you agree, right? My dear elder brother is speaking up for you. According to reason, you, Chen Mu Zhao, are indeed the legitimate firstborn grandson." With a single sentence, Chen Mu Bai pushed Chen Mu Yun and Chen Mu Zhao to the forefront. Chen Mu Zhao looked up and met Chen Mu Bai's gaze. He still resembled his appearance from a few years ago, just a bit more mature. He still had that lazy demeanor. Yet unexpectedly, it made Chen Mu Zhao feel a chill, and he broke out in a cold sweat without realizing it. He understood why Chen Mu Bai was acting this way. He was taking the initiative, warning him not to repeat past mistakes and foolishly think about collaborating with Chen Mu Yun against him. Chen Mu Yun, upon hearing this, disregarded Chen Mu Bai and turned to Chen Mingma to explain, "Dad, that's not what I meant. Third brother is slandering me." Chen Mingma raised his eyes without moving his brows and glanced at Chen Mu Bai, who was sitting to his right. After not seeing him for several years, his features resembled that woman even more, becoming increasingly elusive. In the prime of his life, he had taken half of the people who could speak in this occasion for himself, his methods growing more ruthless and his cultivation deeper. He truly lived up to being his son. In Chen Mingma's eyes, this son resembled him the most, ambitious and responsible. But he didn't know if he was as ruthless as himself. Chen Muyun saw Chen Mingma silent and became increasingly anxious. After Chen Mingma shot him a glare, Chen Muyun immediately became obedient and didn't dare to explain anymore. Chen Muzhao's identity had always been a taboo in Chen Mingma's eyes. At this moment, he couldn't say a word for himself and could only show weakness. He coughed a few times and said, "Uncle, I'm feeling a bit unwell, so I'm going back first." Chen Mingma also showed the concern that an elder should have, reminding to take care of health and rest more. Chen Muzhao smiled bitterly. "My body is getting worse day by day. Who knows how long I can live?" As he spoke, he subtly observed Chen Mingma's expression. He said this only to reassure Chen Mingma. He never really thought about fighting for anything on behalf of his father, as he knew he didn't have many days left. Chen Mu Bai watched the play intently, secretly admiring the actor's increasingly exquisite skills, a hint of disdain unconsciously curling at the corners of his lips. Outside, Jiu Si was also wearing a contemptuous smile. The play had just begun, and she already understood everything. Before coming, she had gone through the Chen family's affairs dozens of times, and after watching the scene today, her understanding deepened. She had seen many such performances, but few were as realistic as this one, and all the actors were evenly matched experts. Indeed, despite having watched countless plays, she couldn't help but applaud in her heart. In Jiu Si's eyes, so-called young talents could be divided into two types. One was well-equipped, like Chen Muyun, although he was unlearned. He was the product of the marriage between the two Chen families, and just these two surnames were enough to make many people envious. The other type, regardless of whether they were born with a golden key, could draw everyone's attention just by standing there. In short, they had high attributes like Chen Mu Bai. As for Chen Muzhao, he had neither good equipment nor high attributes, and could hardly be considered a young talent. However, such people were the most dangerous, appearing to be indifferent and unambitious while being like a hidden poisonous snake. Jiu Si remembered clearly seeing the malice in his eyes when he walked out just now. The hall fell silent again due to Chen Mingma's unpredictable demeanor. After a long while, Chen Mingma finally spoke. "I'm getting old and can't manage you too much anymore. But the rules are still there. Since there are rules, we should follow them. Mu Bai, in the future, stay out of others' affairs, and Muyun, as the elder brother, let your younger brother have this one." The superficial meaning was simple. The father was mediating the conflict between the two brothers, asking each to take a step back. However, everyone understood the deeper implication. The old man said to stay out, not don't interfere, which seemed fair, but actually favored Chen Mu Bai. Everyone sighed inwardly. From now on, the third son truly was in a league of his own. Chen Muyun was unconvinced and wanted to argue, but was stopped by someone behind her tugging at her sleeve. At the same time, she regretted following such a clueless master. Chen Mingma glanced at everyone. What was supposed to be a pleasant family dinner had turned into a chaotic scene because of you all. All right, the food is getting cold. Let's eat. At the dining table, everyone openly showered compliments and attentions on Chen Mu Bai, who smiled and received them one by one. Only Chen Mingma, and he seemed to understand the situation. During the meal, Chen Mu Bai had a few more drinks and decided to stay at the old residence to rest. As it grew dark, Chen Mingma entered Chen Mu Bai's room. The older one sat silently with a face as dark as a pot bottom, while the younger one remained calm, relaxed, and cheerful. Chen Mu Bai finally spoke up when Chen Jing Kang was about to strain his eyes from signaling. "Do you have something to say?" Chen Mingma's face turned even worse, but he still spoke in a, "You have gone too far this time." Chen Mu Bai exclaimed exaggeratedly, becoming even more sincere in his nonsense. "How could that be? Isn't everything I've done your idea? Those positions were all ones you specifically mentioned for me to take. Didn't you say it shouldn't fall into the hands of the Dong family?" Chen Mingma glanced at him, his tone carrying a hint of reproach. "Then what about the ones I haven't named? Why are you taking those two?" Chen Mu Bai smiled, and casually made eye contact with Chen Ming Ma, saying, "I've already taken on this bad reputation. Can't I at least gain a little benefit from it?" Chen Ming Ma knew that Chen Mu Bai was being unreasonable, especially since he handled the matter quite well, so he chose not to dwell on it any longer. He raised his hand and pointed to the person standing outside the door, saying, "You just returned to the country, and you might not be used to life here. Chen Jing Kang is careless and clumsy, so I'm not at ease with him taking care of you. I found someone to look after you, and they'll be by your side from now on." Chen Mu Bai glanced outside and, upon recognizing the girl from the afternoon, immediately made an exaggerated expression, saying, "Oh, I thought this was the sister you just found for me. I really didn't expect you were preparing this for me. I am truly flattered." Chen Mingma left with Jiu Si without waiting for Chen Mu Bai to agree or disagree. His face darkened. Chen Jing Kang was very uncomfortable with Jiu Si suddenly coming to take his job. As soon as Chen Mingma left, he pitifully clung to Chen Mu Bai's thigh and asked, "Where have I been careless or clumsy? Young master, tell me, have I not taken good care of you?" After speaking, he cast a resentful glance at Jiu Si, who was standing under the tree in the courtyard. Chen Mu Bai still had a lazy smile on his face. He was inside the house, while she stood outside. The delicate and fair-skinned girl stood under the tree in the small courtyard, her eyes downcast, enveloped in the cold night. When Chen Mu Bai saw this scene, while sending Chen Mingma off, he said nothing and turned back to the house. Chen Mu Bai did whatever he needed to do inside the house, while Chen Jingkang would occasionally sneakily open the door and peek at her through a crack. Eventually, even Chen Jingkang, who had initially gritted his teeth, softened and cautiously pleaded with him, "Young master, why not let her in? She's been standing there all night, without moving at all." He had just returned not long ago, and there were a lot of matters concerning the Chen family and the company that kept him busy, so he merely responded absent-mindedly with a By the time he finally finished his work, dawn was breaking, and he found Chen Jingkang sitting on the ground, fast asleep while hugging the sofa leg. When he pushed open the window, he was surprised to see the girl still standing there. The stone bench was just a few steps away, yet she had stood there all night. Hearing the noise, she looked up at him, her eyes clear and bright, showing no signs of drowsiness. For a few seconds, as they locked eyes, she remained as calm as water, then quickly lowered her head, just like the first time she had seen him. Chen Mu Bai lowered his gaze and thought for a moment, then walked back to kick Chen Jingkang. Chen Jingkang opened his eyes groggily and looked at him with a confused expression. "Go call her in." Chen Jingkang rubbed his eyes and stood up, staring blankly for a while before reacting. He frowned and asked, "Young master, even if you let her follow you, I'm still the person you trust the most, right?" Chen Mu Bai finally understood Chen Jingkang's thoughts and couldn't help but chuckle and nod. Chen Jingkang breathed a sigh of relief, walked over to the girl, and after a long pause, finally spoke, "The young master wants you to go in." Jiu Si nodded, smiled at him, and said, "Thank you." Chen Jingkang was actually blushing because of Jiu Si's smile, stammering, No need to thank." The sun gradually rose, and when the first ray of sunlight shone into the room, Chen Mu Bai lazily nestled on the sofa. Jiu Si stood a few steps away with her eyes downcast, indifferently counting the patterns on the carpet. "What is your name?" "Jiu Si." Jiu Si raised her eyes to look at the man on the sofa, a flicker of emotion passing through her gaze. This was their first meeting, yet not the first. This was the first sentence they exchanged, yet not the first. The scene felt familiar, as if an old friend had returned. For a friendship across ages is also a position. Jiu Si sat in the passenger seat, stealing a glance at someone in the back seat who was resting with eyes closed, hesitating to speak. The black car sped down the street, the neon lights outside casting fleeting shadows inside the car, making it momentarily bright and dark. The person in the back seat seemed very relaxed, their delicate brows and eyes calm and at ease. In truth, Jiu Si couldn't see clearly. Not only was the light in the car dim, but the main reason was that she didn't dare to look closely. She had been by Chen Mu Bai's side for several years, but still didn't have the courage. She wasn't sure when those stormy peach blossom eyes would suddenly open. Her main basis for judging that the person was relaxed was the normal air pressure in the car. If the person in the back seat was not at ease, they would exude a sense of hostility an overwhelming aura that made it difficult to overlook. The Chen family's ancestors were genuine eight-banners, and although the Qing government has collapsed for many years, he still exudes a royal grace and grandeur that is hard to conceal. Of course, that intimidating aura continuously emanates from his very bones. Over the past few years, Jiu Si has watched him transition from youthful naivety to calm composure. But the one thing that hasn't changed is this imposing presence. She has something to say, but doesn't know how to start, so she can only steal glances now and then, looking for the right moment. On a cold winter night, the temperature inside the car is just right, but Jiu Si feels restless, all because the Chen family in the city has recently made headlines again. People probably didn't expect that at his age, old Chen could still top the gossip news, and his rumored romantic interest is a woman named Meng Lai. According to gossipers, it seems that at some point, a beautiful woman suddenly appeared by old Chen's side, roughly the same age as his youngest son, and she has openly moved into the old Chen family residence. It is said that this beauty has quite a connection with Jiang Xinghua, the youngest son of the Jiang family in the city. When the involved party, Jiang Xinghua, was asked about this matter, he merely snorted in disdain and did not offer any comments. When the eldest son of the Chen family was asked about this matter, he viciously spat out a word that was unbecoming of his status. Vixen, the second young master of the Chen family. The second young master of the Chen family has been away from the family for a long time, becoming a white-clad angel with an ethereal demeanor. In fact, what everyone is most concerned about is the attitude of the third young master of the Chen family. The legendary Shao is known for his slightly wicked ways, and no one knows how he would evaluate this matter. It is well known that the third young master of the Chen family, Chen Mu Bai, is not someone to be trifled with. Those who have a good relationship with him in his circle call him Chen Sanner. The Chen family has a naming convention for his generation, all using the character Mu, but outside, people respectfully refer to him as Mu Shao, while even his elder brother, the legitimate heir, can only swallow his pride and be called Chen Gongzi. In the wolf's den, that is the Chen family, while there is bloodshed without blood, this third young master is the only one no one dares to provoke. His mother is an outsider, and he had already been aware of his surroundings when he entered the Chen family. Though he should have been at a disadvantage without support, he managed to gain the exclusive favor of the old Master Chen, inheriting his cunning and strategic mind. And now everyone in the Chen family has to look to his face to get things done. The so-called elite possess a touch of the improper within their propriety, and this slight impropriety does not hinder their seriousness. Chen Mu Bai, on the other hand, is precisely the opposite. He has a hint of seriousness amidst his impropriety, and this seriousness does not impede his mischievousness at all. Chen Mu Bai excels at breaking conventions, often causing the head of the Chen family, his own father, to be so furious he nearly vomits blood. Chen Mu Bai is certainly aware of Jiu Si's little movements. When Jiu Si looks over again, Chen Mu Bai suddenly speaks up, saying, Jiu Si is taken aback, but maintains his composure, turning to observe for a while and realizing that Chen Mu Bai hasn't opened his eyes, which makes him secretly breathe a sigh of relief. He weighs his words and says, Mu Shao, the reporters will probably ask some sensitive questions in a bit, such as, before Jiu Si can finish, he is interrupted by Chen Mu Bai, his tone dripping with lazy ambiguity, such as, the old Master Chen's new romantic interest, right? His nonchalant expression and teasing tone catch Jiu Si off guard, and then he remembers to nod. Chen Mu Bai waited for a long time without a response, so he slightly lifted his eyelids to look over. What's wrong? Did I guess wrong? You didn't want to say this? Jiu Si already knew that Chen Mu Bai could see what she was thinking in her heart. So how could he be wrong? He was just deliberately teasing her. After pondering for a moment, she finally mustered the courage to ask politely and sincerely, Then how do you plan to respond? Chen Mu Bai suddenly laughed, opened his eyes, and sat up straight, looking quite serious as he made a promise. You want to know? I'll tell you later. Don't worry. I'll make sure you're satisfied. Just like that, without any warning, Jiu thought she had stumbled into those eyes. Over the years of being by Chen Mu Bai's side, she had seen all kinds of characters, but she had never encountered anyone who could rival him in appearance. He had an exquisitely handsome face, with contours that were nearly perfect, sharp and clear lines, a straight nose, and very thin lips, giving off a cold and unfeeling look. But those eyes were exceptionally beautiful, long and slightly upturned, complemented by a peach blossom mole at the tail, which added a unique charm to his gaze. When he smiled, it was like a spring breeze, exuding a wicked charm, elegant and noble. The so-called captivating and soul-stealing allure was nothing compared to this. Even though the light in the car was dim, it couldn't diminish his looks in the slightest. It is often said that beauty and temperament are like fish and bear's paw, difficult to have both. But Gu Jiu's felt that these two qualities were equally matched in Chen Mu Bai. Even if his appearance was outstanding, it couldn't hide his noble aura. But even when he smiled, there was a hint of gloominess in his brows, like a lingering haze that couldn't dissipate, making people feel inexplicably anxious and fearful, prompting them not to be careless. Such a person made it hard to grasp his thoughts. Even if one expended great effort to guess, it would ultimately be in vain. Tonight was the city's heavily promoted annual project investment banquet, and many journalists would be present. She was genuinely afraid he might say something inappropriate. Over the years, whenever he spoke carelessly, she had to tirelessly negotiate with various media outlets, doing everything she could to suppress the news, lest Chen Lao see it and fly into a rage, only to later innocently ask her if anything had happened. After Chen Mu Bai finished speaking, he closed his eyes again, showing no intention of continuing the conversation. Jiu Si could only turn away and remain silent. The driver, Chen Jing Kang, gave her a comforting look and silently mouthed, "Don't worry." This made Jiu Si's expression even worse. Chen Jing Kang was the son of the Chen family's steward, and since Chen Mu Bai entered the Chen household, he had been his little follower. It was said that Chen Jing Kang wasn't originally named Jing Kang. It was later that old Chen specifically changed his name to Jing Kang, hoping that he would stay by Chen Mu Bai's side to ensure his safety and well-being. It was from that time that everyone noticed old Chen's importance placed on Chen Mu Bai, marking the official arrival of the Chen family's era of young Master Mu. The most crucial point was that this person was even less reliable than Chen Mu Bai, living very randomly, and was someone who was not quite sane, but seemed worse than a lunatic. Most importantly, he had a knack for jinxing things. Usually, when he said everything was fine, something would go wrong. Sure enough, as soon as Chen Mu Bai entered the banquet hall, he was surrounded by reporters, unable to move. Jiu Si and Chen Jing Kang tacitly retreated to the side to drink juice. "Young Master Mu, I heard that Yun Zhou Group has invited you as a strategist for this investment promotion, which means your biggest competitor is Liang Liqiu from Tianyu Group." Chen Mu Bai replied with an expressionless HM. The inquisitive reporter then asked, "Do you know Liang Liqiu?" Chen Mu Bai gave a completely unhelpful answer, saying he didn't know. The group of reporters was left speechless, completely unsure of how to continue the conversation. Jiu Si sighed and lowered her head. "Mr. Mu, you've known Liang Liqiu for nearly 20 years, or at least 10 years. To say you don't recognize him in front of so many people is just absurd." Beside her, Chen Jingkang looked on with admiration. "Miss Jiu, Mr. Mu is so handsome." It's always the reporters who leave the interviewees speechless. But when have we ever seen an interviewee leave the reporters dumbfounded? Jiu Si looked at the center of the crowd, where the focal point was a man in a sharp suit, standing tall with a perfectly handsome face, his eyes sparkling with tiny glimmers of light. Looking innocent, yet causing trouble. She dryly nodded in agreement. He was indeed strikingly handsome. After asking a few irrelevant questions as a prelude, the reporters finally inquired about the relationship between Chen Mingma and Meng Lai. Chen Mu Bai smiled faintly and casually replied with 4 words, "It's a friendship across ages." Jiu Si let out a small sigh of relief, thinking, that's good. Everyone was puzzled. Chen Mu Bai usually went against old Chen. So when did he start helping him to paint a rosy picture? Just then, under the flashing lights, Chen Mu Bai calmly uttered a few words. A friendship across ages is also a position. After a few seconds of silence, everyone burst into laughter, as it pointed out the most substantial physical relationship between the two in a blunt yet not overly offensive manner. This was something only Chen Mu Bai could say. When Jiu Si heard those words, Chen Mu Bai happened to look over, slightly tilting his head as if provocatively asking her if she was satisfied with that answer. Jiu Si stared at him coldly and silently mouthed a few words, "Out of your mind." Chen Mu Bai only mouthed those 4 words. raised his eyebrows to continue igniting the atmosphere, and smiled as he asked the reporters, "How about it? Did you learn something?" Posture is power. His simple words made the atmosphere on-site extraordinarily lively, with everyone excitedly discussing something. Usually, such questions would be met with evasion, but it was rare to see someone so straightforward. Only Jiu Si wore a pained expression and sighed inwardly. Indeed, knowing his tastes, it was Mu Bai. Sigh. If nothing goes wrong, Chen Mu Bai would make headlines in tomorrow's major newspapers again. And it seemed she would really have to go to the Chen family's old residence to apologize. Jiu Si turned to look at the heavy snow falling outside. Sighed. Another cold winter has come. The next morning, Jiu Si stood in the yard of the Chen family's old residence. The pine tree in the yard looked just like it did when she first arrived at the Chen family a few years ago, its branches laden with snow, yet still standing tall and resilient. In the cold winter season, having just snowed with the temperature extremely low, Jiu Si felt her face was nearly frozen and her legs were close to giving out when Chen Mingma, who had been practicing Tai Chi, finally spoke. "The weather is getting colder. I wonder how your father's health is." His seemingly casual remark stirred up waves in Jiu Si's heart, and her hands, which were resting at her sides, quietly clenched into fists. The usually calm expression on her face showed a hint of cracks. "I'm sorry, old Chen, it's all my fault." Chen Mingma's movements in Tai Chi are neither hurried nor slow. "You've been by Mu Bai's side for quite some time now. What's the matter? Haven't you figured out his temperament yet?" Jiu Si remained silent. Understanding is one thing, but controlling is another matter entirely, though she certainly couldn't say that out loud. "Uncle Chen," a crisp female voice broke the silence, and soon a young girl approached with a tray, brewing a pot of tea. "Would you like to try some?" Chen Mingma's expression immediately filled with a smile, looking like a kind and gentle elder. "All right, I'll give it a try." While saying this, he picked up the teacup but didn't bring it to his lips. He glanced at Jiu Si. "This is Shu Hua. Shu Hua she is." Shu Hua quickly interjected with a smile in her voice. "I know. She's a big favorite by Mu Shao, Jiu Si." Jiu Si looked at the girl in front of her with clear brows and bright eyes, quickly searching for the name Shu Hua in her mind. Given Chen Mingma's attitude, it seemed to be related to that Shu family. Jiu Si nodded with a smile, polite and appropriate. Shu Hua didn't carry any airs. "You're Mu Shao's person, just call me Shu Hua. I know everyone calls you Jiu Si when they see you." Jiu Si was taken aback. Jiu Si referred to Chen Mu Bai. At first, everyone around Chen Mu Bai was inseparable from her, calling Jiu Si loudly whether there was something going on or not, all thinking she was a favored person by Chen Mu Bai, respectfully addressing her as Gu. Later, it was unclear whether Chen Mingma intentionally leaked the information or if there were just a lot of busybodies. But it got out that she was arranged by Chen Mingma to be by Chen Mu Bai's side. She immediately turned into a traitor, and Chen Mu Bai seemed to intentionally oppose her. So when they met again, others always called her Jiu Si in a sarcastic tone, and everyone was waiting to see Chen Mu Bai's reaction. However, Chen Mu Bai remained completely indifferent, as if everything was normal, since she was his person. He would use her as he pleased, until one day, at a young master's coming-of-age ceremony in the city, a drunken young scion began to misbehave and escalate from teasing to harassment towards Jiu Si. Jiu Si handled it with indifference, knowing that once she accepted Chen Mingma's conditions, she should have anticipated today's dilemma. But Chen Mu Bai, in front of many people, turned cold, his eyes filled with frost. "Is Jiu Si what you all call her?" From that point on, no one else called her by her name directly. Everyone respectfully referred to her as Jiu Si. If those words came from someone else, they would surely not be kind, but combined with an innocent smile, Jiu Si found it hard to gauge what exactly Shu Hua meant. Chen Mingma's teacup, originally held in his hand, suddenly fell to the ground, accompanied by a crisp sound, melting a patch of snow with the spilled tea. The two girls had not reacted yet when Chen Mingma quickly pushed the entire tea set off the table. Jiu Si's expression remained unchanged, but Shu Hua was startled. "Uncle Gu, this is your favorite tea set." Chen Mingma didn't seem to feel any pity at all, although I really like this set of tea utensils. If one piece is broken, the whole set is useless and should be thrown away, don't you think? This statement seemed to be directed at Shu Hua, but Jiu Si could tell it was actually meant for her. It seems that Elder Chen has already started to question her. Back then, When Chen Mingma arranged for her to be by Chen Mu Bai's side, it was part of a larger plan, and someone as shrewd as Chen Mu Bai would surely notice. Perhaps in the first few years, Chen Mu Bai was either disdainful or still lacked the means to act, which made everything manageable. However, in recent years, his behavior has become increasingly erratic, seemingly targeting her and making it harder for her in front of Chen Mingma. Now, with the addition of a Shu family daughter, it seems he wants to abandon her as a pawn, but before discarding a piece, one must still protect the major piece. However, if she becomes useless, her father is still in Chen Mingma's hands. Jiu Si was lost in thought when Chen Mingma had already sent Shu Huawei and spoke slowly, saying that she was the most favored daughter of the Shu family, just returned from studying abroad, and had been betrothed to Mu Bai since childhood. Now that both children are grown, it should be put on the agenda. Jiu Si listened quietly, a cold smile in her heart. What childhood engagement? It was merely a phrase concocted for the sake of a marriage alliance. Chen Mingma looked at her for a few seconds, and seeing that she had no objections, he continued, "If I step in, Mu Bai will definitely resist. Find an opportunity for them to get to know each other. This time, don't let anything go wrong again." Jiu Si may have been resistant in her heart, but she still agreed verbally. Chen Mingma then got up slowly and left. "All right, it's getting late. That kid should be getting up now. You should head back quickly." Jiu Si turned around and frowned. Arrange for them to get to know each other? How to arrange it? Just send her to his bed? You know Chen Mu Bai is a proud person with a cleanliness obsession, right? If you dare to let someone touch his bed, he wouldn't hesitate to make you bleed on the spot. Moreover, the most important point is that he doesn't lack women. This is the daughter of the Shu family, a family she cannot provoke. A frivolous approach won't work, and Chen Mu Bai despises being arranged for. It has to be done without leaving a trace, which is another difficult problem. Jiu Si had just taken a few steps when she heard Chen Mingma call her back. "Jiu Si, you're a smart person. Actually, to control a man, cunning and schemes are a man's way, but women have their own methods. Have you been visiting Mama Li on time?" Jiu Si's heart tightened. She bit her lip, and her face uncontrollably flushed slightly. A sense of humiliation surged in her heart. She steeled herself and replied yes. After saying that, she quickly turned to leave. Just as she stepped out of the garden, she saw Chen Mu Yun walking towards her. "Young master." The Chen family members are typically divided into factions. Chen Mu Yun and Chen Mu Bai are not on the same boat. So Jiu Si saw no need to be polite with him. She greeted him and intended to leave. However, Chen Mu Bai blocked her path. "Oh, isn't this Jiu Si? What a coincidence. Our dear Mu Shao is here too." No, Jiu Si didn't want to get entangled with him and hoped to end the conversation quickly. Chen Mu Bai waved the newspaper and magazine in front of Jiu Si, saying, "Our young master is on the front page again. I specially brought this for the old man to see. Do you want to take a look too?" Jiu Si felt dizzy from the waving. Seeing Chen Mu Bai's gloating expression, Jiu Si looked up at him and spoke gently. "Young master, what your father should know, he probably already knows from last night. And what you don't want him to know, he likely knows that too. Just a humble reminder, no matter how close the Dong family is, they are still surnamed Dong. Don't forget that you are surnamed Chen." After hearing this, Chen Mu Bai's expression immediately changed. "What do you mean?" No matter how slow Chen Mu Yun was, he had sensed Chen Mingma's taboo regarding the Dong family to some extent over the years. He had been very cautious about the recent events, but was he still discovered? Attacking someone's weakness was the first lesson Jiu Si learned from Chen Mingma, and it was also the most effective tactic. Chen Mingma threatened her with her father's safety, and the personal pain made her realize the importance of knowing everyone's weaknesses. It was cruel, but it was the most useful. Seeing Chen Mu Yun's reaction, Jiu Si was very satisfied. She put away her earlier sharpness and respectfully asked with her eyes downcast, "May I leave now?" This time, she didn't wait for Chen Mu Yun to come to his senses before stepping out. As soon as she exited the courtyard, she saw Chen Mu Shao standing in the corner smiling. No wonder he was by young Master Mu's side. The eldest son really wasn't enough to look at. Chen Mu Xiao is Chen Mu Bai's cousin, probably the most neutral person in the Chen family. She is very kind and has long married out of the Chen family. Distancing herself from this fire pit, Jiu Si greeted her with a smile, and Chen Mu Xiao affectionately wrapped her arm around her shoulder, asking, "Did the old man scold you again?" Jiu Si smiled, but remained silent. Chen Mu Shao didn't mind at all and continued to ask, "Have you seen Shu Hua?" Jiu Si nodded, but Chen Mu Shao sighed. "I really don't want to be here, but according to seniority, I am Shu Hua's cousin-in-law. The Shu family asked me to pave the way for their eldest son, and I can't refuse. I really don't understand what the old man is thinking. How could Chen Mu Bai, that guy, honestly acknowledge some childhood engagement? It's really funny. Don't you think the old man is getting more confused as he gets older?" Jiu Si just listened and didn't speak. In fact, she really liked Chen Mu Zhao's personality, uncomplicated and straightforward. Chen Mu Xiao was talking to herself for a long time, as if she suddenly remembered something. "Oh, right? Do you have to rush back? You go ahead and get busy. Let's chat another day." Jiu Si smiled and left. And as she walked away, she could still hear Chen Mu Xiao mumbling, "What's going on? This girl is becoming less and less talkative." Jiu Si tiredly hurried back. And before she even entered the door, she heard Chen Mu Tsai throwing a tantrum, her eyelids twitching again. 6. Women are like clothes. Chen Mu Bai woke up in a terrible mood, really not knowing which blind person had provoked him so early in the morning. Uncle Fong was preparing breakfast, and, hearing the sound of the door opening, came out of the kitchen with a somewhat helpless smile for Jiu Si, a hint of indulgence towards the child's unreasonable tantrum. All because of shirt. Uncle Fong's real name is Chun Fong, and he is Chen Jing Kang's father. He was previously the butler of the Chun family. And after Chen Mu Bai moved out of the Chun family, he brought him along as well. Jiu Si understood and nodded to Uncle Fong before going upstairs. She saw Chen Mu Bai standing in the middle of the bedroom in a bathrobe, shouting, "Where's Jiu Si? Where did Jiu Si go?" A trembling voice came from deep within the closet. "I haven't seen her all morning." Chen Mu Bai seemed even angrier after hearing this. "You idiot. How come you haven't found it yet?" Chen Jing Kang rummaged inside for a long time, holding a stack of shirts in his arms and carrying a piece that had run out of the cloakroom in his hands. "Young master, is it this one?" Chen Mu Bai glanced and said, "No. Keep looking. The one without the dark pattern." "Nothing at all." Jiu Si sighed and stepped forward to ask, "Young Master Mu, what are you looking for?" Chen Jing Kang immediately beamed upon hearing the voice. "Sister Gu, you're back? That's great. Did you see the white shirt that Shun gave to Mu Xiao last time?" Jiu Si glanced at the clothes in Chen Jing Kang's hands, then looked at Chen Mu Bai's expression, and silently entered the cloakroom. The large cloakroom was a mess at that moment, and Chen Jing Kang followed Jiu Si with a dejected expression. Jiu Si quietly asked, "Wasn't the shirt that Shun gave him laughed at and thrown away right after he received it?" Chen Jing Kang was almost in tears, wasn't he? But he said he wanted to wear that one. So he said he didn't throw it away. Do you dare to say he was wrong? Just when Jiu Si was at a loss, Chen Mu Bai also came in, casually picking up a low-key white shirt without any dark patterns. "Look, isn't this it? Didn't you too see it with your 4 eyes?" Jiu Si frowned at the white shirt, thinking this wasn't the one that Shin gave. It was clearly one she casually picked up last Christmas. How dare he make such a ridiculous claim? Speaking of which, Chen Mu Bai sometimes had a bit of a childish temper. For example, he expected gifts from others on every holiday. He never valued gifts from outsiders and looked down on those from the Chun family even more, refusing to accept them. Only gift from her, Chen Jing Kang, and Uncle Fong would he happily accept like a child. Chen Jing Kang has always been a lackey without any stance or principles. Upon hearing this, he immediately gave Chen Mu Bai a way out, smiling like a flower. Yes, I remember now. It's this matter. It's still Master Mu's keen eyesight and good memory." Chen Mu Bai didn't acknowledge his feelings at all. Instead, he casually glanced at Jiu Si and then suddenly turned his head to stare at her. Jiu Si knew her complexion was not good, but it wasn't directed at Chen Mu Bai. She had been frozen all morning, soaked in snow, and now the temperature in the room was high. She felt uncomfortable all over, having stood for the entire morning, and her legs were so sore they felt numb. It was difficult to even manage a smile. "Chen Jing Kang, go to the kitchen and bring me a bowl of soup," Chen Mu Bai suddenly spoke. Chen Jing Kang quickly ran downstairs to the kitchen and soon came back with a celadone bowl, handing it to Chen Mu Bai. Chen Mu Bai took a glance at it and suddenly handed it in front of Jiu Si. "I suddenly don't want to drink it anymore. You drink it for me." Jiu Si widened her eyes in disbelief as she looked at Chen Mu Bai. Every morning, a bowl of soup was Chen Mu Bai's unchanging habit, just like a fundamental national policy. What was wrong with him today? Chen Mu Bai watched her for a long time without responding and impatiently urged her again, "Drink it, just drink it." Jiu Si finally drank the soup and felt much better than before. Chen Mu Bai sat on the sofa, squinting his eyes and waiting for her to finish drinking before he started questioning her. "Where have you been?" Jiu Si calmly replied after putting down the bowl. "I woke up early this morning, and when I saw it was snowing, I went out for a walk." Chen Jing Kang picked up the empty bowl and blinked at the two people who were inching towards the staircase. Although on the surface Chen Mu Bai was the boss and Jiu Si was the assistant, Jiu Si was actually backed by the ultimate big boss Chen Mingma. The two appeared to be in harmony, but one was sarcastically eerie and the other could freeze someone with his cold demeanor. There had been no shortage of confrontations between them, and he certainly didn't want to be caught in the crossfire. Chen Mu Bai let out a somewhat amused snort and realized he only knew to come back after getting completely soaked. Jiu Si suddenly smiled and looked at Chen Mu Bai seriously, saying, "Since you don't believe me, why bother asking?" Chen Mu Bai was not angry, smiling as he raised his hand to signal her to continue. "Go ahead. Keep making it up. Telling a story is all about sincerity, right? You sincerely create, and I sincerely listen." Jiu Si's mind was racing, and before she knew it, she had wandered far away. When she returned, the snow had started to fall heavily again, making it difficult to hail a taxi. Chen Mu Bai looked at the woman in front of him. By appearance alone, she could be considered stunning, but her personality was somewhat cold, and she never knew how to dress herself. Aside from work hours, she always had a bare face, yet there was a refreshing and unpretentious comfort to her. When she was joking around, she showed an abundance of sincerity. After a long while, he smiled to himself, thinking that this little fox really shouldn't have let her take a breather. This pause had brought her thoughts back to life. Chen Mu Bai didn't show any expression on his face, snorted coldly, and then began to laugh in a strange tone, making people shiver. Yes, the old house is indeed hard to get a taxi from. It's tough on Jiu. After dropping this line, Chen Mu Bai got up and went downstairs. Jiu Si followed suit, thinking that Mu Bai was really polite, until Chen Mu Bai's figure disappeared at the stairway. Jiu Si wiped the sweat from her palms and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, he should know what can escape his eyes. But she didn't understand. Since that's the case, why did he still want to keep her by his side? With Chen Mu Bai's abilities, making someone disappear wouldn't be a simple task, would it? When Jiu Si finished tidying up in the changing room and went downstairs, Chen Mu Bai was sitting at the dining table having breakfast, and Uncle Fong secretly gave her a thumbs up. Jiu Si sighed inwardly. Everyone said that only she could appease the temperamental Chen Mu Bai, but who knew that most of his temper was actually caused by her? In the end, she had her grievances but couldn't speak out. The clothing issue was finally resolved. After Chen Mu Bai finished breakfast, he went to work. After Jiu Si finished reporting today's schedule, he buried himself in work. Jiu Si glanced at the time. She still needed to help Chen Mu Bai handle his other old clothes. In an elegant CAF, Jiu Si sat in a corner, watching the female model across from her cry, like a pear blossom in the rain, remaining unmoved, expressionless as she handed over a tissue, patiently waiting for her to finish crying. "Jiu boo-hoo. Why doesn't Chen Mu Bai like me anymore?" Jiu Si struggled for a long time, not knowing what expression to put on, so she continued to maintain a poker face. To be honest, Jiu Si really wanted to tell her that Chen Mu Bai had never liked her at all. This man was ambitious and shrewd. How could he be restrained by a woman? You see him smiling like spring, but deep down, he is cold. His blood is cold too. Perhaps it was warm once, but ever since his mother passed away, it has completely frozen. No one can warm his heart. No one. Jiu Si's silence led to the other party crying even harder, complaining with a face full of grievances. "You might not believe it, but Mu Bai hasn't even touched a finger of mine. There aren't many men like him left." Jiu Si believed this, but not because Chen Mu Bai was a gentleman, but because he had a cleanliness obsession. Although he was never short of women around him, he rarely had any physical contact with them. The woman in front of her finally said something right. There are not many people like Chen Mu Bai who are so obsessive about cleanliness that it makes people furious. Jiu Si had dealt with countless women for Chen Mu Bai and was already numb to such scenes. She raised her hand to check the time. Thinking it was about time, the female model probably cried enough, so she silently extended her left hand to offer a check. The female model glanced at it and seemed stunned. "I'm not doing this for money." Hearing this, Jiu Si finally looked up seriously at the woman opposite her and found it uninteresting. Everyone in the world has something they chase after, some for money, some for power, some for love. Liking money is not something to be ashamed of, but pretending not to like something you actually do is hypocritical and not clever at all. If Chen Mu Bai were just an ordinary man, would this woman, who insists she's not in it for the money, even glance at him? The answer is definitely no. Smart and calm as Chen Mu Bai was, how could he not understand this logic? Jiu Si took a sip of water to moisten her throat. "Don't you want to look at the number on it?" Soon, Jiu Si saw the female model, who had just been crying like a pear blossom, happily leaving with the check, likely satisfied with the amount on it. Jiu Si remained seated, without disdain or mockery. After all, getting what one wants is always good. Sometimes she thought, how nice it would be if what she wanted could be so easily obtained. She raised her hand to signal the waiter to take away the drink in front of her. She was still waiting for another guest. This one was clearly not as easy to deal with as the last. She directly lost control of her emotions, jumped up, splashed the water in the cup onto Jiu Si's face, and began to curse. "Jiu Si, what do you think you are? You're just a dog by Chen Mu Bai's side. A dog that eats inside and bites outside. Why should I leave just because you tell me to? I want to see Chen Mu Bai." For someone who didn't know their own weight, Jiu Si wasn't angry. She quietly listened, expressionless as she took the dry towel handed over by a terrified waiter to wipe her face. After the other party finished cursing, she handed over an envelope. The person who had just been aggressive immediately wilted upon seeing it, but tried to maintain her composure. "What do you mean by this?" Jiu Si still answered in a gentle tone. "It doesn't mean anything. Zhou, you understand? It's just a show for the audience. Let us part on good terms. Why make it so ugly, right? You still have a long way to go. Don't let certain people or things delay you." The woman in front soon left in a dejected manner. After Jiu Si dealt with this one, she rubbed her temples, stood up, and as she passed by the neighboring table, she patted the person sitting there, signaling that it was time to pack up. Chen Jing Kang immediately threw the magazine aside and stood up, not forgetting to flatter, "Sister Gu, your efficiency is getting higher and higher. 7-9 Gu." Jiu Si casually turned around and saw a black sedan parked not far outside the CAF. At the moment she turned, the half-open window of the car slowly rose along with the sliding movement of the vehicle. She glanced at the license plate. It was unfamiliar, but she had a vague feeling that she knew the person. Inside the car, Chun Mingma turned to look at Jiu Si, who had already turned into a black dot in the distance, and said to Shu Hua, "Did you see that? This is patience." Shu Hua was somewhat incredulous. Being publicly splashed with water and still able to endure it. How could Jiu Si do that? Chun Mingma opened her mouth with a smile that was not quite a smile. She could endure much more than this. Jiu Si had high emotional intelligence. Did you notice that when she talks to someone, she can maintain the same posture from start to finish? And you can't read her thoughts from her face or her eyes at all. The reason I valued her was precisely because of this. It is especially important to be around Mu Bai, reserved, restrained, and self-controlled. Shu Hua seemed unable to accept this. She was of the Shu family, raised with countless compliments, and the praise she received was mostly about being smart and beautiful, which she had always taken pride in. But today, she suddenly felt that these words seemed worthless in comparison to Chun Mingma's evaluation of Jiu Si, even somewhat superficial. It was as if she were merely a flashy vase, while Jiu Si was the one with refinement and depth. This realization was particularly hard for her pride, which had been upheld for over 20 years. Moreover, the one giving the evaluation was Chun Mingma. Although Chun Mingma appeared to be an ordinary elder in front of her, she wasn't a fool. She knew who Chen Mingma was. Therefore, she understood even more how rare it was for her to give such an evaluation. The more Shu Hua thought about it, the more uncomfortable she felt. Who had she ever lost to in her life? Furthermore, Jiu Si was merely a pawn. Once used, she could be easily discarded. How could she possibly compare to her? Shu Hua was lost in her own thoughts, while Chun Mingma fell silent. When Shu Hua finally realized the awkward atmosphere in the car, she felt a wave of regret and forced a smile to change the subject. Jiu Si seemed to particularly like using her left hand. Chen Mingma gave Xu Hua an approving glance. Very observant. Is she left-handed? Xu Hua suddenly realized something. Chen Mingma avoided the heavy topics and answered lightly, saying that people who use their right brain are smart. When Xu Hua saw that Chen Mingma was unwilling to say more, she stopped asking questions and got out of the car at the intersection to say goodbye. After the car had driven quite a distance, Chen Mingma rubbed his forehead and asked, "It's just something I said unintentionally," and it nearly made her angry. If she can't even tolerate such a small matter, do you think I chose the wrong person? The driver, a middle-aged man who often followed Chen Mingma, glanced at him through the rearview mirror and comforted him. "You're overthinking it. Xu is beautiful and innocent. The third young master is used to the storms of life. Perhaps her innocence and liveliness are more to his liking." Chen Mingma seemed to recall something after listening and softly repeated, "Innocent and carefree." When Jiu Si and Chen Jing Kang returned to the company, Chen Mu Bai had just finished a meeting with his side. His expression was not exactly unpleasant, but it was certainly not good either. It seemed that the Yunzhou Group's project was not going smoothly. The venture capital firm SL, where Chen Mu Bai works, is headquartered in the United States and is a miracle in the industry, always at the forefront of the times. Investors raised in capitalism are generally difficult to deal with. And the situation in the Chinese market is even more unique, which is one of the reasons they chose to cooperate with Chen Mu Bai, because his surname is Chen. The Chen family has power and influence, and they have insider information on policies, making certain matters easier to handle and allowing them to take the initiative. Of course, Chen Mu Bai's keen intuition and iron-fisted style are also recognized by them. The project from Yunzhou Group will be a milestone in their performance in the Chinese market, so they're increasingly cautious. It seems that Chen Mu Bai's proposal has encountered an awkward situation of reevaluation. As expected, Chen Mu Bai was particularly quiet for the entire following day. He returned home without eating and went straight into his study. After a while, he called a few people over for a meeting. When Chen Mu Bai came back from the United States, he brought back a team, and everyone in the team was an elite, with professional qualities that could be considered a model in the industry. Over the past few years, many people have tried to poach them, but to no avail. Jiu Si sat on the sofa outside the study, staring at Chen Jing Kang, while thinking about how to make the encounter between Chen Mu Bai and Xu Hua seem more natural. After a long time, several young elites in suits came out of the study in succession, their expressions serious, and soon left. Among them, a slender figure walked the whole way with her gaze fixed on Jiu Si. When Jiu Si looked up at her, she quickly averted her gaze, her eyes particularly expressive. Chen Jing Kang leaned on the back of the sofa, watching a few figures disappear at the stairway, and asked Jiu Si, "Sister Gu, doesn't it look like the Matrix?" Jiu Si pursed her lips and curved her mouth, just about to answer when she heard Chen Mu Bai call out loudly, "Jiu Si, I want tea." The third young master was never vague when it came to summoning people. Jiu Si quickly took the teacup she had been warming and carried it into the study, where the desk was filled with documents, and for a moment she couldn't find a place to put the cup. Chen Mu Bai took a sip of tea and suddenly asked out of the blue, "What do you think about this matter?" Jiu Si pretended to be confused with a sincere expression, began to flatter in an attempt to get by, believing that young Master Mu's decision must have been made after careful consideration. Chen Mu Bai seemed very tired and did not intend to beat around the bush. He closed his dry eyes and stated the result. Behind him was a large floor-to-ceiling window, with the curtains open, revealing a pitch black outside. He sat there, the gloomy aura accompanying his stunning beauty becoming more pronounced, merging with the darkness behind him, both enchanting and terrifying. Jiu Si bit her lip, a layer of solemnity covering her face. There was no more time to wait. Since the economic crisis, investors had become increasingly cautious, always wanting to wait a little longer, but in doing so, they missed the best investment opportunities. A step slow meant a step slow in everything, and the final result would only be barely satisfactory. Chen Mu Bai, who pursued perfection in everything, certainly did not allow such things to happen. Although everyone understood this reasoning, it still carried a sense of gambling. No one wanted to lose everything. As for the reason, Chen Mu Bai initially thought Jiu Si would start analyzing the domestic and international situation, but to his surprise, She quickly spoke up, and her answer was only 3 words: feeling. If this were heard by others, they would probably laugh out loud, but upon hearing it, Chen Mu Bai couldn't help but look up at Jiu Si, a fleeting look of surprise crossing his face. She stood there quietly, her eyes lowered to the floor, her face showing no hint of emotion, neither humble nor arrogant. In that moment, Chen Mu Bai suddenly felt that this was the true Jiu Si. She should not be a subordinate by his side, but rather a scenery of her own. The words he wanted to say were about to come out, but turned into a sigh instead. "I'm hungry." Jiu Si breathed a sigh of relief. The food was still being kept warm by Uncle Fan. "Shall I bring it up to you, or would you like to go downstairs to eat?" Chen Mu Bai set the cup aside and continued to look down at the documents, casually replying, "I want to eat the handmade noodles you made on my birthday." Jiu Si was taken aback for a moment before responding, "Then I'll go make it." As Jiu Si walked out, she was surprised. Chen Mu Bai hated eating noodles the most. After Jiu Si left, Chen Mu Bai lifted his head, picked up the cup next to him, and sipped the tea, which was just the right temperature, neither cold nor hot. It wasn't until the water cooled down that he stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. His face was reflected in the clean and clear glass. And at that moment, his exquisite features were filled with confusion. The warm air inside the room met the cold glass, forming a thin layer of condensation on it. He raised his hand and wrote the 3 characters Jiu Si on the glass. Actually, Chen Mu Bai had heard of Jiu Si's name when he was in the United States. A Chinese girl revered as a legend in the financial mathematics department, who skipped grades and entered a prestigious school, incredibly sensitive to numbers, seemingly born for them, yet also a reckless gambler. At such a young age, before even graduating, she had already made a name for herself on Wall Street, which was like a hell on earth, and she played the piano beautifully. However, she suddenly disappeared later, but that legend was still passed down through word of mouth. By the time he went to the United States, that girl had been missing for over 2 years, yet he still often heard people discussing her with great interest. He had looked through her records. At that time, he was already thriving on Wall Street, riding high on success, and because he was still young, he was often compared to that girl. Young and impetuous, he couldn't accept it and sought out her records. Facing such documentation, his defiance instantly diminished by half. He considered himself a master trader, but the projects that had passed through her hands were equally impressive and beautiful, with a lightness and ease that leapt off the page. However, there were no photos in the records, and the information about her was limited to a few simple lines. Chinese name, Jiu Si, English name, 9 Gu. Later on, as he became accustomed to the view beyond the mountains and buildings, he naturally developed a more accommodating demeanor, finding his previous immaturity laughable. And he no longer held such a grudge against that girl, until Chun Mingma brought a girl to his side, also named Jiu Si. Perhaps Chun Mingma felt he was becoming increasingly difficult to control, so he planted an informant by his side, wanting to manipulate him into becoming a puppet. No way. Chen Mu Bai did not refuse, accepting what was given, but if they wanted to monitor him, it wouldn't be so easy. Chen Mingma didn't say who she was, where she came from, or what she used to do. He had once been curious to check, but found nothing. Her past had been wiped clean. He was never sure if this Jiu Si was the legendary one until that summer. It was one of the hottest days of the year, and he couldn't remember why he went to her room to find her. As soon as he opened the door, he saw her quietly sitting on the floor by the window, playing with a deck of cards, calm and collected. On such a hot day, she hadn't turned on the air conditioning. The heat was rolling in waves, hitting him directly. When she heard the door open, her movements paused for just a moment before she continued, not looking up or acknowledging him. Chen Mu Bai suddenly remembered when he first entered the Chen family. Chun Mingma always made him go to the backyard of the old Chen residence to practice writing. The backyard was stuffy and hot. Sweat dripped from his cheeks onto the paper, and he was often bitten by mosquitoes. No matter how unbearable it was, he never complained, writing each stroke diligently. He knew this was Chun Mingma's test, to see if he was worthy of being his son, and the people of the Chen family were waiting to see him make a fool of himself. He absolutely could not lose. At such a young age, he was stubborn to that extent. In that moment, he felt very calm. It seemed that without air conditioning, it was no longer so unbearable. He could almost be certain that the person in front of him, Jiu Si, was the same as 9 Gu. Soon, Jiu Si put away the card in her hand, stood up, and walked in front of him, bowing her head respectfully and calling him young Master Mu. Her acting was somewhat exaggerated. Because of that young Master Mu, Chen Mu Bai suddenly felt irritated. He had a feeling that her bowed head was not out of respect for him, but rather to conceal her disdain. Although she addressed him as young Master Mu with apparent deference, it was clear that she looked down on him from the bottom of her heart. Even though later on she stayed by his side for a long time, perhaps learning to conceal it or forced to compromise due to circumstances, the disdain in her eyes was almost undetectable. However, every time Chen Mu Bai thought of it, it felt like a thorn had grown in his heart, causing him unbearable pain and itching. After careful consideration, Chen Mu Bai felt that it didn't seem right. She couldn't possibly be the legendary 9 Gu. How could someone like her be content doing these things by his side? For years, she had quietly played the role of an inconspicuous assistant beside him. And although she was called an assistant, she did not flatter or ingratiate herself to him, hardly speaking more than a few words. When pressed, she would chat with him with a smile, as if those days of glory had nothing to do with her. What had happened for her to fall to the point of becoming a pawn for Chen Mingmo? In fact, when he asked Jiu Si earlier, he hadn't intended to hear her answer. She was always meticulous and did things flawlessly, managing to keep a cup of tea at the perfect temperature, neither too hot nor too cold, ready to drink at any moment. If she didn't want him to know about her past, she wouldn't have exposed any flaws. Yet today she took the initiative to reveal this crack. Back then, countless people had sought his guidance, so he could understand how rare it was to know what lay behind the two words Jiu Si. People in this industry are all gamblers. Those who excel do so with a nonchalant attitude, attributing their success to good luck. But there isn't that much good luck. It's simply the result of careful thought and deliberation. Yet people never ask about the process, only focusing on the results and how many know the hardships involved. Chen Mu Bai watched as the water droplets slowly slid down, the originally clear name gradually becoming blurred. He sighed, his beautiful brows furrowing as he murmured, Jiu Si. Who exactly are you? Chen Mu Bai quickly regained his composure and turned to leave the study. Chen Jing Kang was standing properly at the door. As Chen Mu Bai walked, he began to speak, but it wasn't until he sat down on the sofa outside the study that Chen Jing Kang spoke up, slowly recounting what had happened during the day. When he mentioned that Jiu Si had been splashed with water, Chen Mu Bai gestured to interrupt him. Did it burn her? Chen Jing Kang was taken aback. I didn't notice, but judging from Sister Gu's reaction, it shouldn't be hot. Chen Mu Bai let out a cold snort, but there was no disdain or mockery on his face. Is this your first day getting to know her? Even if she's hot, she wouldn't say a word. She's just a block of wood. Chen Jing Kang didn't pay attention to Chen Mu Bai's words and was somewhat excitedly rubbing his hands together. How should that woman be dealt with? How dare she bully Sister Gu? Chen Mu Bai smirked with a mischievous smile. Do I still need to teach you what to do? After Chen Mu Bai finished speaking, he stood up and walked downstairs, while Chen Jing Kang, who had received tacit approval, smiled like peach blossoms in March. Chen Mu Bai arrived downstairs and happened to see Jiu Si coming out of the kitchen with a bowl of noodles. Chen Mu Bai took a few bites, raised his eyebrows at Jiu Si, looking like a debauched young master who didn't want to pay for his food. I said, Jiu Si, what you made is really getting worse and worse. Jiu Si stood there with her head bowed, not saying a word. She knew he wasn't nitpicking. It was indeed not good. It had been cloudy for the past few days, and her right hand was hurting quite a bit. Given that her noodles turned out like this tonight, it was already pretty good. Chen Mu Bai said it, but he finished his meal completely. Jiu Si thought about going to clean up the dishes, but he stopped her and looked at her leisurely for a while before speaking. Sit down, let's chat. Jiu Si nodded. Chen Mu Bai stared at her for a long time, squinting his eyes and asking, Jiu Si, do you particularly hate me? I don't dare, she replied in a flat tone, as if mechanically responding with a standard answer. How come Shao think that? Chen Mu Bai traced the pattern on the porcelain cup and said, You know, when others call me young Master Mu, I can sense their respect. But when you call me young Master Mu, it always feels like a provocation. Jiu Si immediately put on an exaggerated look of fear and continued to provoke, Young Master Mu, I'm also very respectful towards you. It's just acting, after all. Who can't do that? Chen Mu Bai looked at her expressionlessly, summarizing his points with slightly exaggerated acting. Jiu Si suppressed her expression and called him young master repeatedly, asking, "Young master, shall we do it again?" Chen Mu Bai replied, "Actually, Jiu Si, you don't really want to smile at me, do you?" He looked at Jiu Si for a while, changed his position, and continued, "Oh no, it's not just me. It's everyone. You just know that you need to use a smile to protect yourself. Am I wrong?" The smile on Jiu Si's face remained unchanged as she responded, "Why do you say that?" Chen Mu Bai did not answer her. "Are you afraid? The more you are afraid inside, the happier you smile on your face." Jiu Si's originally curled lips slowly retracted as she coldly looked at him. "Why do you say I am afraid?" "Because we are the same kind of person. People can always sense their kind at the first moment." Chen Mu Bai squinted as he began to recall. "When I first entered the Chen family, I was just like you, not fond of talking, wearing a cold face towards everyone. But later, I learned to smile at them, no matter how much I hated them inside. I would not show it on my face. I could still smile at them because I knew that only by smiling at them could I protect myself and survive. So I also know how to distinguish whether a person's smile is real or fake. The feeling of being seen through is very complex." Jiu Si struggled for a long time, but could no longer manage to force a smile, only able to respond stiffly, "I've learned." "You seem very unconvinced. You really aren't afraid of me at all?" Chen Mu Bai suddenly became interested. Jiu Si's face immediately lost color. "How could that be?" Chen Mu Bai glanced at her. This trick was used too frequently just a moment ago. Jiu Si put away her act and lazily leaned back in her chair, saying, "There are so many people who fear you. Having one more or one less makes no difference. If I were to fear you like they do, wouldn't that be quite boring?" That's a valid point." Chen Mu Bai nodded in agreement and continued. "Moreover," Jiu Si paused, meeting his gaze openly. "Moreover, I am Chen Mingma's person." A provocatively pretty statement. Chen Mu Bai wasn't angry. Instead, he smiled and asked, "But are you sure Chen Mingma considers you one of his own?" Jiu Si was well aware of her situation and saw no need to hide it. "I'm sure I'm not. But I can also be certain that I'm not your own person." Chen Mu Bai smiled and asked back, "How can you tell?" "Others say that I am just a dog raised by Chen Mingma. If those who benefit turn against me, then I would really be worse than a dog." Her tone was light and carefree, with a slight smile at the corner of her lips, a shallow and lonely expression. Chen Mu Bai remained relaxed. But when he heard this sentence, his index finger moved slightly, and after closing his eyes briefly, when he opened them again, nothing could be discerned. In fact, he had heard even harsher words than this, but he didn't expect Jiu Si to take it so lightly. Jiu Si, if you don't even regard yourself as a person, then truly no one will see you as one. His tone was also casual, revealing no emotions. "In fact, you have been trained well by Chen Mingma, but you lack your own thoughts. A person without their own thoughts will ultimately just be a chess piece, and there will come a day when they are abandoned. After all these years in the Chen family, you should know how miserable the fate of Chen Mingma's discarded pieces can be." Jiu Si suddenly laughed, her voice becoming much lighter, and half-jokingly asked, "Is young master persuading me to surrender?" "No." Chen Mu Bai detected the sarcasm in Jiu Si's words and knew the topic was nearing its end. She was unwilling to continue the conversation. So she pointed to the bowls and chopsticks in front of her, self-deprecatingly saying, "I'm just full and bored." Jiu Si stood up again to clear the dishes and returned to the kitchen. The moment she turned around, her smile vanished, and her expression turned serious. In recent years, her path had become increasingly difficult, each step requiring careful consideration, and with every step, she found herself hesitating more and more, only able to maintain the status quo. Chen Mu Bai understood the meaning, but she didn't dare to gamble. She couldn't afford to lose. After a few days of drifting snow, it finally stopped. Jiu Si had been busy at the company for half the morning, and as she sat down in her chair, feeling warm and cozy, she tilted her head and saw the sunlight streaming in outside. The winter sun was gentle and bright, pouring down in a generous and dazzling manner, making it impossible to feel the biting cold wind outside, warming her heart as well. Jiu Si squinted her slightly painful eyes, trying hard to look at the sun, watching the warm light dance through the glass, lightly twirling around, and slowly reached out her hand to grasp the golden rays. Just as Chen Mu Bai walked out of the office and was about to say something, he was stunned by the sight before him. Swallowing the words he was about to speak, he felt that the scene in front of him was very familiar, yet he couldn't recall where he had seen it before. The answer was in his mind, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't grasp it. Chen Mu Bai only glanced for a few seconds before quickly returning to his office. Jiu Si was startled awake by the sound of footsteps as she regained her senses. She saw Jiang Xingzhua leisurely walking in. Just as she was about to stand up, she saw Jiang Xingzhua waving at her with a mischievous look on his face. Then pointing at Chen Mu Bai's office and saying, "You do your thing. I'm looking for Chen Sanner." After saying that, he pushed open Chen Mu Bai's office door and swaggered in. Jiang Xingzhua and Chen Mu Bai had been playfully fighting since childhood. The two boys, with their exquisitely beautiful features that made others envious, were a sight to behold even when they were fighting, so no one took it seriously. The ultimate conflict between Jiang and Chen was ignited by the fact that Chen Mu Bai's distant cousin married Jiang Xingzhua's distant uncle. I still remember that day vividly. Chen Mu Bai, sister, brother-in-law. Jiang Xingzhua, uncle, aunt. A certain cousin and a certain uncle were smiling in response. But who knew that the next moment would turn out like this? Chen Mu Bai, Jiang Shao Si, your uncle married my cousin. Shouldn't you call me uncle? Jiang Xingzhua immediately lifted his foot to kick him. Get lost. Chen Mu Bai was kicked and got angry. Jiang Xingzhua, you bastard. Jiang Xingzhua laughed. Hee hee. Our old man is the eldest son. I have no bastards. Chen Mu Bai. From then on, the following scenes kept playing out. Chen Mu Bai, Jiang Shao Si. Call me uncle. Jiang Xingzhua, get lost. Chen Mu Bai, call me uncle. Jiang Xingzhua, get lost. The two of them fought and joked around. Although they learned to be more reserved as they grew up and didn't pinch each other like they did when they were young, they always glared at each other and seemed to be at odds. It was well known that the third young master of the Chen family and the fourth young master of the Jiang family could not sit at the same table for a meal. Not long ago, Jiang Xingzhua's beloved Shao Lexi was forced away by his ex-girlfriend Meng Lai's tricks, and Meng Lai turned around to get into Chen Mingma's bed. Jiang Xingzhua was angry, but couldn't do anything to Meng Lai because of Chen Mingma. As the saying goes, a father's debt is repaid by the son. So he came to Chen Mu Bai to annoy him and vent his anger. Sure enough, just 2 minutes after Jiang Xingzhua entered Chen Mu Bai's office, Jiu Si heard a commotion inside. 9. The filth of the wealthy families. Jiang Xingzhua casually asked Chen Mu Bai, who was behind the desk, Chen Sanner, tell me, logically speaking, you should call Meng Lai little mom, and with my relationship with Meng Lai, you should at least call me little dad, right? Chen Mu Bai was in a fluster, and upon hearing this, he suddenly felt angry. He picked up a folder nearby and threw it at Jiang Xingzhua, shouting, get lost. Jiang Xingzhua deftly dodged the attack, and, seeing Chen Mu Bai's frustrated expression, felt he had finally avenged his uncle, leaving with a satisfied grin. Jiu Si peeked through the half-closed door and saw Chen Mu Bai calmly burying his head in something. Seemingly the one who had just been angry was not him at all. Jiu Si suddenly had a feeling that perhaps Chen Mu Bai wasn't really angry. He might have just wanted to make Jiang Xingzhua feel a bit better, but couldn't say it directly, so he resorted to this method. Jiu Si secretly despised him, thinking he was really awkward and childish. She had heard a bit about the entanglement between Jiang Xingzhua, Shao Lexi, and Meng Lai. Ever since Shao Lexi left, she had noticed Jiang Xingzhua's changes. Watching the person he loved leave for a foreign country, yet being unable to do anything, must have felt terrible. Jiu Si looked up at Chen Mu Bai again. Perhaps he didn't dislike Jiang Xingzhua that much after all. Maybe Jiang Xingzhua didn't blame him. After a few days, Chen Mu Bai finally persuaded the investors in America, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He then started to stir things up again, and just after 4 o'clock, he insisted on going back to the Chen family old residence for dinner. Jiu Si exchanged a glance with Chen Jing Kang. The pretense of going for dinner was just that, while the real reason was to confront Chen Lao and Meng Lai. Every time Jiang Xingzhua came to annoy him, he would immediately go and annoy those two instigators right back, not losing out at all. Jiu Si sighed inwardly. She hadn't completed the task Chen Mingma had given her. Not to mention getting to know him, Chen Mu Bai probably didn't even know who Shu Hua was. Today, at the Chen family, Chen Mingma would inevitably ask her about it. How would she answer then? Jiu Si pondered all the way without coming up with a solution, and when she snapped back to reality, the car had already arrived at the gate of the Chen family old residence. Every time she came, she would use the side door or the back door. But only when following Chen Mu Bai would she use the front door, and indeed the scenery was different. In the front yard, there was a wisteria. It must be beautiful when in bloom, but now only dried branches and leaves remained. Chen Mu Bai suddenly turned around while walking, looking at Jiu Si with a half-smile that was more mocking than anything else. His dark eyes were filled with derision as he finally spoke. "Haven't you been here before? Logically, you should be here more often than I am." Jiu Si lowered her eyes and let out a breath. He was trying to make her uncomfortable. It was a busy afternoon, and the small courtyard had guards and housekeepers passing by from time to time. Even Chen Jing Kang, who was standing nearby, awkwardly looked down and glanced around. She knew that everyone regarded her as a traitor, secretly mocking and looking down on her, but all she could do was endure it. He even occasionally made such sharp remarks to remind her. He wasn't wrong. Chen Mingma often asked her to come here, or inquired about Chen Mu Bai's recent whereabouts, or instructed her to do something. She wasn't completely without words. She understood that she needed to find a balance between Chen Mingma and Chen Mu Bai. If she leaned too much to one side, trouble would eventually arise, but surviving in the cracks wasn't that easy or carefree. Did he really think she was willing to live like this? Chen Mu Bai's sarcasm and Chen Mingma's disdain for her uselessness left her wondering how to proceed next. Despite her frequent visits, the Wangfu garden was vast, and Jiu Si usually followed a fixed route, primarily heading to the east courtyard, without ever exploring other areas. Why did he feel the need to say such things to provoke her? Jiu Si suddenly raised her eyes to look at Chen Mu Bai, coldly staring at him in silence. Stubborn and indifferent, Chen Mu Bai raised an eyebrow. He had experienced her sharp tongue before and seemed quite interested in her silent resistance. Chen Jing Kang nervously glanced at Chen Mu Bai and then at Jiu Si, fearing that the next moment the two would draw their swords and start fighting, blood spilling everywhere. Probably Chen Mu Bai also didn't intend to continue making her embarrassed. After a few seconds of eye contact with her, he continued walking forward, looking relaxed as if nothing had happened. "Shao Kang, go to the kitchen and ask them to make a few more dishes that I love to eat." Chen Jing Kang was eager to escape the tense atmosphere, so he quickly agreed and ran away. Chen Mu Bai reached the door of the study and was about to enter when he was stopped by the guard. Chen Mu Bai raised an eyebrow, and the guard promptly reported. Old Chen went to the military base to observe a military exercise today. He called a few people in for a meeting when he returned at noon and hasn't come out all afternoon. Chen Mu Bai gestured, and the guard seemed a bit hesitant, but ultimately stepped aside. Chen Mu Bai leaned by the door and listened for a moment before turning around expressionlessly and heading to the nearby flower hall to drink tea. Jiu Si did not know what Chen Mu Bai had heard. He remained in the same posture after sitting down, lost in thought with a calm expression. Jiu Si silently stood beside him. It wasn't until he heard the creaking sound of the study door and then the sound of mixed footsteps that he waited a moment longer before putting away his earlier expression and reaching for the teacup. It was only when two sets of footsteps, one light and one heavy, moved to the entrance of the flower hall that Chen Mu Bai slowly spoke. "The water from the Yangtze River, the tea from Mount Mengding. Mengding Ganlu is indeed a fine drink, and it has brought the water from the Yangtze River from thousands of miles away. Old Chen truly knows how to enjoy life. He really doesn't understand the meaning of frugality." Sure enough, the next moment, a young woman walked in, linking arms with Chen Mingma. Jiu Si gently nodded his head in greeting, but Chen Mu Bai showed no respect for his elder, lazily reclining on the sofa and scrutinizing the young woman up and down. However, the way he looked at her seemed rather inappropriate. Chen Mingma ignored his teasing and said, "If you have something to drink, just drink it. Why so much nonsense?" After the two sat down, Chen Mu Bai spoke up. "Is this your new favorite?" Chen Mingma seemed to have long been accustomed to his way of speaking, not showing any anger, but simply introducing in a normal tone, "This is your first meeting, Meng Lai, Chen Mu Bai." Chen Mingma is the kind of person who looks very sinister. Just a casual glance from him can make people feel a chill down their spine. However, Chen Mu Bai seems to have a built-in shielding system, feeling nothing at all and still sitting there with a carefree attitude. Meng Lai obediently greets him, "Third young master." Chen Mu Bai glanced at Meng, lie a few more times. Her gaze did not resemble that of a stepson looking at a stepmother at all. He turned to ask Chen Mingma, what should I call her? Jiu Si sighed in her heart, realizing that Chen Mu Bai was indeed looking for trouble. She looked at the girl in front of her, who was quite good-looking and appeared gentle and amiable. Although she had gained Chen Mingma's approval, she did not come across as arrogant or domineering. However, any woman who could stand by Chen Mingma's side would naturally not be as harmless as she seemed. Chen Mingma took a sip of tea. Although you are about the same age, the seniority is there, so you should address each other accordingly. Chen Mu Bai hesitated and asked boldly, is your relationship protected by law? If it's not legally protected, with so many female companions in the past, I really don't know what number comes before the word mother. Meng Lai's face turned red, then white, then green. Chen Mingma heavily placed the cup in his hand on the table, causing the tea inside to splash out. Impudent. Chen Mu Bai was not scared at all. Can't you listen to this? What people say outside is much harsher. Of course, you definitely can't hear it. Who would dare to say in front of you? But when you're not around, it's another story. How about I tell you what I've heard to cheer you up? Chen Mingma was about to erupt when the guard came in and said dinner was ready. Probably because Chen Mu Bai rarely came home for dinner. Chen Mingma didn't want the father-son relationship to become too tense, so he waved his hand and said, all right, let's go eat first. Jiu Si can go too. The Chen family has always had strict rules. During meals, no one speaks, leaving only the occasional sound of porcelain clinking. Jiu Si absent-mindedly went through the motions when Chen Mu Bai suddenly turned to look at her, and, as he spoke, his chopsticks fell to the ground. Help me pick it up. Jiu Si glanced at him warily. He looked as if he had known the chopsticks would fall. She bent down to pick up the chopsticks and then straightened her body rigidly, looking at Chen Mu Bai in disbelief. Chen Mu Bai smiled at her and continued eating with the new chopsticks brought by the servant. Jiu Si, however, lost her appetite. She had indeed fallen for the trap again. She probably saw something she shouldn't have seen, or perhaps Chen Mu Bai deliberately let her see it. In this kind of aristocratic family, beneath the glamorous surface lies a great deal of decadence and filth. Everything on the table was as usual, but under the table, a spring scene was unfolding. The legs of the stepson and stepmother were already intertwined. Jiu Si forgot that Chen Mu Bai was someone without taboos. He didn't care at all about the taboo between a young stepmother and her stepson. In his eyes, it simply didn't exist. He was dark, a Satan in the night, unafraid of going to hell, wanting to drag everyone down with him. Jiu Si couldn't help but glance at Chen Mu Bai again. His expression showed no signs of abnormality. She then looked at Meng Lai, who clearly didn't have Chen Mu Bai's acting skills. Her little face was slightly flushed, seemingly immersed in a sweet romance, unaware that it was a bottomless abyss. Moreover, Chen Mu Bai was younger and more handsome than Chen Mingma, and his proactive kindness was something no woman would refuse. Or perhaps she was a master at playing both father and son. Jiu Si cautiously glanced at Chen Mingma, but couldn't discern anything. Chen Mingma had been in the political arena for decades, honing the ability to appear calm while his heart was turbulent. Even if he noticed, he wouldn't show the slightest hint on his face. Was he planning to tacitly approve? Jiu Si felt a headache. The depths of the noble family were like the sea, and she neither understood nor wanted to understand. Just as Jiu Si thought she was about to die under Chen Mu Bai's icy glare, Chen Mingma's voice slowly rang out. Don't suppress your elder brother too harshly. Chen Mu Bai snorted disdainfully. The more fiercely we fight, aren't you happier? Chen Mingma slowly put down his chopsticks. You are still on shaky ground. It's not the time to turn against each other. The Dong family's influence should not be underestimated. And then there's Chen Mu Zhao. Which of them is easy to deal with? The Chen family still has many elders around. They're currently wary of me. If I were no longer here, do you think you would gain any advantage? Chen Mu Bai casually replied, only those without ability rely on women. Chen Mingma's fire that was just pressed down flared up again. What did you say? Chen Mingma was able to become the leader back then, not only because of his own abilities, but also due to the support from his mother, Chen Muyun's family, the Dong family. This has always been a thorn in his heart. Oh, Chen Mu Bai seemed to suddenly remember something and said, I'm not talking about you. Why are you so excited? After speaking, he poked at the white rice in the bowl with his chopsticks and casually asked, did you put in too much water? Do you like your rice soft? Chen Mingma was completely enraged, and with a snap, he threw down his chopsticks and shouted, "Get out." Just then, Chen Muyun was walking in and was startled by this, looking confused and asking Dad, "What happened to me?" Chen Mu Bai chuckled with his forehead supported. Chen Mingma frowned and impatiently said, "I wasn't talking about you." Chen Muyun looked at the dining table and seemed to understand something. Her expression changed instantly. "Oh, didn't he mention me? So, Mu Shao has upset you again?" Chen Mu Bai has always despised talking to this so-called big brother and was about to leave after throwing down his chopsticks. Chen Muyun seemed to want to stop him, but was scared back by a glance from Chen Mu Bai. This man is practically worthless aside from the little influence from his mother's family. He probably can't even compete with that woman Meng Lai. Chen Mu Bai took a few steps and suddenly turned around to ask, "By the way, when will the matter you mentioned earlier be executed?" Chen Mingma's anger has not subsided. "What happened?" Chen Mu Bai paused for a moment and said, "It's about the matter of you not being here." Chen Mingma picked up the chopsticks and threw them away again. "Get lost." Old Master Chen was so angry that the veins on his forehead throbbed, pointing at the door while trembling all over. Chen Mu Bai turned his head and leisurely walked towards the door, lazily speaking, "Hold on, I've been waiting for a long time." After dinner, Chen Mingma indeed called Jiu Si to the study. Jiu Si thought he would ask about Xu Hua, but to her surprise, Chen Mingma brought up another matter. "In a few days, Mu Bai will take you to a card game. You need to make him lose. After all, you are the daughter of the former gambling king. You should be able to do it, right?" When Jiu Si heard the words gambling king, her body suddenly trembled for a moment, but she quickly regained her composure. The so-called card game was not an ordinary one, for people sat together, and whoever won would decide which side they were on, allowing the winner to arrange for their people to take that position. Over the years, Jiu Si had witnessed many people's rise and fall at the card tables while following Chen Mu Bai. The purpose of taking her along was to ensure that Chen Mu Bai could win. Few people knew that Jiu Si was skilled at playing cards. She never flaunted her abilities and always played the role of a companion sitting next to Chen Mu Bai, discreetly reminding him at critical moments. The two had a tacit understanding at the card table. No one knew she was the daughter of the once-renowned gambling king. In fact, Chen Mu Bai was also quite good at cards. He played steadily, and the card table was the best place to test one's character. Neither servile nor arrogant, calm and composed, but decisive when necessary. Jiu Si might not match him in other areas, but no one at the card table was her opponent. She knew exactly what cards each of the three opponents had, what to play, and the outcomes of playing different cards. This was the result of her father's training since childhood. At least for Chen Mu Bai and Chen Mingma, she was useful, and as long as she was useful, she wouldn't be abandoned. She was safe. However, Jiu Si felt a bit confused. Chen Mingma seemed to sense her confusion and said, "If you have any questions, just ask." Jiu Si shook her head with her eyes downcast. Chen Mingma appeared to be in a good mood and continued, "Are you wondering why I'm putting my son in a difficult position?" Jiu Si hesitated for a while, but eventually asked, "I don't understand. Young Master Mu Bai is the successor you value. Why do you always make him stagnate at critical moments?" Chen Mingma suddenly laughed. "You will understand." Until Jiu Si left the study, Chen Mingma did not mention Xu Hua. It was unclear whether he trusted Jiu Si so much that he didn't need to inquire further, or if he had completely given up on Jiu Si and sought other methods. Or perhaps this was Chen Mingma's cleverness by not mentioning it. The other party would be more anxious and would hasten to take care of things. Jiu Si furrowed her brows as she exited the study, but she had a vague sense of foreboding that she couldn't quite pinpoint. It was a minor matter. Chen Mingma didn't need to instruct her in person. A phone call would suffice. Did he call her to the study just for this? As Jiu Si walked far away, she suddenly realized that it had started to snow heavily without her noticing, and the ground was already covered with a layer of snow, with the snowfall increasing. She didn't know where Chen Mu Bai had gone or if he planned to return tonight, so she could only follow the small path to search for him. The Wangfu garden was large, and Jiu Si had a poor sense of direction. After wandering around the garden, she became a bit confused. After passing a rockery, it seemed she saw something. Her face turned pale, and she quickly took 2 steps back, hiding behind the rockery. Truly, what one fears often comes to pass. Chen Mu Bai was smiling and chatting with Meng Lai, while Chen Jing Kang stood nearby, trying to be inconspicuous. Under the dim yellow light, Chen Mu Bai's delicate features looked particularly soft, and his smile carried warmth. For a moment, Jiu Si felt that perhaps Chen Mu Bai was truly infatuated with Meng Lai. This stepmother and stepson drama had quite a heavy flavor, didn't it? Just as Jiu Si was lost in thought, a male voice suddenly rang in her ears. The hot breath brushing against her ear, and the strange and dangerous male presence startled her. She quickly turned to look. To her surprise, Chen Mu Yin continued to lean in, squinting as he looked her up and down. Jiu Si, when you first came to the Chen family, you were just a little girl, but you've really grown into quite a woman these past 2 years. He spoke while glancing at her chest, as if he could see something through her thick winter clothing, and his intentions were obvious. Surrounded by women who threw themselves at him, he found Jiu Si's coldness increasingly interesting. The more unattainable she was, the more it ignited his desire to conquer. Jiu Si coldly looked elsewhere and said, "Young master, please behave yourself." Chen Mu Yin didn't care about Jiu Si's attitude at all. He laughed heartily, saying, "The concept of behaving oneself doesn't exist in the Chen family. Just look at the old man. How many women has he had in his lifetime? Even now, he's gotten himself a young wife. And how many uncles and cousins are living their lives with women? Without going far back, just look at now, see?" After saying this, he gestured for Jiu Si to look behind her. Perhaps due to the heavy snow and slippery ground, Meng Lai lost her footing and fell. Chen Mu Bai quickly reached out to support her, and she leaned into his embrace. From this angle, it looked quite ambiguous and warm. Chen Mu Bai chose the perfect moment to discreetly push Meng Lai away, seemingly concerned as he reminded her, "Be careful." Meng Lai's face immediately flushed, and she walked away shyly. Her steps hurried and flustered, likely truly disturbed by Chen Mu Bai. Just as Meng Lai left the garden, Chen Mu Bai's smile faded, and he disdainfully threw his coat at Chen Jing Kang, then used a handkerchief to wipe the hand that had just touched Meng Lai, finally tossing the handkerchief into a nearby trash can. Chen Jing Kang, holding the coat, also walked away. Jiu Si felt that this man's cleanliness had reached an almost obsessive and incurable level. At the same time, she found her earlier infatuation quite laughable. Her understanding was indeed shallow. How could she forget that Chen Mu Bai had no genuine feelings? Everything he did was to take revenge on Chen Mingma. He always made it his mission to strike back at Chen Mingma, and he wouldn't let go of anyone he could use. Any means were fair game. Perhaps she was just a pawn in his game against Chen Mingma. "Are you done looking? If you're done, come out," Chen Mu Bai called out over his shoulder. Facing the rockery, Jiu Si sighed and could only brace herself to walk out from behind the rockery. Chen Mu Yin, however, showed no embarrassment of being caught. He swaggered out, clapping his hands in approval. "Actually, I've always suspected whether you really are the old man's son, but now I believe it. Even your choice of women is the same. You truly are his biological son." The last few words he uttered were delivered in a sarcastic tone, sounding particularly awkward. Chen Mu Bai's refined and exquisite features were filled with mockery and disdain, not even glancing at Chen Mu Yin. Seemingly casually, Chen Mu Yin asked, "Hey, third brother, don't you think Meng Lai looks a lot like someone?" To which Chen Mu Bai suddenly narrowed his brows and shot him a look. Chen Mu Yin, completely oblivious to the tension in the air, continued, "I didn't say she looked like anyone. Why are you getting so worked up?" Chen Mu Bai maintained his composure, giving him a fleeting glance, his voice unchanging. "Chen Mu Yin, don't think that just because you have the Dong family backing you, you can act like a bully. This family is not one where you can speak freely." Chen Mu Yin was angered. "Then you, the illegitimate child, shouldn't speak either. No matter how I say it, I am the rightful eldest son of the Chen family. My mother is Mrs. Chen. And what is your mother? She will never set foot in the Chen family until she dies." Jiu Si was startled. She didn't know who Chen Mu Yin was indirectly referring to with Meng Lai, which caused the elegant Chen Mu Bai to lose his composure instantly. Chen Jing Kang had returned at some unknown time, holding a new coat in his arms. He had long understood Chen Mu Bai's temperament and did not intervene in the quarrel, merely quietly draping the coat over Chen Mu Bai's shoulders. The outcome was just as they had anticipated. Chen Mu Yin was no match for Chen Mu Bai. Chen Mu Bai, furious to the point of laughter, thought that Mrs. Chen was probably left with only this title. Mrs. Chen might have frozen to death on that ice-cold bed. And even in death, the old man refused to look at her. You. Before Chen Mu Yin could say anything further, Chen Mu Bai had already turned away. Saw thee. I forgot. The young master is a useless person, someone you can't provoke. He shatters at a touch. Chen Mu Bai. Chen Mu Yin's roar pierced through the flurries of snow, stimulating everyone's eardrums, while Chen Mu Bai merely rubbed his ears and walked away as if he hadn't heard. Jiu Si and Chen Jing Kang followed behind Chen Mu Bai for a while before Chen Jing Kang tentatively asked, "Young master, are we going back tonight?" Chen Mu Bai, with his back to them, replied calmly, "We're not going back. You can go rest." Jiu Si stayed behind. "I have something to discuss with you." After giving Jiu Si a look of good luck, Chen Jing Kang left from a side path. The hostility in Chen Mu Bai was still present as he turned to look at Jiu Si, exuding a pressing aura. Yet a smile lingered at the corner of his mouth. "What? Are you looking down on me and Chen Mingma, planning to climb up to Chen Mu Yin instead?" Jiu Si frowned lightly, his words as unpleasant as ever. He wore a woolen coat with a fur collar, underneath which was only a thin, black V-neck cashmere sweater, making him look exceptionally elegant against the dampness of the snowy night. His deep, dark eyes reflected the swirling snowflakes. Enchanting, yet his words turned into icy blades flying towards you in an instant. Chen Mu Bai stared at her for a long time. "Jiu Si, why are you following Chen Mingma? For money? For power? Or something else?" Jiu Si looked up at the flying snow under the orange light and casually replied, "Why should I bother young Master Mu?" Jiu Si. He grabbed her arm, his dark, narrow eyes filled with frost, seemingly about to spill over from the slightly raised corners. The grip on her arm tightened, causing Jiu Si to involuntarily cry out in pain. "Chen Mu Bai." Chen Mu Bai glared at her fiercely. "Jiu Si, if you had made any progress over the years, you would understand what I'm trying to remind you of." Jiu Si was taken aback. Yes. Chen Mu Bai had been reminding her all these years, warning her that Chen Mingma was ruthless, and that being his pawn would lead to a tragic end. But what could she do? She could only obey, unable to find a second path. The grip on her arm grew tighter, and Jiu Si reluctantly reached out her right hand to push Chen Mu Bai, but she couldn't muster any strength. Suddenly, Chen Mu Bai loosened his grip, his gaze falling on her dangling right hand, his tone softening. "Why is your right hand so cold? Cold to the point you can't exert any strength?" Jiu Si quickly glanced at him, silently hiding her right hand in her sleeve. "It's a bit cold." In truth, she wasn't cold. Her right hand had always been like this. Even in the hottest weather, it was icy. Chen Mu Bai stared at her right hand, suddenly recalling something. But the doubt in his heart remained unspoken. The two were originally opposites, and having just been at odds, the sudden silence turned awkward. Jiu Si cleared her throat to break the silence, seemingly very respectfully initiating, "If young Master Mu has no other matters." Chen Mu Bai quickly interrupted her. "I do." "What is it?" "Accompany me to stroll around the garden." Jiu Si rolled her eyes internally. Chen Mu Bai led the way, and they walked along a small path, stopping occasionally to point out certain places and say a few words. Jiu Si mostly just responded with an acknowledgement. The two people who had been incompatible during the day now strolled through the garden like friends. The Wangfu garden on a snowy night was draped in silver, appearing even more magnificent. Jiu Si, who had grown up abroad, had always been interested in classical things, looking around and listening to Chen Mu Bai speak occasionally. Chen Mu Bai suddenly stopped, casually pointing to a plum tree in the corner. "This winter sweet was planted by me when I was little. It's called Sushin Winter Sweet." After saying that, he didn't explain further and continued walking. Jiu Si, however, stopped to look carefully for a while, then stared silently at the tall figure ahead. Chen Mu Bai thought she didn't know, but in fact she did. She knew that Chen Mu Bai's mother's maiden name was Sushin, Yin Sushin. The two fell into silence again, as it seemed they had no common topics when not at odds. Tonight, Chen Mu Bai seemed particularly kind, and later he actually took her into the backyard, digging out a few frozen pears from the snow and casually wiping one before handing it to Jiu Si. Jiu Si had never known about this way of eating. Biting into it, she found it crisp and delicious. A sudden chill surged from the tip of her teeth to the roots, and the sweet sensation spread from her mouth. Chen Mu Bai held one in his hand, but did not eat it, tossing it up and down casually. He spoke again. When I was little, Chen Ming Ma often wasn't home. I was often punished by Chan Mu Yun's mother to write here. If I didn't finish, I wasn't allowed to eat. Later, with experience, Uncle Fong would bury pears here in advance. When I was hungry, I would dig them out to eat, and at night, Chen Jing Kang would sneak in to bring me food. Jiu Si looked down at the translucent pear meat in her hand, not knowing how many snowy nights he had spent here. A child, hungry and cold, with the faint light in his heart probably covered by fear. All hope, along with the melting ice and snow, dissipated, leaving only cold bones and blood. Jiu Si understood that feeling because she had experienced it too, the slow disappearance of hope, the gradual rise of despair, drowning a person in bone-chilling cold. Jiu Si was lost in thought when Chen Mu Bai suddenly turned to her with a cheerful voice. "What are you thinking about?" Actually, everything I just said was fake. Before Jiu Si could react, she saw him shaking his head in confusion. "TSK, Jiu Si, don't you know that the Chun family loves to act? You can't see through such a simple trick. I really don't understand what the old man sees in you. You've been around me for so many years, yet you haven't made any progress." Jiu Si suddenly stood up, biting her lip and brushing off the snow on her body. It must have been the beauty of the snowy night that made her let her guard down around Chen Mu Bai. Chen Mu Bai glanced at her with a mischievous smile, slowly getting up and not continuing the previous topic. "Let us go check out the back. The lake is frozen now, and it's the most beautiful when it snows." Jiu Si seemed to suddenly remember something and froze. "Wait, when was the pear I just ate buried?" Chen Mu Bai appeared to think seriously, stroking his chin. "It's been too long. I don't remember well. It's been at least a month and a half." "You." Jiu Si felt as if she had been scalded, and the half pear left in her hand was immediately thrown to the ground, rolling far away. Chen Mu Bai seemed not to have expected her reaction to be so strong. He was stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter. "You really believed it, Jiu Si. How can you be so easy to fool?" Jiu Si covered her face in regret, walking forward without looking back. After stumbling twice, she thought, "Jiu Si, are you an idiot?" "No, even an idiot is smarter than you." After all the fuss, the two finally stood by the lake. Snow covered the branches of ancient trees on both sides of the lake, and the winding branches stretched over the hexagonal pavilion by the lake, graceful and beautiful. The surface of the lake had frozen, and the swirling snowflakes fell upon it, creating a serene and beautiful scene. Jiu Si realized she and quietly watched snow for a long time. Since entering the Chun family, she had been entangled in schemes and deceit every day. Losing this kind of mood. "When I was a mischievous child, I once fell into a lake while ice skating in winter and almost lost my life. It was my second brother who desperately saved me." Soon, Chen Mu Bai chuckled self-deprecatingly. "In reality, there aren't that many accidents. It's just another trap." Jiu Si maintained a blank expression, offering a dry response. "Young Master Mu, great acting skills. You can recite lines effortlessly, truly impressive how well you manipulate people's emotions." Actually, Jiu Si didn't entirely disbelieve Chen Mu Bai's words. He entered the Chen family as an outsider, growing up without support, unaware of how many traps awaited him. His current cunning and strategic mind were merely for self-preservation. A naive person wouldn't survive. A shadowy and difficult childhood. Just surviving could be considered a stroke of luck and a luxury. However, after being teased by Chen Mu Bai twice in a row, she felt uneasy. Chen Mu Bai showed no embarrassment, picking up a stone at his feet and throwing it onto the lake's surface, testing it. "Shall we walk on the ice?" Jiu Si was taken aback, looking at the ice and then at Chen Mu Bai, but remained still. Chen Mu Bai laughed. "You're not afraid, are you?" Generally, when someone is provoked like this, they would often retort with a flushed face. But to Chen Mu Bai's surprise, Jiu Si shrank her neck and seriously contemplated for a moment. "I really don't dare." "Ha ha ha." Chen Mu Bai's laughter echoed far away. "Right, I forgot. Jiu Si can't swim." Jiu Si shot him a strange glance, then laughed, wondering if it was his good mood today or if she was particularly amusing. She tightened her collar. In this weather, falling into water at this temperature, would it matter how well one could swim? Chen Mu Bai showed no signs of restraint. Continuing to mock Jiu Si, "It doesn't matter much, but if I can do something you can't, I can laugh at you." Jiu Si unreservedly gave a high evaluation. "You're simply insane." After saying this, she turned to leave, but Chen Mu Bai reached out to stop her, grabbing her wrist and striding forward. By the time Jiu Si struggled free, they were already far from the shore. To be honest, Jiu Si felt a bit scared and somewhat angry. She didn't care about falling out with Chen Mu Bai and quickly turned to head back to the shore. This time, Chen Mu Bai made no move to stop her, instead innocently reminding her, "Don't move around. Even if you go back the same way, I can't guarantee the ice won't crack." Jiu Si indeed froze, genuinely afraid. Compared to Jiu Si's tension, Chen Mu Bai was relaxed and casual. "Jiu Si, shall we play a game?" Jiu Si was in no mood for games now. Incredulously glancing at Chen Mu Bai, forgetting to pretend to show him respect, she harshly replied, "You're crazy." TSK. Chen Mu Bai seemed intrigued, no cursing. Jiu Si maintained a cold face. "I didn't curse. I cursed the pig." Chen Mu Bai bit his lip, holding back laughter as he glanced at her. "I remember one of us here is indeed a pig, right?" Jiu Si face-palmed, and then looked up at the sky for a moment, noticing the unusual brightness of the Z-Way star. Surely, someone had forgotten to bring their brains tonight. Chen Mu Bai stifled a laugh, cleared his throat, and continued. "The ice layer in the middle of the lake isn't thick. For every step I take forward, you answer me one question. Likewise, for every step you take forward, I will answer you one question. Either party can call it off at any time, but as long as the other dares to step forward, the other must answer the question. The person answering can choose not to answer, but if they do, they must tell the truth. How about it?" Knowing she was destined to lose tonight, Jiu Si stopped struggling, frowned in thought for a long time, then looked up at him. "What if I fall in?" Chen Mu Bai seriously considered for a moment, seeming quite conflicted. "Given our past, if you fall in, I definitely won't save you. Even though you're a woman, and I should be a hero saving the beauty. But the lake water is too dirty. You know I'm a clean freak. At most, I'll help you call for help." Seeing Jiu Si's mouth twitch, Chen Mu Bai added, "Don't be afraid. Our chances of falling into the ice hole are basically the same. If I fall in, I won't ask you to save me." Listening to Chen Mu Bai's serious analysis, Jiu Si's mouth twitched even more. "Young Master Mu, do you even know how to comfort people? Can we still roast each other together?" 12. The deal. Jiu Si didn't understand Chen Mu Bai's intentions behind this proposal. Over the years, they had exchanged many true and false words, joking and testing each other. Seemingly sincere, yet neither trusted the other. Today, he actually said they could choose not to answer, but must speak the truth. We trust her truth? And could she trust his? No matter how conflicted she felt inside, she didn't show any signs on her face, forcing a nonchalant laugh. "What? Is there anything young Master Mu doesn't know that needs to be pried from me?" Chen Mu Bai wasn't annoyed, lazily looking at her. "I'm saying, Jiu Si, can you at least show a bit of sincerity in this negotiation? If you're truly so indifferent, why do you keep trying to cheat Chen Jing Kang? What can he know? Why not just ask me?" Jiu Si put away her smile, staring at Chen Mu Bai with a complex expression for a while before nodding deal. She indeed had many things she wanted to know, although knowing more could lead to quicker death in the Chen family. Knowing nothing might mean not even knowing how one died. Chen Mu Bai merely wanted to know things related to Chan Ming Ma, and she could selectively answer some. This deal wasn't a loss for her. "Shall I go first?" After stepping forward, Chen Mu Bai turned and asked, "Is Jiu Si your real name?" Jiu Si was surprised that Chen Mu Bai was interested in her, paused for a moment, then nodded, "Yes." Chen Mu Bai raised his chin, signaling Jiu Si to take a step forward. Jiu Si hesitated for a moment. "Are you the mastermind behind Lishan?" After asking, she stared intently at Chen Mu Bai, who relaxed and answered yes. Jiu Si felt a chill rise from her feet. As a member of the Chen family, Chen Mu Bai had unique advantages in both politics and business, yet he chose neither path. During his studies in the U.S., he joined the current venture capital company, and upon returning, many tried to pull him in or encouraged him to start his own company, but he never took the bait. To outsiders, he appeared to be free of any entanglements, yet very few knew he was the behind-the-scenes operator of the leading Lishan group. While the person who often appeared in the spotlight, charming and eloquent, was just a puppet, Chen Mu Bai was the biggest winner. Fighting has always been the most costly endeavor. Recruiting soldiers, winning hearts, each requires money, and that money cannot come from the Chen family. If he touches their funds, someone will notice. Naturally, others would realize what he was trying to do, but Li Xing was different. No one knew it was his half-economic support. She had only begun to suspect this by chance. Was Chen Mu Bai so brazenly making moves right under Chen Mingma's nose? Indeed, the most dangerous place is often the safest. Chen Mu Bai offered no explanation, calmly accepting Jiu Si's shocked gaze, then took another step forward. Did you live in America before? Jiu Si vaguely sensed something. Chen Mingma had recently been active, and she thought Chen Mu Bai would ask her about it, but to her surprise, she smiled playfully, attempting to change the subject. Young Master Mu, are you really so interested in me? Chen Mu Bai didn't engage, looking in a certain direction, squinting as he asked. I've already answered questions about Li Xing Group. Don't you have even this bit of sincerity? Knowing this is like having an umbrella of protection. If life really gets tough in the future, telling that person this news will make things much easier. In fact, Jiu Si's aversion to the name Jiu is no less than Chen Mu Bai's aversion to the title Mu Shao. When Chen Mu Bai calls her Mu Shao, she can hear the provocation, but when he calls her Jiu, she can sense the mockery. However, Jiu Si has to admit that just now, Chen Mu Bai indeed did her a favor. The direction of Chen Mingmo's study, she had just come out from there not long ago, and she was well aware of who the person Chen Mu Bai mentioned was, as well as the value of this information to her. The purpose of her confirming the answer with Chen Mu Bai was indeed to leave herself a way out. She sighed, doing business requires costs, especially when the other party is Chen Mu Bai. Yes, I have stayed in the U.S. for many years. In the quiet night, just as Jiu Si took a step outside, she seemed to hear the sound of ice cracking, a very faint sound, but she heard it clearly. Jiu Si stopped. This might be her last question. A mysterious middle-aged man always appears beside old Chen. Who is he? Back then, it was Chen Mingmo who authorized this man to handle matters regarding her and her father. If she truly intends to break away from Chen Mingmo, this man might be a breakthrough. Chen Mu Bai was taken aback. You don't know? Meng Yinyan is Chen Mingmo's brother-in-law. Jiu Si sneered, her tone already starting to carry thorns. Isn't Mu Shao trying to trick me? Shouldn't Chen Mingmo's brother-in-law have the surname Dong? But his surname is Meng. Chen Mu Bai shot her a disdainful glance. Who told you that the Dong family's big girl is Chen Mingmo's original partner? Chen Mingmo was married before, to Meng Yinyan's sister. Meng Yinyan's sister can be said to have died for Chen Mingmo. Chen Mingmo always feels guilty toward her, so he treats Meng Yinyan well and keeps him close. After speaking, Chen Mingmo habitually looked at her with disdain. You don't even know this. So it seems the old man doesn't trust you that much. Jiu Si bit her lip. She didn't need him to remind her of this. Suddenly, a smile broke out on Chen Mu Bai's lips, still in a nonchalant manner. Hey, Jiu Si, why do I feel like the ice surface is about to break? That tone was quite similar to hey, Jiu Si, the weather is nice today. Jiu Si vaguely felt the sound of flowing water beneath her feet. She lost her composure and hurriedly replied, let us go back. Falling into the water in this weather is no joke. However, Chen Mu Bai turned around, facing away from her, his voice low and serious. But I still have a question I haven't asked. Jiu Si's heart tightened. His playful demeanor all night suddenly turned serious, and she feared he was about to unleash a big move. Without waiting for her reaction, Chen Mu Bai began to walk forward. The ice beneath Chen Mu Bai's feet had already cracked. Jiu Si closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and suddenly spoke, don't walk forward. Chen Mu Bai turned back to look at her, a heavy smile on his face. What are you afraid of? We're so far apart, not even in the same direction. Even if I fall, it won't involve you. Jiu Si, what are you really afraid of? She struggled in her heart for a long time, held her breath, and looked at Chen Mu Bai, determined to speak. You don't need to walk forward. Just ask what you want to ask, and I will answer you. Jiu Si quickly added, I will tell the truth. The smile on Chen Mu Bai's face instantly changed in meaning. He stared at Jiu Si for a long time before slowly turning back. With his back to Jiu Si, he spoke slowly, and she could not see his expression, only the white mist he exhaled. His voice sounded particularly desolate in the quiet, empty snowy night, piercing the heart. Jiu Si, your heart is ultimately not ruthless enough. If you're not ruthless enough, How can you walk on from here? As Chen Mu Bai spoke, he raised his foot and walked forward. Jiu Si seemed to no longer hear what he was saying. Her teeth clenched, her hands numb, and she could only hear the sound of shoes crushing the ice beneath, her heart racing as she wanted to pull him back but dared not move. Only able to call out, "Chen Mu Bai." Chen Mu Bai's voice remained casual as he chatted with her. Look at Chen Mu Zhao. Actually, his health was pretty good in the past, but he had to pretend to be sick to show weakness to the old man in order to survive. The old man isn't so easy to fool, and he ruined his own health. You see how ruthless he was to himself. Chen Mu Bai took step after step forward, and Jiu Si's heart grew increasingly anxious, throwing her off balance. Why are you telling me this? Chen Mu Bai seemed to be oblivious. Jiu Si, don't you understand? Every person who survives here, Chen Ming Mo, Chen Mu Zhao. I won't mention them much. The most useless one is Chen Mu Yun. But although he is a waste, he has a ruthless uncle. He isn't ruthless enough. But his uncle will take action for him. I remember one year, Chen Mu Bai pretended to break his leg to frame me, claiming I did it. Lies will always reveal flaws. The best way is to make them real. But that fool couldn't bring himself to do it. And Dongming Hui took action himself and broke his leg. You see, everyone is ruthless enough to themselves, let alone to others. Your heart cannot be soft. If it is, you'll have no place to die. Jiu Si remained silent. Chen Mu Bai turned to look at her, his narrow, deep-set eyes showing no emotion. I've told you so much. Why don't you still understand? Whether I will fall or die has nothing to do with you. Have you ever thought that it's precisely because you're not ruthless enough that you've ended up in this difficult position today? At this point, Chen Mu Bai suddenly laughed, but I can point you in the right direction. If your partner is Chen Mu Zhao, he can easily deal with Chen Mu Yun, and if I suddenly die in an accident, you two can join forces and catch the old man off guard. From then on, Chen Mu Zhao will be the legitimate eldest son and grandson of the Chen family, and the things you want, Chen Mu Zhao can probably give you. Jiu Si had already regained her composure, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth as she asked, "Good plan. But what do I have to cooperate with Chen Mu Zhao? Am I going to empty-handedly catch a wolf?" Chen Mu Bai turned his back again, making it even harder for Jiu Si to decipher him. Do you really think I'm going to die in an accident? Of course. It's for you to handle me. Jiu Si had probably long gotten used to Chen Mu Bai's nonsense. Her expression cold. Mu Shao, you're joking. Chen Mu Bai, with his back to Jiu Si, seemed to really chuckle softly, muttering a few words in resignation. Jiu Si, you really aren't ruthless enough. When Chen Mu Bai finished his last word, he finally left the surface of the lake and stepped onto the hexagonal pavilion at the center of the lake. He looked at Jiu Si, just a few steps away, signaling her to look down. Unbeknownst to her, the ice beneath her feet had already cracked, and the cracks were expanding. Jiu Si suddenly realized that Chen Mu Bai was the real master here. He seemed to place himself in danger while diverting attention. But in the blink of an eye, he had turned the tables. He also understood that the thickness of the ice could only support one person walking into the pavilion. So he took the initiative. Now she should be worried about herself. He was the real winner. Indeed, it was true what they say. Fortune favors the bold. Chills and fear surged from the depths of Jiu Si's heart. And at this moment, she had to admit that she was no match for Chen Mu Bai. She shouldn't have made a deal with Chen Mu Bai from the start. Let alone make a profit, she was likely to lose everything. His scheming was so deep, so unhurriedly laid out for so long, waiting for this moment to close the net. She was trapped beyond escape. She had long understood that Chen Mu Bai would not allow someone like her to exist by his side. She was like a ticking time bomb, and someone as fastidious as Chen Mu Bai could not tolerate her presence. Everything today was just a matter of time. She always thought she would disappear quietly and without a trace, but unexpectedly, Chen Mu Bai would let her watch how he made her disappear, so openly and honorably. He could be considered a gentleman. For a moment, Jiu Si calmed down. Many thoughts flashed through her mind. How would Chen Mu Bai explain her disappearance to Chen Mingma? Would Chen Mingma curse her stupidity when he found out? And what would her father do? Chen Mu Bai said nothing, just watched Jiu Si. She stood there motionless, a thin layer of snowflakes falling on her, just like the night he first saw her, draped in the cold night air, quiet, indifferent, and with a hint of defiance. showing no panic or fear. It is said that Chen Mu Bai is ruthless. If it were someone else in this situation, they would not be as calm as she was. Chen Mu Bai stood there with his arms crossed, casually making remarks, saying, "You don't seem scared at all." Jiu Si glanced at the cracks under her feet, feeling afraid. Afraid of what? Afraid that the lake water would be too cold. Hearing this, Chen Mu Bai curled the corners of his lips and suddenly reached out his hand to Jiu Si, quietly waiting for her response. Jiu Si abruptly looked up, meeting Chen Mu Bai's gaze through the swirling snowflakes. His calm brows and the beauty mark at the corner of his eye were exceptionally striking, truly a mesmerizing figure. But why would this mesmerizing figure want to save her? To make her understand that although she belonged to Chen Mingma, her life and death were determined by Chen Mu Bai? Both of them knew well that she couldn't swim. In this weather and at this temperature, falling into the lake meant there was no hope of survival. They both understood that once she reached out her hand, that action would signify something. After a long silence, Chen Mu Bai broke the stillness, looking seriously into Jiu Si's eyes. Jiu Si, I don't want to rush you, but the ice beneath your feet won't support you for long. If you move quickly, I can still pull you up. If you choose to stay where you are, I won't save you again. Jiu Si finally understood that her current situation was the same as it was now. Chen Mingma would likely soon abandon her as a pawn, and when that time came, she would be 100 times worse off than falling into an ice pit. She had not reacted to Chen Mu Bai's hint, so he made her understand in this way. His so-called staying in place was not just referring to the ice surface. In her dilemma, she hesitantly glanced at Chen Mu Bai and said, Chen Mu Bai raised an eyebrow, indicating for her to continue. Jiu Si paused and asked, "Can we switch hands?" Chen Mu Bai's gaze fell on her right hand, then obediently switched hands. Jiu Si moved lightly forward, and the moment she touched Chen Mu Bai's hand, he pulled her up with force. As she steadied herself in the pavilion, the ice surface behind her completely shattered, and the lake water surged up. Jiu Si did not understand why Chen Mu Bai saved her. In fact, Chen Mu Bai himself did not understand why either. Every time he saw Jiu Si, it was like seeing his younger self, caught in a dilemma, unable to advance or retreat. Yet even when his heart was troubled, he had to maintain a composed demeanor, laughing and chatting without revealing any traces. At these times, he wanted to help her, but his rationality would not allow him to do so. Chen Mu Bai had a trait. When he couldn't understand something, he never made things difficult for himself or got stuck in a dilemma. He would find various excuses to comfort himself. For instance, this time he reassured himself that it was an instinctive reaction. It is human instinct, something that cannot be controlled by rationality. Since that was the case, there was nothing to be entangled with, and so he allowed himself to indulge time and time again. His die-hard fan Chen Jing Kang regarded this philosophy of life as calm and magnanimous, while Jiu Si silently despised his principle-less principles. Jiu Si breathed a sigh of relief, slumping onto the stone bench in the pavilion. She felt she had embarrassed herself tremendously today. Compared to her awkwardness, Chen Mu Bai stood in the center of the pavilion, calm and relaxed, enjoying the snowy scenery, and continued to make sarcastic remarks. "Are you really that scared?" A surge of suppressed anger erupted from the depths of Jiu Si's heart. Just as she was about to retort, she saw Chen Mu Bai extend his index finger to his lips, shushing her. "You must hold it in. You still expect me to take you away from here, right? You don't want to swim back to the shore, do you? Or sit here for a night?" After saying that, he reached out to catch the snowflakes, speaking lightly and cheerfully. "Oh, it seems like the snow is getting heavier. Sitting here for a night would freeze to death, wouldn't it?" Jiu Si, with an air of arrogance, reached for her phone, but after fumbling for a long time, the disdain on her face instantly faded away as she stupidly asked, "Where's my phone?" Chen Mu Bai shook his phone, which he had taken from her, probably in the snow. "When did you take it?" Chen Mu Bai paused. "When you were eating the pear just now." Chen Mu Bai. Jiu Si gritted her teeth to calm herself down. "Young Master Mu, don't you fear ruining the reputation of the Chen family's third young master with such petty theft?" Chen Mu Bai recalled with an indifferent expression. "I heard from Chen Jing Kang that someone once praised me, saying I lacked virtue, was born to be cheap, a rare vintage, a collectible level of scoundrel. For such a candid evaluation, I decided to take it as my motto and carry it out to the end." As long as there's life, there will be struggle. Jiu Si was instantly silenced, falling into silence, continuing to remain silent. This statement was exactly what she had said, not one word off. From this incident, not only could one see Chen Mu Bai's excellent memory, but it also showed that he was a person who held grudges. Chen Mu Bai was known for his strong psychological resilience, making a name for himself in the world. If someone foolishly gave him derogatory remarks, he would most likely take it as a compliment. In his eyes, it turned into the notion that he was the most shameless and despicable among all the scoundrels. And anything that had the word most in it made him the best among men, far beyond others' reach. For this reason, when Jiu Si was annoyed, she often praised him in this way, speaking without restraint and sparing no words. She just didn't expect Chen Jing Kang would relay it intact to Chen Mu Bai. Although every time she praised him, Chen Jing Kang would carefully tug at her sleeve, urging her to lower her voice. She was still young and couldn't always suppress herself. Whenever that happened, she would roll up her sleeves and shout back louder. "What do I have to fear? Go tell him. I meant it for him to hear." At this moment, Jiu Si felt a mix of embarrassment, a touch of melancholy, and anger. Anyone could tell she was just speaking out of anger, something that shouldn't be taken seriously. But she never expected Chen Jing Kang to be so obedient, never expected it at all. She never thought Chen Jing Kang wasn't human. For a moment, Jiu Si felt a bit awkward, as the words she had arranged behind someone's back were now openly laid out on the table, making her look small-minded. Jiu Si had a flash of inspiration and calmly changed the subject. "You just said there was another question you hadn't asked. What do you want to know?" Chen Mu Bai looked at her quietly for a while, then spoke with an expressionless face. "Nothing. I suddenly don't want to know anymore." Jiu Si, feeling guilty, hesitated for a long time and sincerely advised Chen Mu Bai, "Young Master Mu, don't be angry. Although our diplomatic history over the years hasn't been very harmonious, I'm still someone who keeps my word. If you want to know, just ask." Chen Mu Bai glanced at her. "Don't you think it's a bit late to be trying to save yourself now?" Jiu Si continued to calmly salvage the situation. "It's never too late to mend a sheepfold after the sheep are lost." Chen Mu Bai shot her a glance. "Jiu Si, actually, without your phone, you can shout. With your talent, your high notes should be pretty good, right? But be careful. It's late. Don't attract any dirty things. You know, there are many vengeful spirits in the feudal society's royal mansions, little maids, concubines, and so on, committing suicide by throwing themselves into the lake for no reason." Jiu Si looked straight ahead and answered with righteous indignation. "The people do not fear death, so why should we fear it with death?" "Oh, you've learned some skills." Chen Mu Bai looked at her with a half-smile. "Why didn't you say that when you were standing on the ice just now?" Jiu Si remained unfazed and replied, "I wasn't afraid of death. I was afraid of the cold." Chen Mu Bai was left speechless. Truly, only women and petty people are hard to deal with. Jiu Si silently praised herself in her heart. After a whole night, she finally managed to turn the tables in the last round. Although she lost overall, there were still notable points like now. Chen Mu Bai, angry, took out his phone and called Shao Kongzi, "Hurry and come to the rescue." Chen Jing Kang, who hurriedly climbed out of bed to come to the rescue, was very curious about how the two ended up at the lakeside pavilion. However, one of them looked cold and noble, refusing to answer, while the other looked around perfunctorily. We were just taking a walk and accidentally got lost." Chen Jing Kang looked at the messy lake's surface and silently wondered, "Does your walking project include breaking ice on the lake?" The three of them remained silent all the way. Chen Jing Kang was sleepy, Chen Mu Bai was angry, and Jiu Si was thinking about how to take revenge on Chen Jing Kang. Just as they were about to leave the park, Chen Mu Bai finally spoke. "Tomorrow, you will meet Chen Mu Zhao. Anyone would be tempted by such a fat piece of meat. Tell him that Li Shang will soon be reshuffled and hint that the Dong family is already planning to intervene. You know how to say it, right?" This was directed at Jiu Si. Today he stood outside the study and overheard a few sentences. From the looks of it, the old man had already sensed something. He had been too aggressive recently. Chen Mingmo would have to do something to balance things out. Chen Mu Yun had the Dong family behind him, and Chen Mu Zhao had other vassals. Chen Mingmo was under pressure. From the current situation, Li Shang would soon be exposed, but it didn't matter. He had long wanted to withdraw from Li Shang, and since the old man intended to take action, it only advanced his plans. After hearing this, Jiu Si finally felt relieved after a night of anxiety. This was the way they should interact. He instructed, she executed, he trusted her, and she would never do anything to harm him. After Chen Mu Bai left, Jiu Si went to look for her phone in the snow in the dark. Unfortunately, Chen Jing Kang, holding a flashlight, kept muttering, "Sister Gu, you are too careless. How could you lose your phone in the snow? It has been all alone and frozen for so long. How pitiful." After digging her phone out of the snow, Jiu Si stood up with narrowed eyes, looking ominously at Chen Jing Kang. Suddenly, she threw a snowball at him from who knows where. Chen Jing Kang was caught off guard, and the snowball hit him squarely on the forehead. The remaining snow on his forehead, combined with his wide eyes from shock, looked particularly funny. A few seconds later, he pouted in grievance and accused Jiu Si with a cry, "You're bullying people." Jiu Si didn't take care and simply sat down on the ground, scooping up snow to make snowballs one by one, tossing one up and down while tilting her head to look at Chen Jing Kang. Before he could say anything, she suddenly threw one at him. Chen Jing Kang dodged, and the snowball grazed his ear as it flew by. Jiu Si, with a serious face, said, "You dare to dodge? Let me see you dodge again." After saying this, she threw two more at him. This time, Chen Jing Kang didn't dare to dodge and stood still, becoming a target. When Jiu Si had turned him into half a snowman and her mood seemed to improve a bit, Chen Jing Kang finally dared to speak pitifully. "Sister Gu, I was wrong." You have some awareness," Jiu Si said as she brushed the snow off herself and stood up. "Now tell me, what did you go wrong?" Chen Jing Kang swallowed hard, trying to recall. "Yesterday, young Master Tang sent over some snacks and said to share them with you. But I didn't tell you and secretly ate them all myself." Jiu Si almost fell into the snow upon hearing this, squinting at him. "Did snow get into your brain? Is there nothing else in your eyes besides food?" Chen Jing Kang thought hard for a moment. "Ah, there is. Yesterday, I broke a vase, the one that young Master just bought. I was afraid of getting scolded, so I told young Master it was you who broke it." Jiu Si's mood was beyond words at this point, feeling that it wasn't enough force. She considered whether to make a few more snowballs to practice. Jiu Si usually wasn't one to smile much, and when she wore a cold expression, it was particularly intimidating. Chen Jing Kang felt a shiver down his spine, seeing her expressionless face, scratching his head and tremblingly explaining, "I had no choice. It was just the four of us there. I couldn't say it was my dad who broke it, right?" Jiu Si really went to make snowballs again. "Thanks for thinking so highly of me." After Chen Jing Kang was bombarded with another round of snowballs, turning into a complete snowman, Jiu Si was tired and began to seriously interrogate him. "Did you tell young Master everything I said?" Chen Jing Kang didn't hold a grudge. Wiped the snow off his face, revealing a pair of bright, sparkling eyes. "What did you say?" Jiu Si paused, seemingly contemplating whether she should repeat it. I said he was a scumbag and all those things." Chen Jing Kang innocently nodded. "I told him." Jiu Si's anger surged again. After fumbling around for a snowball and finding nothing, she resorted to shouting at him. "Are you out of your mind? Why did you tell him?" Chen Jing Kang was confused, a bit aggrieved as he murmured, "Didn't you ask me to tell young Master?" Jiu Si was left speechless, unable to explain. She felt like she was digging her own grave. When she was battling wits with Chen Mu Bai, there were indeed times when she intentionally leaked some information to Chen Jing Kang, hoping that Chen Mu Bai would know through him. But that didn't include her sarcastic remarks about him. Seeing Jiu Si's pained expression and her silence, Chen Jing Kang became even more confused. Then, "Should I tell young Master what you say in the future?" After waiting for a long time without a response, he tentatively called out, "Sister Gu?" Jiu Si expressionlessly closed her eyes, unable to vent her grievances. "I don't want to talk to you anymore." Seeing that her hostility had lessened, Chen Jing Kang took a few steps closer and spoke earnestly. "Sister Gu, after all, I'm young Master as person, and you're the old man as person. We each serve our own masters, so you can't let my favoritism towards young Master affect our relationship. Setting that aside, even though you're a few years older than me, I think we get along quite well." Chen Jing Kang's words were reasonable, and if it were someone else, they could never say such a thing, but he forgot that the person listening to this right now was Jiu Si. Jiu Si nodded and replied with a light tone. I know, so I'm not angry that you reported me to your young master. Chen Jing Kang was taken aback. Then you. Jiu Si turned her head to look at him and slowly uttered a few words. I just simply find you unpleasant to the eye. Before leaving, Jiu Si threw a massive snowball at Chen Jing Kang, causing snow to fall in his collar. He shivered violently and grumbled as he shivered. Why are you becoming more and more unpredictable, just like someone? When Chen Jing Kang returned, Chen Mu Bai was sitting at the stone table in the courtyard making a snowman. The stone table, which had originally been covered with a thick layer of snow, was now completely transformed into two almost finished small snowmen in Chen Mu Bai's hands. The snowmen were only the size of a palm, but were exquisitely cute. Chen Mu Bai in front of him seemed to be acting a bit strangely and like a startled bird. Chen Jing Kang remembered Jiu Si from earlier and shivered again. Chen Mu Bai looked up at him when he heard footsteps and then lowered his head again. Go. Bring me 2 short branches. Chen Jing Kang was honestly collecting branches under a head of residual snow. After inserting 2 branches, the snowman was finally completed, and Chen Mu Bai finally spoke. What's wrong? Did someone bully you? Chen Jing Kang fidgeted with the corner of his clothes and replied, No. I know that Sister Gu's scolding is for my own good. Chen Mu Bai looked at him with a mischievous expression. Oh, Zai Kangzi, I really can't tell. You have quite the masochistic nature. Your tastes are very heavy. Chen Jing Kang, drenched, said, Didn't you tell me that those who are willing to scold you to your face are the ones who care about you? They won't really hate you. If they truly held a grudge, they would just smile on the surface and stab you in the back. I understand Sister Gu's methods. If she were really angry with me, I would probably be in trouble in a few days, and it wouldn't just end with being a target. Can't tell. You seem silly on the outside, but your heart is as clear as a mirror. Chen Mu Bai stood up, patted Chen Jing Kang's shoulder with grandiosity. Young man, you have a bright future. Chen Jing Kang smiled foolishly. Chen Mu Bai seemed to remember something, looked up at the pitch-black sky, and felt the snowflakes falling on his face. Cool and refreshing. Sister Gu is probably the last good person in this royal garden. His voice was too low for Chen Jing Kang to hear. What did you say? Chen Mu Bai regained his focus. Go, take these 2 snowmen to the ice cellar. Don't let them melt. Chen Jing Kang happily picked up the snowman and was about to leave when he heard Chen Mu Bai's voice again. He turned around with a mournful face. Chen Mu Bai said, Considering how sensible you are, the vase you broke last time will just be deducted at a 10 discount from your salary. Chen Jing Kang hurriedly defended, It wasn't me. It was. Chen Mu Bai raised his hand and touched the snowman's bald head in Chen Jing Kang's arms. When it comes to framing and slandering, usually, the one who reacts the most is the one who did it. Take the vase incident, for example. I hadn't even asked you, and you jumped out saying it was someone else's doing. Don't you think your reaction is too big? Chen Jing Kang was dumbfounded, filled with regret over his miscalculation. Chen Mu Bai continued, with a face of tolerance. Moreover, there are so many things at home. If you break something, just quietly throw it away. If you don't mention it, I won't know for a while. Chen Jing Kang seemed to understand what Chen Mu Bai was saying, hurriedly responding, I won't mention it. I won't mention it. If I break something again, I won't bring it up. But Chen Mu Bai's next sentence confused Chen Jing Kang again. However, my memory is too good. I might not realize it for a while, but if I remember and find out it was you who broke it, the nature of the matter becomes much more serious, and it won't just be a 10 deduction that can settle it. After saying this, Chen Mu Bai leisurely walked away, leaving Chen Jing Kang with his head down, unsure of what to do. He finally remembered who Jiu Si resembled. She looked just like Chen Mu Bai, as if they were cut from the same mold, specifically here to torment him. The next day, Jiu Si got up early, took a shower, changed clothes, and began to use playing cards for divination. Jiu Si had grown up among the card decks and was somewhat superstitious at heart. Although she didn't reach the point of needing to consult divination for everything, she would still believe in it when she truly didn't know what to do. And practice had proven that in her few instances of belief, the results of the divination were accurate. Chen Mu Bai trusted her only because her going to find Chen Mu Zhao had touched Chen Mingma as reverse scale. Even if she were foolish, she wouldn't voluntarily tell Chen Mingma, making it even more unnoticed. She had been trying her best to find a balance between Chen Mingma and Chen Mu Bai, but this balance seemed increasingly elusive. It seemed Chen Mu Bai had pushed her a bit, straying further from the trajectory she had originally envisioned. In fact, everything had already changed since she grasped Chen Mu Bai's outstretched hand last night, but if she really wanted to backtrack, there was still room to maneuver. However, if she really met Chen Mu Zhao today, as Chen Mu Bai suggested, she would truly have no way back. An hour later, Jiu Si put away the cards and walked out of the room. After a night of heavy snow, the entire world was blanketed in white. It was most taboo in divination to consult the same matter multiple times. She wasn't a greedy person, nor was she someone who sought quick results, but oddly enough, she had consulted several times, and the results were all astonishingly good. This bizarre outcome made her increasingly uncertain whether stepping out was a path to bright prospects or a bottomless pit. Over the years, she had been surviving in the cracks. Seeking stability, perhaps she had been too rigid, which had led to stagnation. Perhaps the step Chen Mu Bai pushed her to take was not necessarily a bad start. But why should she trust Chen Mu Bai? Chen Mu Zhao did not live in the old residence, but in a private courtyard on another street behind the old house. When Jiu Si arrived, a little maid who had been taking care of Chen Mu Zhao was in front of the building, writing something in the snow with a branch. In such cold weather, she didn't seem to know how to keep warm, and her hands and face were reddened from the cold. Jiu Si walked over and gently placed her hand on the girl's shoulder. The girl was startled, widened her eyes to look at her as if asking what she needed. "Qianchong, has young Master Zhao gotten up?" Jiu Si spoke slowly, sounding somewhat strange. The girl nodded and made a gesture. Jiu Si pointed to the words on the ground. "This is a stroke, not a horizontal line. This girl couldn't hear or speak, but had a lovely name, Qianchong." What she had written in the snow was indeed her name, as if she were just learning, the two characters written crookedly. It was said that this name was given by Chen Mu Zhao. Qianchong, truly a shallow name. It was also said that Qianchong could originally hear and speak, but was rendered mute and deaf due to Chen Mu Zhao's inherent suspicion. Jiu Si did not verify this. It was meaningless whether it was true or not. Chen Mu Zhao was clever. Keeping someone who couldn't hear, speak, or write close by was the safest option. Qianchong kept staring at Jiu Si's lips, and after a while, she nodded, then looked down to write again, raising her head to look at Jiu Si, seemingly asking if it was correct. Only when Jiu Si nodded did she stand up and walk into the courtyard. Jiu Si stopped her, smudging the writing on the ground. "Don't let Chen Mu Zhao know you're learning to write. No one else can either. Don't write anymore in the future." Qianchong was stunned for a moment before nodding foolishly and quickly turning to go inside. After a while, she came out and waved, and Jiu Si collected her expression and walked in. Chen Mu Zhao's room was always filled with the smell of medicine, both traditional and Western, as if he could never escape this fate. He was reclining on a daybed in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, covered with a blanket, holding a book in his hand. He looked up with a half-smile when he heard Jiu Si enter. "Today, Jiu Si, I wonder who you represent, the old man or the third young master." Chen Mu Zhao was naturally delicate-looking, and with his long-term illness, he exuded a sickly weakness, truly deserving the title of sickly beauty. Jiu Si had dealt with Chen Mu Zhao several times and was well aware of his ruthless methods, so she had to be alert and replied lightly. "Whether it's old Chen or young Master Mu, isn't it all the same for young Master Zhao?" Chen Mu Zhao no longer looked at her, stroking the book in his hands, smiling as he slowly spoke, his voice carrying a chill. "Jiu Si is a smart person. I like smart people. But dealing with smart people always makes me feel uneasy." Jiu Si calmly accepted the tea that Qianchong handed over. "Young Master Zhao truly thinks highly of me." Chen Mu Zhao actually laughed at this, his delicate features softening, seemingly without a word, yet full of charm. "A few years ago, my cousin fell to Jiu Si's hands. He was my confidant with me for many years. How could I dare to neglect you?" Jiu Si lowered her head, tracing the patterns on the cup. "Young Master Zhao's ambitions are grand. How could you see me?" Chen Mu Zhao lazily closed his eyes, thinking about lofty ambitions. With his current physical condition, he was merely waiting to eat and die. If he were really just waiting to die, why bother reading Jiu Si? Jiu Si turned to look at the books on a nearby shelf, his tone subtly provocative to anger Chen Mu Zhao. "The sun and moon shine brightly, Master Zhao. Your father gave you this name, probably with great hopes for you." After saying that, he smiled slightly at Chen Mu Zhao. Sure enough, Chen Mu Bai.Although expression changed, and he suddenly raised his head to stare at Jiu Si, his eyes deep and dark, no longer playful. Jiu Si, we are both people living under others' roofs. No one else can understand the taste of this. You know it best, so why do you have to bully me time and again? Jiu Si's eyes were clear. It's true that we both live under others' roofs, but my surname is Gu, while Master Zhao's surname is Chen. Since you are a Chen, why should you suffer the pain of being under someone else's roof? Chen Mu Bai.Although frowned slightly. What do you mean by that? Jiu Si didn't mind making it clearer. Master Zhao has been lukewarm all these years. I'm quite anxious watching. Chen Mu Bai.Althoug's expression turned colder. I don't understand what you're saying. Jiu Si sat down on the sofa opposite Chen Mu Bai.Although, smiling. It's okay if you don't understand. I have a piece of valuable information here. I wonder if Master Zhao can afford the price. Are you in it for money? Chen Mu Bai.Although found it hard to believe. Jiu Si's purpose in coming to the Chen family had always been a curiosity for Chen Mu Bai.Although. He had thought of countless possibilities, but he didn't expect Jiu Si's purpose to be so simple. Just for money? Otherwise, if not for money, would it be to change the Chen family name to Gu? I don't have such grand ambitions, Jiu Si replied ambiguously. If Master Zhao isn't interested, I'll take my leave. Chen Mu Bai.Although hesitated for a moment, then looked at Jiu Si. You speak. Since we're putting on a show, let's do it thoroughly. Jiu Si smiled, teasing Chen Mu Bai.Although. So what's the price? Chen Mu Bai.Although seemed to have believed him. You go first. If it's truly valuable, name your price. Jiu Si nodded. Lixing is about to be reshuffled. You don't need me to explain what Lixing represents, right? I heard many people want to take a share. I wonder if Master Zhao is interested. Chen Mu Bai.Although slowly opened his mouth. If the clam and the snipe contend, the fisherman will benefit. Who is the fisherman? Chen Lao or Chen Mu Bai? I don't know who the fisherman is, but such a big piece of fat meat is tempting for anyone, right? There must be hooks on this meat, right? There's no such thing as risk-free profit. Whether this piece of meat ends up in Chen Muyun's hands or Chen Mu Bai's, your position will likely be even more difficult than now. We have to give it a try. What if it doesn't happen? Chen Mu Bai.Although suddenly changed the subject. So, was it Chen Lao who sent you? Jiu Si paused, giving a vague smile. She had casually mentioned this as an example, but unexpectedly, Chen Mu Bai.Although thought she was encouraging him to compete with Chen Muyun and Chen Mu Bai, who would be happy to see it succeed other than Chen Mingma. The situation seemed to be developing much easier than she had anticipated. Recently, Chen Muyun and Chen Mu Bai had been at odds, with Chen Muyun suffering a disastrous defeat. Chen Mingma naturally wouldn't want to see the situation tilt so heavily against one side. Chen Mu Bai.Although had already been considering that Chen Mingma would take action to reverse the current situation, and Jiu Si's arrival was just timely. It made him think this was Chen Mingma's move. At that time, Chen Mingma would definitely want to ensure that Lixing ended up in his hands, giving him the capital to suppress Chen Mu Bai and change the situation. The two of them fell into a silence, each with their own thoughts, until Chen Mu Bai.Although finally broke the silence. You go back and tell my uncle that I understand his intentions. When Jiu Si left Chen Mu Bai.Although, she still held a check in her hand. After walking a few steps, her expression became increasingly grim, and she seemed a bit distracted along the way. This directly led to her encountering Chen Jing Kang. When Chen Jing Kang cheerfully asked her which of the two plum branches in her hand looked better, she simply replied that both were good, leaving Chen Jing Kang stunned in place. It wasn't until noon that Chen Mu Bai finally got up, standing in the courtyard while talking on the phone and trimming the winter jasmine branches that Chen Jing Kang had brought back. Halfway through, he glanced at Chen Jing Kang, who immediately went to the small courtyard entrance. When Chen Mu Bai finished his call, Chen Jing Kang returned, nodded at Chen Mu Bai, and then burst into tears. The once delicate and lovely winter jasmine branches were now left with only bare brown stems, which he had gotten up early to pick. Master, you truly are ruthless. After leaving the Chen family's old house, Chen Mu Bai went directly to the headquarters of Lixing Group. President Tan Sun was already waiting respectfully at the entrance. After Chen Mu Bai got out of the car, he and Tan Sun didn't go inside but stood by the car, chatting casually. Previously, Chen Mu Bai always avoided others when meeting him, but now it seemed as if he was deliberately making their relationship public. Tan Sun found it strange but didn't dare to ask. Chen Mu Bai was absent-mindedly discussing trivial topics with Tan's son until he caught sight of a car that had been parked, quietly, slowly leaving. At which point he stopped smiling and spoke seriously. Presidente. Tan's son was startled, unsure of which of his words had gone wrong. What is wrong? Chen Mu Bai patted his shoulder reassuringly. President Tan, you've worked hard for several years. Have you ever thought about taking a break? Tan Sen's face turned pale. Young Master Mu, you said back then. Chen Mu Bai smiled. Of course, I remember what I said back then. As long as I'm here. The president of Lixing who appears to be flourishing on the surface is you. We both benefit. But you seem to have forgotten that there is a second half to that sentence. If I withdraw, Lixing will have nothing to do with you. We've cooperated for many years, and now that I'm withdrawing, I'm here to let you know. The road ahead is for you to walk on your own. Now that Lixing was thriving, anyone in Tan Sen's position wouldn't want to step back. He still wanted to strive for more. Young Master Mu, Lixing was built by you. If I've done anything to make you unhappy. Chen Mu Bai's gloomy eyes did not fade, but his tone became increasingly gentle as he interrupted him. What is President Tan talking about? Why can't I understand? Tan's son was startled, realizing his rashness, and wiped the cold sweat from his brow. I was confused. How could young Master Mu have anything to do with Lixing? No relationship, no relationship. Young Master Mu probably hasn't even heard of Lixing's name. Chen Mu Bai, with a cold expression, got into the car. After Chen Jing Kang closed the car door for him, he turned to Tan's son and said, Young Master Mu, considering that you've been with him all these years without any merit, but with some hardships, let me pass on a message. Money is a good thing. No one thinks there is too much of it, but one must also weigh whether they have the fate to take it. After getting into the car, Chen Mu Bai asked him, Did you see clearly? Chen Jing Kang turned to answer Chen Mu Bai. I saw clearly. The person in that car is the eldest young master. Chen Mu Bai closed his eyes and let out a sigh of relief. Ever since he was young, Chen Miyun had always fought for anything in Chen Mu Bai's hands at any cost. This time, he would probably fight even harder. A good show was about to unfold. Not long after, Tan's son submitted his resignation to the board of directors and quietly left the country with his family. There had been no signs beforehand, and this news caused a sensation in the industry. A new emperor brings new ministers. After Tan Sen's departure, Lixing indeed began a major reshuffle. Various factions were fighting fiercely, and the focus of their struggle was the leadership position left by Tan Senator Chen Muyun and Chen Mu Zhao. Each sent someone to compete for that position. In order to make the play more realistic, Chen Mu Bai casually sent someone to join the fun. Of course, no matter how fierce the competition was, it was all done in secret. On the surface, everything remained calm. Everyone knew Chen Mingma's taboos and deliberately avoided him, while it seemed that Chen Mingma had already caught wind of something. One afternoon, after finishing a phone call, Chen Mu Bai quickly let everyone know he was in a bad mood, without revealing the reason. First, he scolded his team of elites over the Yunzhou group's proposal, and Jiu Si, sitting outside, could hear the tension. Then, in a fit of cleanliness, he had Chen Jing Kang running around at his command. Watching Chen Jing Kang come in and out with a sad face, Jiu Si suddenly had a premonition. She sensed that she would be the next target of his torment. Sure enough, just a few minutes later, Chen Mu Bai came out holding his suit jacket. Noticing Jiu Si staring at him, he turned his head and asked, Is there something you need? Chen Mu Bai's current state was quite frightening, and Jiu Si was afraid of what outrageous actions he might take outside her line of sight. Knowing that only she would have to deal with the aftermath, she tentatively asked, Are you going out? Chen Mu Bai replied casually, I have an appointment with Meng Lai for afternoon tea. Want to join? Jiu Si took a deep breath and slowly exhaled, genuinely admiring his strategy. This move was truly brilliant. It was a 3-for-1 deal, targeting Chen Mingma, Meng Lai, and herself without sparing anyone. Jiu Si hesitated for a moment before speaking, Young master. After all, she's your father's wife. Chen Mu Bai innocently responded, Is there a law that stepmothers and stepsons can't have afternoon tea together? Jiu Si looked at him with difficulty, shaking her head and then finally managing to say no. Then that's settled. Chen Mu Bai glanced at her. I'll be on my way. Jiu Si watched him leave, feeling a mix of anger and frustration at his tall and slender figure. Yes, there was no law against stepmothers and stepsons having afternoon tea, but his intentions were clearly more than just that. Didn't he know that paparazzi were most active during this time? But she didn't dare to stop him. They say that honest advice is often unwelcomed, and Chen Mu Bai.Although sharp tongue could make one wish they had no ears. That night, Chen Mu Bai and Tang Ku sat in a dim corner of a private room, chatting idly while the room was filled with both men and women enjoying themselves. After glancing at his watch several times out of boredom, Chen Mu Bai stood up, saying, "If there's nothing, I'll take my leave." Tang Ku grabbed him. Hey. I specially opened a bottle for you today. Why are you leaving without even having a drink?" Chen Mu Bai shot him a glance. "Do you have something to say or not?" Tang Ku, looking eager to please, replied, I do. I just came here." Just then, someone pushed the door open, and a middle-aged man approached after being greeted by Tang Ku. "This is Mr. Du from Tsinghua Industrial, Du Shangqian. This is the third son of the Chen family, Chen Mu Bai," Tang Ku introduced, then leaned over to whisper something in Chen Mu Bai's ear. The newcomer smiled and extended his hand. "Third young master, I've long admired your name." Chen Mu Bai didn't even look up, ignoring the outstretched hand, and casually nodded, his eyes unusually aloof and proud. His blatant disregard was enough to indicate his attitude. Tang Ku gave a knowing glance, and the man hesitated before quickly leaving. "This guy has," Tang Ku paused, pointing upward, "some connections. He has made some money these past few years and seems to have lost sight of who he is. He has approached me several times, wanting your guidance. I know you wouldn't care for such a person, so I deliberately let him come here to face a setback, lest he forget to be humble." Chen Mu Bai seemed not to have heard, responding after a long pause in a relaxed tone, "You've really become more daring, using me as a gun." Tang Ku, however, felt the tension and stiffened for a moment, immediately leaning in with a friendly smile. "Isn't it just to let him see what true nobility is? Someone like him, with just money, will never understand that kind of elegance." After saying this, Tang Ku glanced at Chen Mu Bai again, who seemed lost in thought, and tentatively asked, "Are you in a bad mood?" Chen Mu Bai appeared not to be in a daze, quickly taking a sip of his drink and replying, "Not really." Tang Ku knew that Chen Mu Bai was often deep in thought and considered for a moment, a few days ago, "I heard my dad say there might be some movement from your family's old man, so be careful." Chen Mu Bai usually didn't pay much attention to such subtle power struggles. Sometimes, facing a rival of equal strength even excited him. However, today, hearing this made him inexplicably irritated. Seeing Chen Mu Bai's distracted demeanor, Tang Ku started to urge him, "Come on, let's go. No beautiful women dare to approach you while you're sitting here. Is that so?" Chen Mu Bai smirked suddenly, his profile highlighted by the dim light, exuding a gentle charm. His brows were full of mischief as he winked at someone in the center of the room. And soon a beautiful woman eagerly attempted to approach him. After smiling, he didn't linger and stood up to leave. Tang Ku was sufficiently spooked by his unpredictable mood tonight and didn't dare to stop him again. As soon as Chen Mu Bai stepped out of the private room, he encountered a familiar face in the corridor. The unexpected meeting was quite exhilarating. The previously listless Chen Mu Bai immediately sprang into combat mode. "Oh, isn't this Shao? Jiang Xingjua, with a courtesy name Ruyu, is known for being pure and chaste. It's said in the martial world that he has no interest in women, possibly having a preference for men." After a few exaggerated remarks, Chen Mu Bai turned to ask, "Haven't you avoided places like this for the past 2 years? At this hour, good kids should be asleep." Jiang Xingjua turned bright red from the retort, jumping up and shouting, "Do you think I want to be here? I'm here to find you." Chen Mu Bai looked at him with disdain. "If you're looking for me, just call my phone. If you can't stand being alone, just say so. Why use me as an excuse?" To Chen Mu Bai's surprise, Jiang Xingjua replied, "Why should I remember your phone number?" Chen Mu Bai seemed unable to accept this outcome, staring blankly for a few seconds before responding, "There's no need for me to waste time talking to you here." Jiang Xingjua hesitated. "She just called me," then suddenly hung up. "I called back, but no one answered. I'm worried something happened to her. I know you have connections. Can you find someone to check on her?" He added quickly, "Find a woman." Chen Mu Bai took out a cigarette, lighting it and holding it in his mouth with a smirk, looking at Jiang Xingjua for a long while, then pondered aloud. "I didn't pick up on the fact that you needed my help at all." Jiang Xingjua maintained a serious expression, holding it in for a long time before finally managing to say 2 words, "Thank you." Seeing his reluctant face, Chen Mu Bai chuckled, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Half an hour later, the two leaned against the car, Chen Mu Bai smoking while listening to Jiang Shengzhua quietly talking on the phone, looking up at the moon. After Jiang Shengzhua hung up, he asked, "What are you looking at?" Chen Mu Bai lazily replied while still looking up the moon. Jiang Shengzhua glanced up too. "What did you see?" Chen Mu Bai leisurely exhaled a puff of smoke. "The moon is full and beautiful. It's indeed a day prone to trouble." Jiang Shengzhua's eye twitched. He realized as soon as he asked that he had spoken out of turn. When Chen Mu Bai was serious, he could be quite sharp-tongued, as expected. "I mean, your family's Kailatsi has been gone for a long time. Haven't you thought about finding a replacement? Aren't all women the same?" When Jiang Shengzhua heard this, he began to show signs of irritation, grabbed a cigarette and lit it. "You don't understand anything. Forget it. Talking about feelings with someone like you who only knows about exchanging interests is simply an insult to the term. In your eyes, the relationship between people is nothing but using and being used." Chen Mu Bai stroked his chin and thought seriously for a while. "Actually, women are still different in my eyes." Jiang Shengzhua thought he was teachable and leaned over to ask, "What's the difference?" Chen Mu Bai slowly exhaled the answer, "Those I've been with and those I haven't." Jiang Shengzhua looked at him with a complicated expression. "I'm going home to sleep." "Hey," Chen Mu Bai called out to Jiang Shengzhua's back. "Although this situation today was caused by Meng Lai, you can't say it has nothing to do with you at all. Have you ever regretted not being able to protect her and still getting involved with her?" Jiang Shengzhua paused, did not turn around, nor did he answer. Chen Mu Bai casually pressed the cigarette but on the car hood and continued to ask, "If you can't protect her completely, why pull her into your arms?" Jiang Shengzhua spoke softly. "Chen Mu Bai, you really don't understand anything." Jiang Shengzhua's figure disappeared into the night, and as Chen Mu Bai looked down, he saw the wish cigarette in the cigarette box. In fact, Chen Mu Bai didn't smoke often, either to refresh himself or because he was genuinely in a bad mood. But he had kept this habit. The first row had 7 cigarettes, the middle row had 6, and the last row had 7. He took the one from the middle of the first row, made a wish, and then put it back and upside down. This cigarette was called the wish cigarette. The wish cigarette cannot be given to others, cannot be smoked in advance, and cannot be left unsmoked. It must be smoked only after finishing all the previous cigarettes for the wish to come true. At this moment, there were still a few cigarettes left in the box. But Chen Mu Bai lit the wish cigarette without smoking it, just holding it in his hand and watching the white smoke rise, murmuring to himself, "I don't want to understand at all. I have no right to." Chen Mu Bai glanced at the mark burned into the car hood by the cigarette, but, feeling that it was too lonely, lit a few more cigarettes to create a crowning glory shape before driving home. 17. A scheme within a scheme. Chen Jing Kang parked the car, and as soon as he entered the house, he started cursing. Which shameless person pressed a cigarette, but on the car hood? Didn't they check whose car it was? Are they looking for trouble? Chen Mu Bai was taking off his coat when he heard this and paused to look at Chen Jing Kang, casually saying, "I did it." "What's wrong?" Chen Jing Kang was momentarily stunned, then widened his eyes and quickly shook his head. "That's good. I think it looks very artistic. But isn't that your favorite car?" Chen Mu Bai frowned, looking puzzled. "Who said that?" Under Chen Mu Bai's calm gaze, Chen Jing Kang awkwardly turned his hand, which was originally pointing at Chen Mu Bai, 180 degrees to point at himself. Answering with righteous indignation, "Me?" Chen Mu Bai didn't look at him again as he went upstairs, stopping halfway to say, "Ask Jiu Si to come to the study in a bit." Chen Jing Kang hurriedly rushed to Jiu Si's room, nervously informing her, "Sister Gu, the young master is calling for you. Be careful. The young master seems to be in a worse mood." He added solemnly, "Red alert." Jiu Si found his expression amusing. In fact, she had been calculating that it was about time for Chen Mu Bai to look for her. While Chen Mu Bai was showering and drinking tea, Jiu Si estimated that it was almost time before she got up to go to the study. Knocking on the door, she entered to find Chen Mu Bai probably just out of the shower, his hair damp and falling over his forehead, making him appear even more noble and aloof. In his expression, it was hard to tell if he was gloomy or not. He leaned on the sofa, his right index finger slightly bent as he tapped on the armrest, looking calm and collected. Jiu Si stood there with her head lowered, her eyes fixed on Chen Mu Bai's hand. Beneath the calm surface, there were likely hidden undercurrents. After a while, Chen Mu Bai came back to his senses, withdrew his gaze, and glanced at Jiu Si, his voice low and clear. Sit. After Jiu Si sat down, he continued, when you want to find Chen Mu Zhao, did he think it was Chen Mingma who sent you? Jiu Si nodded yes. Chen Mu Bai silently looked at her for a while, changed his sitting posture, and continued to ask expressionlessly, why didn't you explain? Jiu Si finally raised her head to meet his gaze. I think it's good for him to misunderstand. Chen Mu Bai's profile suddenly turned stern and sharp. By doing this, do you think Chen Mu Zhao will let you go? Will Chen Mingma let you go? At first, Chen Mu Bai did not expect things to turn out this way. His initial expectation was that he would step in once the matter was exposed. Chen Mu Zhao would know that it was him who sent Jiu Si to do this, and Chen Mu Zhao would only hold him accountable, not vent his anger on Jiu Si. But now, Chen Mu Zhao thinks this matter was Chen Mingma's idea. Having been wronged, he couldn't go after Chen Mingma and could only blame Jiu Si. Moreover, it seemed that Chen Mingma had already heard something. How could it be so easy to pass off something like passing false orders? After learning about this matter today, he was so angry that his teeth were itchy, and after stirring up so many people, he finally vented his anger on her. Seeing Jiu Si silent, Chen Mu Bai pressed his lips together, his expression growing more somber, and his tone turned colder. Jiu Si, what you're doing is just not wanting others to know that you're working for me, just not trusting that I can protect you. You think I haven't said a single word you could take in? If that's the case, you could just figure out what to do on your own. I have enough patience to wait and see how you end up. Jiu Si remained silent. In fact, half of her reasoning for doing this was to leave herself an escape route, and the other half was for Chen Mu Bai. She was taking a gamble. Perhaps it had been too long since she had gambled, or perhaps her opponent was too strong. She was now feeling a bit impatient. Suddenly, the room fell silent. And after a while, Jiu Si lowered her eyes and apologized. I'm sorry. Chen Mu Bai hated two things the most in his life. One was Jiu Si pretending to be sincere while chatting with him, and the other was her coldly saying I'm sorry, as if she didn't think she was wrong at all, making that apology sound extremely stiff. Chen Jing Kang was eavesdropping at the door for a long time, but the soundproofing was too good. He only heard a few scattered words, but knew that Chen Mu Bai was angry. He turned to ask Chen Fong, Dad, the young master hit Sister Gu, right? Chen Fong also looked worried. Logically speaking, he shouldn't. Chen Jing Kang widened his eyes and muttered in a low voice. But the young master seems to have never seen Sister Gu as a woman. Just as they were talking, they saw Chen Mu Bai come out with a cold expression, opening the door. Chen Jing Kang was startled and forced out a topic to cover up his eavesdropping. Young master, would you like some tea? Chen Mu Bai's face turned pale. Drink your sister. After saying that, he tossed his sleeves and returned to his bedroom. Chen Jing Kang looked miserable, Dad. The young master is cursing. Chen Fong sighed and shook his head as he went downstairs to serve a late-night snack. In just a few minutes, when Chen Fong knocked on the door and entered Chen Mu Bai's room, he found Chen Mu Bai leaning against the sofa with a notebook, propping his chin with one hand and a smile playing at the corner of his mouth, looking nothing like someone who was furious. Chen Fong slowly approached, deliberately slowing his footsteps. Chen Mu Bai did not dodge, and he understood Chen Mu Bai's meaning, placing the late-night snack in front of him. Chen Mu Bai nodded, indicating for Chen Fong to look at the computer screen. The person on the screen was Jiu Si, sitting on the sofa in the study. Chen Fong did not expect that Chen Mu Bai had installed a camera in his own study. The two of them looked at the computer screen together, and soon saw Chen Jing Kang sneakily open the study door, tiptoeing over to Jiu Si and stuffing a handful of snacks in her hands. She couldn't hold so many, so Chen Jing Kang stuffed more into her pocket, chattering away as he did so. Jiu Si initially looked shocked, then couldn't help but laugh. Chen Mu Bai squinted his eyes, looking dangerous. Why do I feel this situation is a bit familiar? Chen Fong smiled. When a young master was little and got punished, Jing Kang often secretly brought you food like this. Chen Mu Bai fell silent for a while. I remember that at that time. Chen Jing Kang would stuff food into my hands while angrily scolding Chen Mu Yun's mother. Would he be scolding me for Jiu Si now? Chen Fong twitched his lips. Chen Jing Kang, you are seeking your own death. Even your father can't save you now. Soon, Chen Jing Kang slipped out again. Jiu Si probably got bored sitting there. So she stood up to find a book on the shelf. Jiu Si walked to the desk, where a few sheets of paper were placed. She hesitated for a moment, picked them up, glanced at them quickly, and then put them down, turning calmly to choose a book from the cabinet, as if she hadn't seen anything just now. The papers contained confidential information. Chen Mu Bai was always careful. Even if he got angry, he wouldn't make such a low-level mistake. There was only one possibility left. Chen Mu Bai wanted her to know on purpose. Information that is too easily obtained often has its authenticity discounted, especially when it comes from Chen Mu Bai. Chen Mu Bai frowned as he watched, but after a few seconds, he smiled again. Chen Fang also noticed something and said softly, "Jiu Si is a child who knows how to measure her actions." Chen Mu Bai's tone was lazy and casual, but it sounded rather strange. It was just too measured. Chen Fang looked at Chen Mu Bai after hearing this and had a realization. Jiu Si soon pulled a book from the shelf and returned to the sofa, holding a pen in her left hand and occasionally writing something. Chen Mu Bai watched quietly for a long time and then said, "Uncle Fang, don't you think Jiu Si is a bit strange?" Uncle Fang looked at the screen and then at Chen Mu Bai. "Which aspect are you referring to?" Chen Mu Bai's gaze remained on Jiu Si. "I didn't notice before. But look at her. It seems she never uses her right hand." Uncle Fang suddenly realized, "Oh, I asked her before. She said she is left-handed." Chen Mu Bai shook his head. "No, her right hand seems a bit stiff. Even when she has to use her right hand, she won't. You see, most people hold a book with one hand and a pen with the other while taking notes. But look at her. She almost only uses her left hand. She holds the book with her left hand and, when taking notes, puts the book on her lap and uses her left hand to grab the pen." Uncle Fang observed for a while. Could it be that her right hand is injured and inconvenient? Chen Mu Bai thought for a moment, but still felt it was wrong. This is a person's instinct. Even if injured, one would reflexively use it until they remember their hand is hurt when they feel pain. But look at her. It seems she doesn't even know she has a right hand. Chen Mu Bai withdrew his gaze and looked at Chen Fang. "You go ask her." Uncle Fang agreed and left the room. After a while, Chen Mu Bai saw Uncle Fang bring a cup of tea into the study. The two of them seemed to say something, and Uncle Fang handed the cup to Jiu Si's right side. Due to the angle, she could only use her right hand to take it. Jiu Si naturally understood what Chen Fang was trying to do. After hesitating for a few seconds while looking into Chen Fang's eyes, she quickly extended her right hand to take it, trembling a bit. The cup made a sound on the saucer, and when she placed it on the table, it made a loud noise. Uncle Fang casually asked, "Jiu Si, what's wrong with your right hand?" Jiu Si showed no signs of abnormality. "Oh, a few days ago, I accidentally bumped it. It hurts a bit when I use it hard." After Uncle Fang left the room, Chen Mu Bai saw Jiu Si quietly rubbing her right hand behind her. When Uncle Fang returned, Chen Mu Bai was holding a cigarette. "How is it?" Uncle Fang looked puzzled. "Her right hand seems to have no strength. She couldn't even hold the cup. I asked her what happened, and she just said she bumped it, but I didn't see any external injury, nor was it swollen." Chen Mu Bai fell silent for a while, slightly nodded, and Uncle Fang went out. As Uncle Fang turned to close the door, he paused and looked at Chen Mu Bai. "Young master, smoke less. It's bad for your health." Chen Mu Bai said nothing, tapped the ash from his cigarette, and continued staring at the screen. But he was already lost in thought. When he came back to his senses, he saw Jiu Si dozing off with her book, her head bobbing. Chen Mu Bai felt a bit speechless. This is too honest. If you don't let her out, she really won't come out. Let her be bored to death. It was deep into the night. Chen Mu Bai glanced at the screen again, and Jiu Si just happened to lean her head against the armrest of the sofa. Then he saw her sitting up with a dazed face, holding her forehead with a red mark across it. Chen Mu Bai disdainfully tossed the computer aside, turned off the light, and went to sleep. The darkness in the room lasted only a few seconds before the light returned. Chen Mu Bai sat up, helplessly rubbed his forehead side, and then called out, Jiu Si, Jiu Si." Chen Jing Kang immediately pushed the door open, wearing a flattering smile. "Young master, Sister Gu is still in the study. Can we let her out?" Chen Mu Bai looked confused. What is she doing in the study? Chen Jing Kang rubbed his nose. "Isn't that what you meant?" But he couldn't say that, so he just smiled and added, "Maybe she knows she upset you and feels embarrassed to come out." Chen Mu Bai was quite satisfied with this reasoning and went to call her over. "All right." Chen Jing Kang immediately ran out with a bright smile. Chen Mu Bai looked at Chen Jing Kang's cheerful figure and casually said, I really don't know who you are allied with. Chen Jing Kang stopped and immediately turned around to hug Chen Mu Bai's thigh, pledging his loyalty. Of course, I'm on your side. My loyalty to you is as clear as day. But Sister Gu is a girl. A man should take care of girls. Okay. Chen Mu Bai impatiently interrupted him. Hurry up. Once Chen Jing Kang left the room, Chen Mu Bai leaned against his forehead and laughed, as if he had heard something ridiculous. A girl? This girl could probably outdo 10 of you. And you still need to take care of her. By the time Chen Jing Kang called Jiu Si back, Chen Mu Bai had already turned off the light and gone to sleep. Chen Jing Kang knocked on the door, but received no response. Feeling a bit strange, he turned to Jiu Si and asked, how did he fall asleep in such a short time? Chen Jing Kang didn't understand, but Jiu Si was clear in her mind. She stopped Chen Jing Kang's hand, which was about to knock again. Since he is asleep, let's not disturb him. We'll talk about it tomorrow. You should get some rest too. After saying that, she returned to her room. Chen Jing Kang seemed a bit worried and called out to her from behind. Sister Gu, the young master's temper isn't very good. If he scolds you, don't take it to heart. Jiu Si turned to look at Chen Jing Kang, remembering when she first came to Chen Mu Bai's side and was scolded. Chen Jing Kang always laughed at her misfortune. You've been scolded again? This week, the young master scolded you 3 times, but only scolded me once, which shows he cares about me more than you. This childish and boring act left Jiu Si speechless. Later, Chen Jing Kang would put on a proud face mixed with a bit of sympathy and say, you'll get used to being scolded more, before running off. Now, seeing that Chen Jing Kang had finally caught on and his comforting words were somewhat appropriate, Jiu Si felt that being a little white mouse was really not easy. In the middle of the night, Chen Mu Bai woke up and went downstairs to get water. Halfway down, he saw Jiu Si sitting on the living room sofa, looking out the window with a lost expression, as if she had been sitting there for a long time. The only light on was the wall lamp, making her outline a bit blurry, as if she were about to merge with the night. In the deep silence of the night, people are at their most unguarded. Jiu Si seemed to have not heard the footsteps at all. When she suddenly felt pressure on her shoulder, she was startled and quickly stood up, looking defensively at the source of the pressure, her eyes sharp and her skin taut, revealing her tension. Upon seeing that the visitor was Chen Mu Bai, she immediately lowered her eyes. A few seconds later, she forced herself to relax and resumed her indifferent demeanor. It wasn't until she noticed Chen Mu Bai looking at her with profound meaning that she reacted, calling out Mr. Mu in a flustered manner. Chen Mu Bai became interested, observing her flaws with keen interest. Were you afraid just now? It was rare for a girl to be as sharp and alert as she was. She must have experienced something, otherwise her reaction wouldn't have been so intense. That kind of response seemed to have become instinctual, something that couldn't be faked. Usually, Jiu Si was a bit cold, but not so much filled with hostility. Thinking about it, this woman was truly interesting. She always gave him a different feeling. Suddenly, Jiu Si's expression turned cold as she pursed her lips, staring at Chen Mu Bai with a smile that was not quite a smile, her tone icy. What makes you think I'm afraid? Chen Mu Bai smiled, his warmth and gentleness particularly striking under the dim light, which only made Jiu Si feel more guilty and fearful. His voice softened slightly, laced with patient persuasion. If you're scared, you shouldn't speak or make eye contact with others. Otherwise, just a tone or a glance could betray you. You were full of flaws just now. Jiu Si wiped the cold sweat from her palms behind her back and responded expressionlessly. Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Mu. Chen Mu Bai poured 2 cups of water, handing one to Jiu Si, and asked kindly, Jiu Si, there's something I've always been curious about. You mentioned that you lived in America for many years. What happened during the time between your departure from America and your arrival at the Chen family? Jiu Si took a sip of hot water, her mind already calm, lazily lifting her gaze. What does Mr. Mu plan to exchange for this information this time? She still vividly remembered the loss she suffered during the transaction at the old Chen residence a few days ago. Chen Mu Bai sat down next to Jiu Si, gazing at the spacious living room, and slowly spoke in a low voice that only the 2 of them could hear in the quiet night. There are many eyes here. They appear to be just servants, but they can do a lot. Unlike you, who is in the open, they are in the dark. Chen Mingma's eyes, Chen Muyun's eyes, Chen Mu Zhao's eyes. I'm clear on who is behind each of them. They can monitor me and can also be used by me. You can probably sense that you will receive a call from the old residents soon, right? This time, it might not be so easy to get through. Have you thought about how to explain things to Chen Mingma and Chen Mu Zhao? Jiu Si was puzzled as to why Chen Mu Bai suddenly shared all this with her, tilting her head in confusion. Under the moonlight, his profile was clear and beautiful, and with the embellishment of the peach blossom mole, his slightly upturned eyes became even more alluring. Just as Jiu Si was pondering whose eyelashes were more curled, hers or Chen Mu Bai's, his face suddenly turned towards her, his dark, deep eyes staring directly at her. Jiu Si quickly lowered her eyelids. I was just thinking. Chen Mu Bai, looking exasperated, continued to enlighten her. They have all seen what happened tonight. Tomorrow morning, everyone will know. Jiu Si, you have no idea how you've offended Chen Mu Bai, and you'll be scolded thoroughly. Tomorrow morning, I will throw you out of the villa outside the city in front of everyone. Without my permission, you're not allowed to come back. Do you understand what I mean? Jiu Si didn't understand at all. Why did Chen Mu Bai have to wade into this muddy water? What was his repeated kindness toward her for? Was it merely to find out what happened back then? What did it have to do with him? For a moment, Jiu Si's emotions were mixed, and after a long pause, she turned her head and asked in confusion, "What exactly do you want?" In normal circumstances, a man helping a woman repeatedly could only mean one thing, but the other party was Chen Mu Bai, the cunning and manipulative Chen Mu Bai. He wasn't a normal person. How could someone like him be entangled with emotions? It was simply laughable. She thought it might be more practical to consider what traps lay behind this. Of course it's because Chen Mu Bai suddenly looked at Jiu Si, his eyes serious and meticulous. After a few seconds, he smiled and uttered two words, talent. Seeing Jiu Si's puzzled expression, he continued, Uncle Fong is getting old, and Chen Jing Kang is too impulsive. You have the cunning, patience, and composure. Your talent. Jiu Si felt like she was being toyed with by Chen Mu Bai again, and the flicker of uncertainty and sadness in her heart was instantly replaced by anger. After Chen Mu Bai finished laughing, he prepared to return to his room. Halfway up the stairs, he leaned against the handrail and turned back, saying, by the way, next time you think about something, remember to close your eyes. You disguise your expressions well when you're lost in thought, but your eyes, tiske, there's just too much difference. Jiu Si furrowed her brows, sulking and refusing to look at him. Chen Mu Bai turned and continued walking, saying also, you shouldn't call me Mr. Mu anymore. Every time you pretend to be respectful, it's exhausting for me. When the conflict between Chen Mu Yun and Chen Mu Zhao reached a boiling point, the rumors Chen Mu Bai wanted began to spread. Chen Mu Yun took the news as just another instance of Chen Mu Bai throwing a tantrum and didn't take it seriously. Chen Mu Zhao thought that Jiu Si had come to find him on Chen Mingma's behalf, which made Chen Mu Bai furious, further convincing him that success was already within reach. When the news reached Chen Mingma's ears, he was about to call Jiu Si to the old residence. Recently, the news he had heard had begun to make him suspicious of Jiu Si. Everything seemed too coincidental. Just as he was about to confront her, she had already been sent away. Chen Fong watched Jiu Si leave in a car and suddenly realized that Chen Mu Bai's anger that day was not just to test Jiu Si, but had a greater purpose behind it, to protect her. At first, Chen Fong didn't understand why Chen Mu Bai seemed to be making things difficult for Jiu Si, constantly dragging her into trouble, especially after she met Chen Mingma, where she always appeared particularly proud and awkward. But as time passed, he seemed to have seen something. Yet this girl was not the type to be perceptive. She failed to notice things that even an old man like him could see, while she seemed to be more adept at scheming. These two people were truly a wooden post and a proud, awkward girl. When would this end? The day after Jiu Si left, the headlines of major media outlets were occupied by explosive news. Multiple high-ranking officials of Lixing Group were taken away for questioning by relevant authorities. A few days later, Lixing Group was sealed off. Every enterprise appeared glamorous and prosperous, but couldn't withstand close scrutiny. The bigger the company, the more problems emerged upon investigation. Moreover, there were reports that Lixing had offended higher-ups, who had specifically ordered severe punishment. Chen Mu Yun and Chen Mu Zhao each lost several key personnel, while Chen Mu Bai kicked out someone inconsequential to go through the motions, and Chen Mingma maintained a nonchalant demeanor. but inside he felt somewhat uneasy. Everything seemed different from what he had initially anticipated. It was said that Chen Mu was scolded harshly by Dong Minghui, and Chen Mu Zhao was so furious he fell ill, while Chen Mu Bai spent his days angrily yelling at people. All three were skilled actors, adept at bluffing, making it hard to discern who was genuine and who was fake. A few days later, the weather gradually cleared up. In the afternoon, Chen Mingma sat behind his desk, basking in the sun with his eyes closed. Meng Yinian brought him a cup of water, and he slowly opened his eyes. He had sensed that someone was manipulating Li Xing behind the scenes, but he didn't know where this force originated from. Chen Mu Bai, Chen Mu Zhao, or the Dong family. Regardless of which side it was, it had already slipped out of his control, which he could not tolerate. Therefore, he had to destroy Li Xing, and quickly. However, it seems that someone is faster than him. Tan Xin's sudden resignation and departure abroad, along with the open and covert struggles among the three factions, have caused him to hesitate. He initially thought Tan San would be a breakthrough point, allowing him to uncover who was manipulating behind the scenes. His goal was not just to destroy Li Xing. He wanted to know who was behind this hand. With the breakthrough point suddenly gone and all suspected parties involved, he found it increasingly unclear. He planned to observe further, but unexpectedly, this observation seemed to give some people an opportunity. This move appeared to set back all three parties, but he always felt someone benefited from it. Who exactly is that party? And what did Jiu Si say when she met Chen Mu Zhao? Compared to Chen Mu Zhao and Jiu Si, he was more inclined to ask the latter, not to mention whether Chen Mu Zhao would tell him, even if he was willing to speak, how much it would be true. Conversely, he might even be used by Chen Mu Zhao. He was getting older, and he increasingly felt weary of such thankless tasks. Chen Mingma couldn't hide his fatigue, took a sip of tea, and weakly spoke, "Yinian, tell me, am I getting old?" Meng Yinian stood quietly beside him. "How could that be? You've just been too tired lately. Just rest more." Chen Mingma smiled, but he was mentally exhausted. Resting wouldn't solve it. Meng Yinian knew this truth, but could only advise him to take it easy. "How many years have you been with me?" Meng Yinian replied without thinking, "Almost 30 years." Chen Mingma turned to look out the window and sighed. 30 years had passed in a flash. How many 30 years can one have in life? It's hard to deny aging. Meng Yinian was also a bit sentimental. If her sister's child were still around, he would be turning 30 after the new year. Chen Mingma rarely lost his focus, remaining silent for a long time. After Meng Yinian spoke, she felt a bit regretful and hurriedly added, "I overstepped. I won't say such things again." Chen Mingma waved his hand, closed his eyes. "You're not wrong. It's me who owes your sister and our child." Meng Yinian seemed reluctant to elaborate. "By the way, Jiu Si hasn't been around lately. The reporters might not find a suitable person, so they sent the photos here. Do you want to take a look?" Chen Mingma took a look at a few photos and then tossed them aside. "This child is getting more and more reckless." Meng Yinian looked at the photos of Chen Mu Bai and Meng Lai, and indeed, Meng resembled her. Chen Mingma knew who Meng Yinian was referring to and spoke somewhat displeased. "She only looks a bit like her. Nothing else is even close to her." Meng Yinian paused. "Then why do you confront her and the Qiao family?" Knowing she framed the Qiao family's youngest daughter, who is also Jiang family's fiancée, these two families are not to be underestimated. Moreover, now that the third young master and she, it won't sound good if it gets out. I keep her just to see that face. Being older makes one think of the past. Looking is harmless. As for Mu Bai, Chen Mingma squinted. "I look down on this woman. It's just revenge against me." Meng Yinian nodded and fell silent. "This matter, you handle it. Teach her a lesson, but don't let outsiders see through it. I am increasingly powerless. Perhaps it's time to step aside for these young people." Meng Yinian was somewhat surprised. "Have you thought it through?" Chen Mingma suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze filled with authority, no longer showing the fatigue from earlier. After a moment, he shook his head and waved his hand, and Meng Yinian quickly exited the study. The sunset's afterglow streamed through the floor-to-ceiling window, gradually fading away. Chen Mu Bai quietly sat on the sofa, watching the news report about Li Xing. He had used Li Xing to secure himself and took down a few opponents in the process. No matter how one looked at it, he had won beautifully. Yet, the industry leader, who had stood for many years, had fallen like this. He had both nurtured it and pushed it to its current fate. and Chen Mu Bai couldn't quite articulate what he felt. Watching him build a high tower, seeing him host guests, then watching his tower collapse. Chen Mu Bai turned off the TV and walked to the balcony, watching the sunset gradually disappear and the darkness encroach. After a long time, he smiled faintly. Chen Jing Kang quietly pushed the door open. "Young master, everything is handled. He wants to see you. Will you meet him?" Chen Mu Bai turned around. The room was unlit, and the smile on his face had long disappeared, replaced by an indistinct expression. Even his tone was hard to decipher. "Me? Why not?" Chen Jing Kang hesitated for a moment before asking, "Young master, why expose him at this time? If you expose this one, he will send a new one over, and we will have to spend time and effort dealing with newcomers." Chen Mu Bai shot him a glare. "Stop with the nonsense. Haven't you eaten dinner?" Chen Jing Kang shrank his head, muttering as he closed the door. "I ate. Sister Gu isn't here, so I finished her share. Really stuffed me." Chen Jing Kang's words were not without reason. Chen Mu Zhao's people around him, he had always known who they were, and he had never acted. He was clear that besides this one, there would be another, but given the current situation, he could only sacrifice a bit. Soon, someone knocked and entered. Standing before Chen Mu Bai, Chen Mu Bai lazily sat behind the desk, looking at him, and spoke mildly. "Luo Ning, 25 years old. Your father, Luo Wenlin, grew up with Chen Mu Zhao's father. When Chen Mu Zhao's father had an accident, your father also perished. Since then, you've been beside Chen Mu Zhao. Very few people know about this until 3 years ago when Chen Mu Zhao sent you here as an insider. You meet Chen Mu Zhao every Tuesday night from 7 to 9. Am I wrong? Is there anything I missed? Remind me. My memory isn't good lately." Luo Ning felt he had always been cautious, not realizing when he had revealed his flaw. Faced with Chen Mu Bai, he could only admit defeat. "Nothing. I willingly admit my defeat at young Master Mu's hands. However, I still have a few words to say." Chen Mu Bai displayed extreme patience. "Go ahead." Luo Ning seemed to have made a significant decision. "It was my fault before, but young Master Zhao's health is deteriorating day by day, and his strategies are far inferior to yours. I want to follow you from now on." Chen Jing Kang, who had been standing beside him, wore an expression of disdain. He never had any good feelings towards anyone who threatened his position, whether it was Jiu Si before or now Luo Ning. Chen Mu Bai nodded thoughtfully. "Let me see your sincerity." Luo Ning took out a check. "I found this in Jiu Si's room. Young Master Mu can tell whose handwriting this is, right? Perhaps young Master Mu has trusted the wrong person." Chen Mu Bai glanced at it. The signature on the check was Chen Mu Zhao's, and it was undoubtedly authentic, with an unusually large amount on it. Chen Mu Bai immediately broke into an enigmatic smile, casually pointing at his chin and speaking nonchalantly. "You mean to tell me that Jiu Si is collaborating with Chen Mu Zhao?" Luo Ning, however, did not elaborate further. "Young Master Mu is a smart person. You naturally understand the stakes involved." For a moment, Chen Mu Bai's gaze flickered, his thoughts inscrutable. After a long while, Chen Mu Bai calmly looked at Luo Ning. "It's not impossible for you to continue following me, but you should know about the person beside Chen Mu Zhao, Qian Chong, right?" Luo Ning paused, unable to utter a word. However, Chen Mu Bai suddenly stopped mid-sentence, as if he encountered a challenging problem. Furrowing his brows, he spoke again. "Other matters are manageable. At most, I can deal with her like Qian Chong. But I remember you can read. It's a pity that your hands might not be able to keep intact." Luo Ning abruptly looked up, expression filled with disbelief as he stared at Chen Mu Bai. Chen Mu Bai calmly met his gaze, his tone gentle. "Not speaking anymore? It seems you're not as ruthless as your master. Didn't he instruct you to spare no effort? Isn't it just a matter of a pair of ears, a tongue, and a pair of hands? You can't bear to do it? Do you think being an insider is that easy?" Luo Ning also realized that Chen Mu Bai did not intend to accept him, and he looked away resentfully, feeling somewhat unwilling. It is said that young Master Mu is ruthless, and that reputation is well-deserved. Chen Mu Bai has never cared about how others speak of him. The opportunity is given to you. If you're willing to sacrifice your ears, tongue, and hands, you can follow me in the future. I will treat what happened before as if it never happened. It all depends on your willingness." Luo Ning admitted that he had underestimated Chen Mu Bai. Chapter 20, he is different from Qian Chong. If it were just to lose his ears and tongue, he could still fight for it, but if he lost his hands, he would truly be useless. Looking at the situation before him, he had no choice but to accept his fate. I fell into your hands because I am useless. Do with me as you wish. Chen Mu Bai raised an eyebrow and continued. Over the years, Chen Mu Zhao has probably put in a lot of effort to cultivate you, right? Now that you are in my hands, do you think he will be heartbroken? Even if I am willing to let you go. If he finds out that you failed because you couldn't bear to act against yourself with his usual style, do you think he will spare you for the sake of your years of friendship? Luo Ning had followed Chen Mu Zhao for many years and naturally understood his ways. On the surface, he appeared sickly, but he would never show mercy. A hint of despair gradually appeared in his eyes. Why does young Master Mu have to leave me with no way out? Chen Mu Bai's patience finally ran out, and he said impatiently, "Get lost." Luo Ning looked at Chen Mu Bai in disbelief. Chen Mu Bai stood up and brushed the wrinkles from his clothes, saying, "Go back and tell Chen Mu Zhao to give me a call." Luo Ning did not move. He knew that returning like this would not make Chen Mu Zhao let him off easily. Chen Mu Bai walked in front of Luo Ning and said, "You can rest assured to go back. I will tell Chen Mu Zhao that I refuse to accept you. It has nothing to do with you. As a condition of exchange, this matter." Chen Mu Bai slowly spoke while pinching the check in his hand, his gaze sharp and ruthless. "If a fourth person knows, I will let you know what true hopelessness is." After Luo Ning left, Chen Jing Kang felt a bit uneasy. "Young master, you just let him go like that. Aren't you afraid?" Chen Mu Bai understood the principle of cutting the grass without removing the roots, which would lead to endless troubles. However, he wouldn't do this favor for Chen Mu Zhao. How could that poisonous snake let Jiu Si go? Remembering that woman, Chen Mu Bai frowned again, displeased, and shouted at Chen Jing Kang, "You go out too." After Chen Jing Kang left, Chen Mu Bai sat back down at his desk. He admitted that when he saw the check, he was indeed shocked and somewhat angry, with mixed emotions that left him speechless. He knew Jiu Si was clever and deep, but if one day her reach extended too far and her desires grew to the point where he couldn't satisfy them, he would have to eliminate her himself. If that day really comes, then it is still not too late for him to pull back now. At least he can still barely say that he is not deeply involved. Chen Mu Bai had said countless insincere words, but saying these 4 words made him feel an indescribable discomfort. Chen Mu Bai had always advocated hedonism, never easily allowing himself to feel discomfort, only making others suffer. At most, he would feel uncomfortable in his heart. When he felt uneasy, he would just stir things up and move on. He was good at building his happiness on the pain of others. But this time, it seemed that no matter how he stirred things up, he couldn't resolve it. Chen Mu Bai glanced at the check again and felt increasingly stifled. It was not until just before bed that Chen Mu Bai received a call from Chen Mu Zhao. He stared at the screen for a long time before answering, his tone casual yet impolite. "You are getting more and more unruly. Don't you know I need to rest so late?" Chen Mu Zhao laughed on the other end of the line, saying that his trap had been exposed, and he no longer needed to pretend. The net he had cast couldn't be retrieved. How could young Master Mu sleep well? I saw my person. She is capable and has all her parts intact. Young Master Mu is truly magnanimous and has the demeanor of a gentleman. Chen Mu Bai's voice was stiff. "Chen Mu Zhao, have you lost your mind?" Chen Mu Zhao naturally knew that there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world and didn't know what young Master Mu meant. Chen Mu Bai leaned against the headboard, casually flipping through the book that Jiu Si had read. "I'm tired, so I won't waste time with you. Jiu Si offended you. Trade Luo Ning for Jiu Si, and your grievances with her will be wiped clean. You won't suffer any loss." Chen Mu Zhao paused for a moment and asked, "Do you like this woman?" Chen Mu Bai found it somewhat amusing and replied, "Do you think that's possible?" Chen Mu Zhao had never been able to figure out Chen Mu Bai's feelings, and now he was even more confused. Chen Mu Bai knew that Jiu Si was Chen Mingma's person and had always been indifferent toward her. How could he now actively protect her? What did he want to do? What was the conspiracy behind it? However, believing that Chen Mu Bai would have feelings was even more difficult. He himself found that thought absurd and ridiculous. He asked because he thought it was impossible. Chen Mu Bai was too lazy to continue the useless conversation. "Since you know it's impossible, then stop talking." Chen Mu Zhao thought for a moment and said, "Let's do it this way then. I always thought young Master Mu couldn't tolerate sand in his eyes." Chen Mu Bai replied, "Can't tolerate sand? How would I spit pearls in the future?" Not long after Chen Mu Zhao hung up, he received a call from Chen Zu. Chen Zu was probably on a night shift, and on the other end of the line, he could occasionally hear someone greeting him, calling him Dr. Chen. I heard there's been quite a commotion recently. Are you okay? Chen Mu Bai was awakened twice by the noise, and his temper flared. His tone was not pleasant. What could possibly happen to me? Chen Zu immediately sensed his agitation. Who has annoyed you again? After saying that, he remembered to ask, did I wake you? He had lived with his brother for many years and knew that Chen Mu Bai was usually the most irritable right after waking up. Chen Mu Bai mumbled a vague HM. Chen Zu didn't mind and said, I haven't seen you in a long time. Let's have a meal this weekend. Chen Mu Bai replied, dinner is fine, but I have to say in advance, you come alone and no one else is allowed. He had never liked Chen Zu's girlfriend. Unable to understand how such an ethereal person would be interested in someone so foolish and gluttonous. Chen Zu seemed dissatisfied and scolded softly, that's your sister-in-law. Chen Mu Bai seemed to have heard something particularly ridiculous, and after laughing exaggeratedly a few times, he replied, forget it, I don't have the fortune to have such a relative. It seemed there was something on Chen Zu's end. After he responded, he told Chen Mu Bai, I have a patient here, so that's settled. I'll send the time and address to your phone tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, Chen Mu Bai could no longer fall asleep. He flipped through the book that Jiu Si had read, glancing at it repeatedly but unable to focus. When he turned to a certain page, a piece of paper suddenly fell out. Do you think I'm an idiot? I won't fall for your trick. Chen Mu Bai smiled. That day, he had indeed deliberately placed those documents on the table to test Jiu Si, but the content on the paper was all true. She just wouldn't believe it. In fact, he was the same way. After living this way for so long, he could no longer distinguish what was real and what was fake. Over the years, he and Jiu Si had been testing each other with layers of truth and falsehood, and perhaps they would no longer dare to trust each other or believe in each other. Life had been cruel to both him and Jiu Si. At their most helpless times, they gradually let go of any dependency on anyone, and from then on, they dared not rely on anyone and could only walk alone. That was their protective color, which would not easily fade. Early on the weekend, Chen Mu Bai received a call from Chen Mingma's secretary, asking him to come to the office. Chen Mu's office was a place that Chen Mu Bai rarely visited. It was too remote and heavily guarded, with a person stationed every few steps, which made him feel annoyed. Most of the security guards recognized Chen Mu Bai's car, so they made it to the destination smoothly. The decor of Chen Mu's office was still old-fashioned, simple and rustic, with a desk, sofa, and bookcase. When Chen Mu Bai's gaze swept to the screen, his eyes twitched and his heart sank. The screen was quite old, painted with a Buddha hand that originally had a Zen quality, but when he was 10, his youthful mischief led him to alter that painting to depict a Buddha hand giving the middle finger. The aftermath was predictably severe, which was the third reason Chen Mu Bai was unwilling to set foot here. Even after more than a decade, that screen still had the power to make the iron-willed Chen Mu Bai feel weak in the knees. After sitting down, Chen Mu Bai asked a few questions before getting to the main topic, tentatively bringing up the matter of Lixing Group. As soon as Chen Mu Bai heard those 4 words, he exploded with anger. Don't mention it. He had no idea which scoundrel of a leader decided to stir up trouble, taking aim at Lixing without any prior notice. He had invested a lot of manpower and resources into it, thinking it would be a lucrative opportunity, only to end up with nothing. Isn't that infuriating? After venting his frustrations, he looked at Chen Mu Bai with a serious and sincere expression, asking, do you know who the culprit is? Chen Mu Bai nearly spat blood upon hearing this, but couldn't admit it or refute it, forcing himself to appear extremely calm. I'm not very clear. Don't you think there's something fishy about this? Chen Mu Bai looked confused. What is fishy? Chen Mu Bai hinted at him. Don't you think someone is taking advantage of this situation? Chen Mu Bai slammed the table. Of course. Isn't it that leader who demanded strict action? He the one who benefited the most. Chen Mu Bai was speechless and continued to lead him on. What about Chen Mu Yun or Chen Mu Zhao? Although they each suffered losses. What if someone is acting? Chen Mu Bai coldly laughed in his heart, but immediately put on a puzzled expression, frowning in deep thought. Now that you mention it, I remember something. The matter with Lixing Group is ultimately about money, right? Chen Mu Yun is the nephew of Dong Mingwei, and the Dong family is the wealthiest of them all. Logically, Chen Mu shouldn't be getting involved, yet he's the one causing the most commotion. Chen Mu Bai wished Chen Mu Bai would forget about Chen Mu Zhao to avoid trouble with Jiu Si, so he tried to divert Chen Mu Bai's attention to Chen Mu. Chen Mu Bai nodded. What you say makes sense. After a long silence, Chen Mu Bai suddenly jumped up. You don't suspect me, do you? Chen Mu Bai was skilled at probing without directly confronting anyone, maintaining a facade of a smile. No, by the way, why haven't I seen Jiu Si lately? Upon hearing those 3 words, Chen Mu Bai frowned again and angrily replied, She's as dumb as a post and always hanging around me. I got tired of her, so I sent her out to clean the villa outside the city. Chen Mu Bai looked at Chen Mu Bai. Is it just because of that? Chen Mu Bai thought seriously for a moment. Oh, and there's that vase at Chen Mu Zhao's place that I really like. I asked her to go get it for me, but she couldn't even handle such a small task and ended up breaking it halfway. It's infuriating. Chen Mu Bai watched as Chen Mu Bai rambled on. Is that all? Chen Mu Bai looked at Chen Mu Bai in confusion. What else is there? She's just a woman. Can't I be angry? Chen Mu Bai felt that Chen Mu Bai's reasoning matched too perfectly with what he observed and couldn't find any problems with it for the time being. That is not what I meant. I was just asking casually. It said she's just an outsider. You don't need to be so angry. Chen Mu Bai, feeling impatient, stood up. Let's not talk about it anymore. Just thinking about it makes me furious. I have an appointment. If you have nothing else, I'll be leaving. Chen Mu Bai nodded and didn't say anything further. After leaving, Chen Mu Bai finally breathed a sigh of relief, no longer looking as furious as before. He had put in so much effort to muddle through the conversation, hoping to turn the page completely. When he checked the time, he realized he had long missed the appointment with Chen Zhu. When he hurried over, the 2 of them had nearly finished eating. Feeling somewhat speechless and frustrated, Chen Mu Bai sat down and stared at a woman he considered not even worth mentioning, who was devouring food without a care. Chen Zhu smiled and explained, Sanbao was hungry, so I let her eat while waiting for you. Chen Mu Bai looked at the nearly empty plates on the table and raised an eyebrow. Were you waiting for me to pay the bill? Chen Zhu knew her brother's awkward personality well and poured him a glass of water to change the topic. I'm treating ISNT that okay? By the way, why didn't you call anyone? Chen Mu Bai maintained a stern face, looking back and forth. Call who? Besides you and me, there's just a glutton here. There's no one else. The woman sitting beside Chen Zhu, called Sanbao, was not angry and smiled while waiting. Chen Zhu gave Sanbao a reassuring glance and urged Chen Mu Bai, call her sister-in-law. Chen Mu Bai had met Sanbao a few times, but had never addressed her directly. He always felt that this woman was playing a role. At that moment, he exaggeratedly exclaimed, What? Sister-in-law? You want me to call this glutton sister-in-law? Sanbao confidently stuffed her mouth with food. Haven't you heard? In the eyes of a glutton, there's only food. The character for food is made up of good and man. Chen Mu Bai looked at her with disdain and disgust. Who came up with such a cheesy line? Sanbao cheerfully replied, Ai. Chen Mu Bai turned to Chen Zhu. Who is Ai? Chen Zhu reminded him. Sui Yi, Shao Zun's wife. Oh, it's her. Chen Mu Bai recalled that woman. Having interacted with her a few times, she was not a good person, especially with someone like Shao Zun behind her. He thought it was better to keep his mouth shut, but after glancing at Sanbao, he couldn't help but pull Chen Zhu closer. That lady is quite a character, and you're reportedly close to her. Are you sure she's not playing a role? She doesn't have that kind of scheming. Chen Zhu shoved the menu into Chen Mu Bai's hands, urging him to order. What about your lackey? Chen Mu Bai had no appetite and absent-mindedly replied, Jiu Si? She went outside the city to handle some business. Chen Zhu laughed. I didn't mention Jiu Si. I was talking about Shao Kong. Why did you immediately think I was talking about Jiu Si? Chen Mu Bai paused, looking at him with confusion. Why are you making such jokes? Chen Jing Kang ate too much and went to see a doctor. Recently, without Jiu Si, he was eating double portions. Chen Zhu recalled and laughed. He is still the same as when he was a child. Chen Mu Bai suddenly closed the menu and seriously suggested, You didn't mention it, but I almost forgot. How about I introduce this guy to Chen Jing Kang? They both love to eat. They'd be perfect for each other. Chen Zhu immediately lost her smile and looked at Chen Mu Bai. If you say that again, I'll really be angry. Chen Mu Bai raised an eyebrow and fell silent. While deeply immersed in food and completely unaware of the discussion between the two, San Bao suddenly looked up. I'm still not full. Chen Zhu unhesitatingly snatched the menu from Chen Mu Bai's hands and handed it over. Chen Mu Bai didn't he manage to stop her. See what you like to eat. And order more. San Bao happily began to order, only remembering to ask Chen Zhu after a while. I'm not eating too much, am I? Chen Zhu kindly reassured her. Not all. You've been on night shifts this week, so eat more to replenish. With that, San Bao completely relaxed and joyfully continued to order. Chen Mu Bai looked at the mess on the table, feeling speechless, but he also gave up on stopping her, weakly saying, I've never seen such a gluttonous woman. She can out-eat Chen Jing Kang by several streets, not to mention you and me. Brother, can your salary support such a beast? Chen Zhu glared at him, saying, I can support myself. No need for your concern. Chen Mu Bai coolly replied, that just means the income of doctors is quite considerable these days. Chen Zhu wouldn't really get angry. Seeing the dishes served, he urged him, hurry up and eat while it's hot, or it will get cold and you'll feel uncomfortable later. Chen Mu Bai looked at him, then at the table, wondering what to eat, as there was nothing left, just the plates. In a short time they spoke. The dishes that had just been served were finished off by San Bao, leaving Chen Zhu somewhat speechless as he looked apologetically at Chen Mu Bai. Chen Mu Bai chuckled, patting his forehead. Forget it, forget it. I've been dining out a lot lately and have no appetite for restaurant food. I just came to see you. Chen Zhu felt sorry for his brother, suggesting, why don't you come to my place tomorrow? I'll cook for you. Chen Mu Bai, preoccupied with his own issues, declined, no. I got a lot on my plate lately. Maybe another time. Just before parting, Chen Zhu suddenly remembered something. By the way, what's going on between you and Meng Lai? Chen Mu Bai suppressed a laugh, looking at him. I remember someone claimed to have stopped caring about worldly matters. Chen Zhu looked at him helplessly. Do you think I want to meddle? You're my brother, so I care about you. Don't go too far and ruin your reputation. Who would dare marry you then? You can't be alone forever. Chen Mu Bai looked at Chen Zhu and San Bao holding hands together and smiled. I'm not that lucky. I'm leaving. As Chen Mu Bai started the car, he glanced in the rearview mirror to see Chen Zhu and San Bao walking hand in hand. Chen Mu Bai smiled as the car smoothly merged into the flow of traffic. Jiu Si received a call from Chen Ming Mo that same evening. After explaining matters, it was rare for Jiu Si to take the initiative to speak. Old Chen, I haven't heard from my father in a long time. I told him not to tell you, to avoid distracting you. Once you finish what I've assigned you, you will naturally meet your father. After that, the call ended. Jiu Si wasn't worried about her father's health. She was more concerned about whether he was still alive. If Chen Ming Mo wanted to abandon her as a pawn, he would definitely plan ahead. If she was no longer useful, there would be no need to keep her father alive. Chen Ming Mo's first step would likely be to target her father. Jiu Si sighed, hoping the move she made was the right one. The next morning, Jiu Si stood by the roadside in front of the villa, and after a while, she spotted a car coming from a distance. Once the car stopped, she saw Shu Hua get out, and Jiu Si was not surprised at all. Shu Hua walked over with a smile. I called Uncle Chen to ask about you, and he said you were here. I had some free time, so I came to see you. Jiu Si smiled back. I know, old Chen mentioned it beforehand. I've been waiting for you. Only then did Jiu Si notice another man getting out of the car. Shu Hua excitedly ran over and linked arms with the man, proudly introducing, this is my little uncle. He came here for business and brought me along. Doesn't he look young and handsome? His name is Jingshi. Have you heard of him? Jiu Si looked at the man before her. He had a handsome face and calm eyes. Although he was nearing middle age, he was well-maintained, and apart from the slight traces of hardship around his brow, he looked just over 30. Jingshi, the prized successor of the prominent diplomatic family, the Duan family, was known for his exceptional diplomatic skills and unique demeanor. With the rise of Jin Yang's novels, he was often referred to as Lord Duan. How could she not have heard of him? Jiu Si quickly smiled and nodded. Lord Duan, I've long admired your name. Jingshi also smiled lightly and nodded. You're too polite. Jiu Si stepped aside to invite them in. Please come in and sit. Jingshi politely nodded, gesturing for her to go ahead. Jiu Si and Shu Hua walked ahead, with Shu Hua seemingly very close as she linked her arm with Jiu Si's, asking as they walked seriously, how did you offend Chen Mu Bai? Almost everyone knows how badly you were scolded by him. Jiu Si keenly sensed a change in Shu Hua's attitude compared to their last meeting, as if it carried a hint of provocative hostility. She stopped, looked up with a smile at Shu Hua, causing Shu Hua to feel a bit awkward. Duan Jingshi also paused, discreetly glancing at Jiu Si. This girl had a sharp perception, understanding things with just a few glances, yet she didn't expose them. As long as things weren't made explicit, there was room for maneuvering, a principle not everyone could grasp, and even if understood, not everyone could act on it. Shu Hua was too transparent in front of her. Jiu Si understood that Shu Hua was provoking her, but chose not to address it, perhaps finding it somewhat amusing. However, sometimes being too clever can be a sad thing. She had seen through the hypocrisy and superficiality of the world, and probably nothing could move her anymore. Shu Hua admitted to herself that she was indeed bothered by Chun Ming Mo's high praise of Jiu Si not long ago. Yet, Jiu Si was still useful to her, and she did not want to turn against her too soon. She forced a laugh, pulling Jiu Si along, But everyone says that if Chen Mu Bai ever stops scolding, that would be abnormal. Jiu Si smiled as she poured water for Shu Hua and Duan Jingshi, remaining silent. When Duan Jingshi accepted the tea, he politely glanced at Jiu Si and nodded in thanks. This girl had an unusually calm demeanor, unlike the women he had known before. He couldn't help but take a few more glances, but soon averted his gaze, drinking tea as if nothing had happened. After a few sips, Duan Jingshi stood up and said to Jiu Si, "I have something to attend to, so I'll take my leave first." "I'll leave her in your care," Shu Hua added. "I'll send someone to pick her up in the evening." Jiu Si saw him off to the door. "Lord Duan, take care. I will look after Shu Hua." Jiu Si and Shu Hua watched as Duan Jingshi's car disappeared, and Shu Hua cheerfully asked, "Isn't my little uncle charming?" Men his age are particularly favored by girls. Plus, he comes from a good family, looks good, and has a great personality. There are countless women who like him. Jiu Si gave a perfunctory smile, not expressing any opinion. Shu Hua seemed to be more than just showing off her great uncle. She mischievously leaned closer and whispered, "What about you? Don't you like my little uncle?" To be honest, Jiu Si had no fondness for Duan Jingshi. Men of this age had more experience than her, and with a diplomatic background. They were skilled at interacting with people and concealing their true thoughts. Their behavior was so polished that they left no room for discomfort, nor did they reveal any of their inner feelings. It was too deep, and dealing with him was exhausting. She didn't have the means to navigate such waters. Moreover, Jiu Si was well aware of Shu Hua's purpose in asking this question. She wasn't interested in Jiu Si's feelings about Duan Jingshi. She simply wanted to remind Jiu Si that she was different from them, lacking family background and connections. This served to reinforce her own sense of superiority over the Shu family. Jiu Si felt that Shu Hua had changed since their last hurried meeting, but couldn't pinpoint how she had offended her. So she merely smiled, joking. Shu Hua. Unexpectedly, Shu Hua didn't intend to let it go. It seemed she wanted to force Jiu Si to say something like, "I'm not worthy of your uncle," to feel reassured. "I'm serious. If you like him, you can." Shu Hua treated Jiu Si like a soft persimmon, not realizing she also had a temper. Jiu Si stopped smiling, looking at Shu Hua with a blank expression, and slowly spoke. "Why does Shu Hua think that all women in the world would be interested in Lord Duan?" Shu Hua was startled. Jiu Si had always had a smiling and good-natured demeanor, but now she felt an intimidating aura from her, which made her somewhat alarmed. She stammered to explain, I didn't mean it that way. I just think you're a nice person like my uncle." Jiu Si glanced at her and said, "Oh, I'm a nice person? Then tell me, what kind of person am I?" Shu Hua just casually found a reason and probably didn't think Jiu Si would dig deeper into it. Now she was truly at a loss for words. Stammering for a long time, "You're a good person." Jiu Si was taken aback for a moment, then snorted with laughter, and then really laughed out loud. Shu Hua had never seen her laugh like this before and looked at her with some fear. Jiu Si had no other intentions. She genuinely found it funny. After all these years, no one had ever told her she was a good person. Now she could basically confirm that Shu Hua was indeed spoiled. In the Chun family, were there any good people? After laughing, Jiu Si put on a serious face and stared at Shu Hua. Speaking slowly, "Shu Hua, you need to understand that Jiu Si, have never been a good person. If you think I can be easily manipulated, then you've really got the wrong person. Perhaps no one had ever embarrassed her to her face, and Shu Hua felt somewhat humiliated. She wanted to get angry, but was also afraid of Jiu Si. And for a moment, she didn't know what to do. Tears quickly flowed down her cheeks. Jiu Si only intended to scare her a little to prevent her from being endless, but she didn't expect her to cry, making it seem like she was the one bullying her. Jiu Si cleared her throat and restored her previous friendly demeanor, taking Shu Hua's hand and leading her forward. Her tone softened a lot. You must be tired. Let's go in for a cup of tea and take a break. There's a river nearby, and the weather has been warm these days, so the ice is melted. The water is very clear, and there are many fish. I'll take you to see them in a bit. Shu Hua no longer dared to provoke Jiu Si and wiped her tears, nodding pitifully. Jiu Si and Shu Hua had basically no common language, but fortunately, Shu Hua was playful. Jiu Si sat on a stone by the river and watched her play happily. When Shu Hua turned around and smiled at her, sweet and gentle, that smile made Jiu Si's heart flutter. She might only be 2 or 3 years older than Shu Hua, but she felt old, such a naive and innocent smile. She feared she would never see on her own face again. In fact, Jiu Si didn't dislike Shu Hua. She was just a naive girl who occasionally acted spoiled and willful, but held no grudges, which was tolerable. After dinner, someone came to pick up Shu Hua. Jiu Si walked her to the door, and she hesitated for a long time, looking at Jiu Si without saying anything and unwilling to leave. Jiu Si took the initiative to ask, Shu Hua, is there something you need? Shu Hua shyly spoke up, I'm sorry about today. Jiu Si wasn't arrogant enough to require an apology, smiled, and said, it's all in the past, don't take it to heart. Shu Hua nodded, but still wouldn't leave. Jiu Si was puzzled. Is there something else? Shu Hua hesitated for a while. I heard that Chen Mu Bai and that Meng person. Jiu Si felt that, given her status, it wasn't appropriate to say much about this topic, but this woman in front of her couldn't stand being brushed off. After thinking for a moment, she spoke, Mu Shao's conditions are naturally appealing to women, but he doesn't know you now. Whatever mischief he engages in doesn't count as a mistake. Once you get to know each other, it will depend on your own abilities. After hearing this, Shu Hua nodded, somewhat understanding, but still wouldn't leave. Jiu Si thought for a moment and understood her childish feelings, taking the initiative to say, recently, Mu Shao has a lot going on. After this period, I will arrange it. Just wait for my news. With this sentence from Jiu Si, Shu Hua finally left contentedly. Jiu Si also breathed a sigh of relief. The residence outside Duan's family was not far from here. When Shu Hua arrived, Duan Jing, she was having dinner, and then saw her storm in angrily, sitting down in front of him without saying a word. Duan Jing, she continued to eat calmly. Shu Hua, unable to hold back, finally whined, Uncle. Duan Jing, she glanced at her, no talking while eating. Shu Hua was choked again, completely deflated, slumping on the table waiting for Duan Jing Shi. Duan Jing, she finished his last sip of soup, wiped his mouth, and then spoke, Go ahead, what's wrong? Shu Hua finally found her support and eagerly complained, Jiu Si bullied me. Duan Jing, she was not surprised at all. Then go find her to bully her back. Shu Hua wilted, I am afraid. Duan Jing, she continued to tease her. Then go find Chun Ming Mo, isn't Jiu Si his person? Shu Hua still couldn't muster any energy, Uncle Chun. I don't want her to know I have a conflict with Jiu Si. I'm afraid he will have a bad impression of me. Duan Jing, she looked at Shu Hua with confusion. Then what use is it for you to come to me? I can basically be considered not to know her. She's not under my jurisdiction. Shu Hua didn't know what to do for a moment. Anyway, someone is bullying me. You have to help me. Do you want me to beat her up or scold her? Shu Hua was used to being pampered. But Duan Jing, she just wouldn't pamper her. You don't have to. I just feel frustrated. Duan Jing, she took a sip of water. I've heard Jiu Si's name before. A girl working in the Chun family environment must have a sharp mind and means, not inferior to any man. How many people have fallen under her hand? If you provoke her, aren't you just looking for trouble? Shu Hua was also unwilling to admit defeat. I just think that if I marry into the Chun family in the future, I will need her help, so I don't want to fall out with her. Duan Jing, she frowned. When her parents came to me about this matter, I disagreed. What kind of place is the Chun family? How is your personality suitable for marrying there? They will eat you up without you even knowing what's happening. Shu Hua smiled sweetly, leaning on Duan Jingshi's arm. How could that be? Who doesn't know I'm the Shu family's precious daughter, I have an impressive uncle. Who would dare to eat me? Jing, she could see that Shu Hua was determined to pursue Chen Mu Bai and knew that saying more was useless, so he stopped speaking. The study door was tightly closed, and Chen Jing Kang had been eavesdropping for a long time, but heard nothing. Suddenly, hearing footsteps, he immediately stood up straight. The door quickly opened from the inside, and a person came out shaking their head and frowning. Chen Mu Bai never spoke directly. When he said something, it twisted and turned, real and fake, and in the end, no one knew where it went. A few people were left confused until they exited the door, still in a fog, and could only seek help from Chen Jing Kang, who was squatting at the door pretending to be a stone lion. Chen Jing Kang had a righteous and loyal appearance, saying, "The young master's thoughts are not something we can guess." Once everyone left, Chen Jing Kang silently shed tears. "If you ask me, who should I ask? How would I know the young master's thoughts?" He still remembered the lesson from a few days ago. A few days ago, Chen Jing Kang carefully asked Chen Mu Bai, "Young master, when will Sister Gu come back?" Chen Mu Bai's reply was, "She will come back when it's time." He didn't understand and asked again, "When is it time?" Chen Mu Bai countered, "What do you think?" This time, Chen Jing Kang still didn't understand but didn't dare to ask again. He really missed Jiu Si and didn't want to eat double portions and feel uncomfortable enough to go see a doctor anymore. But he couldn't control his mouth. The next day, Shu Hua was startled by Jiu Si the day before, and after being mocked by Jingshi that night, she lost all interest in appreciating the beautiful scenery of the suburbs and returned to the city early the next morning. Xi's matters were not settled until the evening. He glanced at the time and had the secretary prepare the car to hurry back. Before heading out, it had already started to snow lightly. By the time he was halfway there, the snow was falling heavier, making it impossible to see the road. On top of that, there was a particularly muddy stretch ahead, which only made things worse. As he approached the highway entrance, he could see traffic jammed up ahead. The secretary got out to take a look and quickly returned to report that the snow was too heavy and the highway was closed. Jingshi glanced out the window and said, "Let's go back the way we came. We'll see how the weather is tomorrow." On the way back, just as they were nearing the Duan family's house on the outskirts of the city, the car suddenly skidded to the side and wouldn't move. Jingshi, who had been resting his eyes, opened them and asked, "What happened?" The driver looked embarrassed and replied, "The car broke down and won't move. I'll go take a look." After waiting in the car for a while, Jingshi also got out and walked over to ask the driver, "How much longer?" The driver looked up from a pile of tools and said, "We need to wait a bit longer." The secretary, who was holding an umbrella nearby, quickly pulled out her phone. "I'll call for another car to come pick you up." Jingshi, feeling a bit of a headache after a long day, tightened his collar and said, "No need. You stay here and help with the repairs. I can walk back by myself." The secretary handed him the umbrella. Although she felt a bit uneasy, she understood his temperament and reminded him, "Be careful and walk slowly. I'll come and pick you up once the car is fixed." Jingshi took a deep breath. The cold air was refreshing. He walked slowly, and as it gradually got darker, he started to doubt whether he was on the right path. He spotted a supermarket not far away with its lights still on and decided to go ask for directions. As he approached, he heard a whimpering sound from a corner. Turning around, he saw a very small puppy cowering there, shivering. A girl squatting nearby reached out to pat its head and asked, "Are you cold?" The puppy whimpered again, seemingly answering her. Jingshi stepped back a few paces to let the light shine on them, and he could see better now. There was a cardboard box next to the girl, containing a few towels and a box of milk. She placed the puppy in the box, wrapped it in a towel, and fed it some milk. The puppy wasn't shy at all. It licked the milk while quietly letting her handle it. After a while, the girl patted its head and said, "Okay, I have to go now. Don't run around in this heavy snow." The puppy barked a couple of times, and the girl looked back at it, hesitating. After a long pause, she turned back to where it was and squatted down to look at it, saying, "I really can't take you with me. That's not my home. And if I can't take care of myself, how can I take care of you?" Jingshi felt a strange tightening in his heart as he heard her words amidst the howling wind and swirling snow. Her tone wasn't one of lament or sadness, but rather a helpless self-mockery. In the snowy winter street, he felt oddly moved by what she said. Ultimately, the girl steeled herself and walked away. As she stepped out from the corner, Jingshi finally recognized her face. It was someone he knew. She walked past him with her head down. Seemingly lost in thought, and not noticing him. Jingshi thought that since he had run into her here, it couldn't be too far away. So following her would be a safe choice. He trailed behind Jiu Si, who after walking a bit, suddenly crouched down and remained still for a long time. Her hair and clothes covered in snow. She seemed completely indifferent, not moving at all. Jingshi watched for a moment before realizing something was off. He quickly walked up and crouched in front of Jiu Si, gently asking, "Gu, are you okay?" Jiu Si struggled to lift her head and froze for a moment upon seeing Jingshi. In the next second, her first reaction to his actions wasn't to wonder why he was there, but to think that this man seemed programmed, his behavior and demeanor impeccably flawless. Most people in such situations would likely just stand and ask, and those who were polite might bend slightly. Few would actually crouch down to speak to her like he did. How well-mannered could he be? Jingshi didn't notice Jiu Si's inner thoughts. He only saw her pale face and her watery eyes. He called out to her again, "Gu, what's wrong?" A hint of embarrassment flashed in Jiu Si's eyes as she avoided his gaze, moving the thing she was holding further away from him, through the dim streetlight. Jingshi then noticed what was in the bag she was carrying. As a man of his age with rich life experience, he naturally understood what was going on with her. Jiu Si forced herself to stand up, her voice faint. "I'm fine." Jingshi gently supported her and proactively changed the subject to ease her embarrassment, saying, "Why are you out so late buying something when you're not feeling well?" Although Jiu Si knew that any man would understand this kind of physiological phenomenon, facing it herself, especially in front of someone she had only met once, felt a little awkward. I didn't want to trouble anyone." Jingshi, ever the gentleman, took off his coat and draped it over Jiu Si's shoulders. He casually took the bag from her hands and handed her the umbrella, his series of actions smooth and practiced, making Jiu Si wonder if he often did this for women. She quickly dismissed that thought, realizing she was being petty. His personal conduct was unrelated to her, and in this situation, she was the one benefiting. While she had considered refusing, she felt it would be somewhat pretentious. Polite pushing aside in front of this man might only come off as affected. It was better to quietly accept his help. After walking a few steps, Jingshi gently spoke. "Thank you for taking care of Shu Hua yesterday. She's been spoiled since childhood and can be quite willful. If she offended you in any way, I apologize on her behalf." At that moment, Jiu Si was in pain and had no mood to care about who Shu Hua was. Her mind was a bit fuzzy, and just as she was about to think of a polite response, a car horn interrupted her, followed by headlights approaching. She and Jingshi turned to look as someone quickly got out of the car and ran over to him, asking him to get in. Jingshi didn't answer but turned to Jiu Si, smiling slightly and asking, "The snow is too heavy. Should we give you back a ride?" Jiu Si nodded. In her current state, walking back would leave her with barely half her life. Once in the car, Jiu Si took off the coat and handed it back to Jingshi. He accepted it and set it aside, taking out some brown sugar from the bag. He poured a cup of brown sugar water from the thermos the secretary handed him and offered it to Jiu Si with a gentle smile. "The cup is new. No one has used it before." Jiu Si took it and glanced at him. Men of his age were mature and stable, successful in their careers, providing a sense of security that peers often couldn't offer. He was also considerate, just as Shu Hua said, making him particularly appealing to young women. The last time she saw him, she had been preoccupied, not paying much attention. Today, she noticed his deep, pleasant voice, which sounded exceptionally nice. His gaze was sincere and gentle, and when he smiled, it was warm and clear, with tiny smile lines at the corners of his eyes. An unexpected question flashed through Jiu Si's mind. How long had he practiced to achieve such a voice? How long had he trained for that smile? Could a person's gaze be trained as well? She held the cup and lowered her head to drink, her face clean and translucent. After being outside in the cold for a long time, she was now warming up, her cheeks slightly flushed, and her small nose quickly enveloped in warmth. Looking calm and quiet, yet her eyes occasionally darted around, appearing lively and youthful, making him envious. He couldn't help but curl his lips into a smile. "What are you thinking about, Gu?" Jiu Si immediately raised her head, sitting upright with an innocent expression. "Nothing." The smile in Jingshi's eyes became more pronounced. "Gu seems to be afraid of me?" Jiu Si forced a smile and shook her head meaningfully. "It's not fear, It's just apprehension. This man is much older than her, has experienced too much, and is in the prime of his life, having long shed the naivety and recklessness of youth, exuding the charm of a mature man. At any moment, he appears calm and composed, as if handling weighty matters with ease. Yet his brilliance is subtle and unassuming. He seems humble and cultured, but his heart is as deep as the ocean. Jingshi gestures for the driver to raise the partition, and the small space in the back seat instantly becomes just the two of them. Jingshi has participated in numerous negotiations, excelling at drawing the enemy in. Gu, do you have any questions? Feel free to ask. Jiu Si suddenly recalls a press conference held by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs a few years ago, where Jingshi, as the spokesperson, displayed a demeanor similar to his current one, with hardly any change. She pauses, having heard that diplomats train their voice and smiles. How long did Prince Duan practice to achieve this textbook perfection? Jingshi is momentarily taken aback by the question. Jiu Si feels a bit abrupt and is about to retract her words when she sees Jingshi seemingly pondering seriously and beginning to speak. The smile seems to have started from a young age, along with some other training. As for the voice, I remember my father taught me how to speak after my voice changed during puberty, including which part to use for sound, what volume to use in different situations and with different people. From that time until I officially entered the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, it has been about 13 or 14 years. Jiu Si asks again, do you remember what your natural speaking voice was like? Jingshi is momentarily stunned, but this time he takes a bit longer. He attempts to speak, but abandons the effort after uttering a syllable. Wearing a mask for so long, he truly cannot recall his original self. Jiu Si observes his confused expression and jokes to break the ice. I saw you at the press conference as the spokesperson for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. At that time, Prince Duan was full of vigor, not someone who is at a loss for words. Jingshi seems unsure of what expression to wear, and after a long pause, he looks at Jiu Si with a wry smile. Why does my proud life experience seem so pitiful in your eyes? I probably won't be able to sleep tonight. I need to seriously reflect on my life. Jiu Si lowers her head silently in remorse. Jiu Si, you were helped, yet you bit back. Are you a snake? Is it uncomfortable not to attack others? When she raises her head again, her face is adorned with an extremely official smile. Prince Duan, you underestimate yourself. Your height is not something everyone can reach. Jingshi immediately notices the change in Jiu Si's demeanor. She seems to have reverted to the way she was when they first met, drawing a clear boundary between them, polite yet distant. Jingshi turns to look at her. His gaze sincere. Did I say something wrong? Jiu Si adjusts her seating position, subtly distancing herself from him, her tone increasingly polite. No, you don't need to be so courteous. You hold a high position, and Chan Lao specifically instructed me to be courteous to you and Shu. I was abrupt just now. Please forgive me. Jingshi feels a tinge of disappointment. Compared to Jiu Si's current respectful distance, he preferred the earlier version of her, who treated him as an ordinary person. He is not lacking in respectful or even flattering people around him. He thought he had grown accustomed to it. But at that moment, he suddenly understood what it meant to feel lonely at the top. For a time, neither of them spoke until the car came to a stop. The partition lowered, and the secretary turned around to softly remind, we have arrived. Jiu Si smiled and bid farewell to Jingshi. Thank you for today. I'll be leaving now. Jingshi handed over the bag next to him. I should be thanking you. I had a pleasant time with Gu today. You are someone who sees things clearly, and chatting with you has taught me to view problems from a special perspective, which has been quite beneficial. Jiu Si smiled gently, opened the car door, and prepared to get out, but hearing a sound behind her, she turned to stop Jingshi, who was also planning to get out. No need to see me off. I can go back by myself. Jingshi insisted. It's only proper. Jiu Si suddenly froze, looking at him for a long time before slowly smiling. It's rare to find such a gentleman nowadays. Your attentiveness always makes me feel like this is all part of your usual training. It feels quite strange. Don't you get tired? Jingshi was taken aback by this. Actually, what I want to say is, Jiu Si suddenly composed herself, looking at Jingshi with a blank expression. I don't want others to see us in contact. It's not good for either of us. After saying this, she opened the door and got out. leaving without looking back. Jingxi recalled her earlier words. I can't even take care of myself, and the initial pang of discomfort in his heart seemed to deepen. He had always thought that such a young girl could navigate the Chen family with ease due to her intelligence. But now he realized it wasn't just that. She wasn't merely clever. She understood how to survive. Jingxi watched her figure gradually blend into the night before retracting his gaze, speaking softly. Drive. Jiu Si, shifting between you and your maid. Jingxi find it increasingly interesting. The quiet car suddenly filled with his light laughter. The driver and secretary exchanged silent glances, maintaining their silence. However, Jingxi took the initiative to speak, seemingly genuinely puzzled. Did I get played today? The secretary, who had been by his side for many years, was loyal yet strictly adhered to rules. She is someone raised by the Chen family, most cunning and sly. She would use any tricks unless to attract your attention. Don't be fooled. Jingxi looked at him with a half-smile and repeated, attracting my attention? The secretary frowned. You're usually so busy with work that you wouldn't know. Many girls nowadays lack self-respect and love, often trying to attract men's attention through unexpected means to reap benefits easily. Jingxi exhaled in displeasure. Why are you and Shu Hua both making the same mistake? What do I have that others would covet? Are others shallow, or are you all shallow? The secretary realized he had touched Jingxi's bottom line and lowered his head in silence. Jingxi's tone suddenly softened a bit as he gazed out at the scenery receding outside, seemingly lost in thought. But you did say something right. She did attract my attention. This girl is quite interesting. He was born into a diplomatic family, with most of his relatives in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So he places great importance on etiquette. Growing up in such an environment, all his behaviors were constrained and standardized like a textbook. He had long become accustomed to it. Others always praised him for being courteous and polite, yet no one ever asked if he was tired. No one mentioned it, and he hadn't realized it himself. But when someone suddenly asked him, he felt something. He had been waiting for this person to appear, waiting for this person to ask him so that he could answer. He really was tired. Jiu Si stepped out from the corner only after seeing the black car slowly glide away, glancing around to ensure she didn't see anything unusual before continuing forward. Her life was filled with too many people and things, already complicated enough. She didn't want to stir up trouble due to someone she only had incidental contact with. As Jiu Si approached, she discovered a car she hadn't seen in a long time parked in front of the building. She raised her hand to check the time. She hadn't been gone long, and she clearly hadn't seen it before she left. She touched the hood of the car, still warm, indicating it had just arrived not long ago. This villa usually has few people around, just a doorman and a cleaning servant. With this flashy car appearing here, Chen Jing Kang definitely didn't follow her. Jiu Si wondered if these two could handle that distinguished gentleman. Upon entering, she indeed found Chen Mu Bai lounging on the sofa, his long legs draped over a low stool, watching television with a seemingly bored expression. In the distance, two people stood shivering, both looking at Jiu Si with expressions of relief. Jiu Si found it amusing. It seemed they had already been through a lot. She made a gesture, and the two immediately fled in a panic. Chen Mu Bai glanced at Jiu Si before returning his gaze to the television screen, speaking in a sarcastic tone. Do you really like going out on snowy days that much? It had been a long time since she last saw Chen Mu Bai, and seeing him again made her feel somewhat amused. He looked like a child throwing a tantrum. Jiu Si blinked and said she was going out to buy something. Chen Mu Bai looked at her again. Then his gaze landed on the bag in her hand. He suddenly reached out, saying, "Let me see." Jiu Si was now certain that Chen Mu Bai was indeed very bored. He usually wouldn't care about such things. She tightened her grip on the bag, saying, "There's nothing special in it." Seeing Chen Mu Bai's clear frown, she added, "Just some things for women." Chen Mu Bai withdrew his outstretched hand and looked her up and down, then looked down and thought for a moment, before looking her over again and uncertainly saying, "Something's off about your life." Jiu Si closed her eyes and took a deep breath, feeling like she was on the verge of breaking down. "How bored are you, Chen Mu Bai?" Chen Mu Bai raised his chin, saying, "If you're uncomfortable, don't stand, sit down." Jiu Si felt that tonight, Chen Mu Bai seemed unusually easy to talk to. Away from the hustle and bustle of the city, He didn't seem so difficult to get along with. However, she wasn't at the point of discussing such personal topics with a man, so she tried to change the subject and asked with apparent concern, "Why did you arrive so late, Mu Shao?" Chen Mu Bai's expression suddenly became somewhat complicated. "I went out only after having dinner." Jiu Si looked at him and tentatively said, "I heard. The highway is closed?" Chen Mu Bai withdrew his gaze and picked up the remote to flip through the channels, casually replying, It wasn't closed when I left." Jiu Si found it strange. He should have been off the highway long ago, as this place wasn't far from the highway entrance. "Why did it take you so long to get here?" Chen Mu Bai finished with the remote and started watching television seriously, saying, "It was dark and I was driving slowly." Jiu Si pressed closer and quietly called him out. "You should have arrived by now." Chen Mu Bai hesitated for a moment, looking troubled, and said, "I got lost. I circled around for a long time before I found this place." Jiu Si clenched her jaw, vowing that there was absolutely no sign of a smile on her face. One was calmly laughing inside, while the other was maintaining composure to hide his embarrassment. For a moment, neither of them spoke. Later, Jiu Si, with a guilty conscience, took the initiative to ease the tension, saying this place is indeed hard to find. "It's normal that Mu Shao hasn't been here for a long time. It's getting late. You should rest early." She wanted to return to her room and laugh under the covers. Chen Mu Bai turned off the television and looked at her with a hint of melancholy. "I haven't had dinner yet." Jiu Si immediately stood up, asking, "What do you want to eat? I'll go make it." Chen Mu Bai looked up at the ceiling as if pondering, and Jiu Si had a bad feeling. He would definitely use this opportunity to make things difficult for her in retaliation for his earlier embarrassment. After a long time, Chen Mu Bai expressionlessly looked at her and said, "If it's inconvenient for you, don't bother. I'm not hungry. Let them just make something. You go tell them, and when you come back, I have something to say to you." "Okay." Jiu Si quickly agreed and went out. In fact, Jiu Si felt a bit anxious, as she was hiding too many things in her heart and didn't know what Chen Mu Bai wanted to talk to her about. Did he know that Shu Hua had been here? Did he see Duan Jingxi send her back? Or perhaps it was about the matter she had been waiting for? When she returned, Chen Mu Bai was standing by the large floor-to-ceiling window, facing away from her, admiring the snow scene. He didn't turn around when he heard her, but spoke calmly. "Let's talk. Why did you take all the blame on yourself and not let Chun Mingmo and Chen Mu Zhao suspect me? What was the risk for? Don't let me owe you a favor for no reason. I don't want to owe a woman." Indeed, Jiu Si felt a sense of relief that she hadn't waited in vain for so long and didn't rush to state her purpose. "Mu Shao, are you not angry anymore?" Chen Mu Bai looked at Jiu Si's reflection on the glass of the floor-to-ceiling window, saying, "I was indeed angry at first, but after thinking about it, I understood." Jiu Si smiled and sincerely complimented him. "Mu Shao is a smart person." Chen Mu Bai turned around and looked at her with interest. "What do you want me to do? Just say it." Jiu Si lowered her gaze, thought for a long time, then raised her eyes to calmly meet Chen Mu Bai's gaze. "I have a friend in America named Gu Kunzai. I haven't heard from him in a long time. Can you help me check if he's still around?" Chen Mu Bai was skilled at provoking people and asked without hesitation, "Are you asking if he's still in America or if he's still alive?" Jiu Si closed her eyes and mustered up the courage to say those few words, "Still alive." Chen Mu Bai nodded and asked, "What is he to you?" Jiu Si replied with the same answer as before, "A friend." Chen Mu Bai stroked his chin and thought for a moment. "This name is a bit strange. He also has the surname Gu. Are you related?" Jiu Si calmly shook her head, denying it. "No, it's just a coincidence that he also has the surname Gu." "Ah." Chen Mu Bai looked at her meaningfully. "That's quite a coincidence." Jiu Si, feeling guilty, didn't respond. Chen Mu Bai then asked, "Why didn't you tell me directly? Why go around in circles for me to find you?" Jiu Si cautiously replied, "If I told you directly, you might not agree." Chen Mu Bai sneered. "So you want to force me to agree by taking action first?" Jiu Si, you're becoming more capable." Jiu Si didn't deny it. She had done that initially, betting that Chen Mu Bai would understand her meaning, gambling that he wouldn't get angry with her for putting pressure on him. Chen Mu Bai raised the corners of his lips. "I want to know if I never understand. What do you plan to do?" "I will wait." "What if I never understand?" "I never thought about that." "What about now?" Facing Chen Mu Bai's relentless questioning, Jiu Si seemed to have no way to retreat and could no longer be evasive. Chen Mu Bai seemed dissatisfied with her silence, looking mischievous. In my eyes, Jiu Si has never pretended to be a simple good person. Just say it. You must have thought about it. Jiu Si admitted that she had indeed thought about it, and more than once. I will go find Chan Mingma and tell him about the Lishan group. In exchange, he will agree to my request. Chen Mu Bai first nodded in approval, then looked puzzled. Actually, compared to this, that method is simpler and quicker. Why not go directly to Chen Mingma? Are you afraid of offending me and worried about my revenge? Or do you genuinely want to keep it from me? Or do you think the person you're looking for isn't important enough to warrant using this matter as leverage? Jiu Si felt a mix of emotions, but her expression was relaxed. What do you think, Mu Shao? Which one is it? I think. Chen Mu Bai paused. It's the first one? Jiu Si smiled, looking into Chen Mu Bai's eyes, which glimmered with emotion. That snowy night on the ice in Wangfu Garden. You selling me this favor, wasn't it to use it for my benefit later? Did you really expect me to keep your secret? Chen Mu Bai curled his lips, and Jiu Si looked at him, a hint of barely perceptible tension flashing in her eyes. After a while, Chen Mu Bai finally parted his thin lips and uttered a few words. I never expected that. Jiu Si sighed without changing her expression, since she had never expected anything. How could she be afraid of offending you? Chen Mu Bai raised an eyebrow and asked, so that's the third option? Jiu Si shook her head, smiling indifferently. It's the first option, although you were the one who took the initiative to tell me about this. But you, young Master Mu, are notoriously fickle and hard to predict in your actions. You might get angry and retaliate against me out of shame. It's better to avoid trouble. I still prefer a safer approach. Chen Mu Bai glanced at her sideways. Are you complimenting me? Jiu Si twitched the corner of her mouth. I suppose so. Chen Mu Bai continued to ask, can I ask when you started plotting against me? Jiu Si cooperatively confessed, after returning from Chen Mu Zhao's place. Perhaps I accidentally said something that made him think Chan Mingma sent me to find him. I thought it was a good opportunity. It indeed was a good opportunity. Chen Mu Bai suddenly changed the subject. However, I hate being coerced or plotted against more than anything else. Don't you know that? Jiu Si was speechless. She knew but had no way to change it. After a moment, Chen Mu Bai spoke again, but this time I can make an exception for you. Jiu Si looked up at him, her face filled with expectation. So you agree? Chen Mu Bai met her gaze, his eyes calm and deep, and slowly replied, agreed. As soon as his words fell, the entire villa plunged into darkness. Jiu Si was startled and instinctively reached out to grab something. She touched a solid, warm object and immediately held on tightly. That solid, warm object moved slightly and soon allowed her to hold on quietly. Chen Mu Bai's teasing voice quickly came to her ears. See, I told you not to agree, and now you've suffered the consequences. It's pitch dark. Jiu Si was speechless. Young Master Mu couldn't go back on his word. Chen Mu Bai snorted coldly. Just now, who said I was fickle? Jiu Si pulled at the corner of her mouth, remaining silent. And the sound of knocking on the door soon rescued her. A voice from outside said, Mr. Chun, the snow is too heavy and has cut the power lines. I'm going to find candles. Please wait a moment. The footsteps gradually faded away, and both of them stood still without moving. Fortunately, in the darkness, Chen Mu Bai's seemingly random words left Jiu Si confused. What do you mean, fortunately? Chen Mu Bai's voice rang out again, emotionless in the pitch black. Fortunately, what we have between us is just a transaction. I was really afraid that you did all this just for me. After a while, Jiu Si lowered her head, a complex smile on her face. Young Master Mu, you think too much. Chen Mu Bai's voice carried a hint of amusement. That's the best. Since you say that, I can rest assured. The whole night, the two of them harbored their own suspicions, neither daring to give in first or speak the truth. And everything that happened today would make them both regretful and relieved in the future. Soon, someone knocked on the door with a candle. Mr. Chun, dinner is ready. What would you like to eat? Chen Mu Bai waved his hand. Forget it. It's too dark. I have no mood for it. I'm going to sleep. Then he gestured for the somewhat stiff Jiu Si to look at her own arm and expressionlessly said, let go. Jiu Si finally reacted, quickly releasing her grip and awkwardly glancing around. I mean, Chen Mu Bai looked at his arm in disdain. Did you not wash your hands after coming back? Jiu Si realized that Chen Mu Bai's cleanliness obsession had kicked in, turn around to leave, and complain helplessly, "Yes, I didn't wash." Young Master Mu, if you really can't stand it, just chop off your own arm. The knife is in the kitchen. This time, it was Chen Mu Bai's turn to twitch the corner of his mouth. He raised his voice to call Jiu Si back. "Let's leave together tomorrow morning." Jiu Si turned around, looking confused. "Where to?" Chen Mu Bai leisurely replied while rolling up his sleeves. "Shao Kang has been asking you 3 times a day when you're coming back. If you don't return soon, he's going to burst from overeating. After feeding him all that food, it wouldn't be worth it if he exploded." Jiu Si turned around and chuckled as she walked upstairs. The next morning, the two of them set out early. The snow made the road slippery, and what should have been a journey of just over an hour took them the whole morning to return to the city. Jiu Si didn't expect that as soon as she returned, someone would come looking for her. She answered the phone and hurriedly left the house. At the CAF, Jiu Si looked at the few photos in her hand and sighed repeatedly. These things were a waste of her emotions. She thought Chen Mu Bai was up to something again. The new reporter from certain gossip magazine across from her looked smug. "What do you think will happen if these photos make it to the newspaper, or if Mr. Chen sees them?" Jiu Si took a sip of coffee and calmly replied, "The consequence is, I probably won't see you in this world again." Truly a newcomer. This was something most people would avoid and pretend not to see. Yet he dared to take photos and had the audacity to threaten for money? The reporter looked stunned. "What do you mean by that?" Jiu Si, feeling a bit sorry for him, hinted, "What I mean is, I didn't see anything today, and you didn't take any photos." The reporter sneered. "It seems Miss Gu doesn't intend to pay, so I'll just have to take it back to the office for the editor-in-chief to see." Jiu Si shook her head regretfully. "Do as you please." The reporter angrily slammed the door as he left. Jiu Si leisurely stood up to prepare to go back. Before she reached home, she received a call from the editor-in-chief of that magazine, who was apologetic and said they had already fired that reporter and would never employ him again. After hanging up, Jiu Si heard Chen Jing Kang telling her to look by the roadside. Jiu Si didn't expect to see Meng lie again under such circumstances. She walked slowly along the street. Her face bruised, and her walking posture was stiff. Chen Jing Kang slowed down the car. "Should I give her a ride?" Jiu Si shook her head, signaling him to leave. "Forget it. I wouldn't want to see her." It seemed that Chun Mingma still knew about the situation between Meng Lai and Chen Mu Bai. How could he allow such a thing to happen? He wouldn't harm his own son, but others might not be so lucky. However, Jiu Si didn't expect that he would hit her. She didn't know if it was Chun Mingma who acted directly. Duan Jingxi had a day full of meetings, and when he returned to the office, it was already dark. He wearily sank into the sofa, loosened his tie, unbuttoned his shirt, and sighed in relief. His secretary handed him both of his phones. Duan Jingxi took them and began to check the records on his work phone. After the secretary finished explaining who had called and what needed to be communicated, she gestured for Duan Jingxi to check his personal phone. "Mrs. Xu called you twice, asking you to call her back after the meeting." Duan Jingxi nodded and started dialing. The secretary wisely stepped out. "Hello, sister." As soon as Duan Jingxi spoke, he realized his voice was already hoarse. Duan Jingxi was the youngest son of the Duan family, while Duan Jingjin was the eldest sister. The two had always had a good relationship. She immediately expressed her concern. "Why is your voice hoarse? I know you're busy with work, but you still need to take care of your health. Don't think you're still young and take it lightly." Duan Jingxi cleared his throat. "Yeah, got it. Did you call me for something?" Duan Jingjin grew up in a diplomatic family and always behaved impeccably. Since marrying into the Xu family, she had become even more serene and composed, serving as a model for educating women in various families. Duan Jingxi knew she must be calling him for something. Otherwise, she wouldn't have called twice, and he had mostly guessed what she wanted to say. Indeed, Duan Jingjin chuckled lightly. "It's nothing serious. Xu Hua's grown up under your watch. Now that she's older, she doesn't listen to me and your brother-in-law much, but she still listens to you as her uncle. Keep an eye on her." Duan Jingxi listened without responding, leaning back on the sofa, closing his eyes in silence. Duan Jingjin quietly waited. Although her younger brother was several years younger than her, he was personally chosen by their father as the successor and had been taught hands-on. Over the years, he had gained considerable experience, and his insights and thoughts were far beyond what she could imagine. After a long while, Duan Jingxi finally spoke softly but brought up another matter. "I just rushed over from home before the meeting. Dad and I talked for a long time. Duan Jingjin waited for a while without any response and understood his attitude. After hesitating, she began to explain, seeming quite troubled. The Shu family has been increasingly marginalized these past 2 years. Your brother-in-law is getting older, and ever since he stumbled a few years ago, he's been down and out. Now he is just putting on a show. At our age, it doesn't matter much. But Shu Mo and Shu Qi still have a long way to go. As parents, we must consider our children. Among the young people of Shu Hua's age, Chen Mu Bai is quite outstanding. For Shu Hua, Chen Mu Bai is a good choice. Duan Jingshi sat in the pitch-black office, his voice devoid of any warmth. Lacking the warmth he had shown earlier to family. It seemed he had returned to the negotiation table, carrying a sense of formality and distance. Whether Chen Mu Bai is a good choice is up for debate, but you know well what kind of place the Chen family is. Would marrying into the Chen family truly be a good choice for Shu Hua? Since you are aware that the Shu family is already on the decline, you should understand what the marriage between Chen Mingma and the Shu family is really about. Duan Jingjin's voice suddenly became more authoritative. Shu Hua, hang up the phone. Adults are speaking. Eavesdropping is not allowed. There are rules. Shu Hua seemed startled, gasping, and reluctantly hung up the phone. After a pause, Duan Jingjin's voice resumed its gentle tone. I know he is trying to win over the Duan family. Since father has been unresponsive, he is taking a roundabout approach through the Shu family. Father is getting old. Not all his ideas are correct. And the marriage with the Chen family may not be a bad thing for the Duan family. Duan Jingshi frowned slightly. Over the years, he had seen many grand occasions and had learned how to control his emotions. He spoke slowly, although father is old and some of his ideas are outdated. There is one thing that has never been wrong. The Duan family has been able to stand firm over the years by keeping to themselves. Father agreed to your marriage to the Shu family back then because he valued the Shu family as a scholarly family that prides itself and does not engage in cliques or internal strife. He underestimated them. The Shu family ultimately still bowed their heads. Since you've made your decision, as Shu Hua's uncle, I will keep an eye on her and ensure she doesn't suffer. But as a member of the Duan family, you must understand that this matter and its subsequent impact have nothing to do with me or the Duan family. Duan Jingjin remained silent for a long time, seeming as if the man on the other end of the phone was not her brother, but the head of the Duan family, expressing his stance and attitude. Although he deliberately slowed his tone, his authority did not diminish. Her brother had truly grown up. After a long silence between the siblings, Duan Jingshi broke the quiet, his voice much softer, as if the earlier sharp confrontation had just been an illusion. Sister, even if you're married, Shu Mo, Shu Qi, and Shu Hua still have Duan blood flowing in them. The Shu family is having a hard time, and Dad and I want to just stand by and watch. Why rush? Duan Jingjin sighed. At first, your brother-in-law and I were just trying to keep a path open. You know Shu Hua's temperament. She would never agree to a marriage using the excuse of childhood betrothal. Who would have thought that girl actually fell for Chen Mu Bai and couldn't wait to marry him? Chen Mingma took it seriously, and your brother-in-law and I found ourselves in a difficult position, having to go along with it. Duan Jingshi understood the complexity of the situation. A blessing in disguise. Who knows? We can only take it step by step. He changed the subject. I saw Mom today. She said she hasn't seen you and Shu Hua in a long time. You should take Shu Hua back to see her when you have time. When they hung up, Duan Jingjin seemed a bit troubled. I heard from Shu Hua that there seems to be a very capable girl around Chen Mu Bai. Duan Jingshi paused, rubbing his forehead. He walked to the desk and picked up a file folder. Having a diplomatic background, he had connections and channels that others did not. He had already reviewed the materials in the folder more than once. After a long pause, he finally spoke. That girl is not a bad person. In a place like the Chen family, one must have some means to protect oneself. As long as Shu Hua doesn't provoke her, she won't make things difficult for Shu Hua. In Duan Jingjin's impression, her brother had been raised as the heir since childhood and was aware of the effort required. Over time, he had developed a somewhat aloof personality and was indifferent to matters of romance, which was why his marriage had been delayed until now. He was not in a hurry. No one could force him. However, this was the first time she had heard Duan Jingshi speak so much about a girl. I will tell Shu Hua to temper her temper. After hanging up, Duan Jingshi remembered he was still holding the file folder. He opened it halfway, but suddenly stopped. then quickly opened it without looking again, feeding page after page into the shredder. A name faintly appeared. Jiu Si. Jiu Si had suddenly descended upon the Chen family years ago without a word. He thought she would have some connection with the Chen family. But it turned out to be this kind of connection. Jingxi was lost in thought in the office for a while before gathering his things to leave. Once in the car, the driver turned around and handed him a button. I found this while washing the car. Is it from your clothes? Jingxi was too tired to care about the button, closing his eyes and weakly waving his hand. The driver understood his meaning and withdrew his hand, preparing to drive. Jingxi suddenly opened his eyes and called the driver. Let me see it. He took it, examined it carefully, and realized it wasn't tea from his clothes. If he remembered correctly, it should belong to Jiu Si. He thought for a moment and put it away, then continued driving. His late grandfather once commented on him, saying at such a young age he has deep thoughts. Depth will surely lead to hurt. At the time, he didn't think much of it, but over the years, each time he found it hard to sleep at night or woke up exhausted in the morning, he increasingly realized the wisdom in the old man's eyes. After so many years, he had developed a sleep disorder, but he concealed it well enough that no one knew. The driver slowly stopped the car, and he suddenly awoke. He had been so exhausted that he had fallen into a deep sleep, but unexpectedly, this sleep had been so burdensome and tiring. Complicated fragments flashed through his mind, making it hard to distinguish between reality and dreams. But one face was clear to him. Jingxi rubbed his temples as he got out of the car, walking while muttering to himself with a hint of amusement. Jingxi, have you been possessed? She's quite a bit younger than you. After returning from outside the city, Jiu Si met with Chen Mingma once. Chen Mingma did not mention anything about the previous events, but reminded her to hurry up with Shu Hua's matter and the upcoming card game in a few days. The upcoming card game. Thinking of this, Jiu Si started to have a headache again. This directly led to the night of the card game, where she repeatedly wanted to ask Chen Mu Bai, who was rummaging through clothes in the dressing room, "Young Master Mu, have you done something recently to annoy your father?" But she ultimately didn't voice her question. Chen Mu Bai seemed to trust her quite a bit and let her out without explaining a word. The card game was set in a private club. The outside appeared ordinary, but the interior was luxuriously decorated. Jiu Si followed Chen Mu Bai, guided by the waiter to the door of the private room. As soon as the door opened, a cloud of smoke filled the air. The cleanliness-obsessed Chen Mu Bai frowned, standing at the door and refusing to enter, coldly watching the two people already seated at the card table. Since those who could play cards here tonight were naturally opponents, no one would give anyone face. The two ignored Chen Mu Bai and continued to smoke. Chen Mu Bai remained at the door, entering a standoff, until Tang Ku leisurely appeared. Tang Ku's eyes lit up when he saw Jiu Si. Oh, Jiu Si is here too. I must perform well today. Jiu Si, under Chen Mu Bai's meaningful gaze, smiled at Tang Ku with a very official smile. Although she said that Tang Ku was not here to compete for that position. It was just a routine. To ease the atmosphere, they always needed someone among the four to mediate, preventing any discord. Tang Ku turned to Chen Mu Bai and asked, "Why aren't you going in? What are you doing standing at the door?" Chen Mu Bai remained silent, coldly staring into the private room. After looking around for a while, Tang Ku understood. He went in, opened a window, stood in the center of the room, and pretended to speak. There are ladies present. And it seems someone doesn't know how to maintain decorum by smoking. Tang Ku, could never do such a tasteless thing. All of them, being young masters from noble families, were unwilling to take on such a reputation, and one by one quietly extinguished their cigarettes. As the smoke in the room gradually dispersed, Tang Ku exchanged a glance with Chen Mu Bai, who then walked in. Tonight's card game was unusually long, and by the end, all four players were somewhat distracted. Even a usually good-tempered Jiu Si was getting a bit anxious. When it was Chen Mu Bai's turn to play, Jiu Si watched his long fingers glide slowly over a row of perfectly round and smooth chips, and when they finally stopped, her eyes twitched. She had already calculated all the cards. If Chen Mu Bai did not change his card, the young master of the Qin family across from him would definitely win. And that position would have to be given up, making all of Chen Mu Bai's previous strategies ineffective. She didn't need to do anything. She could just pass off the task assigned by Chen Ming-Mo, and when Chen Mu Bai asked about it later, she could use countless excuses like "I wasn't in good form today" to brush it off. After all, she was just a person. Everyone makes mistakes. But what would Chen Mu Bai do if he lost that position? In a matter of seconds, Jiu Si felt torn. Just as Chen Mu Bai was about to play, she suddenly tugged at the corner of his clothing, signaling him to play another card. Chen Mu Bai tilted his head slightly with a meaningful smile and discarded the original card in his hand. Jiu Si was stunned. This was the first time Chen Mu Bai had not taken her advice at the card table. As expected, the card he played led to the outcome Jiu Si anticipated, the young Master Qin won. Jiu Si looked at Chen Mu Bai in confusion, and Chen Mu Bai smiled without saying a word. The winner was naturally arrogant and made insinuations to belittle Chen Mu Bai, but Chen Mu Bai, contrary to his usual demeanor, did not lose his temper and instead listened with a smile. Not only was Jiu Si surprised, but even Tang seemed to find this result hard to accept and quietly asked Chen Mu Bai, "What's wrong with you?" Chen Mu Bai raised an eyebrow and casually replied, "Slipped." Tang immediately knelt down. The rest of the table, except for Tang were all people who couldn't stand each other, and after finishing their business, there was no need for a drink together, so they dispersed. In the corridor, Tang pulled Chen Mu Bai aside and spoke in a sneaky tone. "Hey, can I discuss something with you?" Chen Mu Bai gestured for Jiu Si to go ahead, distractedly asking, "What?" Tang lifted his chin, pointing to a figure not far away, Jiu Si. Chen Mu Bai looked down at him with a condescending gaze. "What do you mean?" Tang cleared his throat and said, "Cough. You know I've always liked that limited edition yacht, right? I'll trade it with you." Chen Mu Bai lazily leaned against the wall, looking down, making it hard to read his emotions. "Didn't you say that yacht is your wife?" Tang seemed to have thought of something exciting. But how can a yacht compare to a beauty? What would it be like to have such a cold and stunning beauty like Jiu Si in bed? Just thinking about it makes my blood boil. Chen Mu Bai slightly raised his eyes. The complexity in his affectionate gaze was hard to understand. After staring at Tang for a while, he said lightly, "If you dare to say another word, I wouldn't mind making you say goodbye to yachts for the rest of your life." Tang realized he had touched Chen Mu Bai's sore spot, covering his face and pretending to cough for a long time before seriously lifting his head. "Actually, I still prefer our yacht. Just pretend I didn't say that." After saying this, he awkwardly laughed and tried to put his arm around Chen Mu Bai's shoulder. Chen Mu Bai let out a cold laugh. His noble and aloof demeanor made Tang shudder, and he nervously withdrew his hand. Words once spoken cannot be taken back. Does the mouth of a jade-faced fox lack a rope? You have no respect at all. I see no sign of respect in you, but Zigong, I think that's possible. Tang finally realized the seriousness of the situation, tears streaming down his face. "Brother, I was wrong. Can I lend you my wife?" "Oh no, I mean my yacht for a few days. Can we just leave it at that?" Without giving Chen Mu Bai a chance to refuse, he fled in a panic. Chen Mu Bai waited for him to run a few steps before lazily calling out, "Stop." Tang with a painful expression, stopped and turned around, shouting across half the corridor, "What do you want?" Chen Mu Bai beckoned with his finger, and Tang reluctantly returned. Just then, a waiter walked out from the next private room, and, upon seeing this scene, quickly walked away without looking back. Although trained, Tang still felt he had embarrassed himself greatly today. As he got closer, Chen Mu Bai lowered his voice. "Help me check on someone." Tang's reluctance increased further. "Why me?" Chen Mu Bai looked at him as if it were obvious. "If I go check, the old man will know soon." Upon hearing that Chen Mu Bai needed something from him, Tang straightened up, adopting a serious tone. "Why should I help you?" Chen Mu Bai glanced at him. "As a price for your earlier indiscretion." Just that one look made Tang feel intimidated. Chen Mu Bai suddenly smiled, charmingly, and said slowly, "It seems you have no regrets." From the moment Tang first saw Chen Mu Bai, he knew Chen Mu Bai's smile meant trouble. Always knowing how to read the situation, Tang quickly made a strong guarantee to interrupt him. "I do. I'll check right away. I'll give you a prompt response." Finally, Tang ran out of the safe zone, lit a cigarette, took a few puffs to calm himself down, then dared to take out his phone and, across the long corridor, provocatively looked at Chen Mu Bai, Chan Sanner, that girl Jiu Si. Even across the entire corridor, Tang felt a chilling gaze from Chen Mu Bai. Clearing his throat, he started again. "What I meant was, do you really value that girl Jiu Si so much?" Chen Mu Bai, holding his phone, walked forward. "Chen Jing Kang, that lackey. is both foolish and greedy. According to the theory of evolution, he should be the first to be eliminated from the Chen family, yet he is still doing well. Tang Ke hesitantly guessed, "Are you saying Jiu Si and Chen Jing Kang?" Chen Mu Bai turned the corner. "What I mean is, he never meddles in other people's affairs." Tang Ke stood there, listening to the busy tone in his ear, muttering to himself, "I also don't meddle in other people's affairs. I want to live well too." After getting into the car, Jiu Si hurriedly spoke, "Mu Shao tonight." Chen Mu Bai interrupted her, looking at her meaningfully. "We'll talk about it when we get back." Jiu Si didn't understand what Chen Mu Bai meant. But when they returned home, Chen Mu Bai had his soup, took a bath, and seemed to act as if nothing had happened that night. Logically, he should be angry. What was wrong? Jiu Si stood on the second floor, looking down. Chen Mu Bai was leaning against the back of the sofa with his arms crossed, instructing Chen Jing Kang to swap the potted plants that were originally placed on either side of the floor-to-ceiling window. To her, the two potted plants looked almost identical, and she really couldn't understand the meaning of the swap. In Jiu Si's eyes, Chen Mu Bai was the kind of person who was born knowing how to torment others. His specialty was to leisurely find things to do when others were anxiously waiting for him, showing that he was very busy and had no time to attend to them. And he didn't mind expressing the meaning of, "You're angry? Why aren't you angry? If you're so angry, why are you waiting for me? What can you do about it?" Just when Jiu Si was about to give up, Chen Mu Bai called out to her from the center of the living room on the first floor, pointing towards the study. After spending the whole evening setting things up, he entered the study without further ado and went straight to the point. "Do you want to know why I deliberately lost tonight?" Jiu Si looked at his relaxed expression and nodded, feeling increasingly uncertain. Chen Mu Bai took out a tape recorder from the drawer casually, saying, "Let me play something for you." A few minutes later, the recording ended, and the study fell silent. The content of the recording was very clear, featuring the voices of Chun Ming Mo and Meng Yinyan. Chun Ming Mo was explaining to Meng Yinyan that this card game was arranged to test Jiu Si. If she obediently allowed Chen Mu Bai to lose the game, he would keep her. Meng Yinyan's deep voice still echoed in her ears. What if he wins? There was no sound for a long time in the recording, but Jiu Si could imagine Chun Ming Mo's gaze and gestures. Jiu Si was stunned. It turned out that Chun Ming Mo had long since stopped trusting her. She finally understood why Chun Ming Mo had smiled and told her that she would understand that night. It turned out that he was not targeting Chen Mu Bai, but her. If Chen Mu Bai knew nothing and won the game tonight, then the Chen family could not only secure that position, but also let Chun Ming Mo test that she had already harbored ulterior motives. If she really let Chen Mu Bai lose the game tonight, it would mean she was still useful, and sacrificing one position was not a loss. She had thought she was helping Chen Mu Bai. In fact, it was Chen Mu Bai who had helped her. Jiu Si knew that Chun Ming Mo was inherently suspicious, but she didn't expect his actions to be so quick. Her mind spun, and after a long time, she managed to find her voice. "When did you get the recording?" Chen Mu Bai thought for a moment and replied, "It was the night it snowed in Wangfu Garden when Chun Ming Mo instructed you." Jiu Si recalled that snowy night and realized that so many things had happened out of her sight. No matter how heavy the wind and snow, they could not wash away the darkness and gloom. She let out a resigned breath and closed her eyes. This was the most terrifying aspect of Chen Mu Bai. He was not afraid of schemes or power struggles. He had grown up in such an environment and was already adept at it. He stood high above, watching others smugly set traps for him while pretending not to know, calmly avoiding those traps. He clearly knew everything, but said not a word, playing with people's hearts. He wore a face of indifference. She foolishly thought of herself as clever, but in his eyes, she was merely a joke. Jiu Si felt a mix of anger, regret, and despair in her heart, unable to suppress it no matter how hard she tried. She had been exceedingly cautious, yet she still occasionally fell into others' traps. When would this kind of life come to an end? Chen Mu Bai suddenly spoke with a teasing expression. "Jiu Si, tell me, how do you plan to thank me this time?" Jiu Si was still lost in her own world and was startled by his voice, instinctively looking up at him, her dark eyes carrying a hint of anger and grievance. Chen Mu Bai was taken aback by her expression. He had never seen the usually wooden Jiu Si look like this. It was as if she was angry and embarrassed. He pondered before speaking. What's going on with you? Jiu Si's rationality had been replaced by anger and despair. She no longer remembered any respect and replied disdainfully, "Humph, with your abilities. Young Master Mu, why would I need to thank you?" She was merely a pawn in his struggle against the old man Chen. Why would he need her gratitude? What could she do that he couldn't? Besides, since he had already known about this matter, he must have had other plans. Even if she lost that position tonight, it probably wouldn't be a loss. She sounded almost like a rogue. Chen Mu Bai leaned against the desk board and lightly tapped his fingers on the surface to prompt her. The old man is inherently suspicious. Just because he couldn't test you this time doesn't mean he believes you. If this time doesn't succeed, there will be next time. And if that doesn't work, there will be the time after that. It's hard to guard against, and he is getting older. If you still want to play both sides, it will be even harder. Jiu Si knew that Chen Mu Bai was telling her that the old man was no longer a tree she could rely on. It was Chen Mu Bai who would be her true support. But could she really rely on Chen Mu Bai? Jiu Si felt physically exhausted, even struggling to stand. She had no energy left to think about playing both sides, her voice low and dejected. "Young Master Mu, the person you helped me find last time, if you're willing to ensure his safety, I will leave. I will tell the old man Chen that it's my incompetence and that I can no longer work for him." Chen Mu Bai's expression turned serious, his eyes sharp and cold. "What did you say?" Jiu Si no longer looked at him, staring vacantly ahead, replying weakly, "I don't want to stay in the Chen family anymore." Chen Mu Bai found it laughable, pursing his lips, his expression growing darker. And even his voice carried sarcasm. "Do you think that is possible?" Jiu Si no longer cared whether he would get angry. She only felt despair and just wanted to leave this hellish place. "I won't say too much. You can rest assured. Once I leave the Chen family, I won't mention a word about the past." For the first time, Chen Mu Bai realized that Jiu Si had a knack for getting on his nerves. The veins on his forehead throbbed, and his tone involuntarily rose several notches. "Rest assured? What do I have to be worried about? But can you make Shen Ming Mo rest assured? Do you know who he trusts the most? Dead people. Do you want to die? Do you?" This was probably the first time Jiu Si had provoked such intense anger in Chen Mu Bai, but she felt no fear at all. She replied in a calm and steady voice, "If necessary, I can die." After saying that, she looked up and met his gaze calmly. Chen Mu Bai's expression changed dramatically, the lines of his jaw becoming sharper and more defined, his cold eyes seeming to pierce through her. The room fell into a dead silence, as if the surrounding air had solidified. In a fit of rage, Chen Mu Bai swept everything off the table, and an innocent vase was caught in the crossfire, shattering on the floor. He stepped through the mess and approached her step by step. Jiu Si instinctively wanted to retreat, but was tightly grasped by her wrist. "Jiu Si, have you taken the wrong medicine today? Where's your restraint? Where's your calmness?" Jiu Si lowered her eyes and waited for him to vent before looking up at him, tears streaming down her face, her tone pleading. "I'm really tired. I don't want to live like this anymore." This was the first time Chen Mu Bai saw this woman cry, and it was an understatement to say he was shocked. Until today, he had always thought this woman would never cry. She was resilient, self-controlled, and indifferent in his eyes. Jiu Si was the best embodiment of wood. Chen Mu Bai suddenly pulled her close, gently wiping her tear stains while gritting his teeth and whispering in her ear, "Jiu Si, listen carefully. All of this is your own choice. No matter how tired you are, you have to endure. If you dare to die, I will make that person you wanted me to find completely disappear from this world. And I mean it. I didn't say you could leave. You can never leave. And you absolutely cannot die." He pushed her away forcefully after speaking, and Jiu Si fell to the ground, showing no intention of helping her up. He looked down at her for a while, sneering, "I finally see clearly. I was just blind." Then he slammed the door and left. Jiu Si sat on the ground with her head down for a long time, her heart deadened. After a long time, she finally thought of standing up. When she pushed against the ground, she felt the unevenness beneath her hand. It slipped, and a curvy scar appeared on her palm, with bright red blood continuously oozing out. Chen Jing Kang stood at a distance, watching Chen Mu Bai storm out of the study to the bedroom, rubbing his eyes and asking Chen Fong beside him, "Why is the young master angry again? Wasn't he fine just now?" Chen Fong glanced at him, frowning this time. It seemed serious. After a while, they saw Jiu Si coming out of the study, looking dazed, and the two exchanged glances. In fact, the two had quarreled before, either evenly matched and holding their ground, leading to a stalemate and eventually parting ways without resolution, or Jiu Si seemingly conceding gracefully, but managing to infuriate Chen Mu Bai. It was rare for Chen Mu Bai to deliberately tease her, acting like a rogue to irritate her, causing Jiu Si to grit her teeth in silent suffering. However, this kind of mutually destructive situation had never happened before. Chen Fong and Chen Jing Kang exchanged glances. After a while, Chen Jing Kang suggested, "Should we go take a look?" Chen Fong nodded in agreement, and the two shouted in unison, "You go check on the young master. I'll go check on Jiu Si, Sister Gu." Chen Jing Kang was taken aback. "I said it first." Chen Fong calmly pointed out his son's flaw. "I said one word less than you. I finished first." Chen Jing Kang planned to stubbornly insist. "So what if you did?" Chen Fong remained composed. Whoever finishes speaking first wins. Unable to come to a conclusion, the two decided to resolve the matter like men, which simply meant playing rock, paper, scissors. In the end, Chen Jing Kang won with a move that broke Chen Fong's 72 empty clear punches, triumphantly striding into Jiu Si's room. At that moment, Jiu Si, filled with self-destructive anger, had clearly entered a state of do not disturb strangers, do not approach acquaintances. Chen Jing Kang clearly did not know that the usually gentle and easygoing person, once disregarded, could be as ruthless as a god or Buddha. Chen Jing Kang entered, parched, and spoke for a long time without receiving a single glance from Jiu Si. Finally, he had a brainwave and groaned a couple of times. "Oh, Sister Gu, at least say something to me. I'm not feeling well." Jiu Si didn't even look at him. "Get some rest." Chen Jing Kang continued to act, clutching his stomach and moaning. "My stomach hurts." Jiu Si handed him some leftover brown sugar from a few days ago. "Rest early." Chen Jing Kang received it with wide eyes. "I'm a man." Jiu Si was clearly too lazy to even pretend to care, mechanically repeating, "Rest more." Chen Jing Kang, somewhat dissatisfied, asked, "Is there nothing else to say?" "There is." Jiu Si, who had not looked at him the entire time, finally turned to glance at him. Chen Jing Kang's eyes lit up. "What?" Jiu Si coldly replied, "Go back to your room and wait to die." In the end, Chen Jing Kang left the battlefield with half a bag of brown sugar in defeat. When Chen Fong went to see Chen Mu Bai, he was curled up on the sofa, holding his forehead, with the lights off. Chen Fong stood at the door, the light from the corridor shining in, and Chen Mu Bai squinted in displeasure. Chen Fong had no intention of closing the door, calling out, "Young master." Chen Mu Bai's voice was low and frightening. "Uncle Fong, how long have I been in the Chen family?" Chen Fong hesitated. "When I arrived at the Chen family, the young master was already here." In the dim light, Chen Mu Bai's voice grew more unusual. "I remember it's been about 10 years. How long has Jiu Si been in the Chen family?" Chen Fong, who usually had a good memory, answered without thinking, 6 years. Chen Mu Bai muttered a few words. 6 years. 6 years, and she dares to say she's tired. Chen Fong, not knowing the details, could only follow Chen Mu Bai's lead. After all, Jiu Si is a girl. Chen Mu Bai suddenly smiled, the smile cold and lonely. "Do I not know she's a girl? But Uncle Fong, I cannot be soft-hearted. I'm afraid if I soften my heart, I will harm her. She said she wants to leave the Chen family. But I don't want to witness Chen Fongzhu's tragedy again." The incident involving Chen Fongzhu was one that people in the Chen family spoke of in hushed tones, gradually buried with the passage of time, but that didn't mean no one remembered. Chen Fong paused, finally saying the words he had long kept inside. "Young master, those things are in the past. Actually, some things you can say out loud. If you don't, she might not know." They were both not good at expressing their feelings. They always tested each other, one holding back without speaking, the other sulking without asking, and over time, they would start to argue. Jiu Si seemed silent, but was the most infuriating. Chen Mu Bai was inherently cold, yet such a person could also be deeply emotional. Chen Mu Bai looked thoughtfully at Chen Fong, then fell into silence, knowing full well who Chen Fong meant by she. Chen Fong handed him the first aid kit. "I just saw Jiu Si's hand was bleeding. Aren't you going to check?" After a long silence without a response from Chen Mu Bai, Chen Fong closed the door and left. Chen Mu Bai sat for a while before picking up his phone to make a call. "Have you found the person you were looking for?" Tang Ku's voice was noticeably lower, answering somewhat guiltily, not yet. Tang Ku, putting aside other skills, finding a person in this world was not a difficult task for him. Chen Mu Bai paused, tentatively asking, is it not around anymore? Tang Ku was also puzzled. If they're not around, there should be some trace. But this person left no clues at all, as if they were cleaned up. I say, Chun Sanner, are you not just making up a name to mess with me? Chen Mu Bai clearly did not have the mood for such jokes. I'm not as bored as you. Did you not investigate properly? Tang Ku immediately protested, of course not. The two of them were suspicious of each other while desperately proving their innocence. Suddenly, Tang Ku thought of something. There is also a possibility that someone knows you will investigate, and this person knows you very well, knows that you would come to find me to investigate. And coincidentally, that person is also very familiar with my methods, so they cleaned up everything in advance, which is why I can't find anything. By the way, who exactly is this person you wanted me to investigate? Chen Mu Bai thought for a moment and did not plan to answer Tang Ku's question. Then there is no other way? Tang Ku didn't mind. If we keep looking in our circle, it definitely won't work. We need to change circles. I thought of a few candidates before, and the most suitable one is Lord Duan. He is a professional, and there are some materials that I can't access. Plus, he has almost no connection with you. So the person who obstructed, you wouldn't expect you to look for him. Chen Mu Bai was not familiar with Duan Jingxi, and he did not want more people to know about this matter. You try him, and if it really doesn't work, we'll talk then. Tang Ku agreed. Is there any other clue? Chen Mu Bai suddenly remembered that Jiu Si had once asked him about Meng Yinian. Check on Meng Yinian. Tang Ku promised to investigate as soon as possible and quickly hung up the phone. Chen Mu Bai put down his phone, his hand inadvertently brushing against the medicine box. And just as he was about to get up after thinking for a moment, the phone screen lit up again. As soon as he answered, he heard the name he hated the most, Shao Bai. Chen Zhu had not yet had time to say anything further when Chen Mu Bai hung up the phone. Chen Zhu stared at his phone in confusion for a long time before realizing and redialing, formally changing his address to a more deferential tone. Mu Bai. Chen Mu Bai responded indifferently with a simple Chen Zhu was changing into a white coat while speaking. I'm about to enter the operating room. Here's a phone number. Can you help me top up 200 yuan of phone credit? Chen Mu Bai was in a terrible mood, squeezing his phone in frustration. What? Are you so broke from that glutton that you can't even pay for phone credit? Chen Zhu was clearly annoyed. Why are you making such a fuss? Chen Mu Bai was equally blunt. Forget it. Find someone else. He vaguely heard a nurse urging Chen Zhu from the other side, and Chen Zhu responded before starting to explain. That girl encountered a scammer at the bus station yesterday and borrowed 200 yuan. That person took her phone number and said he'd pay her back today. Chen Mu Bai snorted, expressing his ridicule. Is she out of her mind? How could she believe that? I originally planned to top it up myself today, but I left my phone at home. Now, a doctor suddenly asked me to substitute for a surgery, and I really can't make it, so I asked you for help. Chen Mu Bai ignored Chen Zhu's urgency and slowly mocked him. So you really are out of your mind. Don't you know how treacherous the world is? Chen Zhu's voice came back, neither loud nor soft. No need. Mu Bai, she's different from us. She's such a pure person. I don't want those people and things to taint her. I will protect her well, so she feels that the world is this beautiful and can be happy every day. As long as I'm here, she won't feel any of what you said. Fine. It's just phone credit, right? I'll arrange for someone to handle it immediately. My teeth are about to rot. Chen Mu Bai hung up the phone with a look of disbelief. Then silence and daze. I always thought that love meant letting you see the world's cruelty and training you to be invincible. But it turns out that letting you live happily in a greenhouse where no one can hurt you is also a form of love. Chen Zhu, after experiencing the world's coldness and the treachery of human hearts, returned to simplicity, which is why he knew how lovely Sanbao was and how hard the journey had been. He couldn't bear to let the person he loved touch even a little bit of it. When Jiu Si encountered Chen Mu Bai, the Chen Mu Bai at that time had already become so powerful that he was beyond measure, with deep thoughts that were hard to grasp. He had walked out of the darkness, standing in front of her with an aura of wind and snow, yet his face was calm and serene. He knew how fierce the storm outside was, which is why he was so harsh towards Jiu Si. Only by making Jiu Si strong enough to face the storm alone could he feel at ease. He feared that if he softened his heart, the storm outside would swallow her up. But he never considered that all of this was his own idea. She wouldn't necessarily accept it all. Just a moment ago, when she had said she wanted to give up with a face full of sorrow, it made him suddenly feel flustered. He couldn't imagine a day when he would still call Jiu Si's name recklessly, but she would never appear again. Chen Mu Bai carried the medical kit to knock on Jiu Si's door. When he ran into Chen Jing Kang, he gave him the phone number, asking him to top up the phone credit. When Jiu Si opened the door, she looked particularly dejected, as if nothing mattered. Her gaze was somewhat vacant, and she wore a hint of impatience on her face. After opening the door, she ignored him and turned to sit on the wool carpet in front of the bed, staring blankly out the window with a few drops of snow on the white long-haired carpet, looking shocking. Chen Mu Bai watched her for a while and then simply sat down as well, silently starting to bandage her hand. Jiu Si had injured her right hand, and while Chen Mu Bai was treating it, she showed no reaction at all, as if she were a soulless shell, allowing him to do as he pleased. During this time, Jiu Si seemingly glanced at him unintentionally. He was very close to her, his profile handsome and thin, his expression peaceful and quiet as he focused on bandaging her wound. She could see the light filtering through his slightly trembling eyelashes and smell the refreshing mint on him. She had never known that Chen Mu Bai could do such things. His bandaging technique was very skilled, and the pressure was just right, not at all like a pampered young master. She even doubted that the gentle and friendly man before her was really Chen Mu Bai. Chen Mu Bai suddenly looked up and asked, "Does it hurt?" Jiu Si scrutinized him for a long time before coldly replying no. Chen Mu Bai applied more pressure. "Really doesn't hurt?" In the past, Chen Mu Bai would have thought she was just putting on a brave front, but now, seeing her reaction, it seemed like it really didn't hurt. He had suspected that there was something wrong with Jiu Si's right hand for a long time, and now that he had the opportunity, he was unwilling to let it go. Jiu Si shot him a sideways glance, letting him fuss. "Are you done touching?" Chen Mu Bai pretended to tie a knot. I'm just checking if there are any other wounds." Jiu Si withdrew her hand. No more. After finishing bandaging the wound, neither of them spoke. For a moment, the room was very quiet, quiet enough to hear each other's breathing. "The person you wanted me to find." Chen Mu Bai suddenly spoke, but left the sentence hanging to observe her reaction. "He's not around anymore, is he?" Jiu Si smiled bitterly. Since Chen Mingma had already started testing her, he must have begun to act, and she no longer held any hope. She wasn't a person who cried. She had always known that crying wouldn't solve problems. What had happened in the study, just now, was merely her moment of near collapse. Although she said that, her eyes were still red. "I haven't found out yet." Chen Mu Bai quickly added, "The person you wanted me to find hasn't been located. Don't you want to see him once more?" Jiu Si turned her head to look at the dark night outside and calmly replied, "I haven't seen him in many years. Since I chose to enter the Chen family, I never planned to see him again. No, it wasn't my choice. I had no choice at all." Chen Mu Bai tentatively asked, "Who is he to you?" Jiu Si closed her eyes. "My father." After saying this, Jiu Si stopped speaking. No matter what Chen Mu Bai said afterward, she didn't react, as if she was immersed in her own world, undisturbed by the outside. Chen Mu Bai looked at her, beginning to frown. A person fears losing their spirit the most. That is fatal. Chen Mu Bai caught sight of a deck of playing cards lying on the carpet and picked it up. "Let's have a game. If I win." Jiu Si raised her chin and looked down at him with a cold smile. "How could you possibly win?" The formidable Chen Mu Bai felt his dignity was being trampled, and it was being trampled again and again by a half-dead person who looked down on him. He trembled as he began to shuffle the cards, taking a deep breath. "Let's play the simplest game. Each of us draws a card and compares the size. We'll draw 10 times. As long as I win one round, I win." Jiu Si glanced at him. "You can say such shameless things." Chen Mu Bai felt insulted again, trembling as he laid the cards out. "Who goes first?" Jiu Si hadn't gambled with anyone for a long time. Although Chen Mu Bai's rules were unfair, they still piqued her interest. Chen Mu Bai drew one card at a time, and then lost again and again. Jiu Si seemed to be doing it on purpose, each time only beating him by 1 point. After a few rounds, Chen Mu Bai felt that his dignity was completely gone. He decided to stop. "Wait, let's change the way we play. I'll draw a few cards and you guess. Just guess one wrong and I'll win." He didn't give Jiu Si a chance to refuse and drew out 5 cards, raising his chin to signal her to provide the answer. Jiu Si looked at him with pity. naming the cards in his hand one by one, watching Chen Mu Bai's expression change color with each reveal. Just as she finished speaking, Chen Mu Bai suddenly threw the cards down and laughed. You lost. The last card is wrong. Jiu Si frowned at the last card, feeling a bit angry. You hit a card. Chen Mu Bai showed no embarrassment at all, wearing an innocent and curious expression. Oh, how did you know? This is my card. I drew this card long ago. Why didn't you say so earlier? Let's start over. Jiu Si pressed him down, frowning tightly. What exactly do you want? Chen Mu Bai instantly regained his composure, his expression becoming serious. Come with me. I have something to say to you. After saying that, he stood up first. Jiu Si looked at him without making any move. Chen Mu Bai became annoyed. Are you sick? You don't feel comfortable unless you're threatened, right? Do you have to be threatened to listen? Even if you want to leave or die. Can't you at least hear me out first? Jiu Si had a strong point, which was that she could listen to others' words very well. If what others said made sense, she would generally follow it. Chen Mu Bai took her to the attic, a place Jiu Si had been unaware of until now. The attic was dark with no lights on. The weather was nice tonight, but the moonlight and starlight coming through the window still made it dim. Jiu Si instinctively stood still, feeling around. Where's the light? She was afraid of the dark. Even when she slept, she needed a light source. Chen Mu Bai seemed very familiar with this place. He walked a few steps as if sitting down somewhere before answering. There's no light. About 5 steps to your right, there's a stool. You can sit there. Jiu Si still felt uneasy, turning to go back. Wait, I'll get a flashlight. Sometimes, staying in the dark could make you feel much more relaxed and at ease. You can't see others, and others can't see you. There's no need to pretend. No need to be afraid, and it's not so exhausting. His voice carried an indescribable loneliness, half of his face hidden in shadow, making it hard for her to see his expression. She could only sense that tonight, Chen Mu Bai was somewhat unusually gentle. Perhaps the moonlight was too soft, washing away his gloom and arrogance, as if this was the most authentic version of him. Jiu Si tried to move a few steps to the side and soon touched the low stool Chen Mu Bai mentioned. After hearing the rustling sound come to an end, Chen Mu Bai slowly spoke. Actually, tonight's matter is nothing much. It's just that I had my own selfish reasons for not telling you in advance. I didn't expect your reaction to be so strong. If I had informed you beforehand, perhaps it would have been different. He was uncertain. He wanted to know if Jiu Si would help him. For a moment, Jiu Si felt awkward. Such words were not something Chen Mu Bai would typically say. He usually despised explaining anything to anyone. He possessed nearly perfect looks, a prestigious family background, and ruthless, decisive thoughts and methods. He should be someone who looked down on everything. But what was he doing now? Moreover, her feelings were not solely because of tonight's incident. It was just that her emotions had built up over time, and tonight's event acted as a trigger, releasing everything at once. Chen Mu Bai continued, do you know? Over the years, among those who wanted to leave the Chen family, the only one I can still see is Chen Mu Bai. But he also paid a painful price. I don't want to see Chen Mu Bai's tragedy repeated. So, you'd better abandon that thought. In fact, Chen Mu Bai's voice was very deep, and when he spoke calmly, it was most charming and alluring, especially in the dark, making Jiu Si's restless heart suddenly quiet down, listening to him speak. There was once a woman who wanted to leave the Chen family, taking her son out of that cage, but Chen Ming did not allow it, and neither did the Chen family behind him. They separated that woman from the boy and locked her up. They did nothing to the boy, but that woman was not so lucky. They injected her with drugs every day, and later she went mad, and then she died. All the while, they never laid a hand on the boy. The day after that woman died, Chen Ming stood at the entrance of the Wangfu garden and told the boy, "You can go now." Chen Mu Bai still remembered how that elegant and slender young man experienced the darkest and most tragic months of his life. Every time that woman's screams echoed, he was powerless, unable to do anything, only able to howl and cry behind the window in front of Chen Mu Bai. At that time, Chen Mu Bai was even younger, too young to know how to comfort someone, resulting in him being unable to say a word. Since then, Chen Mu Bai learned that he could not have any vulnerabilities. Being grasped by someone else's weakness was worse than death. Even if he had one, he would have to cut it off with his own hands. But he did not know that the reason a vulnerability is that you cannot bear to cut it off, even if it pains you to the core. To be honest, Jiu Si had heard of the darkness in the deep mansion, but this was the first time she heard Chen Mu Bai talk about it. She always thought the things he looked down upon had once brought him shock. Perhaps Jiu Si had been silent for too long. And Chen Mu Bai thought she didn't believe him. So he explained, "Don't worry, I won't use such matters to deceive you. That boy is called Chen Mu Bai. He is the first and only one to leave the Chen family and still live well, but he lost the most precious thing. If you let him choose again, he would probably choose to stay in the Chen family." Jiu Si knew that Chen Mu Bai was Chen Si. She had met Chen Si, who was gentle and refined, and when he smiled in his Dr. S white coat, he had an ethereal aura. She truly could not imagine that such a delicate man would have such an experience. Chen Mu Bai's voice grew more desolate. "I'm not trying to scare you. The most ruthless thing about Chen Ming Mo is that he doesn't kill. He destroys the heart. If you were truly alone, without anything to be threatened by him, that would be the luckiest. The only one to suffer would be you, and you wouldn't implicate anyone else. You would feel too sad. Wouldn't hurt to the core. But if not, he will think of the cruelest ways to deal with your vulnerabilities. Leaving the Chen family is definitely not a wise choice, at least not now." In the dark, Chen Mu Bai was gentle and patient. The last few words were spoken hesitantly, as if he was no longer the domineering Chen Mu Bai, but simply discussing things with her, giving the most sincere advice, which touched the most fragile strings in Jiu Si's heart. She cried very cautiously, not even sobbing, just her breathing became erratic. But Chen Mu Bai knew she was crying. Tears are the most abundant thing in the world. When they gather on a person's face, those around them can sense it. Perhaps sensitivity to sorrow is a human nature. He didn't plan to offer comfort because he knew she had accumulated too much inside her. The words that remained unspoken would eventually lead to a collapse. All of Chen Mu Bai's actions tonight were just for the last sentence. But he couldn't bring himself to say it. He wasn't sure what it would mean to her. So he hesitated. He turned. He didn't dare to speak. "So, Jiu Si, you must not leave. You must not leave. I haven't figure out Chen Ming Mo's bottom line yet, and I can't confront him. I'm afraid even I won't be able to protect you." At that time, Jiu Si was immersed in her own sorrow, unable to extricate herself, not noticing anything. But had she been able to see at that moment, she would have understood what Chen Mu Bai was saying, and she would have noticed the subtle tension as well as the flush on his face. After that, Chen Mu Bai stopped speaking. After a slight sound, Jiu Si suddenly heard the sound of a piano. She had never known of the attic's existence and was unfamiliar with its furnishings. It seemed that Chen Mu Bai had been sitting beside the piano all along. The music was lively and cheerful, a tune she had never heard before, sounding like a lullaby for children, infused with a hint of innocence. Gradually, Jiu Si quieted down in the sound of the piano. The tears seemed to take away not just the moisture from her body, but also her sadness, disappointment, and despair. What felt like an enormous issue just moments ago now seemed like she had stumbled into a small pit while bumping along the way. Not only did she fail to brush off the dust and get back up to continue moving forward, but she was also lying there crying incessantly. Truly embarrassing. This time, Chen Mu Bai clearly helped her, but instead of being grateful, she ended up needing him to comfort her. Just now, she had actually cried in front of him, and no matter how she thought about it, she felt she had gone too far today. However, she then thought again that she had defied Chen Mingma's wishes because she was considering him, so she couldn't blame herself entirely. But in the next moment, she remembered that her intention to help him wasn't entirely innocent. She mostly wanted him to help find her father. Going in circles, Jiu Si felt confused. Between her and Chen Mu Bai, it really was, as he said, a relationship where you set me up and I set you up in return. The people in the attic felt nothing was wrong, but the two downstairs were not so calm. Chen Jing Kang, with a terrified expression, called Chen Fong out of the room. Dad, did you hear that?" The young master went to the attic to play that piece. Chen Fong gestured for him to be quieter and then spoke. "I heard." Chen Jing Kang seemed unable to accept the news. Did the young master get some kind of stimulus? That piano, wasn't it left to him by his mother? And that piece. Chen Fong went up to cover Chen Jing Kang's mouth and quietly warned him, "If you know, don't mention it." "Don't you know that's the young master's taboo?" Woo-woo. Chen Jing Kang struggled, but was pulled back to the room by Chen Fong. The next day, feeling guilty, Jiu Si specifically got up early to prepare breakfast with Chen Fong. Chen Mu Bai, however, seemed to have transformed back after dawn, looking very bad, and his morning anger reached new heights as he made harsh and vicious comments about every dish at the breakfast table. Chen Jing Kang had a strange expression. Jiu Si was expressionless, and only Chen Fong understood that Chen Mu Bai was covering up. After Chen Mu Bai finished his harsh comments about the food, he glanced at Jiu Si and asked, "Did you figure out?" Jiu Si quickly admitted her mistake. "Last night, I overreacted. Young master, please don't take it to heart." Chen Mu Bai maintained a stern face. "This is a road of no return. Once you choose it, you have to walk down it. Backtracking halfway is not good for you or your father. Think it through." Jiu Si nodded. However, Chen Mu Bai seemed unsatisfied. After waiting for a while without a response from Jiu Si, he reluctantly spoke again. "What else?" Jiu Si looked confused. "What else?" Chen Mu Bai looked at her for a few seconds, then frowned, seemingly dissatisfied. "Did you not notice the bloodstains on that carpet in your room?" "I have a cleanliness obsession." Jiu Si was speechless. "That's in my room. You usually don't see it. I find it unlucky. I will clean it up." "No need." Chen Mu Bai glanced at Chen Jing Kang. "Has the wool carpet you ordered for winter arrived?" "I asked a few days ago. It should be here in about a week." Chen Mu Bai nodded. "Hurry it up. When it arrives, replace the one in Jiu Si's room." After saying that, he looked at Jiu Si and officially added, "The cost will be deducted from your salary." Jiu Si showed no objection. Chen Mu Bai had high nose and thin lips, naturally appearing indifferent and disdainful like a spoiled young master. When he was awkward, he would even hurt others with his words. Yet at this moment, she inexplicably found him cute. Just before leaving, Chen Mu Bai seemingly casually glanced at Jiu Si's hand and awkwardly said, "If your hand is injured, you don't need to go to work today. Just rest at home." The turbulent undercurrent from last night seemed to have passed, and as Jiu Si watched the car disappear around the corner, she suddenly felt that this kind of life wasn't so bad after all. As soon as Jiu Si turned around, she saw Chen Fong standing not far away. When he saw her turn back, he smiled. The young master was gentler than the second young master when he was younger, but later, life did not allow him to remain gentle. He bears much more than he appears to, and without close companions, he has become increasingly cold and eccentric. "Don't take it to heart." Jiu Si smiled. "I don't feel that way. If he were gentle as jade, then he wouldn't be Chen Mu Bai." His brows and eyes were beautiful to the point of arrogance, and he was so carefree that he seemed oblivious to everyone. That was Chen Mu Bai. Chen Fong thought this girl was quite clever in other matters, full of schemes, but in this case, he sighed, shook his head, and left. Chen Mu Bai did not go to the company, but instead went to the old Chen family residence. On a small road, he met Meng Lai, who turned red-eyed upon seeing him. In the past, Chen Mu Bai would have seized such a good opportunity to annoy Chen Mingma, but after last night, he found he had no interest in even pretending to support another woman, feeling quite awkward inside. Thus, Chen Mu Bai chose to walk past without looking sideways. At the door, he encountered the security guard, who said Chen Mingma was already waiting for him. So before entering, he adjusted his expression to show a look of frustration. To match his frustrated expression, Chen Mu Bai remained silent no matter what Chen Mingma asked after entering. Chen Mingma seemed to have an event today, dressed unusually formally. And after checking the time, he got to the point, "I heard you lost at last night's card game?" Chen Mu Bai still said nothing. Chen Mingma handed him a few slips of paper, each with a name written on it. "Choose one." Chen Mu Bai took them, glancing at them with a nonchalant expression, but secretly sneered, then pretended to be confused. "What do you mean?" Chen Mingma pointed at a few slips. "These people's positions are not lower than the one you lost last night. Pick one, consider it a gift for me." Chen Mu Bai absent-mindedly flipped through them. "Can I just have the position and not the person?" Chen Mingma looked dissatisfied. "These people are handpicked by me. Once they follow you, their loyalty is absolutely guaranteed. You can rest assured about this." Chen Mingma was obviously inserting people into his circle, and his intent was clear. He had no choice but to pick. Chen Mu Bai casually scattered them in front of him, picking the one that flew the farthest, pinching it and handing it to Chen Mingma, saying lazily, "Here, this one." Chen Mingma was quite dissatisfied with his perfunctory attitude, glancing at the name on the paper but saying nothing. Both father and son were not talkative, and after finishing the business, they fell silent. After a while, Chen Mingma glanced at Chen Mu Bai. "Are you dealing with something lately?" Chen Mu Bai was a bit distracted and reflexively replied, "What is it?" Chen Mingma only sensed some change in Chen Mu Bai's demeanor, but couldn't pinpoint anything. "Nothing. Just noticed you seemed distracted." Chen Mu Bai indeed felt somewhat unfocused, lazily leaning back in his chair and half-truthfully responding, "It's probably the end of the year. I've been tired all year, so it's time to rest." Chen Mingma nodded, just as Meng Yinian knocked, and entered to remind him that it was time to leave. Chen Mingma stood up, tidying his clothes, and asked, "Are you still not coming back for the new year this year?" Chen Mu Bai also stood up, preparing to leave. And upon hearing this, he laughed. "Am I coming back to argue with you? Haven't you seen enough of that? It's a big day after all. I won't add to your troubles, after all." Chen Mu Bai turned to look Chen Mingma up and down for a few seconds. After all, it's 1 year less. Chen Mingma's hand, which was adjusting his collar, visibly trembled. Then he walked out as if nothing had happened. Chen Mu Bai raised an eyebrow, watching his figure disappear before slowly stepping outside. Halfway out, he unexpectedly saw Chen Mu Xiao and her husband. Chen Mu Xiao had rarely come back since she got married. "What are you doing here?" Chen Mu Xiao's belly was already somewhat obvious, and the man beside her carefully held her. The old man said that since I've been married for so long, I haven't come back to live, and it's too lonely for him to live here alone. So he asked me to come back for a couple of days. Chen Mu Bai found it amusing. Was he afraid of the desolation? This place was so filled with yin energy. You're pregnant and still dare to come back. Aren't you afraid he has other motives? Chen Mu Xiao nodded knowingly. There was indeed another purpose. After saying this, she turned to the man beside her and said, "Go see if the car is coming." Chen Mu Xiao sent her husband away, smiled at Chen Mu Bai, and asked, "Have you met Xu Hua?" Chen Mu Bai paused, who? Seeing the blank expression on Chen Mu Bai's face. Chen Mu Xiao immediately realized she had spoken out of turn, lowered her head, and coughed lightly. "It's nothing." Chen Mu Bai already had a cool demeanor, with deep, narrow eyes that made him appear especially aloof and proud when he wasn't speaking. Even Chen Mu Xiao found it hard to bear. She sighed, "I thought you already knew." "Who knew that after so long you still didn't know? Jiu Si hasn't told you?" A few minutes later, Chen Mu Bai got into the car with an unfriendly expression, the explanation from Chen Mu Xiao still echoing in his ears. The Shu family, childhood betrothal. Jiu Si had known long ago. Chen Mu Bai sneered. A few keywords were enough for him to understand what kind of play this was. Jiu Si had been at home for half a day and, by chance, looked at the calendar to find out that the new year was approaching. Turning to look out the window, the sun was shining brightly, and after thinking for a moment, she went out. As the year-end approached, the streets were filled with festive atmosphere. Major shopping malls hung discount signs, and everywhere was crowded with people. Sweetly smiling couples, harmonious families, or groups of 3 to 5 students in school uniforms full of youth. Jiu Si walked among them, feeling in high spirits. In fact, she quite liked this kind of liveliness. Every year, she would buy New Year gifts for Chen Mu Bai, Chen Fong, and Chen Jing Kang. Chen Fong and Chen Jing Kang were easy to deal with, but the most troublesome was Chen Mu Bai. Jiu Si wandered around them all several times, but couldn't find a gift that would catch that young master's eye. Just as she was worried, she heard someone calling her from behind. Turning around, she saw Xu Hua running towards her, carrying a big bag and a small bag. Xu Hua was young, carefree, and when she smiled, she was radiant, as dazzling as the sunlight streaming through the mall's huge floor-to-ceiling windows, making Jiu Si feel a bit inferior. Xu Hua cheerfully approached. "Sister Gu, are you here shopping too?" Jiu Si smiled and nodded. Although Xu Hua had already swept through a round of shopping, it was clear she hadn't had enough. She grabbed Jiu Si and wanted to go upstairs, chatting as she walked. "I haven't been upstairs yet. Come on. Let's go take a look." Jiu Si stopped her. "Let us not shop anymore. Let us sit in the CAF on the top floor for a while. I have something to tell you." Every year at this time, Chen Mu Bai would take the company's employees to a nearby mountain to soak in hot springs. Treating everyone for a hard year's work, it should be happening in the next couple of days. She told Xu Hua the time and place. The Xu family girl was indeed clever and understood right away. The hot springs on a mountain weren't exclusive to Chen Mu Bai, It was just a chance encounter. And this matter couldn't be blamed on her, right? Jiu Si thought to herself. This was the only opportunity. She had promised Chen Mingma this matter, and had also made a promise to Shu Hua. Moreover, she was still living under someone else's roof. She held the idea of doing this day by day, and carrying it out would also provide an explanation to everyone. In her view, Chen Mu Bai and Shu Hua getting together wasn't a bad thing. Rather, it was more beneficial than harmful. She would be happy to see it happen. This matter had been weighing on her heart, and now that it was finally resolved, she didn't feel a sense of relief, but rather felt a bit uneasy. Shu Hua was much more excited than her, pulling her and chattering away with many questions, to which she answered in a half-hearted manner. Sister Gu, does he have any lines that others can't cross? Shu Hua's cheeks were flushed with a rosy hue, carrying a childlike shyness. She didn't call Chen Mu Bai by name, but instead referred to him as he, filled with anticipation for the beautiful love that was about to begin. Jiu Si pondered for a moment and then asked, "Is cleanliness a problem?" Shu Hua nodded vigorously, yes. Yes. Then she furrowed her brow and asked, "Is it serious?" Jiu Si immediately thought of how it had reached a nearly perverse level of obsession, but she could only think about it. She quickly gave a very official answer. "Everyone has different standards. You'll know when you get to know him." "What else?" "Also." Jiu Si then realized that she didn't really understand Chen Mu Bai. Or perhaps she understood him too well. His every detail had seeped into her life, making it difficult for her to summarize. She couldn't say a word, as fragments of life flashed through her mind. Just as she was in a dilemma, Shu Hua's ringing phone rescued her. Jiu Si watched as Shu Hua went aside to answer the call and let out a sigh of relief. The next second, her own phone began to vibrate. An unfamiliar number flashing on the screen. Jiu Si thought for a moment before answering. "Hello? Who is this?" There seemed to be a pause on the other end before the voice responded in line with Jiu Si's tone. "Hello, I'm Jing Si." Jiu Si was taken aback. She hadn't expected to intersect with Jing Si again. What was he calling for? To thank her for taking care of his niece? Had he found out so quickly? With confusion, Jiu Si turned to glance at Shu Hua not far away. She was smiling and saying something. Jing Si waited for a while without any response and tentatively called her name. Jiu Si quickly came back to her senses. "Sorry. The signal here seems to be bad. Is there something you need, Prince Duan?" Jing Si's voice came through the waves, still gentle and refined. "Last time, Miss Gu seemed to have dropped a button from her coat in my car. I remember that coat was custom-made, and if the button is lost, it might be hard to match. If it's convenient, I can bring it to you." His inquiring tone and extremely polite wording made Jiu Si want to refuse for no reason. She had noticed the button was missing early on and had suspected it might have fallen into Jing Si's car, but she had never planned to retrieve it. Jiu Si thought for a moment. Saying just have someone bring it to me sounded too rude. The words almost came out, but were swallowed back. It was unnecessary to trouble Prince Duan to make a trip for such a small matter. "Where are you? I'll come pick it up." Jing Si gave a location that wasn't very far from there. Not long after hanging up, Shu Hua returned. Jiu Si looked at her smiling face and silently complained. "I really have a connection with both of you, uncle and niece." Jiu Si was used to making others wait, so she hurried to the agreed location. After scanning the area and not seeing Jing Si's figure, she let out a sigh of relief. In fact, Chen Mu Xiao had once told her that her behavior was an unconscious way of protecting herself. She didn't want to owe others, fearing she couldn't repay. So she took the initiative, but invisibly pushed people away, which wasn't good. After Jiu Si chose a seat by the window and waited for a while, she turned her head and saw Jing Si getting out of the car, dressed appropriately, walking steadily, looking as if he had stepped out of textbook. Jiu Si silently counted his steps. When Jing Si sat down across from her, she suddenly asked, "How many steps do you think it takes from when you got out of the car to here?" Jing Si didn't understand why she was asking this, but still seriously estimated the distance, and gave an answer. 228 steps? Jiu Si couldn't help but applaud him in her heart. You indeed walked 228 steps. After saying this, she picked up her teacup and pretended to drink tea, hiding the slight curve of her lips, revealing only a pair of clear, flowing eyes, which made Jiu Si momentarily lose focus. No wonder he was the one competing with Chen Mingma and Chen Mu Bai.Although Si composed himself and looked down at the liquid swirling in his cup. And even he couldn't help but curve his lips. For a long while, Jiu Si raised his head and surprisingly saw a smile in Jiu Si's eyes, which made him smile as well. Is there a problem with 228 steps? Jiu Si answered vaguely while lowering her head. There's nothing wrong with 228 steps. The problem is with you. A normal person would at most give a rough range, but you managed to give the exact answer. Jiu Si knew he was being teased again and acknowledged, yes, I've trained my steps to ensure each one is the same distance. Jiu Si bit her lip. She didn't know why, but every time she saw Jiu Si, she felt that this man was excessively perfect, almost like she wanted to pick flaws. She cleared her throat. So, where's the button? Jiu Si took it out and handed it to her, noticing that she extended her left hand to receive it. The data flashed through his mind again, and he suddenly found her movement a bit glaring, frowning slightly. 32. Jiu Si didn't notice his thoughts. After tossing the button into her bag, she stood up to say goodbye. Thank you, I have something to attend to, so I'll leave first. No need to trouble you to see me off. With one sentence, she pushed all the pleasantries and formalities into a dead end. After having interacted with her once, Jiu Si understood her style and didn't insist, simply nodding with a smile. Before leaving, Jiu Si took a deep look at him. She didn't like being indebted to others, and since he had returned the button, she felt the need to show some concern. Has Lord Duan not been resting well lately? Jiu Si rubbed his brow and replied, is it that obvious? My sleep quality has been poor, and changing medicines hasn't helped. Jiu Si glanced at the cars outside, implying that no matter how good the medicine, taking too much wouldn't help. You haven't exercised in a long time, have you? After saying that, she seemed unconcerned about Jiu Si's response and left. As the sun set, the wind began to rise. The woman walking against the wind had her long hair flying, looking cool and graceful. Her silhouette gradually blurred, ultimately disappearing into the crowd. But in Jiu Si's heart, a few words became increasingly clear, calm and reserved, with a heart as clear as a mirror. Some people don't need a pose to achieve a stunning effect. Moreover, she is the daughter of the gambling king. Jiu Si sat for a while longer before getting up to leave. That evening, after dinner, Jiu Si surprisingly didn't work overtime. The secretary, seeing the man in sportswear, gasped in surprise. In fact, Jiu Si took good care of himself, and in sportswear, he looked particularly young. As he passed by, he noticed the secretary staring at him and asked, I'm going for a run. Want to join? The secretary looked down at his leather shoes, gritted his teeth, and could only accompany the gentleman. Okay. Jiu Si lived in a community assigned by the department, which was somewhat remote but quiet and comfortable. The community was next to a mountain, with a planned path leading up. Jiu Si jogged up the well-paved path to the mountaintop. The mountain wasn't high. Perhaps the designer intended it that way. The winding path circled the mountain body leading to the peak. Jiu Si always thought he took good care of himself until he rested against an old tree at the summit, panting and realizing how poor his stamina was. The sky was already dark, and looking down from the top, the scattered lights had begun to shine. From nearby, the sound of young boys calling their teammates echoed under the dim light of the basketball court, full of vitality. He recalled his school days when he too was spirited, sweating profusely as if he had endless energy. Jiu Si's early life could be described as conventional. He was directly admitted to the university designated by his father, then entered the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and later was assigned to embassies abroad, rotating through several countries before returning, eventually becoming the youngest foreign minister a few years ago. He remembered that the most common praise he received at that time was about his outstanding appearance and exceptional talent. His father, who was usually strict, was also quite satisfied with him. However, he knew that the so-called youngest foreign minister was no longer young. He felt envious of the vitality of youth, and even found himself wishing to be a few years younger. He didn't understand why he suddenly began to care about his age. This thought was unprecedented. But the next moment, the image of her eyes, seemingly respectful yet hiding disdain, flashed through his mind, with a fleeting hint of slyness in her clear, bright gaze. Was he subconsciously longing for something? Jingxi appeared gentle and composed, yet he was quite picky when it came to choosing a partner. From youthful excitement of his early years to the sediment of splendor now, he found it increasingly hard to see anyone worthwhile. Someone once joked that Wangya had been to too many places and seen too many beauties, so he was overwhelmed and didn't know which one to choose. It wasn't that he was overwhelmed. He simply couldn't choose. He had thought about settling for a woman of similar background and qualities, and he did almost marry a gentlewoman back then, but in the end, he backed out at the last moment. Jingxi's life trajectory had been set from the day he was born, and he had been moving steadily along that path. That was the first and only time he deviated from the track. One day, after 3 months of acquaintance, the car stopped at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau. He and she sat side by side in the car. 10 minutes passed, and neither of them got out or spoke. There was no joy on their faces, only a layer of gloom. Finally, they exchanged a smile and slowly drove out of the parking lot. From that moment on, he understood that the word settle was unsuitable for him. Unwilling to settle, he kept waiting for that person to appear. As time passed, he gradually began to lose hope, thinking perhaps that person didn't exist at all. Jingxi couldn't clearly articulate his feelings towards Jiu Si. At first, he just found her interesting, but after learning about her background, he felt a sense of pity. To say it was mere pity, transforming into love, felt somewhat forced. He was much older than her, quite a few years older. He wasn't familiar with her, having only met a few times. They couldn't be considered a match in terms of background. One could even say their relationship was like water from a well that never crossed a river. She also didn't seem to meet his criteria for a partner. Pure background? She had been in the Chen family's den of wolves since adulthood. Simple personality? Her cunning and strategy were on par with others. Good looks? Jingxi nodded in his heart. Her looks were indeed good. Jiu Si belonged to the type that was aesthetically pleasing. At first glance, she seemed cold and unapproachable. But upon longer observation, one would find her subtle charm alluring, making one restless. The air at the summit was cold and fresh, and Jingxi's breathing gradually stabilized. After analyzing everything, he concluded that only her good looks met his partner criteria, leading him to realize he was a shallow member of the Appearance Association. Heavy breathing approached, and the secretary, supporting his waist and panting, appeared before Jingxi, interrupting his thoughts. Foreign Minister, you run too fast. Almost exhausted. Jingxi glanced at him without saying a word. Since Chen Mu Bai was not here for the new year, he invited Chen Zhu to his home for dinner as a pre-celebration. However, after waiting for a long time, Chen Mu Bai didn't show up, and no one answered the phone. When he asked Chen Jing Kang also looked confused. When Chen Fong brought the last dish to the table, Chen Zhu and Jiu Si were staring at each other, while Chen Jing Kang and Sanbao leaned over the edge of the table, their eyes glued to the delicious food, almost ready to gnaw on the table. Jiu Si glanced at the time, stood up to get dressed. I think I know where he is. I'll go look for him. Chen Zhu stood up as well, not knowing what he was awkward about. I'll go with you. After saying that, he turned to Sanbao. Are you going? Sanbao also wanted to go, but couldn't bear to leave the table full of dishes, eyeing Chen Jing Kang with envy. Chen Fong thought Chen Zhu's life partner seemed quite interesting and smiled. Go ahead, there's still a soup to be finished. It will definitely wait for you to come back and eat together. Only then did Sanbao feel reassured and slowly put on her clothes. When Chen Zhu lowered his head to tie her scarf, she glanced back at the food. Jiu Si couldn't help but smile, biting her lip. After searching for a few places Chen Mu Bai frequented, they finally got a definitive answer from a waiter at a private club. Jiu Si turned to look at the club's logo, then glanced at Chen Zhu and Sanbao, wanting to say something, but fell silent instead. This club was somewhat special. In Chen Mu Bai's words, it was unruly, while in Jiu Si's mind, it was debauched. The club owner seemed to have no bottom line, and the services provided were rather extreme. Before pushing open the private room door, Jiu Si hesitated for a moment, looked at Sanbao, and said to Chen Zhu, "It might not be very pleasant inside. You two wait outside." Chen Zhu probably thought of that too and held back the excited Sanbao, saying, "Okay, we'll wait outside. Call me if you need anything." Sanbao protested with dissatisfaction. "Why can't I go in? I want to see." Jiu Si pushed the door open, and as she entered, she could still hear Chen Zhu gently coaxing Chen Bao outside. Then she saw Chen Mu Bai joking with several women in the corner, his collar wide open, paired with his lazy and charming smile, which was simply mesmerizing. Jiu Si turned on the main light, instantly brightening the room and drawing the displeasure of several women. "What are you doing? Who are you?" Jiu Si walked over without looking sideways, casually picking up the coat that Chen Mu Bai had thrown on the carpet. "Young Master Mu, it's getting late. You should go home. You have a dinner appointment and are already late." Chen Mu Bai was half reclining on the sofa, his long legs resting on the coffee table, holding a wine glass in his hand, looking lazy, as if he were drunk. He looked at Jiu Si with a smile. "Why should I listen to you?" His eyes were half closed from the alcohol, hazy and alluring, making it hard for Jiu Si to withstand. For a moment, she couldn't say anything. The several women, seeing Chen Mu Bai's attitude, became even bolder. "Yeah, who are you? Why should young Master Mu listen to you?" Jiu Si was most afraid of this kind of Chen Mu Bai, unruly, unreasonable, and inciting others to humiliate her. Before her brows could furrow, Chen Zhu had already pushed the door open and walked in, looking somewhat displeased, his voice firm. "Mu Bai, put your clothes on and come home with me." When Chen Mu Yun's mother made things difficult for him in childhood, Chen Zhu would always jump out to protect him. However, Chen Zhu himself was also living under someone else's roof, so his words didn't carry much weight. But this bond of brotherhood, Chen Mu Bai could never forget. He could make things difficult for Jiu Si, but he couldn't disregard Chen Zhu's face. Chen Mu Bai quickly stood up, not even bothering to tidy his clothes. Snatching the coat from Jiu Si's hand and casually draping it over his shoulder as he walked out. He didn't look at Jiu Si even once. The several women, seeing the big spender Chen Mu Bai leave just like that, directed their resentment toward Jiu Si, glaring at her with malicious intent. Jiu Si had originally been looking down, but when she felt the pressure of their gazes, she raised her head slightly, tilting her chin, curling her lips, with a clear display of mockery and disdain in her eyes, glancing over lightly, provocative yet not confrontational. Before she could fully turn around, Chen Zhu caught a glimpse of this scene from the corner of his eye, paused for a moment, and quickly turned around to smile. Chen Mu Bai already had a peach blossom face, and, after drinking, it became even more unrestrained. Even the beauty mark at the corner of his eye was tinged with a faint pink. Occasionally, someone passed by in the corridor and couldn't help but take a second glance at him. Chen Zhu, following behind, finally couldn't stand it anymore. He hated seeing Chen Mu Bai flaunting himself so ostentatiously. He pulled him back, reaching to button his shirt while frowning and lecturing him. "You should button your clothes properly. Don't be so disheveled. Don't mess around with relationships. When talking to people, you should look them in the eye and be sincere. Don't just glance at them. If you act like this, people won't say anything nice about you. They'll just say your mother didn't teach you well. Aunt Yin is a really good person, and I don't want to hear anyone criticize her." Chen Mu Bai didn't move, obediently allowing Chen Zhu to tidy him up, listening absently to his lecture. Only Chen Zhu dared to mention that name in front of Chen Mu Bai. Chen Zhu suddenly stopped, as if the man in front of him, who was half a head taller, still resembled the child he once was. Back then, no one cared for Chen Mu Bai, and he was neglected. A simple outfit hung messily on him, and his tender little face was full of impatience. While fixing his clothes, Chen Zhu softly asked him something, but he tightly pursed his lips and didn't say a word. Chen Zhu sighed and said, "It's my fault for not taking care of you." Chen Mu Bai lightly furrowed his brow and glanced at him, finally speaking up, still with a hint of impatience, but audible relaxation in his tone. "Got it." Having experienced the ups and downs of life, Chen Mu Bai understood that Chen Zhu had no obligation to take care of him. He had already taken good care of himself. Jiu Si and San Bao originally stood quietly watching this scene of brotherly affection, but San Bao suddenly murmured softly, "Together, together, together." Chen Mu Bai turned his head to look at her with an expression of disbelief, then said to Chen Zhu, "Is your girlfriend head stuck in a door?" Chen Zhu looked at San Bao with an expression of speechlessness. Jiu Si quietly turned her head, her shoulders shaking slightly. Before she could finish laughing, the club owner hurriedly wiped his sweat and rushed over, standing respectfully in front of Chen Mu Bai, looking hesitant, Young Master Mu, it's about young Master Tang. Could you please take a look? Chen Mu Bai lazily turned his head back as he walked forward, his tone arrogant and aloof. Why are you looking for me about Tang Ko? Is he my son? Do I have to take care of him? After saying that, he lifted his foot and continued walking. The club owner wanted to stop him, but didn't dare, following him while mumbling. It's making quite a scene over there. I'm afraid something might happen. It won't look good. Chen Mu Bai chuckled softly. Not look good? For people like us, if our nightlife isn't enjoyable, it's a massacre. Don't you know that? After saying that, he cast a fleeting glance at Jiu Si. Jiu Si understood that her arrival had probably disrupted Chen Mu Bai's enjoyable night out. The club owner, quick-witted, wiped his sweat and changed his words. It's getting serious. I'm afraid young Master Tang might get hurt. And I won't be able to explain it to the Tang family. San Bao excitedly grabbed Chen Zhu's arm and asked, Who is young Master Tang? I want to go see. Chen Zhu had heard of Tang Ku's reckless behavior. He glanced at Chen Mu Bai and quietly advised, Go take a look. After all, you grew up together, and he will listen to you. Chen Mu Bai frowned and thought for a few seconds, then nodded. All right, I'll go see what trouble my son is causing. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Tang Ku, similarly disheveled, pinning a girl down, their clothes hanging precariously. When Tang Ku heard the noise behind him, he turned to look, and the girl took the opportunity to struggle free, giving him a heavy slap before grabbing her clothes and running out. Chen Zhu, walking in front, immediately turned around and covered San Bao's eyes, saying, Be good, don't look. San Bao, curious, grabbed Chen Zhu's fingers and pulled them down, expressing her dissatisfaction. Why can't I see? You all saw it. Jiu Si also awkwardly lowered her head. Chen Mu Bai glanced at Jiu Si. He hadn't expected such a scene either. He took a step forward to block Jiu Si, frowning as he threw the scattered clothes onto Tang Ku, finally covering his important parts. What are you doing? You don't lack women. If she doesn't want it, why force it? Is the situation that bad now? Tang Ku didn't pursue it either, lazily turning over to sit on the couch, touching his already reddened-half face, and chuckled softly. I didn't really want anything, just to scare her a bit. Chen Mu Bai shot him a glare. Are you sick or something? The white-faced fox had several fingerprints on his fair half face, but it didn't affect his handsome appearance at all. He looked completely unruffled. His eyes were fixed on the direction the girl had left, with a different kind of light shining in them. Suddenly, he smirked and said, I like her. But those words silently burned Chen Mu Bai. He and Tang Ku were the same kind, both categorized as heartless. They could play, but there was no sincerity. Yet Tang Ku suddenly said, so generously, I like someone. But Chen Mu Bai didn't dare to. After a while, the silence in the room ended with Chen Mu Bai's remark. You really are sick. Half an hour later, Chen Zhu and San Bao, along with Jiu Si, leaned against the car in silence, looking at the sky. On the hood of the nearby car sat two striking young men, but one was holding a bottle of liquor, a bit dazed, pouring out their sorrows to each other. Tang Ku seemed quite troubled, took a few swigs of alcohol, and began to vent. Just then, Shao was also in a bad mood lately, allowing Tang Ku to ramble about his troubles, thinking that listening to someone else's unhappiness might make him feel better. Tang Ku and Chen Mu Bai were two extremes when drunk. Tang Ku was visibly intoxicated, his tongue heavy, and his body seemed hard to control as he leaned against Chen Mu Bai's shoulder, almost falling over. Chen Mu Bai, on the other hand, sat upright. Aside from his pale complexion, he didn't look drunk at all. His eyes showed no signs of being unfocused, and his speech was controlled and articulate. The only thing that betrayed him was that he, who usually had a cleanliness obsession, allowed a drunkard to be so close. You tell me, is that woman out of her mind? She actually looks down on me. Chen Mu Bai's face darkened. Don't talk to me about women. Drunk Tang Ku was unusually talkative, scratching his head. Can't talk about women? Then let's talk about something else. You know the husky I raised, right? Recently, it took a liking to a stray dog and has been running off to play with it all day, even ignoring me. I feed it, clothe it, and play with it. How can it be so heartless? It turns on me faster than a woman. I can't just keep it locked up at home. What do you think I should do? Chen Mu Bai, never one to hold back his sharp tongue, thought for a moment and replied, Let's sleep with that golden retriever, and make your husky see it. Tang Ku's brain was completely out of order. He probably couldn't understand this and mechanically responded, Oh, I see. I'll try that later. Jiu Si was fine, but she saw San Bao giggling beside them, while Chen Zhu had a pained expression, holding his forehead. Later, when the driver from the Tang family came to pick up Tang Ku, both of them had entered a state of chaotic revelry, and even Chen Mu Bai, who usually maintained his composure, was unusually gentle. They acted as if they were parting for life and death. The driver from the Tang family helped Tang Ku into the car, while Chen Zhu helped Chen Mu Bai home. Unfortunately, Tang Ku clung to Chen Mu Bai's arm and wouldn't let go, shouting, "I'm not leaving. I want to play with Shao Bai." Chen Mu Bai squinted his eyes, no longer caring about the nickname, and said softly, "Tang Tang, be good. Let's go home. We're not playing today. I'm tired. Tomorrow I'll come to your house to call you to school. Then come early to call me." Tang Ku finally reluctantly let go, turning back to look 3 times as he got into the car. The car drove off, but you could still see Tang Ku's big head looking back through the rear window. "Breaking up a couple, that's really cruel," San Bao said, nudging Jiu Si and pointing at Chen Zhu. "Doesn't he look like Fahai?" Jiu Si chuckled, turned her head seriously to look at the unreliable woman beside her, then looked at Chen Zhu and smiled sincerely. Finally, the 3 of them, along with the drunkard, returned home. San Bao and Chen Jing Kang started a battle at the dining table, while Chen Fang observed, and Chen Zhu and Jiu Si took care of Chen Mu Bai upstairs. Chen Zhu looked at the person on the bed who had changed into pajamas and was breathing steadily, and suddenly spoke. "The Chen family is always harsh on their children, sometimes unreasonably so, which results in children who are cold-hearted and ungrateful. When he first came in, no one in the Chen family respected him. Chen Mingma knew this, but didn't care, saying that someone so easily defeated didn't qualify to be his son. So his personality and the way he handles things are different from ordinary people. He understands some things, but won't say them. He never speaks properly. It's not that he means to be this way. He really doesn't know. No one has taught him these things since he was young. The one who forgets ancient poems the most easily, the one who looks down on love the most, is him. I always thought he would stay this way. But Shao Bai seems different from before. Jiu Si, you are a smart person. You must understand." Jiu Si's hand, which was covering Chen Mu Bai with a blanket, suddenly paused. "The one who forgets ancient poems the most easily, the one who looks down on love the most, is him." This sentence not only referred to Chen Mu Bai, but also to herself. However, it seemed impossible for them. That night, in the darkness of the attic, Chen Mu Bai's unusual behavior almost made her ask, but in the end, she held it back. They were both cold-hearted and selfish people, and their relationship was always filled with schemes and tactics. They couldn't talk about that word, saying it would only make them seem ridiculous, and it wouldn't benefit either of them. As long as things weren't laid bare, there was still room for maneuvering, and in this regard, she and Chen Mu Bai were in sync, so they turned the page and never mentioned it again. Jiu Si forced a smile. Dr. Chen is joking. She knew Chen Zhu didn't like being called the second young master. Chen Zhu looked at Jiu Si for a while and smiled. "Let's just say I was joking. I'm going down to see if San Bao has finished eating." After saying that, he walked out. Jiu Si turned to look at the person on the bed, silently turned off the light, and walked out too. In the darkness, Chen Mu Bai's thin eyelids fluttered. It was unclear whether he was dreaming or still awake. 34. Duan Jingxi had a good night's sleep. It seemed that last night's exercise worked wonders. When he got up the next morning, he felt completely relaxed and even enjoyed breakfast exceptionally. In contrast, a hungover Chen Mu Bai didn't get out of bed until noon, rubbing his temples, his face pale to an alarming degree. He didn't mention anything about yesterday and was much quieter. After lunch, Chen Zhu called to check on him, but he was indifferent. In the afternoon, Tang Ku also called, sounding hoarse as if he hadn't gotten up. "I got so drunk yesterday. What did you say about our husky?" At that moment, Chen Mu Bai had been playing the role of a poker face and black-face god in the company meeting room for half the afternoon, having scolded 3 department heads. And the entire meeting room was enveloped in a layer of low pressure, everyone silent as a grave. He answered the phone with an expressionless face in front of everyone, thought seriously for a moment, finally recalled the answer from yesterday, and told Tang Ku, devoid of any emotion, "Let it sleep with that golden retriever, and make your husky see it." A sober Tang Ku felt a word about to burst forth from his lips, shaking his hand. He hung up the phone with a snap. Chen Mu Bai put down his phone, not looking at the varied expressions on everyone's faces, and coldly uttered 2 words, "Continue." The weather remained gloomy all day, with the year-end approaching. Everyone was distracted and unwilling to work, yet they had to muster their spirits for the meeting. Jiu Si also felt somewhat lethargic, but she sensed a gaze continually fixed on her. She followed the direction of the gaze and saw a girl among the few elites brought back from the United States by Chen Mu Bai. When their eyes met, the girl quickly averted her gaze. After a few encounters like this, Jiu Si decided to ignore her and let her look. The last time she saw this girl, she felt it was strange. Later, she paid attention and learned her name was Yao Jia. This name was unfamiliar to her. She didn't remember knowing this person. Finally, the aloof and distinguished CEO, Chen, spoke 2 words to end the meeting and was the first to leave the conference room. The talented group exhaled in relief and then became lively, lingering in the conference room to chat and unwilling to leave. In fact, most of them had already completed their work and were looking forward to soaking in hot springs in the mountains before returning home for the new year after a hard year of work. Jiu Si walked slowly, and someone approached her to ask when they would go to the mountains for hot springs. In their eyes, Jiu Si was like a divine being. She spoke little, but whenever she did, it mostly became a fact. Jiu Si looked out the window and thought for a moment. If it snowed today, they should be able to go tomorrow. Chen Mu Bai, this young master, was either someone who knew how to enjoy or had peculiar tastes, insisting on going to the hot springs on a snowy day. Looking at the weather, if it didn't snow today, it would definitely snow tomorrow, perfectly fitting Chen Mu Bai's request. After Jiu Si finished speaking, she suddenly remembered something and sent a text message to Shu Hua, telling her when they would set off, and specifically instructed her not to show that she knew Jiu Si, especially in front of Chen Mu Bai. Shu Hua was very clever and quickly replied to reassure her. Jiu Si held a folder and prepared to return to her office, but was stopped by Yao Jia, and the two stood at the door of the conference room talking. Yao Jia leaned in to look inside and, confirming that no one was paying attention to them, spoke up. Did you study financial mathematics in the United States? You're a few years older than me. I remember you. Jiu Si was startled. She hadn't expected to encounter an old acquaintance here, especially one who recognized her while she didn't recognize the other party. In fact, Jiu Si had skipped grades in university. She was young at that time and didn't get along well with her classmates at school, so she had hardly any impression of the people there, especially those who were younger than her. She just didn't know that someone would still remember her. Jiu Si, who hadn't learned much else of the Chen family, had become quite skilled at acting, calmly looking at her and saying, "No, you must have mistaken me for someone else." Yao Jia's face immediately fell, frowning. "I remember it was you. I have a group photo." Jiu Si stared at her nervously, then heard her continue with some regret. "But I lost it when I moved." Jiu Si finally relaxed her tense heart, found an excuse to exit the conference room, and then stood in a corner of the hallway, leaning against the wall and letting out a sigh of relief, taking a few deep breaths before opening her eyes. Then she noticed Chen Jing Kang squatting in another corner, peeking with a flushed face, his eyes filled with hearts, staring at a certain spot. She followed Chen Jing Kang's line of sight and nodded knowingly, walking over to pat his shoulder. "Hey, Chen Jing Kang, stop looking. They've already walked far away." Chen Jing Kang, immersed in his own little world, clearly didn't notice Jiu Si. He was startled by her voice, looking at her in shock for a long time before he managed to recover, only to find that Jiu Si had already disappeared, leaving him looking bashful. After realizing what happened, he hurriedly ran to the office to find Jiu Si. Jiu Si was focused on her computer, and when she saw him, she proactively said, "Don't worry, I didn't see anything." Only then did Chen Jing Kang feel relieved and leave. When it was time to get off work, the snowflakes that everyone was looking forward to didn't fall, and everyone was excitedly discussing packing their bags to head to the mountains because of Jiu Si's words. That night, Jiu Si also began to pack, but halfway through, she suddenly realized that the check she had placed at the bottom of the cabinet was missing. She broke into a cold sweat, thinking she had put it somewhere else, but after searching everywhere, she found nothing. It was a check given to her by Chen Mu Bai. She had taken it to make her act more convincing, but had forgotten about it until now. It couldn't have simply disappeared from her room, since it hadn't vanished. It must have been taken by someone. Who could that person be? If it was seen by Chen Mingma or Chen Mu Bai, she would truly become a wallflower, unable to clear her name even if she jumped into the Yellow River. Jiu Si despondently sat down on the carpet, losing all motivation to pack her bags. And when she looked down at the newly replaced wool carpet under her feet, it became even more bothersome. At 2 a.m., the door to Jiu Si's bedroom quietly opened, and she tiptoed to the study. She knew that Chen Mu Bai's belongings were always neatly organized, but she still had to search. What if she got lucky and found it? She squatted beside the desk cabinet with a flashlight, carefully rummaging for a long time, but found nothing. Just as she stood up to look in the other cabinet, the study light suddenly turned on. The next second, she squinted her eyes and saw a bony hand at the switch, and looking up, she saw the owner of the hand. Jiu Si slowly opened her eyes, feeling that this situation was no longer a coincidence. It could almost be described as strange. She glanced at the clock on the wall. She didn't think encountering a man in the study at 2:30 a.m. was a coincidence. But how did this man know she would come to the study at this hour? This behavior was definitely a spur-of-the-moment decision on her part. With no prior signs at all, Chen Mu Bai, dressed in pajamas, lazily leaned against the wall by the door, arms crossed, expressionless as he watched her fumble for a while before casually speaking. "What are you looking for?" Jiu Si turned off her flashlight, steadied herself, and replied, "Nothing." Chen Mu Bai straightened his body and slowly approached her, his long, fair fingers gently sliding over a row of books on the shelf, then stopping. He pulled out a book, flipped it open, and handed her a check, asking, "Are you looking for this?" His eyes were deep and dark, revealing no emotion, just calmly looking at her. Jiu Si met his gaze for a few seconds, then lowered her head to look, frowning slightly. Indeed, it was the check. Chen Mu Bai withdrew his hand. "You only just realized it was lost after so long. I wonder how many times it has changed hands." Jiu Si felt that she had the worst luck today and silently cursed in her heart. It wouldn't be any better in your hands. For some reason, when she discovered the check was in Chen Mu Bai's hands instead of Chen Mingma's, she subconsciously let out a sigh of relief, something even she didn't realize. Frowning with dissatisfaction, she protested, "You went through my things?" Chen Mu Bai snorted coldly, disdain evident in his brows. "Do I even need to rummage through your stuff? After so long, didn't you notice there were fewer people in this house?" Yes. He had reminded her that the people in this house were complicated and had warned her to keep her belongings safe. However, Jiu Si had never thought that Chen Mu Bai would clean up the mess for anyone, including herself. Leaning against the bookshelf, Chen Mu Bai continued, "I can return this to you, but I have a question to ask you." Jiu Si felt that Chen Mu Bai shouldn't be so anxious. He was usually the most patient hunter, watching his prey suffer with the handle in his hands, waiting until the prey was about to break down before throwing out his conditions, allowing him to take whatever he wanted. Chen Mu Bai seemed genuinely anxious and asked right away, "Jiu Si, is there anything you're hiding from me?" The words of Chen Mu Shao had always been a thorn in his heart. If she were willing to tell him that it was Chen Mingma's idea and not her intention, he could begrudgingly forgive her. Jiu Si fell silent. A long silence. She had hidden too much, not knowing whether she should speak or where to start. In Chen Mu Bai's eyes, all of this transformed into a silent resistance. As time passed, the warmth in his eyes grew colder, and his expression became increasingly inscrutable. Finally, a spark ignited between his fingers. The lighter's flame engulfed the check, which he casually tossed into the ashtray on the table, the paper quickly turning to ashes. The knife is a gentle one. It is the human heart that has always been sharp. Chen Mu Bai slowly walked past her, his voice still calm, saying, "What you disdain is not longing, but me." Jiu Si suddenly turned to look at him, but only saw the door gradually closing. Did he say that casually, or did he overhear her conversation with Chen Zhuo last night? The next morning, Jiu Si woke up and opened the curtains to a world blanketed in white. Chen Mu Bai, dressed in black and standing in the snow, was particularly eye-catching. He had his back to her, not knowing what he was doing. Although Chen Mu Bai looked somewhat thin, he was undeniably muscular, and with a beautifully structured skeleton, he looked good in any outfit. What should have been a pleasing sight suddenly made Jiu Si feel that the slender, tall figure looked particularly lonely. Before she could ponder further, she heard a knock on the door. Upon opening it, she saw Chen Jing Kang beaming with excitement, saying, "Young master said we're going into the mountains today." Jiu Si had tossed and turned all night, looking less than spirited, and she nodded absently to indicate she understood, having accidentally discovered Chen Jing Kang's little secret. Their next meeting felt somewhat awkward. After getting to the point, he became somewhat shy, pretending to be calm while glancing around the doorway, not daring to look at her. Jiu Si found it amusing and leaned against the door, asking, "What are you doing?" Chen Jing Kang still wouldn't look at her, saying nothing much. Jiu Si had always regarded Chen Jing Kang as a younger brother. She herself had a brother, but their relationship was never close, and after that incident, they lost contact. Instead, she felt a stronger bond with Chen Jing Kang. She reached out and ruffled his hair, like an older sister casually teasing her brother, saying, "I told you I didn't see anything. Why are you being so awkward? Do you plan to never see me again in this lifetime?" Chen Jing Kang protested while dodging. Then why bring it up? Before she could withdraw her hand, she saw Chen Mu Bai walking over, his gaze straight ahead, stopping to glance at her and Chen Jing Kang. That look could freeze an elephant in its tracks, and Jiu Si sheepishly retracted her hand. Chen Jing Kang was completely oblivious, turning around with a smile to greet Chen Mu Bai. Chen Mu Bai ignored him, turning away with a blank expression and walked off. Chen Jing Kang watched Chen Mu Bai enter the room before turning back to ask, "Why is young master in such a bad mood this morning?" Jiu Si didn't dare respond. She was unsure whether Chen Mu Bai's anger was directed at her or if it was just morning grumpiness. She found an excuse to slip away, saying, "I'm going downstairs to help Uncle Fong prepare breakfast." Jiu Si thought she would be safer hiding in the kitchen, but as soon as she entered, Chen Fong was watching her intently, making her feel a bit uneasy. She always thought of Chen Fong as the kind of character from a martial arts novel, unflappable and inscrutable, showing a kind of unexplainable affection for Chen Mu Bai that didn't resemble a typical butler's relationship with his master. Logically, Chen Jing Kang should have been the focus. But she felt that 80% of Chen Fong's attention was on Chen Mu Bai, while Chen Jing Kang was only a secondary concern. Fortunately, Chen Jing Kang was oblivious to these nuances. Otherwise, she didn't know what he would think. After a while, Chen Fong shook his head with a smile. "Having another spat with young master, huh?" Jiu Si genuinely didn't know how her relationship with Chen Mu Bai had developed to this point. Perhaps she was overthinking it. Even if Chen Mu Bai straightforwardly said something to her, she wouldn't be able to discern its truth, let alone his ambiguous and vague remarks. Her romantic history was a blank slate, but she wasn't naive. She had seen examples of mutual affection between men and women. And it certainly wasn't like her situation with Chen Mu Bai. She smiled wryly and shook her head, her mind becoming increasingly chaotic. In Jiu Si's life, she was unclear about what romantic feelings between men and women truly were, how to handle such feelings, and how to interact between genders. Before this, the man she interacted with most was her father, who was often strict with her. After arriving at the Chen family, she viewed all the men there as fierce beasts, leaving her with no opportunity to learn. So, when she realized the changes between her and Chen Mu Bai, besides shock and uncertainty, she felt more at a loss. Chen Fong continued his tasks without pause. "The new year is approaching. Everyone should be harmonious. Have you prepared a New Year gift for young master? Take it out during lunch, and if he sees it and is happy, he won't be angry anymore." Jiu Si was taken aback and nodded. "I've prepared it, but I don't know if he will like it." Chen Fong glanced at her with a knowing smile. "He will like it." After saying that, he shook his head helplessly, not expecting that at his age, he would still have to play matchmaker. But what could be done? When these two talked about schemes and strategies, they always got along well, yet when it came to feelings, it was completely out of sync. He knew from seeing Chen Mu Bai's face this morning that he must have been rebuffed by Jiu Si again while trying to test the waters. Perhaps it was because of Chen Mu Bai's words from last night, but Jiu Si felt that Chen Fong's gaze was somewhat strange, and his words were even stranger. How could he be so sure that Chen Mu Bai would like her gift? The more she thought, the more confused she became, shaking her head in frustration. At the dining table, Jiu Si presented 3 gifts. Chen Fong smiled gratefully, while Chen Jing Kang eagerly opened his. And Chen Mu Bai stared impassively at the box in front of him without any movement. Chen Fong subtly gave Jiu Si a look. Jiu Si watched Chen Mu Bai, who was sitting there unmoving and tentatively reached out to push the gift box a little closer to him, trying to be friendly. Aren't you going to open it and take a look? Chen Mu Bai lazily lifted his eyelids to glance at her, and after a moment, he raised his hand to unwrap it. Just as he was about to express his habitual disdain, he suddenly paused. A gray-blue handkerchief lay quietly inside, with an orchid embroidered in the corner and his initials, Sam B, written in a graceful, flowing font, fresh and elegant. The embroidery wasn't particularly masterful, but Chen Mu Bai recognized the orchid. He reached out to touch it. That was a Su Xin orchid, his mother's favorite flower when she was alive. He stared at it for a while, then looked up at Jiu Si, his eyes dark. Did you embroider this? Jiu Si nodded. I learned a bit from an elder in my family before. I'm not very good at it, so I hope you won't dislike it. Chen Mu Bai's face showed no emotion as he mechanically asked, Why did you choose this flower? Jiu Si, having prepared her answer, replied, You mentioned before that you had once planted a Su Xin winter sweet. I originally wanted to embroider a plum blossom, but it's not suitable for a man, so I switched to the orchid. She then looked at him innocently, asking, Is there a problem with that? Jiu Si's answer and acting were flawless, and after staring at her for a few seconds, Chen Mu Bai shook his head. The face that had been gloomy all morning finally returned to normal, and he took a breath. Rare as it was, he complimented her. I really like it. Let's sit down and eat. Curious, Chen Jing Kang leaned over to take a look, then frowned and scolded Jiu Si, Sister Gu. Didn't you forget to stitch it in? CNMB? Do you really want to ruin such a good day? Jiu Si gritted her teeth and facepalmed. She had calculated everything and everyone, but she had completely overlooked Chen Jing Kang, the eternal mood ruin. The expression on Chen Mu Bai's face darkened again, and he held the handkerchief in silence. Chen Jing Kang, who speaks without thinking, didn't even notice the awkward silence after he finished speaking. He lowered his head and continued to unwrap his gift. The next second, he jumped up screaming, Wow, it's my favorite commemorative cup, and it has a signature. He held the cup and laughed, looking at Jiu Si. Sister Gu, this gift is amazing. Jiu Si regretted giving Chen Jing Kang a gift. She wished she could take it back. Even if it meant smashing, it would be better than giving it to him. She only thought about it, but someone actually did it. Chen Mu Bai found the overly excited Chen Jing Kang particularly annoying and darkened his face, extending his claws. Let me see. Chen Jing Kang happily handed it over, innocently asking, Isn't it beautiful? Chen Mu Bai took it, looked at it with disdain, and suddenly smiled at Chen Jing Kang. But that smile was somewhat sinister. Before the smile fully blossomed, he suddenly loosened his grip, and the cup fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. Chen Mu Bai calmly withdrew his hand and boldly said to the shocked and trembling Chen Jing Kang, May you have peace in pieces, Shao Kangzi. You'll have good luck next year. Chen Jing Kang was about to cry, unable to believe the fragments on the ground, feeling that not only the cup was shattered, but also his heart. He looked at Chen Mu Bai, not daring to get angry, and could only pin his last hope on Jiu Si, turning to her and asking, Sister Gu, Is there another one? Jiu Si also looked incredulous, after silently admitting to herself that Chen Mu Bai was a devil. She reluctantly shook her head in the face of Chen Jing Kang's hopeful gaze. Chen Jing Kang, feeling wrong but unable to explode, ran out crying. Chen Fong sighed and shook his head. He was very worried about his son's intelligence and emotional quotient. After breakfast, Jiu Si and Chen Fong, feeling sorry for him, went to comfort the hurt Chen Jing Kang. Although Chen Jing Kang no longer held the broken pieces, there was no smile on his face. It wasn't until Jiu Si promised to help him find an identical one next year that he finally forced out an ugly smile. After a chaotic morning, Chen Mu Bai dawdled a bit longer before finally setting off. The bus had been arranged in advance, and upon arriving at the designated location, the group marched into the mountains. The snowy roads were slippery, and the bus drove slowly, arriving at their destination in the afternoon. Besides the hot springs, there was also a temple on the mountain. As soon as they got off the bus, they breathed in the fresh, cold air of the mountains while watching the drifting snowflakes and the lingering smoke, feeling extraordinary and unique. For a moment, they didn't feel tired and excitedly chatted about something. The hot spring resort and the temple were very close. They stayed and ate at the temple. Since they came every year, most of the monks there recognized them. After making arrangements in advance, Someone came to lead them as soon as they got off the bus. Hungry after a day of travel, they enjoyed a simple vegetarian meal, which was surprisingly delicious. After eating, they had free time to enjoy the hot springs. Jiu Si waited in her room for a while, thinking it was about time before heading out. Sure enough, she heard her colleagues discussing that Chen Mu Bai had encountered a beautiful woman, and the two were getting along well, enjoying a spa together. So they had deliberately kept their distance. Jiu Si finally breathed a sigh of relief. She could retreat successfully, and what happened next would depend on Xu Hua's own abilities. On the mountain, there were many types of hot springs, and with the new year approaching, there were not many people. Jiu Si, who preferred tranquility, deliberately chose a remote medicinal spring. By evening, the snow on the mountain suddenly intensified. In the open-air hot spring, with snowflakes falling all around and the warm spring water bubbling, she finally understood that Chen Mu Bai really knew how to enjoy himself. Jiu Si immersed herself in the mugwort pool. The water was scalding hot, and the steam rose, making her sigh in comfort. This area was filled with herbal pools, and many people didn't like the smell of traditional Chinese medicine, so there weren't many people, which made her enjoy the peace. Snowflakes danced and fell into the spring water, the steam rising and dissipating into the air. Jiu Si placed a towel behind her head, watched for a while, and slowly closed her eyes. Time flew by, and another year had passed. She didn't know if she would still be here this time next year. She still remembered the scene from last year's end when she came here. At that time, she didn't know what had provoked him. He came in a rage and left in a rage. Whenever he saw her, he had a cold face or mocked her with a forced smile. Even the new year wasn't enjoyable, and she felt very wronged. What exactly happened during that time? Chen Mu Bai seemed particularly displeased with her. Gossip frequently appeared in various magazines. And because of this, she had been scolded by Chun Mingma several times. It was bad enough to be caught in the middle. But the culprit even came to ask her which actress or female anchor was better. She thought carefully and gave an answer according to his preferences. But after giving the answer, he got angry and scolded her for being hypocritical. Stupid. It was really quite baffling. Just as Jiu Si was feeling drowsy, she felt a cool hand brush against her face, and she opened her eyes wide in shock. Looking at the face in front of her, who else could it be but Chen Mu Bai? She immediately sat up and grabbed the bathrobe next to her to cover her body. Regretting her choice of a bikini today, Chen Mu Bai leisurely took off his bathrobe and tossed it aside, sitting down in the spot where she had just been lying, resting his head on the towel she had just used. His long eyelashes were slightly lowered, looking peaceful, but when he spoke, it was like a bombshell. So, you threw the Xu family's big shot onto me and came here to hide? Jiu Si frowned, looking at him warily. How did he know? Did Xu Hua let it slip, or did he know all along? After a long silence, Chen Mu Bai lazily glanced at her, then closed his eyes and smiled. She had her eyes closed earlier, not knowing what she was thinking, and didn't even notice when he approached. The snowflakes stuck to her eyelashes were now trembling with her nervousness, and combined with her look of shock, she appeared much more lively than usual. Her skin was already pale, and after soaking in the water for a while, the steam made her cheeks slightly pink, truly alluring. When he smiled, Jiu Si felt even more uneasy. He should be angry. He should be furious. So why was he so calm? Also, wasn't he supposed to be with Xu Hua? Why was he here? Jiu Si's mind was filled with too many questions, making her sit there in a mess. Perhaps the stone edge of the hot spring was too hard, and Chen Mu Bai felt uncomfortable lying down. He changed his position, but still closed his eyes. Aren't you cold sitting there? How could she not be cold? She had only thrown on a bathrobe to avoid him and had been sitting in the freezing cold for a long time. Once he reminded her, Jiu Si realized, stood up, and tried to escape, but Chen Mu Bai caught her, gently pulling her into his arms from behind. Jiu Si's back was to him, and half her body was pressed against him. She couldn't see his expression, but could feel his warmth. The bathrobe clung tightly to her body as soon as it got wet, and there was only a layer of fabric between them. This was their first time being so close. Jiu Si's face flushed instantly, and she was so nervous that even her toes were trembling. She struggled a few times, but was easily held down by Chen Mu Bai. She looked at the arm crossing in front of her and wished she could bite it. Her voice, raised in pitch, sounded a bit off. Chen Mu Bai, let go. Chen Mu Bai instead tightened his arm. leaning closer to her ear and threatening her with a wicked smile. Don't move around. Keep your voice down. If you make too much noise, it won't be good if someone comes over. I don't mind, but I worry that Jiu Si won't be able to show her face in the future. She emitted a faint fragrance, which even the strong smell of traditional Chinese medicine around them couldn't mask. He leaned down to sniff, seemingly dissatisfied with her hair, and reached up to mess it up a bit. After that, he leaned down to sniff again, and now, with a warm scent enveloping him, he finally felt satisfied. Her heart was racing, and the veins on her forehead were standing out. He started calling her Jiu again. Whenever he called her that, it was sure to be trouble. Jiu Si forced herself to stay calm and reason with him. I don't know what I've done to offend you. I'm sorry. Can you let go of me first? Chen Mu Bai had a rogue expression, teasingly touching her earlobe and retorting. What have you done to offend me? Don't you know? He was not without anger. He was almost furious. But if he questioned her, she would either play dumb or give him a blank apology, which would only make him angrier. He couldn't believe he couldn't handle her. Jiu Si was on the verge of crying. His breath mingled with the heat around her, familiar yet strange. Her disheveled hair made her look even more embarrassed, and no matter how good-natured she couldn't suppress her anger any longer. What do you want? Chen Mu Bai didn't answer her. With one hand, he pulled open the bathrobe and reached out, his hand wandering around her waist. She stiffened and instinctively grabbed his hand. Chen Mu Bai's hand was tightly held by hers, and he actually stopped moving, letting her grip him while still teasing her with a smile. What do you think I want? You're being so proactive. Don't you know what I want? How does it feel to hold my hand? Her hand was smaller than his, her fingers much more delicate and fair. Chen Mu Bai looked down at their hands intertwined under the water and realized something. She wasn't incapable of being proactive. She just hadn't been pushed to that point. Jiu Si's face turned crimson, whether from the heat or embarrassment, she didn't know. This wasn't her intention, but she had to hold on tightly, fearing that if she let go, Chen Mu Bai would do something even more outrageous, fearing he would escalate things. She bit her lip and admitted her fault. It was my mistake regarding Shuhua. I'll let her go in a bit. I won't do anything without your consent again, okay? Her voice had a hint of a sob, deliberately lowered in volume to avoid being overheard, sounding more like a lover's plea for mercy. Chen Mu Bai seemed dissatisfied with this answer. You let her go? Does she listen to you that easily? Even if she is willing to listen, how will you explain it to Chun Mingmo? At this moment, she couldn't care less about anyone else. The person in front of her was her biggest trouble. Jiu Si knew she wouldn't gain any advantage with force and realized that Chen Mu Bai responded better to softness. She had to endure and tremble as she reasoned with him. Didn't you say that Tang doesn't lack women and shouldn't forcefully pursue them? Mu Bai, you don't lack women either. What are you doing now? Chen Mu Bai's lips curled up, casually opening his eyes and chatting nonsense. Oh, I just said that casually. You could just take it lightly. There's no need to take it to heart. After saying that, he suddenly bent down and untied the bow on her neck with his lips, then quickly pulled at her back, causing the bikini she was wearing to float on the water surface. Jiu Si felt a chill in front of her chest. The skin on her neck touched by him felt like it was on fire. Seeing the fabric floating on the water, without thinking, she bit his arm. Chen Mu Bai was caught off guard, and the pain made him instinctively release her, allowing her to break free. She clutched her bathrobe and confronted him from the other side of the pool. Chen Mu Bai gritted his teeth and threatened her. Come here. Jiu Si shook her head, nearly begging him. I really know I was wrong. Chen Mu Bai glanced down and then raised his arm to show her. His arm had a few bite marks, slightly oozing blood, looking quite alarming. Jiu Si swore she hadn't meant to do it, her face contorted in despair. I didn't do it on purpose. As she spoke, she reached for the bikini floating on the water, but just as she grabbed a corner, she saw another hand holding the other corner. Each of them tugged at their corner, unwilling to let go. If she pulled with a bit of force, he would definitely pull back just as hard. This childish behavior was ridiculous, especially for such intimate clothing. Jiu Si felt utterly speechless. If she had known today would turn out like this, she wouldn't have stepped out of her room. Jiu Si felt her face was burning, took a deep breath, and tried to calm herself down. Only by calming down could she have the confidence to negotiate. The worst thing in negotiations was losing momentum, but she didn't realize that at this moment. With her hair down, her face flushed, and her eyes glistening with tears, looking pitiful, plus her clothes disheveled and the fabric clinging tightly to her body. Her curves were completely exposed, leaving no room for any momentum. Chen Mu Bai, you have so many women. I know you don't even look at me. Can we make peace? Even if I've done wrong, you don't have to humiliate me like this. Chen Mu Bai suddenly turned cold, dared to say that again, and see. Just as his words fell, footsteps approached, and Jiu Si stiffened, suddenly releasing her grip, looking at Chen Mu Bai in panic. He, however, showed no sign of panic and even smiled at her. If someone saw her with Chen Mu Bai like this, she couldn't imagine how scandalous the rumors would be. She turned to look behind her, then bit her lip, looking at Chen Mu Bai for help. Chen Mu Bai glanced at the entrance, quickly walked over, and pulled her to the corner of the pool where there were stone carvings blocking the view. If the newcomer didn't walk in, they wouldn't see them. He wrapped Jiu Si in his arms, using his body to shield her. Even if someone did see them, they would only see him. Jiu Si initially felt grateful, but to her surprise, the next second, he actually started to tug at her bathrobe. Jiu Si was so angry that she trembled all over, gritting her teeth to express her protest and anger with her eyes. Chen Mu Bai rarely saw such vivid expressions from her. He looked down, smiling softly in her ear. "Shh, don't move, or I really won't care about you." She rarely saw him smile like this, without sarcasm or gloom. It seemed he was genuinely smiling, with his brows and eyes curving, the sparkle in his eyes gradually shining through the dimming light, and she looked up at him. The usually sharp lines of his face softened and warmed by the smile. Chen Mu Bai had really good features. When he was cold, he exuded a devilish charm, and when he smiled, it could warm the deepest part of the heart. He looked at her, the curve of his lips just right, with a hint of mischief at the corner of his left eye, making her heart flutter. The footsteps quickly approached, followed by a woman's voice. "I clearly heard someone speaking." Jiu Si tilted her head, tightly focusing on the entrance and holding her breath, afraid they would walk in. She instinctively grabbed Chen Mu Bai's arm, trembling slightly. Chen Mu Bai glanced at her hand, gripping him, and raised an eyebrow. Everyone said Jiu Si was adept at navigating social situations, favored by him and Chun Ming Ma, a beautiful woman with schemes and means. In reality, she was mostly just putting on a brave face, thin-skinned, conservative, and more enduring than even he was, completely clueless about relationships. How could she be considered a woman? The voices of the two women grew closer. "Did you hear wrong? They shouldn't come this way. Maybe they went somewhere else. Maybe I misheard. There's no one here. It's really eerie. We should go. It is a bit scary. Let's hurry and go." Jiu Si leaned against Chen Mu Bai, listening to the calm and steady heartbeat in her ear, her chaotic heartbeat gradually settling. The footsteps gradually faded away, finally disappearing completely. Only then did she push Chen Mu Bai, who was getting closer to her, away. "They're gone." Chen Mu Bai hadn't moved for half a day. Jiu Si looked up and saw him staring blankly at something with his eyes downcast. Following his gaze, she finally realized that the neckline of her bathrobe was wide open without her noticing. He was no longer a naive young man, yet he struggled to control himself. She was even thinner than he had imagined, and the already oversized bathrobe now hung loosely on her shoulders, with her delicate collarbone and the curves of her chest suddenly becoming alluring, radiating a spring-like charm. He suddenly felt an unbearable heat. Jiu Si immediately raised her hand to grasp the collar, but he pressed it down, and when she tried with her right hand, he pinned it to the stone steps. She was already sensitive about her right hand, and when he grabbed it, she instinctively trembled. Chen Mu Bai glanced at her and quickly loosened his grip, merely holding on symbolically, as if he wouldn't exert force unless she resisted. They were very close, close enough to feel each other's breath and hear each other's heartbeat. Jiu Si looked at his face. His breathing had become somewhat irregular, and his temperature was rising. She felt a subtle fear in her heart because she saw something dangerous in his eyes, something called desire. All of this was unfamiliar to Jiu Si, so unfamiliar that she felt he was a flood or a beast, and her underlying fear gradually accumulated and then surged up. She wanted to escape immediately, but with her upper body pinned down by him, she couldn't move at all, so she prepared to lift her leg. Chen Mu Bai seemed to anticipate this move. quickly raising his leg to pin down her thrashing leg, closing his eyes and slowly exhaling. His expression became more animated. "Hey, I say, are you a snake? Why do you turn against me so easily? Who was it that helped you just now? Biting me is not enough. Now she wants to kick me? It's all thanks to him that she's come to this point." Such stubbornness and unreasonable behavior really is in line with Shao's style. If it were any other time, Jiu Si would probably argue with him for a few words, but at this moment, she had already given up on reasoning with him. The steam from the spring water rose up, making her feel a bit hot, a bit irritable, a bit angry, and a bit scared. All these emotions piled up together, leaving her unsure of what to do, and she could only push Chen Mu Bai anxiously. Suddenly, without any warning, a hiccup sounded. In the next moment, the two of them instinctively froze, and the surroundings fell silent. Only the sound of gurgling water could be heard. After a while, a light laugh broke the silence. Jiu Si widened her eyes and looked at Chen Mu Bai, her face filled with disbelief. Chen Mu Bai, bending over and laughing, gently patted her back, his voice also carrying a hint of laughter. "Are you really scared?" She was already hiccuping. Jiu Si didn't know how that physiological reaction occurred. Blood rushed to her head, and she felt that she had revealed all her awkwardness today. Embarrassed and angry, she pushed Chen Mu Bai away, wanting to escape from there. Her small face was flushed red. Her eyes were also red, and she frowned, biting her lower lip tightly as she pushed him. Chen Mu Bai laughed, even happier, his hands gripping her waist. No matter how hard she tried, he wouldn't budge an inch. Her legs kept rubbing against him, causing him to react. Chen Mu Bai watched as her soft, full lips became even redder from his bites. Suddenly feeling a bit restless, he pinched her chin and bit down on her lips. Jiu Si abruptly stopped pushing his hand. Her mind went blank, only feeling enveloped in a refreshing masculine scent, making it somewhat hard to breathe. Once she came to her senses, she clenched her teeth and pushed Chen Mu Bai away, but he held her hands behind her back. Seeing that she wouldn't let go, he didn't mind, and continued to nibble on her lips, gently sucking and biting. His hot lips and tongue brushed against each of her teeth, softly prying her mouth open. Her waist was soft and slender, and her skin was delicate and smooth, making it hard for him to let go. When his wandering hand covered her full chest, she trembled all over, and with her hands held behind her back, this action forced her to push her chest forward, making it seem as if she was inviting him. Jiu Si instinctively gasped, allowing him to take advantage of the moment, charging in deeply, invading every inch. Jiu Si resisted his lips and tongue, trying to stop his advances. But he kissed with such passion, nibbling and licking, his hands gently teasing, stirring her nerves. Jiu Si suddenly bit down on his tongue, narrowing her eyes to warn him that if he didn't back off, she would truly bite down, and then slowly applied more force. Their eyes met, and perhaps sensing the pain, Chen Mu Bai slowly frowned, looking at her for a while before voluntarily withdrawing. But he didn't let go, instead biting her chin. His lips and tongue traveled down her chin, biting her neck's artery, and all of Jiu Si's attention shifted with his movements, trembling and unable to breathe. Chen Mu Bai seemed very satisfied with her reaction, playfully nibbling on her earlobe and whispering in her ear, "Can't take it anymore? How come you haven't learned anything that Mom Li taught you over the years? I heard that Mama Li's seduction techniques are passed down through generations, specifically teaching the ladies in the palace how to serve the emperor, very skillful indeed." Jiu Si was on the verge of a breakdown, his brain barely functioning, and it took him a while to realize what he was saying. And then he became angry. He knew everything. He even knows that Chen Mingma asked her to learn this. As soon as she spoke, the tears that she had been holding back for a long time rolled down. "Chen Mu Bai, you know everything. Since you know everything, why are you keeping me around? Is it to watch me make a fool of myself and insult me?" Chen Mu Bai loosened his grip on her wrist, reducing the pressure to make her more comfortable. He gently kissed away her tears. But the words he spoke made Jiu Si realize he was still that devil. "It's okay. She can't teach you. I will teach you until you learn. Free of charge. When a girl reaches a certain age, there are some things she needs to learn or she will miss out on a lot of fun." Jiu Si trembled with anger. "You rogue." He answered while kissing her tears. "Yeah, I am. Shameless. Yeah, I agree. Brazen. Yeah, I think so too. Let go of me. He wouldn't let go. Her tears fell faster and faster. Chen Mu Bai propped himself up and watched for a few seconds before speaking with feigned seriousness. Even if you cry, I want to let go. But I have another way to make you stop crying, and it's much more effective. You like it? As he spoke, his hand, which had been resting on her chest, slid downward, rubbing insistently over a certain spot through the thin fabric, while his lips and tongue continued their wandering exploration. Pressed tightly against her, their bodies burned with heat, breaths coming in ragged gasps. Jiu Si felt waves of unfamiliar sensation spreading from her lower abdomen, her entire body trembling uncontrollably. Soon, Chen Mu Bai noticed the slick wetness between his fingers. A wicked glint flickered in his eyes as he bypassed the fabric barrier, slipping his fingers inside to continue his relentless torment. With a smirk, he leaned close to Jiu Si's ear and murmured in a low, teasing voice, "You seem different now than before." Jiu Si's toes curled tightly, her eyes glazed with a misty haze. The strange, tingling pleasure threatened to consume her entirely, and a surge of fear rose within her. "Chen Mu Bai, please," she begged. Chen Mu Bai captured her lips in a deep, lingering kiss, his touch both soothing and possessive. "Don't be afraid. Be good. Don't resist. Let go." His words were shamelessly provocative, his fingers skilled and relentless. When the pleasure finally peaked, Jiu Si's mind went blank, leaving only dazzling bursts of sensation in its wake. Long moments later, Chen Mu Bai's soft laughter brushed against her ear. "Do you know? You came. It seems I've trained you quite well." Perhaps she hadn't even realized it herself, but in that fleeting moment, she had instinctively caught his tongue between her lips, soft, warm, and just the right pressure. It sent a shiver of pleasure straight to his bones. He had never imagined that a single kiss could affect him so deeply. She was dressed loosely, half of her body exposed to the air, while the other half was submerged in the water. Her skin had a beautiful pink hue, trembling and gasping softly in the rising heat beneath him. All of this stimulated Chen Mu Bai's nerves, leaving him only able to think of the words sensual and stimulating. Chen Mu Bai touched her face, which was hot and wet, but she no longer resisted. He lowered his head and stared for a long time before gritting his teeth and closing his eyes, letting out a frustrated breath. Perhaps it was because she had been in the hot spring for too long. Jiu Si, the student he had taken involuntarily, had fainted after he demonstrated something. He felt restless, his skin tight, the fire in his heart surging outward, but after staring at her for a long time, he had no way to relieve it. Chen Mu Bai sighed helplessly, picked Jiu Si up from the hot spring, and sat down on the hot stone bed beside it. He grabbed a clean bathrobe from the side to wrap around her, placed a towel under her head on the stone pillow to make her comfortable, and then went to the wind vent to cool off. After blowing cold air for a long time, he finally felt calm. He returned to the hot stone bed, propped his head with one hand, lying next to her and watching her sleep, while the other hand absent-mindedly stroked her damp hair. Her hair was very soft. He had heard that girls with soft hair also had soft hearts. Was her heart soft? He didn't know. Over the years, Chen Mu Bai had watched her coldly as she schemed, plotted, and reeled in her net, diligently playing the pawn for Chen Mingma, pulling others down and stepping on them with a blank expression to move forward 1 against 10. Yet he also saw her understanding the stakes and reminding Chen Jing Kang out of compassion, lightly singing to those who wouldn't help her in the slightest. Perhaps feeling a bit cold from sleeping too long and with a furnace beside her, Jiu Si instinctively snuggled closer to him. She turned to nestle in his arms, her breath lightly and warmly blowing against his chest, making Chen Mu Bai feel the fire he had finally suppressed flare up again. When Jiu Si unconsciously moved, brushing against his thigh, Chen Mu Bai closed his eyes, gritting his teeth in restraint, not knowing if he was punishing her or himself, unable to contain his frustration any longer. The unsatisfied Chen Mu Bai finally reached out his hand, pinching her face hard, leaving 2 handprints on her fair and smooth skin. Suddenly, a few snowflakes fluttered down and landed between her brows and eyes. Chen Mu Bai looked down for a long time, slowly extending his hand to trace the outline of her features with his fingertips. He had never looked at her so closely and quietly before. Her forehead was smooth and clean, with a very faint scar at the right corner, which was almost unnoticeable unless looked at closely. He wondered if it was from falling while learning to walk, and thought of Jiu Si stumbling and learning to walk, causing him to smile involuntarily. Her eyebrows were very beautiful, not deliberately groomed, but looking clear and elegant. He gently stroked along the direction her eyebrows grew before feeling his own. And indeed, they were different. Hers were soft, even at the brow. Her skin was very white, so white that he could see the fine veins on her eyelids. He gently rubbed the crease of her double eyelid, suddenly missing those dark and clear eyes. Jiu Si's nose was straight and delicate, with a bridge higher than average. Tang Ku, who had seen countless beauties, had once discussed that while all of Jiu Si's features were good, her nose was the most outstanding and very sexy, especially when viewed from the side. At that time, after Tang Ku said this, he had slapped him back, and from then on, he could hardly look at her nose without feeling displeased, but he had to admit that Tang Ku was right. When he touched her lips, Jiu Si unconsciously licked his finger softly, the wet and soft sensation making his heart race. Tang Ku had repeatedly brought up Jiu Si to him. Besides the inherent flaws of men, wanting what they couldn't have, Jiu Si was indeed a beauty. The beauty of a woman lies in her charm. And Jiu Si had an indescribable charm about her. Chen Mu Bai leaned down to kiss her brows and eyes, and the snowflakes melted, leaving a coolness behind. Perhaps feeling the chill, she frowned and stirred restlessly, showing signs of waking up. Suddenly, hurried footsteps rushed past, and Chen Mu Bai quickly turned his head to take a look, only catching a glimpse of a figure before looking back down at Jiu Si. Fortunately, from that angle, he should be blocking her face, especially since it was already dark outside. Chen Mu Bai frowned. It seemed this person had been listening for a while. He wondered what they had heard or seen. A moment later, Chen Jing Kang quietly entered, draping a bathrobe over Chen Mu Bai's shoulders. When he saw the person lying on the hot stone, he suddenly froze, seemingly unable to accept it. Chen Mu Bai glanced at him, wondering what he was doing. Even Chen Jing Kang, who was usually clueless, could sense something was off as he pointed at Jiu Si. "Sister Gu, you too." Chen Mu Bai didn't bother to explain, tightening the robe around him as he walked out. "You keep an eye on things outside, don't let anyone in, and don't let her see you. Wait until she wakes up, and then you can leave." Jiu Si was always very shy. If she found out that Chen Jing Kang had seen anything, she would probably wish to die. As Chen Mu Bai walked a few steps, he suddenly remembered something and turned to signal Chen Jing Kang to come closer. Chen Jing Kang leaned in, and Chen Mu Bai whispered a few words in his ear. Halfway through, Chen Jing Kang looked puzzled and bewildered. Huh? He doubted whether he had heard correctly. Chen Mu Bai straightened up and shot him a glance. "What do you mean, huh? Just do it cleanly. If anything goes wrong, don't go back. Stay on this mountain and be a monk." With that, he walked away, leaving Chen Jing Kang standing there trying to digest his words. When Jiu Si woke up, the sky was already completely dark. She opened her eyes and looked around for a long time before realizing she was lying on the hot stone. After a few seconds of processing, she let out a desperate sigh. Chen Mingma had always implied that a woman's way to get to Chen Mu Bai was to sleep with him. She always thought Jiu Si was unwilling to do it. But in reality, he didn't know that she didn't want him to know. Even if she used this method, she still couldn't control Chen Mu Bai. Remembering everything that had happened, Jiu Si lowered her head with a frown. She had never imagined she could influence that man. Not only could she not, but she was also probably trapped herself now. The next morning, when Jiu Si saw her colleagues at the breakfast table, she felt guilty and awkwardly greeted them, choosing a corner seat to sit down. Just as she sat down and hadn't eaten 2 bites, she heard female colleagues whispering behind her. Their voices were low, and Jiu Si couldn't hear clearly, but she could vaguely catch a few words. Director Chun, woman, Chinese medicine pool. Jiu Si's heart raced. Had she been discovered? Just then, some gossip seekers gathered around, and she pretended to be casual as she leaned closer to the source of the gossip, then heard the full story. Really? Someone saw it. Director Chun and that woman over by the Chinese medicine pool. No way. Didn't they just meet yesterday? What's impossible? Director Chun has been surrounded by rumors all day long. Besides, what does the duration matter? They made some valid points. After a few people finished speaking, They lifted their heads and saw Jiu Si sitting half-turned behind them, her expression somewhat strange. They weren't familiar with Jiu Si, but they knew her indifference and that Chen Mu Bai relied on her. Realizing they had been caught gossiping, they lowered their heads, not daring to look at her. Jiu Si simply turned around completely, her face serious and solemn as she scanned them. After a moment, she pretended to cough lightly and awkwardly leaned in to ask in a low voice, "What were you just saying? You saw Director Chen with who?" "That?" The women exchanged glances, feeling they had found allies, and continued excitedly sharing what they knew. One woman, looking very certain, spoke as if she had seen it with her own eyes. "It was with that Shao who just met him yesterday. Someone definitely saw them. I heard that Shao is a well-bred young lady, but honestly, if she can do such things, it's nothing special." Jiu Si, feeling uneasy, asked, "How are you so sure it was Shao?" Another woman chimed in. "Someone found Shu's earring by the AI Yi pool this morning. They took it to her, and she admitted it was hers. She even gave a red envelope to thank them." Although Jiu Si didn't understand how Shu Hua's earring ended up there, seeing that she was completely off the hook finally put her at ease. From this, it can be concluded that, first, Shu Hua is generous and knows how to win people's hearts. Second, Shu Hua is a brainless vase. She should keep her distance from her in the future. After summarizing this, Jiu Si looked up and saw several women staring at her in silence, seemingly waiting for her to agree. She hesitated, then reluctantly nodded and solemnly replied with an Just as Jiu Si was relieved to have escaped a crisis, she heard the continuous arrival of General Chen behind her. Everyone stood up to greet Chen Mu Bai as he entered and offered him a seat. Chen Mu Bai stopped them and walked directly to Jiu Si's side, saying, "No need to trouble yourselves. I'll just sit here. Let's all sit down and eat." After saying this, he took a seat. Jiu Si hesitated for a long time, unsure whether to leave or stay. After struggling for a while, she decided to act as if nothing had happened and sat down, only to notice the glaring bite mark on Chen Mu Bai's arm, which made her feel somewhat uncomfortable, especially as he seemed to deliberately wave that arm in front of her. Jiu Si forcefully turned her head away, stubbornly suppressed her blush, and pretended not to see or know anything. However, the meal was not peaceful at all. Just as Jiu Si was about to find an excuse to leave, she saw a light figure flash by and sit down across from her. When she looked up, she saw Shu Hua's smiling face. Remembering how she had just been plotting to frame her, she felt a pang of guilt and lowered her eyes to sip water from the cup beside her. Chen Mu Bai, seeing the newcomer, gave Jiu Si a meaningful glance before introducing, "Shu Hua, this is Jiu Si." Shu Hua looked at Jiu Si with a bright smile, as if it were truly their first meeting, and exclaimed, "This sister is so beautiful." Jiu Si seemed taken aback by Shu Hua's poor acting skills, and in her surprise, she choked on the water, coughing a few times before managing to look up and smile at her Shu. Shu Hua didn't seem to notice anything amiss, and continued, "I've always heard about you, Jia, but never had the chance to meet you until now." Jiu Si forced a smile, knowing that Chen Mu Bai had already seen through her, and since she had already admitted it yesterday, but Shu Hua was unaware and she couldn't just expose it. Unsure whether to continue the act, she hesitated. Chen Mu Bai watched the two of them perform, occasionally glancing at Jiu Si with a smile, as if mocking her, urging her to keep the act going. As soon as Chen Mu Bai sat down, the people at several nearby tables quickly dispersed, leaving only the three of them. Jiu Si lowered her head, catching a glimpse of Chen Mu Bai's arm, looking at him, then back at his arm. Chen Mu Bai understood her meaning and, not want to make it difficult for her this time, slowly moved to pull down his sleeve to cover the bite mark. However, his movements were too slow, drawing Shu Hua's attention. Jiu Si completely suspected he was doing it on purpose. Shu Hua leaned in a look. "Oh, how did this happen?" She didn't notice the silent exchange between the two above her head. Chen Mu Bai let her look, raising an innocent eyebrow at Jiu Si, as if to say, "See, it's not that I'm not cooperating, it's just that she has sharp eyes. It's not my fault." Jiu Si frowned at him, took a long breath, and glared elsewhere. Shu Hua waited for a long time without getting a response, so she raised her head and asked again, "What's going on?" Chen Mu Bai casually answered, "Oh, I encountered a little wildcat on the back mountain yesterday, sleeping in a cave. With such heavy snow, I was afraid she would freeze, so I brought her out to save her." Who knew she would wake up and bite me? While saying this, he glanced at Jiu Si. Shu Hua, not understanding the real implication of this story, followed Chen Mu Bai's words. Isn't that biting the hand that feeds you? Chen Mu Bai seemed quite pleased with this answer, turning to Jiu Si and asking, what do you think this story means? Jiu Si, who always rose to the occasion, seeing Chen Mu Bai openly and covertly squeezing her, didn't want to let him manipulate her, and calmly fabricated, it means you shouldn't disturb others' sleep if there's nothing going on, or the consequences could be severe. The next second, Shu Hua burst into laughter, doubling over as she looked at Jiu Si and asked, Sister, are you always this humorous? Jiu Si tugged at her lips, genuinely unsure where she had been funny. Chen Mu Bai also smiled, quickly dropping his sleeve to cover his arm. Jiu Si's energy finally crumbled under Chen Mu Bai's gaze and teasing, and she randomly found an excuse to run outside. Jiu Si ran to the back courtyard of the temple before stopping, standing in a vast courtyard, closing her eyes, and taking a few deep breaths, slowly exhaling. It had been snowing heavily yesterday, but today the sun came out. Although it was still cold, the bright sunlight could always lift one's spirits a bit. Jiu Si was someone who understood the importance of avoiding harm and seeking benefits. She generally preferred not to form deep connections with others. If she was willing to interact with someone, it was often because that person was someone she could see through, like Chen Jing Kang, or perhaps Shu Hua. She knew that rumors were unstoppable and would always reach the ears of those involved in the fastest way possible, often becoming more distorted along the way. She was certain that before noon, with Shu Hua's temper, she would definitely come to her to complain. Sure enough, while Jiu Si was wandering around the temple, she saw Shu Hua, who had changed from her lively self at breakfast, running up to her with red eyes, calling out to her in a pitiful tone, Gujia. The tone was so plaintive that it made Jiu Si shiver. She felt guilty too. She didn't even dare to stay in her room, and she had wandered as far away as possible. Yet here was Shu Hua finding her. Jiu Si pretended to look around, not seeing anyone else, and forced her face to remain stern. Didn't I say? Just pretend you don't know me. If Chen Mu Bai saw the consequences, she had experienced it once and didn't want to go through it again. Shu Hua, disregarding all of that, wore a face of grievance and indignation, not knowing who had spread the rumor. They say I and Shao Mu. You must have heard it too. I admit that earring is mine, but I have no idea how it ended up there. I've never been to that place. I hate the smell of Chinese medicine. Why would I go there? Jiu Si certainly knew it wasn't Shu Hua, but as someone who had escaped the blame, she felt very complicated facing the person who was taking the fall for her. Other than remaining silent, she couldn't think of another response. Jiu Si remained silent, and Shu Hua thought she didn't believe her, so she hurriedly explained, I went to bump into him, as you said yesterday, but we only talked for a bit before he left. We didn't go to any Chinese medicine pool together. As Jiu Si listened, she felt something was off and thought for a moment before realizing the problem and expressing doubt about Shu Hua's reasoning. She asked, confused, even if it wasn't you, but Shao Mu with someone else. Jiu Si paused awkwardly, clearing her throat before continuing. Shao Mu with someone else. You don't feel angry? Shu Hua looked incredulous. Isn't he a clean freak? When he was getting a spa yesterday, he didn't even let the masseuse touch him directly. How could he be with someone else outside? It's impossible. I don't know who spread the rumor. Don't believe it. Jiu Si stared blankly at Shu Hua, her emotions becoming increasingly complicated. It was as if she had clearly stolen a ginseng fruit and had even digested it, yet someone was solemnly telling her that ginseng fruit didn't exist at all. The tone and expression of that person made her start to believe there really was no ginseng fruit, and that her feeling of having eaten it was merely a dream. A few seconds later, Jiu Si shook her head in her mind, dismissing that thought. It wasn't a dream. She then reaffirmed that Shu Hua was clueless. She had no idea what had happened while she was asleep yesterday, so she was very curious about how things had escalated to this point today. Who was the source of these rumors? Jiu Si's first reaction was that Shu Hua had indeed gone to the Chinese medicine pool yesterday, but had seen nothing and had been caught by Chen Mu Bai. To be on the safe side, Chen Mu Bai had taken advantage of the situation to drag her into it. To verify this thought, she asked Shu Hua, did you really not go? Shu Hua shook her head, swearing on the sky that she really hadn't. Jiu Si observed her and felt that she didn't seem to be lying. Since she hadn't gone, that meant she had been framed. But who could be the instigator? Her first suspicion fell on Chen Mu Bai, so she tentatively asked, "Did you offend Mu Shao yesterday?" Xu Hua looked at her oddly. "No. We had a great chat." Jiu Si felt that with Chen Mu Bai's acting skills and Xu Hua's intelligence, Chen Mu Bai could easily outsmart her. She could not tell whether Chen Mu Bai was genuinely happy or not. If he wanted her to think he was happy, she would feel he was happy. If he wanted her to think he was unhappy, she would feel he was unhappy. Mentioning Chen Mu Bai seemed to shift Xu Hua's thoughts entirely to him, and she looked at Jiu Si with concern. Did he say something? Did he say I offended him yesterday? Jiu Si quickly shook her head. No. I was just asking casually, don't overthink it. Seeing Xu Hua's sigh of relief, Jiu Si suddenly felt envious of her. In the eyes of the Chen family and the Xu family, she and Chen Mu Bai were a strong alliance, maximizing benefits. But in Xu Hua's eyes, she simply liked Chen Mu Bai. He was all she saw, and she would feel anxious over an offhand comment from others, fearing he didn't like her. Their relationship was purely about liking or not liking each other, a pure emotion. But what about her relationship with Chen Mu Bai? Was it a conspiracy? Was it about interests? Was it speculation? Was it testing each other? There were so many barriers between them that even the purest feelings were discounted. A sense of elusive disappointment suddenly filled Jiu Si's heart, and she unconsciously asked, "Haven't you told Mu Shao?" What she really wanted to know was Chen Mu Bai's attitude. Xu Hua's expression immediately fell. I did tell him, but he said if others want to talk, let them talk. If he didn't do anything wrong, what is there to be afraid of? I'm not afraid. Xu Hua mimicked Chen Mu Bai as cold tone and expression perfectly. After hearing this, Jiu Si immediately looked at Xu Hua. She could now be sure that the person who had thrown Xu Hua's earring by the medicine pool to frame her was Chen Mu Bai. Although he might not have done it personally, he must have been the one who suggested it. He wasn't afraid, because he was the one who did it. Xu Hua didn't understand Chen Mu Bai, and probably didn't know what he meant by that. But Jiu Si understood him and was very familiar with this kind of remark. She had also been forced to take the blame before, so she knew Chen Mu Bai too well. His sarcastic remark could be summarized in 3 words. You deserve it. Of course, Jiu Si wouldn't say this to Xu Hua. She just comforted her a bit to end the conversation. But she didn't understand why Chen Mu Bai wanted to make such a big deal out of this. Could it be that someone really saw her and Chen Mu Bai together yesterday? Did Chen Mu Bai frame someone else to cover his tracks? Chen Mu Bai had always been thick-skinned and didn't care what others saw or heard. If he did this, it was to help her cover up. But why would he want to help her cover up? Because a certain answer was about to emerge from her heart. But Jiu Si stopped it in time. Even though it was a forced stop, she couldn't help but think back to that night when Chen Mu Bai told her that what she looked down upon was not the longing, but him. Jiu Si dared not think about this question anymore and turned to ponder another one. To be honest, Jiu Si still couldn't figure out Chen Mu Bai's attitude towards Xu Hua. If he had known from the start that Xu Hua was part of a scheme arranged by Chen Mingma and her, why would he jump in? But since he jumped in, it meant he tacitly accepted the engagement. If he accepted it, why would he randomly frame Xu Hua and make her uncomfortable? Suddenly, Jiu Si remembered that in her hazy state yesterday, Chen Mu Bai seemed to have asked her what she would say to Chen Mingma if she let Xu Hua go. Thinking deeper, Jiu Si sighed, finally giving up, as it seemed all questions ultimately returned to that point. She didn't dare to think about or believe that point. Jiu Si was lost in her own world, unable to extricate herself. Xu Hua found it strange when she heard the sigh. What's wrong? Jiu Si suddenly came to her senses and answered without changing her expression. I'm sighing for you. Those people are too despicable. Xu Hua also sighed, knowing that even if such things were unfair, she could only listen. She couldn't control what others said. Did she really have to argue with them? It wouldn't be pleasant or look good. This grievance could only be swallowed. However, after finding someone to talk to, she seemed less frustrated and began a chat with Jiu Si about other things. I'll be leaving soon. Jiu Si seemed surprised that she would take the initiative to give up the chance to be alone with Chen Mu Bai. Aren't you going to play for another day? Xu Hua glanced at the 2 people standing not far away, her face showing reluctance, but also some fear. Today is New Year's Eve. My family is waiting for me to have a reunion dinner. Jiu Si also looked over, The two men in suits were expressionless, probably sent by the Shao family to ensure Xu Hua returned home. Just as she finished speaking, one of the men in black came over to urge Xu Hua. He spoke coldly, and Xu Hua smiled and acted cute towards him, but he remained unmoved. Jiu Si pressed her lips together. Her parents really knew her well. Probably only such people could control Xu Hua. Seeing her efforts go in vain, Xu Hua angrily turned her face aside and shouted, "I never said I wouldn't go back. Why are you rushing me? Can't you see I'm talking to someone else? Do you understand manners?" The man remained expressionless, glancing at his wrist to check the time. "An hour ago, you found various reasons to delay. This is the 7th reason you've come up with. You are already 15 minutes late from the scheduled departure time. If you don't leave now, I will have to call Madam." Now Xu Hua was even angrier. "You don't need to use my mom to pressure me. That is my mom. Do you think she listens to me or to you?" The man didn't even look at Xu Hua, mechanically providing the answer. "Madam instructed that if you don't set off within half an hour, we will have to take you back by force. I hope you cooperate to avoid suffering." "You." Xu Hua pointed at the man, breathless and unable to say anything. For a moment, the atmosphere became awkward. Jiu Si understood that someone like Xu Hua, who was a wealthy young lady, valued her face the most. Her insistence was merely a way to seek a way out. But the stern man in front of her seemed to be unaware of Xu Hua's temper. So he proactively gave her an out. "You have to go back anyway. So it's better to set off sooner. The snow hasn't melted, and the road down the mountain isn't easy. It's New Year's. Don't make it unpleasant." Xu Hua indeed backed down, glaring at the man in black. "I'm doing this for Sister Gu's sake. Otherwise, I wouldn't be leaving today. Let us see if you can really take me back." As she spoke, Xu Hua handed the paper bag in her hand to Jiu Si. "Thanks for your help with this matter. I also spoke well of you to Uncle Chen. It's almost New Year, so this is a gift for you." Jiu Si stared at the bag for a long time without accepting it. With Xu Hua's emotional intelligence, she wouldn't have been able to say or do such things, but now she had done something she couldn't do, which could only mean someone was teaching her. Who could it be? Her parents? Or that uncle of hers? Jiu Si, to some extent, had a high opinion of herself, but at this moment, she felt envious of Xu Hua, envious that she had someone to teach her, allowing her to avoid many detours, while everything she learned came from hitting walls and suffering. Compared to her, it felt bleak and awkward. Seeing that Jiu Si was looking down and seemed lost in thought, Xu Hua was uncertain of her feelings. Did she not like it? After the incident with the check, Jiu Si became particularly sensitive about receiving gifts, pushing the bag away, insisting it was unnecessary, as it was something she should do. The person teaching Xu Hua probably did not foresee that Jiu Si would refuse. It seemed that he taught her what to do if she was rejected. Xu Hua, holding the bag, looked bewildered and said, "Why don't you want it? Open it and take a look. You'll definitely like it." Based on Jiu Si's experience preparing gifts for Chen Mu Bai's partner, she could tell at a glance what was inside the bag, and she could guess the brand and price. Her refusal wasn't about whether she liked it or not, but because Xu Hua was too extravagant, and if Chen Mu Bai found out, she wouldn't know how to explain it. Jiu Si forced a smile, saying, "This gift is too much." Hearing this, Xu Hua laughed and casually shoved it into Jiu Si's arms, with a hint of showing off, "It's nothing for our family." Jiu Si suddenly smirked with a deeper meaning. Yes, it seems the Xu family is left with nothing but money now. Xu Hua didn't understand her words, but the man in black beside them shot Jiu Si a glance. Jiu Si didn't intend to fall out with Xu Hua over this matter. She shook the paper bag in her hand to change the subject. "Well, thank you, Xu." Seeing that Jiu Si finally accepted, Xu Hua bid her farewell and turned to leave, turning her head to scold the man in black following her. "You just wait. I'll tell my mom when I get back that you bullied me." The man in black followed calmly, "As you wish." Soon, another man who had been standing nearby also caught up. Jiu Si watched the three figures disappear outside the temple and suddenly wanted to know what kind of ending someone like Xu Hua would have marrying into the Chen family. Lost in thought, her phone suddenly vibrated, showing an unknown number. When she answered, she heard a familiar voice. Meng Inian's voice was always devoid of warmth and emotion. "Old Chen knows about Xu and the third young master. He said you've done well in recent matters. The new year is approaching, and he'll reward you with a big gift. Jiu Si was still pondering why today was chosen for such gifts, when she heard another voice on the line, a frail old voice calling her little nine. Jiu Si trembled, taking a moment to believe she was hearing that name, Dad. How long had it been since she last heard her father's voice? Ever since she came to the Chen family, it had been so long. After countless days and nights, hearing that strange yet familiar voice again felt like a lifetime had passed. While she felt joy, a hint of unease began to rise within her. Chen Mingma had previously allowed her to contact her father only through letters, with one letter being brought to her father occasionally, and she would reply, nothing more. Why suddenly let her hear her father's voice at this moment? Was it really to reward her for her good performance recently? Or was it a reminder of something? There was so much to say between them, but for a moment, she didn't know what to say. After a long silence, Jiu Si finally spoke. Is your health better? Still the same, neither good nor bad. Sometimes I really wish I could just get worse. If I die, they can no longer threaten you. Jiu Si frowned abruptly. Dad, don't say that. When she left the U.S., her father's health was already poor, and over the years, he had probably been kept alive by money. Chen Mingma indeed kept his word. As agreed, Jiu Si worked for him, and he wouldn't let her father suffer. The laughter on the other end rang out, a mix of carefreeness and sorrow. Haha, I didn't expect that in my life. I would have so many children. Yet only you are willing to stay by my side. And yet, I can't gain any benefit from it. Jiu Si, what do you want? Just as Jiu Si was about to say something else, the phone was back in Meng Yinyan's hands. That's enough. Old Chen asked me to tell you. As long as you do your job well for him, your father will receive the best treatment, and you will reunite eventually. After saying that, he hung up. Listening to the beeping sound after the call ended, Jiu Si held back her tears and sneered. Eventually, will I even be able to wait for that? Will my father be able to wait? Immersed in anger and sorrow, she was awakened by the sound of the bell tower in the temple, deep and lingering, echoing in the quiet valley. The sound of the bell struck her heart, gradually calming her down. She should be happy. After all her struggles, she just wanted to know if her father was doing well. Now that she had heard his voice, she had gotten what she sought. What more could she want? Jiu Si gazed toward the bell tower, trying to force a smile, then continued down the path. Just a few steps out, she saw Chen Mu Bai lazily leaning against the temple entrance, basking in the sun, arms crossed, half closing his eyes as if listening to the sound of the bells. Looking as lazy as a cat, Jiu Si walked a few steps closer and heard him softly counting. 99, 100, 101, 102. Hearing her footsteps, Chen Mu Bai opened his eyes, glanced at her, made a shushing gesture, then closed his eyes again to continue counting. 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108. As the bells ringing ended, Chen Mu Bai slowly opened his eyes, leisurely brushing the white snow beside him, reciting a poem. In spring, there are 100 flowers. In autumn, the moon. In summer, a cool breeze. In winter, snow. If there are no trivial matters on your mind, it is a good time in the world. Jiu Si could tell that Chen Mu Bai was genuinely in a good mood. It seemed that whenever he stole a moment away from that cage, his mood improved and his usually sharp facial lines softened, exuding a noble air, with a hint of casualness in his eyes. It wasn't until Chen Mu Bai looked at her in silence that Jiu Si felt a bit awkward and at a loss. She didn't know if it was because of what happened yesterday, but whenever she was alone with him, she felt a bit shy. Previously, she only thought he was terrifying and gave her a headache, but now there was an indescribable awkwardness, making her lower her head to avoid eye contact. Chen Mu Bai watched her face gradually turn red, seemingly with no intention of teasing her. He casually tilted his chin and asked, "What are you holding?" Jiu Si immediately froze and handed it over. "It's a gift from Shao. Here you go." She was rarely this honest, and Chen Mu Bai glanced at it, distractedly refusing. Why would I want something for women? Jiu Si felt as if she was holding a hot potato, unsure whether to throw it away or keep it. Looking at Chen Mu Bai in distress, "I don't want it either. So what should we do?" In the morning, she probably just casually patted her face, without any makeup, looking translucent and pure. Even her eyebrows were faint, simple and elegant like an ink painting. Standing in the icy weather, with the temple's mist swirling behind her. She appeared ethereal and otherworldly. With a conflicted expression, she looked at him with hopeful eyes, seemingly truly unsure of what to do. And that gaze made him momentarily lose his focus. 41. Chen Mu Bai quickly regained his composure, lowering his eyelids to hide something. It was not a difficult task. If they just exchanged money to donate to the temple, they would be very happy. Jiu Si obediently nodded. Oh. Chen Mu Bai had been fiddling with something in his hand for a while, before suddenly calling her over. Come here. Jiu Si took a step forward. What's wrong? Chen Mu Bai waved at her. Why are you standing so far away? Come a little closer. Jiu Si, unsure of what he wanted, stepped forward again. He sat on the stone steps, and Jiu Si bent down slightly to look at him. To her surprise, the next second, he reached out to grab her hair. Jiu Si felt a tingle in her scalp, instinctively straightening up, and soon a sharp pain surged to her heart, causing her to gasp in surprise. Chen Mu Bai raised his hand and loosened his grip slightly in her direction. Don't move. Jiu Si had no choice but to bend down again, frowning and turning to cooperate with Chen Mu Bai. Chen Mu Bai tugged at her hair for a while, then suddenly yanked a few strands down. Jiu Si straightened up, covering her scalp, glaring at him. What are you doing? Chen Mu Bai did not answer, lowering his head and fiddling for a while before opening his palm towards her. Speaking lightly, here, take it, it's for you. Jiu Si, who was receiving gifts for the third time today, was relatively calm. However, Chen Mu Bai's way of giving gifts was so unique. He sat there lazily, slightly raising his gaze to look at her, with no emotion visible on his face, using the word gift instead of reward, which was already quite respectful to her. Jiu Si took it and looked at the clump of hair in her hand, which looked dark and messy like a bug with a long tail, and asked after a long silence, What is this? Chen Mu Bai frowned slightly, also looking puzzled. It's hair. Jiu Si thought she might not have expressed herself clearly, so she asked again, I know this is my hair. May I ask, what is the object besides my hair? Chen Mu Bai pointed at himself and answered straightforwardly, fetal hair, mine. Jiu Si looked down at it, noticing its light color, reached out to touch it, and found it soft, as if it really was fetal hair. She could not imagine that Chen Mu Bai would keep his own fetal hair. Perhaps her conflicted expression was too obvious. And Chen Mu Bai tentatively asked, Is this not pretty? I practiced for a long time. Jiu Si continued to look at the loosely tied thing in her hand, which could barely be called a knot, completely unable to discern its structure, as it seemed to be a messy tangle of two strands of hair. Unable to look any longer, she turned to see Chen Mu Bai's long, fair hands, frowning. Why were such beautiful hands, just for show, pretty but useless? Those were definitely not hands. They were claws. No, even an animal's claws were more dexterous than his. At that moment, Jiu Si did not know that after such a long time, those claws she despised so much would be sitting in front of a sunny floor-to-ceiling window, gently and seriously braiding a beautiful little braid for a soft and cute girl, wondering if she would remember how clumsy he had once been. Moreover, the crux of the matter was not whether this clump of hair was a proper knot or whether it looked good, but Jiu Si took a deep breath, sat down next to Chen Mu Bai, and patiently explained, Young Master Mu, do you know what it means when a man's and a woman's hair are intertwined? The person who had just finished giving a gift and planned to continue leaning against the temple's doorpost to bask in the sun looked confused. It just means they're together. What else could it mean? Jiu Si stared at Chen Mu Bai for a long time, unsure whether this innocent-looking person was acting or being genuine, and asked patiently, You must know where the term knot of marriage comes from, right? Chen Mu Bai became even prouder, slightly raising his chin. What's that? Never heard of it. I just thought it was the new year and I should give you something, but I didn't prepare anything. Anyway, everything I have is quite precious. Even a strand of hair is worth keeping, right? But there's not enough fetal hair to make a knot, so I borrowed some of your hair to use. Is there a problem? After saying that, he took out a small red drawstring pouch, put the knot inside, and then handed it to Jiu Si, reminding her, Take care of it, don't lose it. But he had not looked at Jiu Si even once, feeling a bit awkward and unnatural. Jiu Si's attention was drawn to the pouch in her hand. Not realizing that Chen Mu Bai usually wasn't this talkative, he typically looked down on explaining anything to others. She felt the pouch, made of high-quality satin, with a Fu character embroidered in gold thread, very exquisite. Jiu Si stared at it for a long time, feeling increasingly confused. This is. Chen Mu Bai closed his eyes to bask in the sun, casually answering, "It was left to me by my mom." He quickly added, "Fetal hair was originally kept here." Jiu Si looked at the second hot potato in her hand and held it up in front of Chen Mu Bai. "You should keep such an important thing for yourself." Chen Mu Bai sensed her closeness but did not open his eyes, his lips slightly parted. "Just keep it there for now. Help me take care of it. If—" He paused before continuing, "You can return to me later." Jiu Si wanted to say something else, but saw Chen Mu Bai impatiently opening his eyes, frowning and urging her. "Do you have something to do? If not, go play by yourself. Don't block me from basking in the sun." After saying that, he closed his eyes again. Jiu Si felt something was strange about Chen Mu Bai today, but if she continued, he would definitely get angry, so she could only temporarily set it aside, thinking she would find an opportunity to return it later. Chen Mu Bai only slowly opened his eyes after hearing footsteps fade away, watching a certain figure about to disappear, and let out a barely noticeable sigh. Jiu Si returned to her room, holding back for a while, but finally couldn't resist and took out the knot, adjusting it for a long time until she could finally see the outline of the knot. She took out her phone and searched for a long time, comparing it with pictures until she discovered that the knot Chen Mu Bai tied was called a lover's knot. Knotting hair as a couple, love without suspicion. Jiu Si was startled by this phrase that popped in her mind, as if scalded, and threw the lover's knot into the pouch, then tossed it into her suitcase. Her face flushed and her heart raced for a long time before she remembered to cover her heart and comfort herself. Chen Mu Bai was illiterate. He couldn't have thought of such a meaningful gift. He only knew how to spend money. It must be that she was overthinking it. After muttering it a few times, Jiu Si felt her heartbeat slow down and didn't dare stay in the room. So she went to the temple entrance to wait for Chen Fong and Chen Jing Kang, who were going down to buy ingredients for the New Year's Eve dinner. Jiu Si sat on the steps at the temple entrance, lost in thought for an entire afternoon, completely unaware of the passage of time, until it was almost dark that she saw the two of them return. Every year, the New Year's Eve dinner was eaten by the four of them together. Chen Fong made his best hot pot. Although it wasn't very lively, it was warm. The thick soup boiled continuously, bringing up a cloud of steam. Chen Jing Kang was eating with his mouth full, mumbling, "Isn't it bad for us to close the door and eat meat in a place like this?" Chen Mu Bai casually waved his chopsticks, not forgetting to tease Chen Jing Kang. Yes, you'll go to hell for that. You could go gnaw on boiled cabbage over there." Chen Jing Kang wavered between the meat in his bowl and going to hell, but in the end, he couldn't bear to part with the meat, gritted his teeth. "I don't care. If I go to hell, I go to hell. If I don't go to hell, who will?" Jiu Si watched Chen Jing Kang biting into the meat with a look of determination and couldn't help but smile. Chen Mu Bai glanced at her seemingly unintentionally. Jiu Si instinctively looked back, their eyes met, and after a few seconds, both turned their gaze away awkwardly, lowering their heads to fish for vegetables in the pot. Chen Jing Kang and Chen Fong quietly watched from the side, then stared blankly, and after a moment of hesitation, spoke to intervene. Young master, what you're eating just went in, it's still raw. Spit it out quickly." Sister Gu, what you're biting is ginger, it's a seasoning. You can't eat it." The New Year's Eve dinner was proceeding amidst Chen Mu Bai and Jiu Si's absent-mindedness, and Chen Fong and Chen Jing Kang's anxiety. While they were enjoying a lively meal, the New Year's Eve dinner at the Chen family's old residence was somewhat desolate. The dishes were plentiful, but the atmosphere was lacking. Although there were many descendants of the Chen family, most were at odds with each other, and the reunion dinner every year was merely a formality. Quick to arrive and quick to leave. Not long after the meal started, after the basic procedures were completed, Chen Mu Zhao took the lead in leaving early, citing feeling unwell. One by one, others also left for various reasons, and, in the end, Chen Muyun wanted to leave several times, but was forced back by Chen Mingma's gaze as soon as he lifted his head. When only Chen Mingma and Chen Muyun were left at the table, Chen Muyun became increasingly restless. He glanced at Chen Mingma again, and before he could speak, he was interrupted by Chen Mingma. Chen Mingma leisurely picked up some food. "What's the matter? Is it so difficult to have a meal with me?" Chen Mu had prearranged plans with another young master and was already late. His phone in his pocket buzzed incessantly, and even if he didn't answer, he knew it was urging him, but he couldn't break away from this situation. He helplessly pleaded, "Dad, can you let Meng Lai keep you company? What's the point of two grown men eating together?" After saying that, he shot an unhappy glance at Meng Inian, who was standing beside him, plus an extra doorman. Chun Mingma succinctly reprimanded him. "You are my son? What kind of example is it to not have a reunion dinner together?" Chen Mu was unconvinced. "Chen Mu Bai is also your son. Why is it fine for him not to come back? But I can't leave early?" Chun Mingma's expression darkened as he slammed his chopsticks down, impatiently waving his hand. "Just go, just go." Although he was scolded, the goal was achieved. And Chen Mu left with a smile. After a while, Chun Mingma picked up his chopsticks again to continue eating, asking while eating, "Where's Meng Lai?" Meng Inian, standing beside Chun Mingma, answered softly, "Meng is in the room. Should I call her over?" Chun Mingma shook the chopsticks in his hand. "No need." Meng Inian seemed to think of something and hesitated to ask, "Meng seems a bit off lately. Should we?" Chun Mingma paused, sighed, and then spoke, "No need. At her age, being with me is somewhat of a grievance. Just pay more attention to her. As long as it doesn't go too far, let her be." Meng Inian agreed, then asked, "The dishes are cold. Should I heat them for you?" Chun Mingma shook his head, still leisurely tasting each dish, while Meng Inian stood beside him, watching with some worry. "What's wrong with you?" Outside, the sounds of firecrackers and children playing could be heard, and colorful fireworks occasionally flashed against the glass of the floor-to-ceiling window. Chun Mingma looked at the empty room and closed his eyes for a moment, shaking his head. Loneliness. Unspoken. After finishing the hot pot, Chen Mu Bai and his group began playing mahjong. Chen Fong and Chen Jing Kang, who switched positions periodically, kept giving Chen Mu Bai points. And seeing that Jiu Si was about to get angry, Chen Fong used being too old to stay up late as an excuse to exit the battlefield first. Chen Jing Kang also sensed the escalating tension and looked at Chen Fong's departing back with teary eyes. "Dad, is it really okay to leave me here to suffer alone?" After throwing him a look of good luck, Chen Fong left quietly, waving his sleeve without taking a cloud with him. With only 3 people left, they couldn't continue playing mahjong, so they switched to playing landlord, but the competition was quite dominant. Chen Mu Bai declared confidently, "I'm the landlord." Jiu Si was unyielding. "I landlord." Chen Jing Kang hesitated. "I won't." Chen Mu Bai provocatively glanced at Jiu Si. Jiu Si disdainfully snorted, "You go ahead." Chen Mu Bai, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Jiu Si, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Chen Jing Kang watched the two escalating their competition, nearly crushing the cards in his hands. Since he gained some understanding of the relationship between Chen Mu Bai and Jiu Si that day at the herbal medicine pool, he always felt like a pawn every time they competed. Chen Mu Bai shamelessly threw out a few cards, 78,910K. Jiu Si was exasperated. "You're not playing by the rules." Chen Mu Bai continued to exhibit his domineering nature. "What rules?" "I'm to rule. If you don't want to, then Shao Kong, you go." Chen Jing Kang wished he could shrink into a ball and silently roll out of their sight. Jiu Si was furious, throwing out a few cards for 3s. Chen Mu Bai looked down for a long time, then shamelessly said, "Hey, here are 2 9s that seem to have fallen for me. I'll pick them up. 4 9s beat you." Chen Jing Kang looked at Chen Mu Bai's smiling face, and then at Jiu Si's dark expression, tremblingly saying, "I can't. Take it." Jiu Si was completely enraged, her eyes blazing as she glared at Chen Mu Bai. "You have no shame." Chen Mu Bai, thick-skinned, met her gaze and provocatively said, "Are you going to play or not? If you can't handle losing, then forget it." Jiu Si pulled over the innocent and pitiful Chen Jing Kang. "Shao Kong, what do you say?" Chen Jing Kang looked at Jiu Si and then at Chen Mu Bai, tremblingly uttering one word. Jiu Si angrily left the table. "You're too much. Cheater king." Chen Mu Bai reached out to stop her, but Jiu Si pushed him away angrily. He tried to stop her again, and she pushed him away again. Chen Jing Kang took advantage of the chaos to quietly escape. When Chen Mu Bai repeatedly assured her that he wouldn't cheat this time and would definitely follow the rules, only the 2 of them were left in the room. Now, they couldn't even play landlord, so Chen Mu Bai thought for a moment and sincerely suggested, Shall we play chess instead? You should know how to, right? If Jiu Si could foresee what would happen later, she would definitely shake her head without hesitation. Responding with Chen Mu Bai's words, "What is that? Never heard of it." At the start of the game, Chen Mu Bai was quite abiding by the rules, but later, when Chen Mu Bai moved his piece, he took advantage of Jiu Si not paying attention to hit 2 times in a row. Jiu Si glared at him. "It's my turn." "Move it back." Chen Mu Bai shamelessly replied, "My cannon can attack continuously." Jiu Si endured. After a while, Jiu Si frowned. Hey, I said. "Do you even know how to play? You can't move sideways before the soldier crosses the river." Chen Mu Bai looked as if it was a matter of course. "I'm a special soldier." Jiu Si held back again. After a while, Jiu Si reached out to adjust Chen Mu Bai's piece's position. "This is a horse, not an elephant. It can't jump in a square. This is a blood-sweating horse." Chen Mu Bai moved the horse back, looking impatiently at Jiu Si. "Can you stop talking? Who plays chess like you? All jumpy." Jiu Si looked at the person who was guilty of projecting and suddenly laughed. Her cannon crossed half the board and captured Chen Mu Bai's general. Then she raised her hand and messed up the chessboard. "You lost." Chen Mu Bai looked at her in confusion. "What does this mean?" Jiu Si imitated his tone. "Mine is. Isn't it just cheating? Who can't do that?" Chen Mu Bai frowned for a long time, then compromised. "All right, let's play another round." Jiu Si didn't move, staring expressionlessly at Chen Mu Bai for a while before asking, "Is it interesting?" Chen Mu Bai stroked his chin and replied, "I think. It's quite boring, always winning just like Jiu Bai." Jiu Si gritted her teeth and spat out a few words. "Can you be any more shameless?" After saying that, she threw down the chess piece and stood up. Chen Mu Bai glanced at her and said, "Hey, where are you going?" Jiu Si turned around angrily. "To hell." Chen Mu Bai was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter, teasing her from behind. "Jiu Si, don't be so petty." Jiu Si ignored him and quickened her pace to run outside. Chen Mu Bai leisurely tidied up the chess pieces and sat outside the door for a while, looking at the moon. The temple had little incense, and on New Year's Eve, it wasn't as lively as other temples. There were no bright lights, and it seemed just like an ordinary night, quiet and peaceful. Just when he was feeling bored, he suddenly thought of someone, smiled to himself mysteriously, and walked towards the temple's backyard. He stopped in front of a room, didn't knock, and directly pushed the door open and swaggered in. The person inside was reading under the light, wearing a monk's robe but with long hair, looking only a few years older than Chen Mu Bai. Monk robes in temples were mostly gray or earthy yellow, but the person under the light wore a white robe. The snow-white satin shining softly under the light, smooth as water, without a wrinkle. The person was already handsome, and in the white robe, he had an extraordinary demeanor. He glanced at Chen Mu Bai and quickly lowered his head, seemingly not seeing anything. Chen Mu Bai didn't mind his indifference, looked around, and noticed the room was simply furnished with a table, a chair, and a bed. The table and chair were occupied by that person, and the bed was. Chen Mu Bai's cleanliness made him choose to stand by the door, watching the person at the table in silence. Perhaps Chen Mu Bai was unusually patient tonight, but the person eventually looked up and asked with concern, "Is young Master Chen unwell?" Chen Mu Bai immediately turned hostile. "You're the one who's unwell. What do you want with me if you're fine? Do all the people who come to see you have illnesses?" The person smiled good-naturedly. "I'm a doctor." "Aren't the people who come to see me all sick?" Chen Mu Bai was speechless, rolled his eyes, and said, "When rang, you've been hiding in this mountain for several years, right? How come you're still enduring this boring life of ancient lamps and Buddhas?" The person named When Rang looked calm. "I don't find it boring at all. The people coming to see me are booked until the second half of the year. I'm busy." Chen Mu Bai pretended to scrutinize him. "How come I never noticed you had this ambition to save lives when we were kids?" When Rang smiled and shot him down. "That's because you have poor eyesight." Chen Mu Bai took a few steps closer, not hiding his confusion at all. "Actually, I'm not surprised you're a doctor. After all, the Wen family is known for producing doctors. What I can't understand is why you suddenly ran up to this mountain a few years ago and never came down again." When Rang seemed to have anticipated Chen Mu Bai's question, leisurely going around it. "You come here every year, and every time you come, you ask me the same question. I want to answer you. I just want tea, no matter how many times you ask." After finishing, when Rang paused for a few seconds, seemingly remembering something, and asked uncertainly, You're not really bored and deliberately trying to mess with me, are you? Chen Mu Bai was taken aback, blinked innocently, and defended himself. How could that be? I just genuinely want to know. The more when Rang looked at him, the more suspicious he became. Really? I didn't know the legendary Mu Shao was so gossipy. Under when Rang's gaze, Chen Mu Bai finally admitted defeat. All right. I heard someone mention before that this question is your sore spot, and stepping on it would make you explode. So I came to test it out and see if it was true. It seems the rumors are not false. When Rang smiled at him, but the next second, he put away his smile, coldly pointing at the door. Get out. Chen Mu Bai, seemingly not done playing, walked a few more steps and leaned on the table. Looking at Wen Rang, aren't you going to ask me who that person is? A hint of panic suddenly flashed in Wen Rang's eyes. Although he knew Chen Mu Bai was deliberately teasing him, he still asked, who is it? It's Wen Shaoqing. Chen Mu Bai quickly answered, successfully seeing the anger on Wen Rang's face, and chuckled, pretending to be curious. What? Did you think it would be someone else? Or are you still thinking about someone in your heart? The good upbringing of the one family couldn't stop Wen Rang from narrowing his eyes at Chen Mu Bai. Speaking slowly, get out. Chen Mu Bai stood his ground and argued. Hey, what are you doing? Aren't you monks supposed to be about non-attachment? Wen Rang corrected him. It's non-anger and non-desire. Chen Mu Bai continued their wordplay. It's non-attachment. What do you think I'm talking about? Unable to endure any longer. Wen Rang finally broke his composure and personally pushed Chen Mu Bai out of the room, slamming the door shut with a bang. Chen Mu Bai stood at the door, touched his nose, and then innocently muttered to himself while walking away, why are you so angry? What did I say? Since your 6 roots are not pure, why pretend to be a monk? After walking a few steps, he remembered something, took out an envelope from his pocket, walked back, and slipped it through the door gap, knocking twice and calling out, your nephew asked me to bring this to you. Just to clarify, I haven't seen it. After saying that, Chen Mu Bai waited at the door until he heard the sound of a chair scraping against the ground, then heard footsteps before turning to leave. Jiu Si, fuming, wandered around the dark temple, thinking she had never seen a man as shameless as Chen Mu Bai in her life. She secretly vowed never to sit at the same card table with him again. After being kicked out by Wen Rang, Chen Mu Bai felt a bit stifled in the room, so he came out to clear his head. Eventually, the two adversaries unexpectedly met in a remote hall. When Jiu Si pushed the door open, she discovered that the hall enshrined Tibetan Buddha. Only candlelight flickered inside. Jiu Si looked up, squinting her eyes to carefully observe each statue. Before long, she heard the creaking sound of a door opening behind her. Turning around, she saw Chen Mu Bai walking in. For some reason, the moment she saw him, Jiu Si suddenly felt like she wasn't angry with him at all. Chen Mu Bai, noticing Jiu Si already inside, showed no surprise and sat casually on a cushion, looking around at the Buddha statues before noticing Jiu Si's solemn expression and curiously asking her, do you believe in this? I do. Jiu Si nodded, continuing to look up at the Buddha statue, silently saying the unspoken second half of her thought. Buddhism focuses on the afterlife, while Tibetan Buddhism focuses on this life. The afterlife is too ethereal, this life too unstable. And I only wish for everything to be well in this life. Chen Mu Bai was someone who spoke without restraint, and with just the two of them, he became even more unguarded. Then tell me, does someone like me deserve to go to hell? Jiu Si turned to look at Chen Mu Bai seriously. In such a solemn and sacred place, he still looked mischievous, appearing nonchalant, without a hint of reverence. He had drunk a bit during dinner, his face slightly flushed, and his eyes held curiosity that gradually turned into excitement, as if he genuinely wanted to know if he would go to hell. Somehow, Jiu Si ended up smiling. He is so sinister, ruthless in killing, and utterly unrestrained. While others encounter gods and kill gods, and encounter Buddhas and kill Buddhas, when it comes to him, even gods and Buddhas might have to retreat in fear. He roams freely through the 3 realms of gods, Buddhas, and demons. So how can there be any talk of going to hell? After Chen Mu Bai emerged from that cage, he felt lighter, as if he was infected by her smile, and smiled back. What are you laughing at? Some of these statues are guardian deities, while others are fierce kings or vajras. Fierce kings or vajras are the wrathful manifestations of the Buddhas or bodhisattvas. The bodhisattvas we usually see are compassionate. The Lotus Sutra states that the Buddha said that Guanyin Bodhisattva can manifest different forms to save sentient beings, and thus can display both compassion and fierceness. Regardless of the form, they're all means to liberate beings. For those with good roots, they're received with compassion, but for those with stubborn roots, the Bodhisattva does not abandon them. To subdue these strong-willed beings, mere compassion is not enough. Fierce methods must be employed to instill fear and guide them. Jiu Si originally intended to say that no matter what kind of person, there will always be a way to save them, but halfway through, he felt that whether it was compassion or anger, it seemed ineffective against Chen Mu Bai. Chen Mu Bai listened seriously to the statue while hearing Jiu Si finish speaking. How do you know these things? Jiu Si paused, and her voice lowered a few notches. A senior in my family has a deep understanding of Buddhism. I heard her speak about it when I was young. Chen Mu Bai thought for a moment. Is she the same elder who taught you embroidery last time? Jiu Si casually mentioned it back then, not expecting Chen Mu Bai to have remembered, and nodded, yes. In fact, in Jiu Si's memories, she no longer recalled her voice or appearance, only remembering her kneeling in front of the Buddha. It is rare for Jiu Si to mention her family. So Chen Mu Bai followed up with another question. Was she good to you? Jiu Si stared straight ahead, seemingly lost in thought. Chen Mu Bai did not disturb her, quietly waiting. After a long while, she shook her head and softly replied, I was too young back then. I didn't know what was good or bad, what was good or evil. If someone smiled at me, I thought they were good people. Now, I realize that those who appear good on the surface may not be sincere, and those who seem unkind may genuinely care for me. The speaker was oblivious, but the listener was attentive. Chen Mu Bai suddenly felt a bit guilty and, pretending to be casual, lightly coughed to change the subject. Isn't there a practice in Tibetan Buddhism? What is it called? Dual cultivation? Jiu Si was taken aback, and her face flushed. She knew Chen Mu Bai was starting to get unruly again. Sure enough, his voice slowly rose. Isn't there also a joyful Buddha? First, it's about desire, then leading to Buddhist wisdom. I think this should suit me. I just don't know who will save me. As he spoke, he moved closer, seriously looking at Jiu Si, as if genuinely discussing Buddhism with her. Jiu Si instinctively stepped back, frowning at him. Aren't you afraid of going to hell, saying such things in a place like this? Chen Mu Bai didn't care at all. Going to hell? Are you coming with me? Jiu Si forgot that for others, romance means protecting you for a lifetime and growing old together, while for Chen Mu Bai, romance means going down together. Not everyone has the right to share that fate with him. Not everyone has that honor. Chen Mu Bai suddenly laughed. What kind of expression is that? I was joking. Just after he finished speaking, a loud bang erupted outside the door, and then brilliant fireworks appeared in the sky. It was just for a moment. Soon, the sky returned to its dark silence. Jiu Si leaned out to look outside. Why are there people setting this off here? Chen Mu Bai quickly stood up. I asked Chen Jing Kang to set it off. It's almost midnight. Come on, follow me. Jiu Si didn't know what Chen Mu Bai was up to. Where are we going? Chen Mu Bai pulled her up. You'll find out when we get there. Once they left the main hall, they noticed a wind had risen, and Chen Mu Bai led her through most of the temple in the cold wind until they stood at the base of the bell tower. The stairs leading to the top of the bell tower were steep and narrow, without any lights, completely dark. Jiu Si suddenly stopped. After climbing a few steps, Chen Mu Bai realized the person behind him hadn't followed and stopped, turned around, and extended his hand to Jiu Si. The bell tower was located in a corner of the temple, surrounded by darkness, with only the howling wind in their ears. Jiu Si couldn't see anything clearly, barely able to see the hand in front of her. She felt this scene was familiar, but this time, Chen Mu Bai did not extend the wrong hand. It seemed to bring her back to that snowy night. That night, Chen Mu Bai had also reached out to her like this. Back then, they were both testing and calculating each other. A few months had passed. Had anything changed between them? Or had so much happened in these months that nothing had changed? Only her mindset? Time passed second by second, and in the darkness, Chen Mu Bai's clear and deep voice slowly sounded, calling her name. Jiu Si. Jiu Si instinctively responded, Do you not trust me, or do you not trust yourself? He spoke solemnly and slowly. Jiu Si couldn't see his face, but his words caused her heart to crumble, feeling a chaotic turmoil that left her at a loss for how to respond. After a while, a light laugh suddenly came, teasing All right, hurry up and come up. Otherwise, you'll miss the New Year's bell. And if you miss it this time, you'll have to wait another year. Jiu Si seemed to be tempted by the laughter and actually set aside her distractions, reaching out to grasp his hand, following him up the stairs to the rooftop. In her memories, there had been warm, broad hands guiding her step by step, but now the hand holding hers was delicate and cool. It still gave her the courage to move forward. The wind at the top of the bell tower was much stronger than below. Jiu Si thought about reaching up to hold down her hair that was being blown around, but when she tugged, she didn't pull her hand back. Chen Mu Bai didn't let go, glanced at her, seemingly with no intention of releasing her hand, turned sideways to face her, raised his other hand to help her tidy her flying hair and tucked it behind her ear, and also adjusted her collar. After finishing a series of actions, he looked at her and asked, "Are you cold?" His movements were natural and smooth, showing no signs of hesitation. Jiu Si listened to her heart pounding like a drum, feeling that she was being overly sentimental, and tried to act nonchalant as she answered, "Not cold." Chen Mu Bai enveloped her hand completely in his palm to warm it. "If you're not cold, why are you shivering?" When she came out, she hadn't planned to stay outside for long. She had just casually thrown on a coat without even tying a scarf, and now, standing in the wind, trembling was a natural reaction. But no matter how cold she was, she wouldn't say it out loud. She was afraid. But it was obvious she was being overly sentimental. Chen Mu Bai looked at her for a few seconds before suddenly speaking. "It's okay. You can just say you're cold. After all, I want to give you my clothes, and I'm also cold. Let me ask you again, are you cold?" Jiu Si rolled her eyes in frustration, feeling a mix of anger and embarrassment, and viciously spat out one word, "cold." Satisfied now? Chen Mu Bai nodded in satisfaction. "Good thing I'm dressed warmly. Why didn't you say you were cold earlier?" After speaking, he released her hand, unbuttoned his coat, pulled her in front of him, and wrapped her in his embrace to shield her from the wind. Then spoke again, "Are you still cold?" His movements were quick. In just a few seconds, before she could react, she felt the warmth behind her along with his scent. She was a bit dumbfounded. Chen Mu Bai's arm was still wrapped around her waist, and he rested his chin on her shoulder, tilting his head to ask, "Why aren't you talking?" Jiu Si quickly replied, "Not cold." Chen Mu Bai saw that she was still trembling a bit, so he reached out to grab her hand, holding it in his own to check the temperature, and realized she wasn't really cold. After a moment, he suddenly smiled and said, "What are you afraid of?" Jiu Si was indeed afraid. She was genuinely scared that if things continued to develop, she would truly be beyond redemption. But when she opened her mouth, a different answer came out. "I'm afraid you'll push me down." You, when will you speak the truth? It seems you don't trust me." His voice carried a hint of laughter, but perhaps because the cold wind was too harsh, there was an almost imperceptible sense of loneliness in his tone. Soon, fireworks appeared in the sky again. Chen Mu Bai took the clock hammer and placed it in Jiu Si's hand, saying, "It's midnight." Jiu Si tilted her head slightly to talk to the person behind her. "I heard that when the New Year's bell rings, you can make 3 wishes. Chen Mu Bai was silent for a moment before responding generously. "All right then, go ahead and make your wishes. I'll try my best to fulfill them." Jiu Si was exasperated. "You suggested it." He pressed closely against her back, and she could clearly feel his chest vibrating. "Am I supposed to make the wishes? You help me realize them?" Jiu Si felt that Chen Mu Bai was deliberately teasing her, twisting slightly in annoyance. Of course not. Chen Mu Bai pulled her closer into his embrace. "Then who? Buddha? Heaven? Or someone else? I think it's more reliable to believe in myself." Jiu Si had already given up, gripping the clock hammer and moving forward. The New Year's bell finally rang, its deep and powerful sound echoing through the silent night, breaking through her defenses and reaching her heart. Jiu Si didn't need to exert effort. She just symbolically held the direction, while the real force came from the person behind her. She didn't need to exert strength or count. It seemed she just needed to stand there and enjoy the process, with everything relying on that person behind her. Warm and reassuring. No matter what had happened before, no matter what would happen in the future, at least at this moment, Jiu Si lowered her defenses and wholeheartedly depended on this man. She tilted her head slightly to look at the person behind her, but before he noticed, she turned back and looked down at the 2 pairs of hands not far apart on the clock hammer, until the bell sound abruptly stopped. Not too much. Exactly 108 times. The sound of the bell brings lightness to worries, wisdom to longevity, bodhi to liberation from hell, out of the fiery pit, wishing to become a Buddha and to save all beings. The two of them maintained their previous position without moving. After a long time, Chen Mu Bai broke the silence. What wish did you just make? Jiu Si suddenly felt a pang of loneliness in her heart. The bell had ended, and her dream should also end. She broke free from Chen Mu Bai's embrace, smiled at him, and said, "One of them is hoping that Chen Jing Kang can always be by your side." Chen Mu Bai looked at her with a puzzled smile. What kind of wish is that? Jiu Si continued to look at Chen Mu Bai in the cold wind. His lips curled slightly, and his eyes held a touch of warmth as they met hers. Jiu Si did not shy away this time, smiling faintly at him. "Chen Mu Bai, I hope in a new year, and in every year to come, that peace and health can be with you." At the same time, both of their phones in the room lit up simultaneously. Jing Si was sitting on the sofa, accompanying the elderly person keeping vigil for the new year. Watching a boring program, holding his phone, and after much thought, he sent Jiu Si a simple New Year greeting text, just 4 words, "Happy New Year." But he received no reply for a long time. Although Jing Si didn't have much contact with Jiu Si, he understood her way of doing things. She was excellent at maintaining appearances, and even if she was being perfunctory, she would reply. Just then, he saw Xu Hua walking in from outside, holding her phone with an unhappy expression. Xu Hua sat down next to Jing Si, irritably tossing her phone aside and muttering, "Why is no one answering the phone?" Jing Si understood Xu Hua's irritation and hadn't planned to engage with her, but thinking of the unanswered message, he asked quietly, "What's wrong?" Xu Hua glanced at Jing Si. "I wanted to call Chen Mu Bai for New Year's wishes, but no one is answering." Jing Si confirmed. "You said earlier that Chen Mu Bai is spending New Year's in the mountains?" Xu Hua, not realizing Jing Si was probing her, spilled everything. "Yeah, and Jiu Si too. Their family's butler and a little follower." Jing Si nodded silently, unsure if he was comforting Xu Hua or himself. Maybe the signal is bad in the mountains. Xu Hua clearly could not accept this explanation, but there was nothing she could do but accept it, lowering her head in dejection and no longer speaking. The next morning, after waking up, Jing Si found Jiu Si's reply quietly sitting in his phone, just as brief and perfunctory as he had expected. "Thank you. Happy New Year." Jing Si looked at the short line of text and shook his head with a smile. He always thought there were such women in the world, clear-headed and serene, possessing a kind of detachment amidst the storms. Yet this woman seemed to avoid him as if he were a plague. Chen Mu Bai was absent for a few days during the new year, and the group was quite dissatisfied with his repeated absence from activities. The day after he returned from the mountains, he was entangled in various dinner parties. Chen Mu Bai had not been able to have a reunion dinner with Chen Siyu, so he invited him to the place they were dining at today, which Chen Siyu particularly favored. However, halfway through the meal, Chen Siyu suddenly started texting, completely out of character. The reason Chen Siyu couldn't put down his phone was that the person on the other end was acting irrationally. After working the night shift, Sam Bao woke up in the hospital apartment feeling bored and started to harass Chen Siyu. "What are you doing?" Chen Siyu replied, "Having dinner with my brother." "I told you before." Sam Bao, "Why is it still not over? Is there a woman?" Chen Siyu glanced at the women at the table, hesitating. Just then, his phone vibrated again. Sam Bao, "Chen Siyu, why do you like me? You're so good. I'm so terrible." Chen Siyu looked at the last pitiful expression and seemed to envision Sam Bao's small round face twisted in confusion. Chen Mu Bai was watching Chen Siyu, who was bent over texting and was about to lean over to see when Chen Siyu suddenly stood up, startling him. "What are you doing?" Chen Siyu replied while getting dressed. "I'm leaving." "I didn't drive here. Can you give me a ride?" "Leaving? Where to?" Chen Mu Bai extinguished his cigarette but didn't move. "I'll have the driver take you." Chen Siyu hesitated for a few seconds. "You drive me then." Chen Mu Bai understood Chen Siyu's concerns and smiled. "You should trust Chen Jing Kang." Chen Siyu looked at Chen Mu Bai seriously. "In the Chen family, I only trust you." Chen Mu Bai was completely convinced and stood up to grab his keys. "All right, I'll drive." San Bao, having waited for a long time without a reply, sent another message. "Why are you ignoring me?" Chen Mu Bai parked the car in front of the ex-university affiliated hospital apartment, watching Chen Siyu text, "Wear more clothes when you come down." I'll be waiting for you downstairs to take you out for a nice meal. Chen Mu Bai was peering openly at the phone, and after reading, he had a disdainful expression. TSK, 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 my teeth are about to sour. Chen Siyu ignored him, opened the car door, and prepared to get out. You can leave now. Chen Mu Bai muttered something about burning bridges as he watched Chen Siyu leave. As the car turned a corner, he saw a crazy girl rushing out of the building. Jiu Si received an urgent call from Chen Jing Kang and hurried out. As she arrived at the place and was about to step inside, she saw a plate flying out and smashing to the ground in front of her, leaving a pile of fragments after a crisp sound. She raised an eyebrow and looked back at Chen Jing Kang. Chen Jing Kang had a twisted expression. Halfway through eating, the young master drove to drop off the second young master. And when he returned, he saw Shao sitting in his seat. You know that saying? The third young master of the Chen family and the fourth young master of the Jiang family can't sit at the same table for a meal. But it just so happened to coincide. Sure enough, the bickering voices inside were incessantly coming out, and Jiu Si peeked through the crack of the door. Aside from Chen Mu Bai and Jiang Xinghua, there were several remarkably good-looking men calmly tasting the remaining dishes amidst the chaos. As the commotion grew louder, Jiu Si was unsure whether to go in and say a word when the owner was successfully attracted by the noise and pushed the door open to enter. The owner of this private kitchen was an elderly lady, said to be a descendant of the 8 Banners, who had come through the gunfire of the past. She had a rather fierce personality, interacting with the several gentlemen inside more like an elder with her juniors. Since the owner stepped in, the plate stopped being smashed, and the quarrel ceased. The two parties exchanged guilty glances, while the remaining few dropped their chopsticks and began to watch the show. The elderly lady glanced at the shattered pieces on the floor and said, "Do you know those plates are antiques from the Qing dynasty? You two just smashed them?" Jiang Xinghua couldn't help but chuckle. "You say they're from the Qing dynasty. So they are? I think they were made just a few years ago. Are you trying to fool us?" The elderly lady actually scoffed, even changing her way of addressing him, implying that it was not comparable to what Jiang Shao had seen. Jiang Xinghua immediately widened his eyes and waved his hands to explain, "And Zhou, I didn't mean it that way." Chen Mu Bai, seeing the unruly Jiang Xinghua in trouble, dared not challenge her and echoed, "Whatever dynasty you say it is, that's what it is." The elderly lady was quite satisfied with their acknowledgement of wrongdoing. "Since that's the case, then you must compensate." After saying that, she extended her hand, ready to receive money. Chen Mu Bai and Jiang Xinghua exchanged glances and began to take out their wallets. However, both had always used cards, and there wasn't much cash. They rummaged through their wallets, but found very little. Chen Mu Bai tentatively asked, "Can we pay by card?" The elderly lady, without looking away, replied, "Sorry. Our little shop only accepts cash transactions." Chen Mu Bai suggested again, "Then I'll call someone to bring some over." The elderly lady remained unmoved, "Sorry. Our little shop does not offer credit." Chen Mu Bai was at a loss. "Then what should we do?" The elderly lady clearly stated a solution. "Haven't you watched any dramas? If you break something in a restaurant and can't pay, you have to wash dishes to pay off the debt." The several men watching the scene almost laughed out loud. Probably only Aunt Zhou could handle these two. Chen Mu Bai and Jiang Shenghua's faces turned completely dark. Ultimately, the two young masters ended up in the kitchen, instantly using half a bucket of dish soap and breaking a few bowls before being kicked out and added to the owner's blacklist. Jiu Si thought everything would be peaceful after that, but it seemed this year was not going to be calm. That night, Jiu Si received an urgent call from Chen Jing Kang again, and she hurried out the door. This was Jiu Si's first time in a place like the police station. Before this, she never thought that the well-behaved Chen Jing Kang would one day need her to come to the police station to claim him. As soon as Jiu Si saw Chen Jing Kang, she also spotted another familiar face. That person seemed surprised to see her and awkwardly lowered his head, no longer looking at her. The phrase "beauty brings disaster" immediately popped into Jiu Si's mind, just as she expected. Jiu Si walked over and kicked Chen Jing Kang, asking, "What happened?" Chen Jing Kang was brought in for fighting over Yao Yingjia with someone else. He didn't dare to mention Chen Mu Bai's name or call home, so he could only ask Jiu Si for help. Chen Jing Kang looked up, first glancing at Yao Yingjia not far away, then replied, "During dinner. The table next to us was drunk and saw her pretty, so I couldn't stand it and got into a fight. Jiu Si was aware of Chen Jing Kang and Yao Ingjia's situation, so he didn't need to hide it. When Chen Jing Kang looked up, Jiu Si finally saw the injuries on his face. His eyes and mouth were swollen, and his nose was bleeding. She frowned in displeasure and pulled out a tissue from her bag, handing it to him. "Are you okay?" Chen Jing Kang wiped his nosebleed, looking indifferent. "I'm fine. They were 3 against 1. I didn't gain anything." Jiu Si glared at him. "You still have the energy to be cocky." Seeing Chen Jing Kang lower his head again, she asked, "Were they?" Chen Jing Kang pointed to the side, taking statements. Soon, the police brought over the 3 men, who had clearly sobered up, sitting obediently next to Chen Jing Kang. The police asked Jiu Si, "Who are you?" to Chen Jing Kang. Jiu Si glanced at Chen Jing Kang. "I'm his sister." The police looked at the elegant and beautiful woman before them. Their tones softened considerably. Although the other side had caused trouble, after all, it was your brother who struck first, and the other party was also injured. In this situation, it was advised to settle privately, just pay them a few bucks, and it would be all right. Making a big deal out of it would benefit no one. Jiu Si kicked Chen Jing Kang again. "Do you agree to settle privately?" Chen Jing Kang, of course, didn't want to escalate things, so he nodded readily. "Uncle, that's not right." To their surprise, when it came to settling, the other party made an exorbitant demand, which infuriated Chen Jing Kang, making him want to jump up again. Jiu Si didn't stop him. Calmly, she took out her phone, tapped a few times, and handed it to Chen Jing Kang, saying, "Whatever they want, just calculate according to the medical expenses standard. The compensation standard is here. You can decide how much to pay, and it's okay if you pay more. I'll cover you." The police and the 3 men stared at Jiu Si in disbelief, thinking she was a gentle and delicate woman, but unexpectedly, the police were also in a difficult position. Jiu Si patted Chen Jing Kang's shoulder. "Take your time. I'll wait for you outside. Once you're done, I'll take you to the hospital." Her tone was neither cold nor warm, and Chen Jing Kang couldn't figure out what Jiu Si meant, looking at her without daring to speak. Jiu Si looked at the increasingly swollen corners of Chen Jing Kang's mouth and eyes, took out a wad of cash from her wallet, and handed it to him. "Go ahead. It's on me." Just then, a middle-aged man walked out from the office and sighed, glanced at the cold-faced woman, then at the injured men, and walked out thoughtfully, pulling out his phone to make a call. Chen Mu Bai was a person without principles. His principles depended on his mood at the time. Yet, he was also a principled person, and one of his principles was that if my people fight with others, regardless of winning or losing, it must be the other's fault. While at a dinner, upon hearing that Chen Jing Kang had been injured, Chen Mu Bai declined the middle-aged man's kind offer to help him take the person out, deciding to go personally. To be honest, Jiu Si and Chen Jing Kang both felt a bit guilty when they saw Chen Mu Bai, wearing sunglasses, appear here, especially the latter. Chen Mu Bai was always flamboyant and high-profile. When he was young, he and Tang Ko were often brought here, only to be respectfully escorted out afterward. Very few people didn't recognize this young Master Mu. Chen Mu Bai was also fiercely protective. Like Jiu Si, he could beat or scold his people, but no one else could touch them. He lounged arrogantly in a chair, watching the almost entire police station staff standing before him in fear. His eyes filled with complex emotions. Even when the director arrived, Chen Mu Bai remained silent, neither angry nor emotionless. Song Wenshan, of course, understood the principle of inviting gods is easy. Sending them away is hard. Glaring at the innocent policeman who had brought Chen Jing Kang in, then smilingly said, "Why did young Master Mu make a special trip here so late? If you have anything, just call me." Chen Mu Bai gave him a cold glance and replied sharply, "So you're saying it's my fault for sitting here so late?" Song Wenshan mentally slapped himself and explained with a flattering smile, "Of course not. How could Mu Shao be at fault? It's all because those beneath him didn't recognize the great mountain and caught you instead. I apologize on their behalf. Please don't be angry during the new year." Chen Mu Bai raised his hand and pointed at the 3 people in the corner. "So how will they be dealt with?" Song Wenshan certainly wouldn't he be foolish enough to think Chen Mu Bai was genuinely asking for his opinion. It was getting late today. Why not go back and rest early? I think this young man might need to go to the hospital as well. Tomorrow, you can have your lawyer come find me? Chen Mu Bai glanced at this clever person and nodded. "Let's do it your way." After saying that, he stood up and left, with Jiu Si following closely behind. Finally, Chen Jing Kang pulled Yao Yingjia to leave as well. Song Wenshan sent this great Buddha to the door and only sighed in relief after watching the car disappear into the night. Inside the car, the atmosphere was unusually low, and after a long while, Chen Jing Kang finally managed to squeeze out a few words. "Young master, I was wrong." Chen Mu Bai didn't respond. Still somewhat politely looking at Yao Yingjia, "Driver, take Yao Yingjia home first. We'll discuss your matters later." Yao Yingjia hadn't expected Chen Mu Bai to come personally. Feeling extremely awkward and silently nodded. Jiu Si watched coldly, knowing that Chen Mu Bai was clever and had likely guessed what was happening between Chen Jing Kang and Yao Yingjia. But he didn't know what Chen Mu Bai's attitude was. The few of them remained silent until Yao Yingjia got out of the car, and then Chen Mu Bai finally spoke. "Do you like her?" Chen Mu Bai's face showed no expression. Chen Jing Kang glanced at Jiu Si, who gently nodded. Only then did Chen Jing Kang admit, "Yes." Chen Mu Bai continued to ask, "How long have you been together?" Chen Jing Kang took all the blame upon himself. "We weren't together. It was my personal issue." She never agreed. "Today's matter was also my fault. It had nothing to do with her." After a moment, Chen Mu Bai nodded. At least you have some responsibility." After saying this, Chen Mu Bai stopped asking and closed his eyes to rest. Jiu Si and Chen Jing Kang didn't understand why Chen Mu Bai's reaction seemed a bit off. Was it all just because of Yao Yingjia, the only girl he valued in the team, who had shown some affection towards him? His judgment couldn't possibly stem from narcissism. If it were anyone else, it would be fine, but it just had to be Chen Jing Kang. Before getting out of the car, Chen Mu Bai made a ruling. Fighting is always wrong. You shouldn't go out for the next few days. Stay home and write a reflection by hand, 10,000 words. Chen Jing Kang dreaded writing the most. That night, he cried under the lamp, and Jiu Si couldn't bear to watch anymore. He quietly walked over and patted his shoulder. "Stop crying. Crying won't solve anything. You might as well die." The next morning, Chen Mu Bai was called back to the Chen family's old residence by Chen Mingma. Chen Mingma didn't beat around the bush and directly said, "I heard about your situation with Shu Hua. You two were already engaged as children. It's just right to get to know each other now. Also, since you have a new person by your side, there is no need for Jiu Si to stay with you." Chen Mu Bai lowered his eyelids, looking at the floating tea leaves in his cup without raising his eyes. He shook his shoulders and laughed. You could speak directly. Just a year had passed, but Chen Mingma seemed to have aged significantly, and his spirit was not great. Quite literally. Chen Mu Bai took a sip of tea and said, "If it's taken literally, then I have something to say. Don't say I have nothing with Shu Hua now. Even if something does happen in the future. Just her, the daughter of the Shu family? What can I make her do? If you take Jiu Si away, who will serve me tea in the future?" Chen Mingma seemed to have made up his mind. He was now just notifying Chen Mu Bai. "If you lack someone to serve you tea, I can find someone else for you." Chen Mu Bai didn't know if Chen Mingma had discovered something and was testing him or if he really intended to send Jiu Si elsewhere. He could only respond cautiously. "You might as well just replace me." Chen Mingma slowly spoke. "What is the point of saying this? If you're reluctant." Chen Mu Bai interrupted him the next second. "There is no question of being reluctant. I just think there is no need to change someone I'm used to." After saying this, Chen Mu Bai regretted responding too quickly. It was obviously a case of not wanting to reveal one's hand. The room fell silent suddenly. After a long while, Chen Mingma finally spoke, his words carrying a deeper meaning. "Mu Bai, this is a critical time. You must not make mistakes." Chen Mu Bai didn't answer, remaining silent. He finally understood Chen Mingma's intentions. Perhaps the old man knew something and was using Jiu Si to threaten him into marrying Shu Hua. Chen Mu Bai internally sneered and finally raised his head to look at Chen Mingma, his tone unusually steady. "Forgive my ignorance. But what exactly is so good about this Shu family daughter? Or let me ask this, why must you push Shu Hua onto me? If you're trying to make the Chen family into a prestigious family, there are many choices among the Chen family members. It doesn't have to be me." Chen Mingma was surprisingly candid. "Shu Hua isn't bad. There are hardly any families in the city that haven't intermarried. The Duan family has remained independent for so many years and has been watched for just as long. In your generation, there are no girls of similar age in the Duan family, but there are in the Shu family. Finding a roundabout way to achieve your goal is also a path. You wouldn't be unaware of what the Dong family has been doing in recent years. Your elder brother is getting closer to the Dong family. And with Chen Mu Bai.Although health being what it is, the Shu family wouldn't want their daughter to become a widow. Others don't meet the Shu family's standards. Only you are the most suitable. Chen Mu Bai found this reasoning absurdly thin. Suitable for what? To be your pawn in this marriage? Chen Mingma coughed a few times, took a sip of tea to suppress his irritation, and then frowned as he spoke. This one tea hurt you. You must understand that with the support of the Duan family, your future path will be much smoother. Chen Mu Bai could no longer contain his sarcasm, lazily curling his lips in a cold sneer. You really are looking out for me. Chen Mingma seemed to have made a decision, looking into Chen Mu Bai's eyes and slowly saying, Mu Bai, I'm getting older, and my position will eventually need someone to take over. The implication behind this statement could not be clearer. This was the first time in years that Chen Mingma had said such a thing to anyone. Chen Mu Bai seemed to hear something even more ridiculous and disdainfully turned his head away. After laughing a few times, he finally looked seriously at Chen Mingma. Let us not talk about whether you see me as your successor. If I have no intention of taking over at all, under Chen Mingma's scrutinizing gaze, Chen Mu Bai smiled provocatively, the meaning growing more evident. The smile in his eyes deepened, but it quickly turned into mockery. The deep, cold darkness in his gaze gradually surfaced, accumulating more and more. Looking at Chen Mingma, his voice devoid of any fluctuation, he said, My father, don't make me expose you. You actually don't need a successor at all. What you need is a puppet, one that you can completely control. You never cared who your successor was. You only cared about what would happen to the Chen family in the future. You only have the future of the Chen family in your heart. For years you've hesitated, watching us fight it out, the survival of the fittest, and the one who comes out on top will naturally be the strong. But no matter how strong, they must still be under your control. So over the years, you've arranged so many people around Chen Mu Bai and fed Chen Mu Bai so many drugs. Now, you're starting to think of using a woman to control me? You've calculated every possibility, and in the end, no matter who wins, the biggest winner will always be you. Have you ever thought that after I take out your other two candidates, I might just walk away and let your proud empire, painstakingly built, collapse before you? Chen Mingma's expression shifted slightly, but it was fleeting. You won't. This won't benefit you. Chen Mu Bai smiled, closed his eyes, and meaningfully repeated, Yes, I won't. Chen Mingma's face darkened, and his tone grew cold. The Chen family has fallen. This brings you not a bit of benefit. Don't forget, everything you have now is given to you by the Chen family. Chen Mu Bai looked at his father, his eyes narrow and indifferent. Maybe that was true before. But don't you know? Now everyone calls me young Master Mu. The name Mu Bai was given by my mother. It doesn't matter what comes before those two characters. The boy who once struggled alone in the Chen family has grown to sit opposite Chen Mingma, casually saying, Without the Chen family, I am still young Master Mu. I am no longer under the Chen family's protection. The Chen family is merely my vassal. The air around them suddenly thickened as the two stared at each other for a long time, neither yielding. Even Meng Yinian, standing aside, lowered his eyes and stared at the ground. After a while, Chen Mingma took a step back, marking the first time he has yielded in years. Since you are accustomed to this person and don't want to change, let it be for now. We will talk about it later. Jiu Si is just a woman. I believe you can distinguish what's important. Chen Mu Bai returned to his casual tone. I certainly can distinguish what's important. He looked at Chen Mingma, who was quietly sipping tea, and silently thought, Chen Mingma, I am not you, nor will I ever become you. Just as he was about to stand up to greet and leave, he heard hurried footsteps approaching. The owner of the footsteps angrily called his name from outside. Chen Mu Bai, come out. Chen Mu Bai had already stood up but sat back down upon hearing this, lazily leaning back in his chair and shouting to the person outside, If you have the guts. Gumin, Chen Mu Yin naturally didn't dare to enter. If you have the guts, come out. Chen Mu Bai found it amusing. I don't have the guts, you do. If you have them, come in and show me. There was suddenly silence outside, as Chen Mu Yin was left speechless. Chen Mingma signaled to Meng Yinian, who walked to the door, opened it, and gestured for Chen Mu Yin to enter. Young master, please say what you need to say inside. Every time Chen Mu Yin saw Chen Mingma, he would get scolded. He stood far away, poking half his head through the door, and smiled obsequiously at Chen Mingma. "Dad, I have nothing much. Just let him come out for a bit. I could talk to him outside." Chen Mingma glanced at him and said indifferently, "Come in." His tone was calm, but filled with authority. Chen Mu Yun, with a bitter face, stepped inside and stood at a distance, knowing he couldn't escape a scolding. Sure enough, as soon as he steadied himself, Chen Mingma began, "Is there no decorum left?" Chen Mu Yun was unconvinced. "Dad, I've been pursuing the Shu Hua for so long. How about you just take her away?" He glared at Chen Mu Bai while speaking, clearly aware of something. Chen Mu Bai leisurely watched him, enjoying seeing him get scolded. "Oh, so it's the person the young master likes. Then I wouldn't dare to snatch her away. If you like her, take her. I will let you." Chen Mu Yun's masculinity was provoked. "You don't need to let me. She was mine to begin with." Chen Mu Bai scoffed disdainfully, now wishing Chen Mu Yun would mess things up, unfortunately. He looked at Chen Mu Yun, shaking his head and sighing, thinking that this useless person didn't have a capability. Chen Mu Yun, humiliated and furious, was about to argue again when Chen Mingma glanced at him at the right moment. "Is it because of Shu Hua? Do you like her, or is your uncle making you like her?" This, Chen Mu Yun's expression revealed everything. Upon hearing Chen Mingma's question, he didn't need to answer to know the answer. Chen Mingma slammed his cup down on the table, causing tea to splash and leave a mark. "Chen Mu Yun, remember this. You are a Chen. If you continue like this, change your surname and get out of the Chen family." Chen Mu Bai was always eager to fan the flames, sincerely suggesting, "The name Dong Mu Yun is quite nice. You might want to consider it." Chen Mu Yun was enraged by this comment. There should be order of seniority. "I'm the eldest. I haven't even done anything, so why should he get it?" Chen Mingma had already thought of a reason to silence him. Shu Hua and Mu Bai were betrothed since childhood. It's not wrong for it to be this way. Don't meddle in this matter anymore. "Dad," Chen Mu Yun stepped closer, shouting defiantly, "You're biased." Chen Mingma began to cough violently again, and Meng Yinian patted his back. Once he calmed down, he handed him a cup of tea and then looked at Chen Mu Yun. "Young master, old Chen's health hasn't been good lately. You should listen to him and not make him angry." Chen Mu Yun had never heard Meng Yinian speak so much before. In his impression, Meng Yinian was always cold and expressionless, and rarely spoke, except for Chen Mingma. But for the young master of the Chen family to be publicly criticized by an outsider, he couldn't let it go. If it got out, how would he face anyone? Chen Mu Yun gathered his courage and weakly reprimanded Meng Yinian. "I'm talking to my dad. What does it have to do with you?" Chen Mingma had always treated Meng Yinian differently. He shot Chen Mu Yun a glare, and before he could speak, he began to cough again. This was the third time Chen Mingma had coughed today, and his complexion was growing worse. Chen Mu Bai turned his head to look, frowning and asking, "Are you okay?" Chen Mu Yun quickly followed up with, "What's wrong with you?" Chen Mingma pointed at Chen Mu Yun and then at Chen Mu Bai. "What's wrong? It's because of you two. Get out." Chen Mu Yun was already standing at the door, and after being scolded, he couldn't wait to leave, turning around and disappearing. Chen Mu Bai had also intended to leave, but was called back as he stood up and took a few steps. Chen Mingma hesitated. "In a few days, it will be your mother's Memorial Day, and Chen Mu Bai turned around impatiently and continued walking out. "I'll go visit my mom myself. You don't need to worry about it." Over the years, since Chen Mu Bai brought Yin Suxin's ashes into the Chen family, he had never gone to pay respects to his mother with Chen Mingma. He probably resented his father deep down. Meng Yinian poured a glass of water for Chen Mingma. What the third young master just said is true, right? He really seems to be considering abandoning the Chen family. Chen Mingma closed his eyes and murmured, "Whether it's true or false, if he is truly ruthless enough to go that far, then he deserves to be my son, Chen Mingma." Meng Yinian looked at the red spots on the handkerchief in Chen Mingma's hand, feeling worried. "Your health. What did the medical report say?" Chen Mingma tightened his fingers, completely covering the handkerchief, and coldly and directly interrupted him. "There is no medical report." Meng Yinian fell silent. He naturally understood the stakes involved. Some people in the Chen family hoped Chen Mingma would fall. Only then would they have a chance. Others didn't want Chen Mingma to fall. As long as he remained in that position, the Chen family would still be the prominent Chen family. Everyone says the head of the Chen family is glorious. But who knows the hardships and bitterness behind it? After leaving the study, Chen Mu Bai walked out with an increasingly gloomy expression. He had indeed been careless. The matter with Jiu Si was supposed to be kept under wraps, but unexpectedly, Chen Mingma found out so quickly. He pinched the 7 inches between him and Jiu Si, knowing he could only stall for time with Xu Hua and pacify Chen Mingma before thinking of other ways. For the first time in years, he felt a sense of helplessness. Chen Mu Bai arrived at the company and encountered Yao Yingjia in the hallway. Since that night, when he brought her out of the police station, she always looked like she wanted to say something but held back whenever she saw him. Chen Mu Bai, with his outstanding acting skills, walked past her steadily without glancing sideways. On the other side of the hallway, Jiu Si saw this scene, paused for a moment, then lowered her head and walked past. When Jiu Si returned to her desk, she noticed that the door to Chen Mu Bai's office was slightly ajar, and she peeked inside through the crack. Chen Mu Bai was standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window holding a cup, seemingly lost in thought, not moving for a long time. Jiu Si felt that something was off about Chen Mu Bai. Usually, when he returned from Wang Fu Garden, he would either be smug because he had irritated Chen Mingma, or be irritable due to something Chen Mingma said. The current version of him seemed too deep and made her uneasy. Jiu Si took another careful glance inside. Fortunately, he wasn't smoking, which indicated that the situation wasn't too bad. While she was still pondering, she heard footsteps and turned to see Wei Lin approaching. Wei Lin noticed Jiu Si staring at him and explained, "Mr. Chen called me." Jiu Si nodded and lowered her head to attend to other matters. Wei Lin was the most senior and stable member of the team that Chen Mu Bai brought from the United States, and Chen Mu Bai relied heavily on him at work. After chatting for a while, when they reached a certain point, Wei Lin naturally mentioned, "Yao Yingjia is best at this part. I'll have her prepare it for you." Chen Mu Bai directly refused. "No need, you do it yourself." Wei Lin looked at Chen Mu Bai with some confusion. Lately, Chen Mu Bai had almost stopped all of Yao Yingjia's tasks, leaving her completely idle. Chen Mu Bai continued, "Also, I have a friend whose company needs people. I plan to send Yao Yingjia over. You go talk to her." Wei Lin hesitated for a moment but still asked, "Mr. Chen, did Yao Yingjia do something wrong?" As the only girl in the team, she had a good rapport with others. Chen Mu Bai lowered his head to sign a document, his voice calm and devoid of any emotion. "Just do as I say." Wei Lin had been with Chen Mu Bai the longest and understood his temperament well. This team was personally brought back from the United States by Chen Mu Bai. Even though he often acted arrogantly outside as Mu Shao, within the company, he was mostly gentle and reasonable. Wei Lin thought that it was just his good looks and strong presence that caused people to overlook his remarkable talents. He met Chen Mu Bai in the United States, where most in their field became famous young through real skills. At that time, he didn't know what kind of family background Chen Mu Bai had. He only knew that this exceptionally young and overly famous man had a keen sense of smell, precise vision, and sharp methods, making him a true genius, hence becoming one of the rare Asian executives at SL and the youngest. Over the years, as his battlefield shifted to the domestic market, his fame not only hadn't been overshadowed by the younger generation, but had also gained more weight. He was no longer the thin boy who amazed people with his talent, but had gradually reached a height that commanded respect. When industry insiders mentioned him, they no longer spoke of how impressive his battles were, but rather how brilliant his strategies were. He still remembered a magazine that was regarded as a classic in the industry, which affectionately referred to him as Teacher Chen during an interview. That magazine was filled with talented and unruly figures who could easily humiliate others with their words. It was rare for them to show such humility. This showed that today, as Chen Mu Bai truly deserved the phrase, "all glitz faded," indulgent and spirited, and his path would only widen further. Although he was older than Chen Mu Bai, he could learn a lot from him, which was why he had resisted temptation for years and continued to follow him. Wei Lin knew that since Chen Mu Bai had made this decision, there must be a reason, so he didn't say more and left the office. Chen Mu Bai knew that Wei Lin couldn't handle Yao Yingjia, so when she appeared before him, he was not surprised at all. The reason he asked Wei Lin to speak to her was merely to gauge her attitude. He had always found women troublesome. When he was selecting candidates, he hadn't initially planned to include Yao Yingjia. Although Yao Yingjia had solid professional skills and some fame in the industry, There were many more capable people than her. It was only because HR asked her about the person she admired most that she mentioned Jiu Si. There are two ways to appreciate someone in this world. One is to constantly talk about it, noisy and superficial. And the other is to quietly pay attention without disturbing them, known only to oneself. Thus, it was the name Jiu Si that inexplicably led Chen Mu Bai to circle Yao Yingjia's name. Fortunately, over the years, she had indeed proven herself capable and had not made any major mistakes, but now, she neither felt wronged nor angry. She simply asked calmly, "Mr. Chen, what exactly did I do wrong that you want to let me go?" She naturally knew the reason, but didn't mention it, and Chen Mu Bai was happy to play along, giving a very official response. It's common for people to switch jobs in this industry. Staying in one place for too long can be limiting. Changing the environment might be beneficial for your growth. Don't overthink it. Your compensation there won't be worse than here. Yao Yingjia took a deep breath. Is it because of what happened last time? Chen Mu Bai smiled slightly. I'm not interested in employees' personal lives. Yao Yingjia couldn't hold back anymore. Is it because of Chen Jing Kang? That was all his one-sided, wishful thinking. It has nothing to do with me. Only then did Chen Mu Bai look up at her, still smiling. One-sided, wishful thinking? Yao Yingjia, do you think Chen Jing Kang is a fool? But I know he isn't. If you didn't say anything or do anything to make him misunderstand, he wouldn't be in this situation today. Whether you're trying to entice him or using him, I cannot tolerate it. I've seen too many of these tricks. So you don't need to perform in front of me. Yao Yingjia's expression changed several times, and she couldn't say a word for a long time. Chen Mu Bai handed her a business card. You know my methods, so don't force me to act. Soon, Jiu Si saw Yao Yingjia rush out of Chen Mu Bai's office with red eyes. Not long after, she saw Chen Jing Kang peeking into Chen Mu Bai's office. She couldn't help but sigh. It was indeed bustling with people coming and going. Chen Jing Kang pushed several sheets of paper toward Chen Mu Bai, who glanced at them and continued to read his documents. What? Chen Jing Kang looked at him earnestly. A review, 10,000 words, handwritten. Unfortunately, Chen Mu Bai didn't even raise his head, casually pushing it aside and responding perfunctorily, just leave it here. Chen Jing Kang hesitated, standing for a long time without managing to say anything. Chen Mu Bai impatiently raised his head. Is there anything else? Chen Jing Kang immediately stood up straight, waving his hands in terror. No. After saying that, he ran off in a hurry. Unfortunately, the distance he ran wasn't far. After a few steps, he stopped right in front of Jiu Si's desk, looking pitifully at her. Jiu Si, who was best at feigning ignorance, waved her hand dismissively at Chen Jing Kang. You, little carrot, your pit isn't here. Please find another place to squat. Chen Jing Kang stood still, continuing to use his pitiful little eyes to torment Jiu Si. In fact, Chen Jing Kang didn't look much like Chen Fong. Chen Fong was rugged in both build and features, while Chen Jing Kang looked like he grew up in the misty rain of Jiangnan, with a delicate and refined face. He could still catch the eye in a crowd, but because he had a more outstanding-looking Chen Mu Bai above him, not many people paid attention to him. After a long while, Jiu Si sighed and, abandoning her earlier teasing, asked seriously, Shao Kangzi, what do you think Yao Yingjia likes about you? She didn't finish the remaining half of her question and couldn't bear to ask it. Doesn't she like Chen Mu Bai? Sometimes a girl's glance can reveal her thoughts, not to mention that Jiu Si has a pair of keen eyes. Chen Jing Kang is too naive. Girls like Yao Yingjia are not suitable for him. Chen Mu Bai letting her go is also to protect Chen Jing Kang. On this point, she agrees with Chen Mu Bai. Chen Jing Kang is indeed at a loss for words. Jiu Si asks again, so does she like you or not? You should be sure of that, right? Chen Jing Kang suddenly looks despondent and softly replies, I know she doesn't like me. Jiu Si is somewhat speechless. Master Mu wants to drive her away. She clearly knows the reason, but came to you to plead. You know she doesn't like you, so why are you making things difficult for yourself? Have you become so humble that you don't care about being used? Chen Jing Kang has never experienced this, but Jiu Si wants him to understand that in love, both parties must be equal for it to be beautiful. If one side is too humble, it won't last. Loving someone is inherently humble, isn't it? The so-called unwillingness to be humble any longer is just an excuse for not loving. Sister Gu, aren't you the same? Jiu Si's brows furrowed sharply. It's not surprising that she never expected Chen Jing Kang to say something like this one day. Yes, Chen Jing Kang is right. She is also humble. She is even less than Chen Jing Kang. At least he would want to give it a try, but she doesn't even dare to try. Jiu Si took a long time to regain her voice when, did you know? Chen Jing Kang had already been devastated, desperately trying to explain, Sister Gu. I didn't mean that. I wasn't talking about you. I was talking about myself. Suddenly, a sense of helplessness and despair surged in her heart. Jiu Si lowered her head and stopped looking at him. You can leave now. I'll talk to Master Mu, but I can't guarantee the outcome. Chen Jing Kang finally managed to smile. If you speak, the young master will definitely agree. But Jiu Si suddenly raised her head to look at Chen Jing Kang, her sharp gaze startling him. Why would he agree just because I say so? Who am I to him? Why do you think I can influence his decision? Until the end of the workday, on the way home, Chen Jing Kang didn't dare to look at Jiu Si. He drove absent-mindedly and immediately went into the kitchen as soon as he got home, claiming to help. Today, Chen Mu Bai was unusually quiet. During dinner, he didn't make his usual sarcastic remarks about how some vegetables should just die. Jiu Si's face was expressionless, and even the most lively Chen Jing Kang only knew to lower his head and eat. Chen Fong looked at the three of them, somewhat bewildered. After dinner, Jiu Si knocked on the study door and stood in front of Chen Mu Bai with her head down. Master Mu, I know it's presumptuous for me to say this. Chen Mu Bai, dressed in black, sat behind the desk, looking as though he had been there for a long time. Although his expression was not pleasant, his tone was very calm. It's okay, go ahead. Jiu Si hesitated for a moment. About Yao Ingjia, if possible, please let her stay in the company. Chen Mu Bai didn't ask further, nodded, and simply replied, okay. His willingness to listen made Jiu Si feel uncomfortable, prompting her to look up. Chen Mu Bai lowered his eyes, seemingly lost in thought. The reason Chen Mu Bai was so agreeable was that, in the upcoming period, what he had to do might hurt her, and all he could do was try to meet her requests as much as possible. After a long time, Chen Mu Bai came back to his senses, raised his eyes to look at her, and even smiled gently, which was unusually warm. What's wrong? Jiu Si asked uncertainly. Are you feeling unwell? After asking, Chen Mu Bai probably guessed something and added, I said you can make 3 wishes, and I will try to satisfy them. You've used one, so there are 2 left. That day was just 2 people joking around. She had never taken it seriously, nor was he someone who took things seriously. Therefore, Jiu Si felt that Chen Mu Bai was indeed acting strangely. The 2 of them fell into a silence filled with unspoken agendas for a while, and Jiu Si finally spoke. If there's nothing else, I'll go out first. But Chen Mu Bai suddenly called out to Jiu Si, his expression strange and somewhat evasive, as if he wanted to say something but didn't know how to start. Jiu Si found it odd. Is there something? Chen Mu Bai hesitated for a long time, but ultimately just shook his head. No, you can go. Jiu Si took one last deep look at him, finding it hard to read anything, then turned and left. On the day of Yin Suxin's memorial, it rained fittingly. Winter rain is usually scarce, but today it seemed particularly generous, drizzling continuously. Recently, the temperature had dropped, and with the rain, it became even more chilling. Jiu Si felt a sharp pain in her right hand even before getting out of bed. Spraying medicine didn't alleviate the discomfort until Chen Jing Kang awkwardly called her to go outside. Jiu Si felt a bit awkward seeing Chen Jing Kang again, with an official tone. He said, I've already spoken to Master Mu about Yao Ingjia, and he agreed. Yao Ingjia can stay. After saying this, he left the room, leaving Chen Jing Kang with a look of hesitation. Although Jiu Si is indifferent, she is generally easy to get along with most of the time. She is different from Chen Mu Bai, who would rather hurt the world than be hurt himself, so he always takes the initiative to hurt others to avoid being wounded. Jiu Si has her own bottom line. As long as it doesn't touch her bottom line, she's usually easy to deal with. It wasn't that Chen Jing Kang had offended Jiu Si, but rather that her concealed feelings were suddenly brought to light, and she found it hard to accept. If it were someone else, she wouldn't mind, but it had to be Chen Jing Kang, whom she sees every day. She felt like a moving joke in front of him. Fortunately, every year on this day carries a layer of low pressure due to its special significance, so no one noticed the 2 of them acting strangely. At dawn, Chen Mu Bai and his group had already set off. Chen Mu Bai has high standards for the quality of life, with sleep being the top priority. When he doesn't get enough sleep, he can be particularly irritable. Even when he wakes up, he might still have a bad mood, which is essentially being finicky. But today, he woke up very early and showed no signs of being irritable, remaining quiet and emotionless. Chen Mu was buried in a public cemetery on a mountain. When Chen Mu Bai brought her ashes in, Chen Mu's mother was still alive, so they temporarily buried her there. Later, when Chen Mu's mother passed away, Chen Mingma suggested moving her to the Chen family's cemetery several times, but Chen Mu Bai never agreed. His exact words were, "My mother never entered the Chen family's door when she was alive, and she certainly won tea after death." Chen Mingmo rarely pressed the issue. Perhaps it was too early, and the entire cemetery was empty except for them. The maintenance fees for the cemetery are quite high, so the service is also remarkable. There wasn't a single weed or speck of dust in front of the tombstone, and the tombstone was clean, with a photo on it looking as fresh as if it had just been put up yesterday. The tombstone didn't have a single character of the Chen surname. Even Chen Mu Bai's name was only engraved with Mu Bai, seemingly wanting to completely sever ties with the Chen family, both in life and in death. Chen Mu Bai stood in front of the tombstone, dressed in black, emanating a cold air, making the surrounding atmosphere feel tense and desolate. Every year on this day, he simply stands there looking at the tombstone, saying nothing and doing nothing, his face showing no sadness, standing like this for an entire day. Jiu Si and Chen Jing Kang set up flowers, fruits, and cakes, then stepped aside to stand with him. Gradually, other visitors began to arrive at the cemetery, mixed with the sound of rain and occasional soft weeping. Jiu Si turned her head to glance at the source of the sound before looking back at Chen Mu Bai. She had never understood why Chen Mu Bai showed no signs of sadness, but now she suddenly felt that he was truly sorrowful. When one is genuinely upset, they may not cry, lacking even the strength to do so, or perhaps they are so immersed in their sorrowful world that they forget to weep. Chen Mu Bai had only lived with her mother for a few short years, yet Jiu Si could tell that their bond was deep. Even after so many years, it seemed he still couldn't let go, which indicated how hard it was for him to accept her mother's accident back then. Jiu Si looked up at the photo on the tombstone, and a complex emotion gradually welled up in her heart. The woman in the photo was very young, her brows still carrying the youthful joy of a girl. The Chen she had met back then was not the same as the one in the photo. At that time, Chen was already a mother and much more gentle and reserved than in the picture. As the rain fell harder, Chun Fong could no longer bear to watch and stepped forward to advise, "Young master, let's find some shelter from the rain. If you continue like this, Madam won't be at ease." It was unclear whether Chen Fong was too cold or unwell, but his voice trembled a bit as he spoke. Chen Mu Bai nodded and after a long pause, spoke in a hoarse voice, "You all go take shelter, don't worry about me. I want to be alone with my mom for a while." Chen Fong exchanged a glance with Jiu Si and Chen Jing Kang, and the three of them said nothing more as they left. The moment they stepped into the lounge, Jiu Si's phone rang. She looked at the name on the screen and sighed, walking to the window to answer. Xu Hua wasted no time on pleasantries and asked straightforwardly, "Sister Gu, why isn't young Master Mu picking up the phone?" Jiu Si looked through the glass at the blurry figure standing alone under a black umbrella in the rain curtain. His voice became a bit heavier. "Today is the memorial day for Mu Shao's mother, and he is not in a good mood. If there is no urgent matter, it's better to find him another day." Xu Hua seemed a bit dejected, wondering why he hasn't reached out to her since their last meeting. Jiu Si didn't know how to answer this question. She didn't understand matters between men and women, and she wasn't obliged to be a confidant. She had already completed the task that Chan Ming Mo had entrusted to her, and there was nothing more she could do. Despite Jiu Si trying to convince herself with a lot of reasoning, she didn't realize that all of it was just to cover up her inexplicable irritation and resistance. Xu Hua, not receiving her reply, became increasingly persistent. "Should I take the initiative to find him, or wait for him to come to me? Is it not good for a girl to be too proactive?" Jiu Si frowned slightly and replied nonchalantly, "I don't know." It was unclear whether Jiu Si's restraint was commendable or if Xu Hua simply wasn't paying attention. She completely failed to notice Jiu Si's impatience. After talking to herself for a while, she asked again, "You just said he was in a bad mood. Should I go over and keep him company?" He doesn't need anyone to accompany him. People are contradictory beings. Sometimes they fear loneliness and want company. while at other times they wished to be undisturbed and enjoy their own solitude. This was Jiu Si's first reaction, but she didn't voice it, instead expressing this sentiment in a rather subtle way, perhaps finding it inconvenient. Shoo, if there's nothing else, I'll hang up now. Goodbye. The sound of Shu Hua's shouting still echoed in her ears, but Jiu Si had already disconnected the call. After all, she wasn't a patient person. No matter how well she pretended, there were times when her facade would crack. After the heavy rain, the sky finally cleared, and besides the sun, there was also Shu Hua. Jiu Si stood not far away, watching Chen Mu Bai. He stood against the light, golden rays outlining the contours of his profile, with half of his face hidden in shadow, making it impossible to discern his expression. Even with the sun shining brightly, it seemed that light could not penetrate his heart. Lost in thought, she suddenly felt someone lightly pat her shoulder, startling her into turning around, where she saw Shu Hua's face. That face was no longer the carefree smile from before, but rather bore a subtle provocation. I called Uncle Chen, and he said to come see him. Jiu Si understood Shu Hua's implication. Since it was Chen Mingma's intention, she naturally wouldn't say anything, merely responding softly with an Jiu Si's reaction clearly didn't meet Shu Hua's psychological expectations. Her expression changed instantly, but Jiu Si pretended not to see it. Jiu Si had never been one to bow and scrape. Her employer was the Chen family, not the Shu family. Even if the Chen family was to marry into the Shu family, she had no obligation to cater to Shu Hua's whims. If she wanted her to comply, fine. Let her marry in first. Once she became part of the Chen family, she would naturally do what she was supposed to do, but for now, she wouldn't be blamed for her nonviolent resistance. Chen Fong and Chen Jing Kang sensed that the atmosphere was a bit off, and Chen Jing Kang almost immediately ran over, standing in front of Jiu Si and looking at Shu Hua with some hostility. Shu, is there something? To be honest, Jiu Si was a bit touched. Even though there were some unpleasant moments between her and Chen Jing Kang, he still rushed over to protect her, afraid that she would be bullied. Chen Mu Bai also noticed the commotion over here and called out loudly, Jiu Si. Jiu Si didn't want to have a conflict with Shu Hua, so he tugged at Chen Jing Kang's sleeve to signal him not to act impulsively, and then walked towards Chen Mu Bai. Shu Hua saw that Chen Mu Bai only called Jiu Si and not her, feeling a bit displeased, but still approached with a smile. Placing the flower she held in front of the tombstone and gently saying, I heard today is your mother's Memorial Day, so I came to pay my respects. Chen Mu Bai gave Jiu Si a meaningful glance before politely and distantly replying, Thank you. Jiu Si noticed Chen Mu Bai looking at her and realized he misunderstood again. He must think Shu Hua was brought by her, making her feel a bit irritated. Shu Hua looked at the photo on the tombstone and said, Your mother is really beautiful. You take after her. Chen Mu Bai absent-mindedly responded. But after Shu Hua glanced at Jiu Si, she suddenly asked Chen Mu Bai, With so many women in Chen Beibei's life, who do you think he loved the most? Jiu Si immediately frowned. This Shu family's young lady is really spoiled. She's so clueless. Is it appropriate to ask such questions casually? Indeed, Chen Mu Bai's expression changed slightly, and he didn't respond. Shu Hua was someone who couldn't read people's expressions, so she continued to express her thoughts. I think it must be the Dong family, because she is Uncle Chen's legally wedded wife. Shu Hua said this to provoke Jiu Si, trying to prove how legitimate she was. However, to Jiu Si and Chen Mu Bai, her words had a different meaning. As soon as Shu Hua spoke, both Chen Mu Bai and Jiu Si wore disdainful smiles. The depths and darkness of the situation were unimaginable to an ordinary person. They both understood how ridiculous Shu Hua's notion of the one she loves was. It was merely an exchange of interests, seeing who could swallow whom. Since Chen Mu Bai didn't respond, the atmosphere became somewhat awkward, and Jiu Si was unwilling to ease the tension, allowing Shu Hua to feel embarrassed. On the surface, Jiu Si appeared weak and easily bullied, but in reality, she believed she was not a saint who would tolerate oppression and repay grievances with kindness. Over the years in the Chen family, anyone who provoked her without understanding the truth had been dealt with quietly by her. The reason she tolerated Shu Hua was simply because she felt that Shu Hua wasn't malicious, just childish, and there was no need to be overly calculative. After all, she also came from a prominent family. Her father not only taught her gambling skills, but also what it meant to be magnanimous and cultured. However, after this incident, Shu Hua's hostility towards her would likely deepen. Chen Fong was perceptive, seeing that the three of them hadn't spoken for a long time. He walked over and seemingly anxiously reminded Chen Mu Bai, "Young master, it's about time to leave. There are people waiting over there." Chen Mu Bai cooperated and nodded, and said to Shu Hua, "Thank you, Shu, for coming all this way. I have something to attend to, so I'll take my leave." Shu Hua forced a smile and replied, "No need to be so polite, just call me Shu Hua." Chen Mu Bai had a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. After nodding in acknowledgement, he walked away without looking back. In fact, no one was waiting for him. They indeed needed to descend the mountain. Yan Suxin's hometown had the custom of releasing river lanterns to mourn deceased relatives, so every year on this day, Chen Mu Bai would go to the water's edge to release lanterns. When the sky was not yet dark, the lotus-shaped lanterns glimmered with a hazy light from the lit candles, drifting down the river, illuminating the surface of the water. Each lantern was personally lit and placed by Chen Mu Bai, and his brows and eyes held an unusual seriousness in the slightly red glow of the candlelight. The more silent he became, the more anxious Jiu Si felt. Chen Mu Bai's silence was due to his inner unrest. In fact, every year at this time, Chen Mu Bai would fall into a slump. In previous years, Jiu Si didn't think much of it, but this year, seeing him like this made her feel a kind of indescribable discomfort. After hesitating for a while, Jiu Si walked behind Chen Mu Bai and softly called him Mu Bai. Chen Mu Bai held a river lantern in one hand and a lighter in the other, seeming to have just lit it and not yet had the chance to place it in the water. He turned to look at her, his expression calm. The current Chen Mu Bai was indifferent and numb, seemingly unconcerned about anything. Under his gaze, Jiu Si, who had prepared her words for a long time, found herself unable to say a single word. After a moment of helplessness, she finally spoke. "I've never seen my mother. I don't even know what she looks like. You are lucky. At least you have so many memories. So don't be sad." After waiting for so many years, someone finally told him, "Don't be sad." Chen Mu Bai looked at her quietly. Her face, illuminated by the candlelight, appeared somewhat tense, uneasy, and compassionate. Jiu Si had no idea what those words meant to Chen Mu Bai. She only knew how powerless her words were. No one would truly stop being sad just because someone else said, "Don't be sad." After a long silence without a response, she felt somewhat dejected and was about to walk away when she heard Chen Mu Bai's voice. "How could? You have never seen your mother." He looked down at the river lantern in his hand, his voice soft and low, as if asking her, but also seeming to talk to himself. The word mother was merely a word for Jiu Si, devoid of any emotion. She was willing to talk about it, to divert Chen Mu Bai's attention. "Since I can remember, I've known I only have a father and no mother. I don't even know who she is." "You've never asked your father?" Jiu Si shook her head. "I know he wouldn't tell me, so I didn't bother asking." Another long silence ensued, and then Chen Mu Bai suddenly called her name, Jiu Si. "Yes, the person you asked me to find. I still can't find her." He frowned, his voice carrying a hint of frustration. "I know." Jiu Si smiled slightly. "Last time Meng Yinian went, my father isn't even sure if he is still in America. So how could I find her?" She finally found the opportunity to muster the courage to explain today. "I didn't call Shu Hua here." But Chen Mu Bai suddenly trembled. The candle in the lantern tilted, igniting the paper lantern. He quickly threw it aside but still got burned, the pain spreading from his fingertips to his heart. Jiu Si had never cared to explain anything to anyone. Over the years, whether or not she was responsible, she let him misunderstand. Yet at this moment, she took the initiative to explain, and a strange emotion quietly spread in his heart. The next day was the weekend. Jiu Si had just finished lunch when she received a call from Shu Hua. Listening to Shu Hua on the other end of the line, seemingly excited about something, her thoughts had already drifted far away, unable to grasp why Shu Hua wanted to invite her for afternoon tea. "Shu Hua, if you have something to discuss, you could just say it over the phone. There is no need for tea." After yesterday's incident, shouldn't they be keeping their distance? Shouldn't Shu Hua be at home planning how to torment her after marrying into the Chen family? Yesterday, she had acted so jealous. Today, it was another display of deep sisterhood. What was she trying to do with this back and forth? Shu Hua's attitude suddenly changed to a somewhat disdainful smile. I advise you to go. Jiu Si walked to the window. What if I don't go? Shu Hua had a satisfied look on her face. I'll call Uncle Chen. Since I can't persuade you, someone else will, right? Jiu Si closed her eyes and resignedly replied, Fine, I'll go. After hanging up the phone and turning around, she saw Chen Jing Kang standing behind her, looking conflicted. What are you doing? Chen Jing Kang scratched his head. Is it Shu Hua? Jiu Si leaned against the window, calmly answering yes. Jia, please don't go. It seemed he had been listening for a while. Chen Jing Kang's reaction was somewhat amusing, and Jiu Si couldn't help but smile. What's wrong? He pursed his lips and confidently replied, I don't think Shu Hua is a good person. You'll be at a disadvantage. Jiu Si half-jokingly responded, You can read people now, after just a few days. I don't think Jia is a good person either. Chen Jing Kang was momentarily speechless. Just kidding. She mentioned it, indicating that it was nothing serious. She patted Chen Jing Kang's shoulder. I'm off. She wanted to see what Shu Hua was so insistent about. When Jiu Si arrived at the agreed place, she had just sat down when a server came over with desserts and hot drinks, setting a full table. Jiu Si didn't stop them, and after everything was served, the server explained, These are all ordered by Shu Hua. Please enjoy. Jiu Si was not interested in these things. After sitting for a while, she glanced at the time, and when she looked up again, she saw someone approaching. It was not Shu Hua, but Duan Jingshi. Jiu Si clearly saw a flash of surprise on Duan Jingshi's face, as if he felt he had been tricked. Sure enough, as soon as Duan Jingshi sat down, he asked, What are you doing here? I thought it was just Shu Hua. Jiu Si responded quite calmly, Yes, it's just me, not Shu Hua. Duan Jingshi looked puzzled. Did you call me? Jiu Si shook her head. She invited me. It just so happens you came. Duan Jingshi frowned. What is going on with her? I called her. Jiu Si symbolically suggested, Don't call her. She probably won't answer. Duan Jingshi put his phone away. Perhaps Jiu Si's calmness intrigued him. Aren't you angry? Jiu Si lazily took a sip of coffee and casually replied, I am angry, but there's nothing I can do. Who told her to be the daughter of the Shu family? I have to endure. Duan Jingshi laughed at her. This girl was too reckless. I apologize on her behalf. Footsteps approached from a distance, stopping just beside their table, perfectly timed. After a long while, Jiu Si suddenly looked up at him, smiling. Duan Wang, yeah? Have you noticed that since we first met, you have been apologizing to me on behalf of Shu Hua? Today, Jiu Si's aura was too strong, prompting Duan Jingshi to reassess this woman. Although he had never asked her and would not admit it, the demeanor between her brows was unmistakable. The daughter of a gambling king is indeed the daughter of a gambling king. Duan Jingshi stirred his coffee. It's been a while since we last met. Have you been busy lately? Jiu Si retained her composed demeanor. Since Shu Hua set the trap, she could only go along with it, no matter how busy I am. I can't compare to Duan Wang, yeah. Duan Jingshi smiled, still gentle and composed. I've been a bit busy lately. I saw you in the news. The charm of Duan Wang, yeah, is hard to ignore. Really? Does that include you? Duan Jingshi made a light-hearted joke, saying that the so-called big move was imperceptible. After Jiu Si smiled, she indeed became more reserved. We've met and had afternoon tea. I think the effect Shu wanted has probably been achieved. Can I leave now? Duan Jingshi nodded and solemnly promised, I will get to the bottom of this and definitely give you an explanation. Jiu Si didn't care about the explanation and casually nodded. The two walked out one after the other. Between the tables in the CF, there were screens and potted plants, allowing the person at the adjacent table to hear Jiu Si and Duan Jingshi's conversation clearly. After they left, Chen Mingma glanced deeply at Chen Mu Bai, who at that moment was struggling to pick a piece of fruit off a cake with a spoon, only to throw it onto a plate without eating it, and then he went for another piece, leaving a mess of cake behind before finally putting down the spoon and smiling at Chen Mingma. You specially set this up for me to watch the show. You really went to great lengths. Chen Mu Bai's thoughts grew deeper. Even Chen Mingma was unsure of his mood. Do you remember what I told you last time? Jiu Si and Duan Jingshi have known each other for a while now, and it seems this Duke Duan has a special interest in her. I want to place Jiu Si by Duan Jingshi's side. Do you think it's feasible? Chen Mu Bai replied leisurely. I remember we reached a consensus last time. Chen Mingma shot him a glance. The premise of our consensus was that you would treat Shu Hua well, but you haven't. Chen Mu Bai snorted coldly, with a mocking tone. Oh, that black accusation came quickly. Did I do anything? I feel like I haven't done anything. Recently, Chen Mingma's patience seemed to be wearing thin. It's because you haven't done anything. Don't stall for time to fool me. In fact, Chen Mu Bai's patience was also running out. But he knew he couldn't fall out with Chen Mingma at this moment, as it would harm Jiu Si. He originally planned to support Xu Hua in a performance to calm Chen Mingma down first. But that day, when she stood by the river explaining that Xu Hua wasn't called by her, perhaps she was used to explaining herself to others. That always calm face showed a hint of embarrassment, and after explaining, she looked at him with worry, as if afraid he wouldn't believe her. He understood Jiu Si, which is why he knew how rare it was for her to do something like this, making it hard for him to act. Chen Mu Bai exhaled deeply. Let us compromise. You want to establish a relationship with the Duan family? Take it slow, and I will think of other ways. However, a marriage alliance with Xu Hua, that is not acceptable. Chen Mingma directly refused. I can't wait any longer. You must cancel the engagement with Xu Hua, and Jiu Si must stay by your side. You can only choose one. Are you in a hurry to die? Under normal circumstances, the outspoken Chen Mu Bai would have smiled and questioned Chen Mingma, making him so angry he'd spit blood. However, he glanced at Chen Mingma's pale face and hesitated, swallowing those words. The afternoon tea between the father and son ended unhappily, and Chen Mu Bai returned home with a very unpleasant expression. Although he knew Chen Mingma was deliberately sowing discord, he was still very angry. Besides anger, there was also some panic. He didn't know that Jiu Si and Duan Jingxi were already acquainted, nor did he know when, where, or under what circumstances they had met. Was it a coincidence or a deliberate arrangement? Did she accept it calmly, or was she just playing along? He had so many uncertainties, but couldn't voice them. Jiu Si had been by his side for many years. He could see her every day, and when he called her name, she would quickly appear before him. He found it hard to imagine that when he casually called out Jiu Si's name next time without any response, he might feel a sense of loss in his heart. Chen Mu Bai suddenly became restless and angry. No one had ever told him that interactions between men and women could lead to such anxiety. From childhood to adulthood, everything was within his control. Yet at this moment, he felt a panic as if he was about to lose control. For several days, Chen Mu Bai walked around with a face that seemed unable to display the page, and wherever he appeared, there would be a localized drop in pressure. Every night, he could be heard arguing on the phone from his study. Even with Jiu Si, it was the same. Jiu Si sat in the living room with her eyes downcast, the smooth marble floor reflecting a blurred outline. Just days ago, he had been warm and calm at the hot spring resort in the mountains. But now he had turned cold and fierce. Had she been mistaken before? Or was he always this unpredictable? A few days later, Chen Mu Bai started to go in and out with Xu Hua together, and everyone knew that the position next to young Master Mu had found a fixed candidate. The Xu family's reputation soared. Jiu Si didn't mind much, but Chen Jing Kang seemed very uneasy about her and followed her around all day, regardless of whether there was something to do or not. Finally, Jiu Si helplessly stood in a corner of the company hallway and asked him, "What do you want?" Chen Jing Kang was also in a difficult position, young master in that Xu family. Jiu Si replied confidently, "I have been with the Chen family for so many years. I know what reality is, so I have never thought about anything with Chen Mu Bai. How I think is my business, it has nothing to do with him. So even if he marries someone else in the future, I won't feel upset. I don't want anyone to hurt me when no one can. So please stop following me." After Jiu Si finished her 3 so statements, Chen Jing Kang's expression suddenly became a bit awkward. He looked behind Jiu Si and timidly called out, "Young master." Jiu Si didn't dare turn around to see Chen Mu Bai's expression. She froze in place, listening to the footsteps as he approached, paused slightly, and then walked away. She and Chen Jing Kang stared at each other for a while. "Chen Jing Kang, you have a strong character. Stay away from me in the future." Recently, Xu Hua began coming to the company more frequently. That afternoon, she once again sat in Chen Mu Bai's office and suddenly spoke to Jiu Si, who was waiting for Chen Mu Bai to sign documents. "Did you enjoy afternoon tea with my uncle yesterday?" Jiu Si didn't answer. She first cast a sidelong glance at Chen Mu Bai, then calmly looked at Xu Hua. Was leading Chen Mu Bai to misunderstand her relationship with Duan Jingxi her goal yesterday? Shu Hua didn't linger on the topic, speaking imperiously. Pour me a glass of water. Jiu Si poured cup after cup, while Shu Hua picked at the details. This water is too hot. I want it cold. This water is too cold. I want it warm. Shu Hua sneakily glanced at Chen Mu Bai, who was focused on the documents, seemingly at a critical point, not noticing what was happening here, lightly frowning, which made her secretly pleased. When Shu Hua was about to make Jiu Si pour another cup, Chen Mu Bai spoke up before her. Jiu Si, pour me a cup of tea. Jiu Si poured tea and handed it to Chen Mu Bai, but he only took a sip before pushing it aside, his face cold. What is this? You can't even brew a cup of tea properly now? Get out. Reflect on yourself. After saying this impatiently, he drove Jiu Si out. Outside, a crowd had gathered to watch, confused, thinking Jiu Si had been scolded. Shu Hua was equally pleased but puzzled. The news that Chen Mu Bai publicly scolded Jiu Si for Shu Hua quickly spread. Over the years, Chen Mu Bai had hardly ever spoken harshly to Jiu Si in public. In an instant, Shu Hua's status in everyone's mind rose another level, and they speculated that the good things between the Chen and Shu families were approaching. Jiu Si believed she was not someone who couldn't endure grievances, especially since she was now suffering from severe abdominal pain and had no mind to care about those things. She had sensed something was off when she left in the morning, but when she got busy, she didn't feel anything. It was only when she helped Shu Hua pour water just now that the pain suddenly intensified. That evening, as soon as Chen Mu Bai and Shu Hua stepped out of the company, Jiu Si returned home to rest. That night, Chen Mu Bai called home, and Chen Fong answered. I drank and can't drive, so I asked Jiu Si to pick me up. Chen Fong hesitated for a moment, glanced at the sofa where Jiu Si seemed unwell, and suggested, how about letting Jing Kang come and pick you up instead? Chen Mu Bai casually shook the wine glass in his hand, the juice swaying in the crystal-clear cup, and firmly declined. No, just let her come. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Shu Hua watched Chen Mu Bai for a long time and then spoke up. How about I ask the driver at home to pick us up? However, Chen Mu Bai didn't respond, staring intently at the wine glass, seemingly lost in thought. He found Jiu Si's reaction quite intriguing. To him, Jiu Si was like a clay doll without temperament or emotion. In the past, when he scolded her, she never showed any signs of sulking, calm, indifferent, and unconcerned. Other girls would show distress when wronged, but not her. Even when happy, she never smiled like other girls did. This time, she actually hesitated. Was she throwing a small tantrum? Was it because he scolded her today? Did she not realize he scolded her for a reason? Did she want to serve Shu Hua cup after cup of water? Shouldn't he be the one to be angry? What did she mean by saying she never thought about having anything with Chen Mu Bai? Shu Hua felt that the face that had once captivated her suddenly seemed a bit glaring. The slanted eyes were surprisingly aloof and proud. The lines of the jaw were particularly sharp, and his lips were tightly pressed together, his fingers gripping the wine glass, unconsciously tightening. Was he feeling wronged? Confused? Whatever she said seemed to go unheard by him. In short, it was very strange. Just as Shu Hua was about to withdraw her gaze, Chen Mu Bai finally spoke. His two simple words, dismissive, no need. Shu Hua awkwardly smiled. Chen Fong put down the phone and glanced at Jiu Si, who had fallen asleep on the sofa. He felt a bit reluctant, but still woke her up. Jiu Si's complexion didn't look good. When her big eyes opened, there seemed to be a hint of pain. After hearing Chen Fong's words, she hesitated but nodded and slowly stood up to get dressed. Chen Fong felt uneasy, wondering why the fever hadn't subsided even after taking medicine. Jiu Si forced a smile. It's okay. I'm feeling better. Besides, it's not far. I'll be back soon. After saying that, she grabbed the keys and left. Chen Fong watched Jiu Si's back and asked Chen Jing Kang. I heard the young master scolded her again? Since Jiu Si returned home without working today, looking listless, others probably thought she was sulking. Chen Fong could sense that their relationship had eased a lot since they returned from the mountains, and Chen Mu Bai had become much gentler. What could have caused this? Chen Jing Kang, who was recently unhappy with Chen Mu Bai because of Shu Hua, replied haughtily, Who knows? Chen Fong shot him a glare. You brat. How can you talk like that? Chen Jing Kang looked at Chen Fong, hesitated for a moment, then, feeling irritated, took a few deep breaths before turning to vent elsewhere. When Jiu Si arrived, Chen Mu Bai and Shu Hua had been waiting at the door for a while. Chen Mu Bai showed no expression, but Shu Hua looked impatient. "Why are you so slow? Do we have to wait for you?" Jiu Si really didn't have the energy to argue with her and remained silent. Although she lowered her eyes, her chin was slightly raised, looking respectful yet inexplicably making others feel looked down upon. As expected, Shu Hua exploded in anger. Turning to Chen Mu Bai, "Look at your people. They have no manners at all." The weather was gradually warming up, and Chen Mu Bai stood in casual clothes in the wind, looking at the billboard across the street, replying indifferently, "I'll teach my people about manners myself. No need for Shu to worry. There should be many people at Shu's home waiting to be taught. Don't tire yourself out." Shu Hua was also troubled lately. Chen Mu Bai was always unpredictable with her. Sometimes he seemed very nice, while at other times he appeared impatient, just like now. She had no idea that Chen Mu Bai was forced to deal with her due to Chen Mingma's threats, alternating between cold and warm on purpose to make things difficult for her. "That's not what I meant, I mean," Shu Hua said as she tried to reach for Chen Mu Bai's arm, but he subtly dodged and raised his chin. "Your driver has been waiting for a long time. You should go back. Once she arrived, you don't have to accompany me anymore. I'll just watch you leave. Hurry up and go." Seeing Chen Mu Bai looking like he couldn't wait for her to leave, Shu Hua felt a bit angry, saying nothing as she walked toward her car. After walking a few steps away, probably unable to hear their conversation, Chen Mu Bai leaned forward slightly, looking at Jiu Si with a hint of amusement. "Jiu Si, are you satisfied?" Jiu Si felt a bit guilty under his gaze and looked away. She admitted she did it on purpose, with Shu Hua's emotional intelligence. She could easily guide her to say what she wanted her to say, and those words could easily hit Chen Mu Bai's sore spot. After staring for a while, Chen Mu Bai suddenly straightened up and reached out his hand to Jiu Si. "Give it to me." Jiu Si looked at him in confusion. "What?" "The keys. Driving with a fever. I don't want to die young." Jiu Si didn't know how he figured out she had a fever, but it wasn't safe for him to drive either. "Didn't you drink?" Chen Mu Bai coughed lightly, avoiding the main point. "The drunk driving check wouldn't dare stop this car." Jiu Si felt dizzy and weighed her options before handing the keys to Chen Mu Bai. Before Shu Hua got into the car, she turned back, still unwilling to give up. Chen Mu Bai extended his hand as if asking Jiu Si for something. Jiu Si hesitated for a moment before handing it to him. Their hands briefly touched naturally, and she didn't see any discomfort from Chen Mu Bai. Chen Mu Bai's cleanliness was no joke. During the time they had interacted, she had deeply realized this. He wouldn't touch anything others had touched. Loathed anyone touching his body, even through clothes. It was unacceptable. But what was that situation just now? The driver urged her, and Shu Hua finally came back to her senses, getting into the car with questions. As Chen Mu Bai drove, he seemingly casually glanced at Jiu Si. "Why is your health so poor? Another fever?" Jiu Si didn't answer. After Chen Mu Bai remained silent for a while, he spoke again. "How long have you known Jingxi? Are you hoping he can help you investigate your father's matter, or?" Jiu Si was focused on suppressing her pain, but before he finished speaking, she suddenly raised her head to interrupt him. "I feel like throwing up." Chen Mu Bai thought she was changing the subject, frowned, glanced at her, and then froze, quickly checking the rearview mirror and pulling over to the side of the road. As soon as he stopped, Jiu Si pushed the door open and leaned against a tree to vomit. Chen Mu Bai handed her water and paper while helping her tuck her hair back. "See, my driving skills aren't that bad, right?" Jiu Si knew he was a clean freak. What she had just vomited was not pretty. She waved her hand towards him, forcing herself to say, "Stand further away." Once she finished vomiting and stood up straight, Chen Mu Bai helped her a bit. "What happened to you? Should I take you to the hospital?" Hearing the word hospital made Jiu Si feel nauseous. No, I'll just go back and sleep it off." After saying that, fearing he wouldn't believe her, she raised her head and looked at Chen Mu Bai with clarity, explaining clearly, "I just have a headache. If you drive slowly, it will be fine." Chen Mu Bai looked at her for a few seconds. Jiu Si's body had always been weak and prone to fevers. Seeing her say that, he believed her. "All right, get in the car." As soon as they entered the house, Chen Jing Kang came over to tell Chen Mu Bai that someone was waiting for him in the study. Chen Mu Bai nodded, glanced at Jiu Si before going upstairs, and instructed Chen Jing Kang, "Keep an eye on her. If her fever doesn't go down soon, Called Dr. Yang to take a look. Chen Jing Kang nodded eagerly, and his level of excitement made Chen Mu Bai feel somewhat uncomfortable. When Xu Hua got out of the car, she saw Duan Jingxi standing at her door waiting for her. Xu Hua felt guilty and ran over with a fawning smile, warmly calling out, "Uncle, why don't you come in and sit?" Duan Jingxi remained unmoved, saying, "I want to ask you. You speak for yourself." Xu Hua's smile froze on her face, then slowly faded, and her voice lowered. "It was Uncle Chen who asked me to do that." Duan Jingxi looked at her and asked, "Why did he want you to do that?" Xu Hua lowered her head and replied, "I don't know. How would I know what he thinks?" Duan Jingxi scrutinized her in silence. Unable to bear the pressure above her, Xu Hua finally lifted her head and said, "Well, I'll just say it. I just wanted Chen Mu Bai to know that you and Jiu Si have known each other for a long time. Anyway, Jiu Si's reputation for being two-faced is not new, so it wouldn't be strange to connect her with you. That way, Chen Mu Bai will naturally dislike her, and she will have no place in the Chen family." Duan Jingxi remained silent for a long time before asking expressionlessly, "So, you used me as a pawn?" Xu Hua was startled by Duan Jingxi's demeanor and stared at him, unsure of how to respond. Throughout her life, Duan Jingxi had always been gentle and indulgent towards her, and she couldn't understand why her uncle, who had always cared for her, would be so angry. She didn't realize that Duan Jingxi was not angry for her sake, but for Jiu Si's. After a while, Duan Jingxi spoke again. "Xu Hua, this is the first and last time. I hope you can truly distinguish between what is close and what is distant. A girl's experience is very important. The more she sees, the more open-minded and broad-minded she will be, which will affect her views on many things. That's why your parents were willing to let you follow me. However, over the years, while you've seen more, I don't feel that your mindset has become more open. Instead, you've learned all the wrong things. Sometimes, a girl's scheming is not charming." After saying that, he turned and left. Xu Hua, feeling indignant, shouted after him, "But what about Jiu Si? She is full of schemes and is not a good person at all. Why do so many people still like her?" Upon hearing this, Duan Jingxi paused. There are no good people in this world. It's just that the degree and type of badness differ. Duan Jingxi knew that Xu Hua wouldn't understand this, and he realized that even if he explained, she wouldn't listen. She was no longer that obedient little girl, so he simply walked away. By the time Chen Mu Bai came out of the study, it was nearly 11 o'clock. He went downstairs to ask Chen Jing Kang about Jiu Si's situation, but couldn't find anyone, so he had to go check himself. Chen Mu Bai walked to Jiu Si's door, knocked, but got no response. He tried the doorknob. It was locked, so he pushed the door open and looked inside. Jiu Si was lying on the bed, fully dressed, facing away from him, seemingly asleep without having taken off her shoes. He closed the door again and turned back to the study. After reading a few pages of documents in the study, Chen Mu Bai felt something was off and stood up to go to Jiu Si's room again. He walked to the other side of the bed and stood in front of Jiu Si, looking down at her. Her face was pale, her brows tightly furrowed, and the hair on her forehead was damp with sweat. Lifting the blanket, he saw her left hand pressed tightly against her abdomen. Jiu Si, Jiu Si. He called her a few times with no response, then shook her body but still got no reaction. It was then he realized something was wrong. He picked her up and called out as he walked out, "Chen Jing Kang, go get the car." Chen Jing Kang felt guilty and asked Chen Mu Bai while driving, "Young master, is Sister Gu okay?" Chen Mu Bai, holding the unconscious Jiu Si against him, raised his hand to touch her forehead, which was very hot. She was already unconscious but still pressed tightly against her abdomen. Chen Mu Bai instinctively felt that she must be having stomach pain. How could a fever cause stomach pain? In a flash, Chen Mu Bai realized that it wasn't the fever causing the stomach pain. It was the stomach pain that caused the fever. Chen Jing Kang knew Chen Mu Bai was definitely angry because he wasn't responding to him. He glanced at him through the rearview mirror and proactively admitted his mistake. "Young master, I was wrong." Chen Mu Bai didn't feel like scolding him at that moment. "I asked you to watch her. How did you let this happen? Don't say anything. We'll talk about it later. Drive faster." Late at night, the quiet hospital became chaotic with Chen Mu Bai's arrival. He was never afraid of troubling others. Chen Jing Kang stood outside the ward, watching a group of experts in white coats crowded around Jiu Si's bed for an examination. He turned a glance at Chen Mu Bai and internally praised, "Young master, you really are bold." The hospital director, who had probably been rushed from sleep, had just wanted to greet Chen Mu Bai when Chen Mu Bai abruptly interrupted him. "Just treat her first." The director immediately turned and instructed a middle-aged doctor standing beside him to hurry things along. The middle-aged doctor went in and soon came out, "Young Master Mu. It's acute pancreatitis, and the patient's condition is very serious. She needs surgery immediately, but there are risks." The dim hospital corridor's lights cast a shadow on Chen Mu Bai's face, which turned dark and cold as he slowly spoke. "If you dare to continue, try it. Listen carefully. When I brought her in, she was alive, and she must come out of the operating room alive." For a moment, no one dared to speak. The director's graying eyebrows were tightly knitted together. The doctor-patient relationship was already tense, especially with someone like Chen Mu Bai. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence. "Chen Mu Bai." Everyone turned to see the usually mild-mannered Dr. Chen looking displeased at the legendary young Master Chen, with a hint of warning in his tone. The crowd exchanged puzzled glances, looking at Chen Mu Bai, who still maintained a calm expression but seemed to be suppressing something. How could an ordinary doctor dare to speak loudly to Chen Mu Bai? He was someone even the director treated with caution and a smile. Why was young Master Mu not only not angry, but had instead calmed down? Both of them shared the surname Chen. Could it be that Dr. Chen? Although Chen Mu Bai was proud and overbearing, he also knew when to be measured. He exhaled and softened his tone. "Save her first." The director nodded and turned to whisper instructions to several experts. "Quickly prepare for surgery." Outside the operating room, Chen Mu Bai and Chen Zhu sat quietly on a bench waiting. A doctor came out holding the surgical form and asked, "Who is Jiu Si's family member?" Chen Mu Bai stood up. "I am." The doctor mechanically instructed him to sign on the surgical form. After signing, Chen Mu Bai handed it to the doctor, who glanced at it and pointed to a blank space. "You need to fill in the relationship with the patient here." Chen Mu Bai paused and turned to ask Chen Zhu, "Brother, how should I fill this out?" Chen Zhu, standing behind Chen Mu Bai, looked deeply into his eyes. He could tell that Chen Mu Bai was somewhat flustered. Most people wouldn't notice Chen Mu Bai's unease. He appeared calm on the surface, his eyes showing no turbulence, and his voice had no fluctuations. Even when signing just now, his hand hadn't trembled. But Chen Zhu knew that if Chen Mu Bai were calm, he wouldn't be asking him for help or how to fill it out. The series of actions just now was merely instinctive, and his mind was already blank. In Chen Zhu's impression, the man named Chen Mu Bai had an iron fist and tenderness, capable of perfectly handling any situation. In terms of ability and means, he had long surpassed his older brother and no longer needed to seek help from him. The doctor in white didn't tell Chen Mu Bai exactly what to fill in, but looked into his eyes and spoke in a doctor's tone. "Some people with this illness have no obvious initial symptoms and think it's just ordinary abdominal pain. They endure it, thinking it will pass. But it can also be accompanied by fever and vomiting. If they're sent in after going into shock, it's already very serious. And the mortality rate is quite high." Chen Mu Bai was taken aback. Then after a moment, he lowered his head and seriously wrote a few words. Chen Zhu did not look at what he had written. He believed that Chen Mu Bai could understand what he was saying. However, the doctor glanced at it and looked at Chen Mu Bai in shock, then awkwardly turned to Chen Zhu. Chen Zhu smiled at her and thought, "Let it be." The doctor knew Chen Zhu and had some difficulty accepting that Chen Mu Bai referred to Chen Zhu as brother, considering Chen Zhu must have deep connections with the Chen family. The director stood to the side, insisting that no matter what young Master Mu said or did, they had to listen to him. After a moment of hesitation, she said nothing and walked away with a look as if she had swallowed a fly. The lights in the operating room soon lit up, and Chen Mu Bai remained quiet, occasionally turning to look in the direction of the operating room. Initially, the director and a group of doctors waited outside, but they were later driven away by Chen Mu Bai, leaving only Chen Zhu and Chen Jing Kang. Chen Mu Bai also disliked hospitals. That year, he had waited outside the operating room, and when the white doctor walked out, he shook his head at him with a look of helplessness and sympathy. Although he was still young at that time, he understood what it meant. The family member he depended on was gone. It was from that moment that his fate changed. Now, another woman, who was different to him, lay inside. He waited outside. If the outcome were the same as before, Would his fate change again? At this moment, Chen Mu Bai felt empty, as if a part of him was missing. He hadn't felt this way in a long time. The Chen family were heartless people, and so was he. He never invested emotions in anyone, fearing situations like today would arise. Without emotions, one wouldn't get hurt. Yet emotions always rooted deeply through subtle influences. And by the time one realizes it, they have already penetrated to the bone, making it impossible to extricate oneself. Chen Zhu lightly patted his shoulder and asked softly, "Shao Bai, what are you thinking about?" Chen Mu Bai, expressionless, almost immediately replied, "I was thinking that Jiu Si will definitely be fine. She still has so many things to do. She still asked me to help find her father, and I haven't found him for her yet. Once she recovers, I won't do anything else. I must help her find her father first." Chen Zhu, accustomed to seeing life and death in the hospital and the various reactions of patients' families, understood why the usually taciturn Chen Mu Bai suddenly had so much to say. He directly interrupted him. "Are you scared?" Chen Mu Bai shook his head, looking distressed as he turned to Chen Zhu. "I don't know. Others say I'm cold-hearted and ungrateful. Maybe I really am. She has been by my side for so many years, and now something has happened. I should feel sad, right? But because she has been with me for so long, sometimes our hearts are connected. I know what she is thinking. She can feel what I am thinking too. Right now, I can sense that she will be fine, and I believe this feeling. But since she hasn't come out, I can't relax, and my heart feels uneasy." He sighed. "I know you're a doctor, and you might find what I said ridiculous." Chen Zhu looked at Chen Mu Bai. He probably didn't know a term called great sorrow without tears. When he carried his mother's ashes into the house that year, he had a stubborn expression, not showing any sadness. Chen Zhu said nothing and patted his shoulder heavily. Chen Mu Bai didn't need comfort right now. He just needed Jiu Si to come out of the operating room safely, and for the lead surgeon to tell him that Jiu Si was fine. Chen Jing Kang was also regretting madly, running back and forth to complete the paperwork, and diligently buying water for Chen Mu Bai, who took it but didn't drink, ignoring him. Chen Zhu saw that Chen Jing Kang's eyes were red, so he called him aside and asked for a long time. After much hesitation, Chen Jing Kang finally clarified. Chen Zhu, helping but not favoring family, replied in a voice loud enough for Chen Mu Bai to hear, "It's not your fault. It's his own fault. If he couldn't take care of his own woman, what does he expect others to do?" After saying that, he glanced at Chen Mu Bai, who indeed frowned. Chen Jing Kang stared at Chen Zhu in astonishment. "How did you know?" "I didn't say anything random just now." Chen Zhu smiled, looking straight forward. "What do you know?" "You, and Jiu Si?" Chen Jing Kang seriously recalled. "I remember I didn't say anything." Chen Zhu shook his head. "Only you still think it's a secret. I really don't know how you survive in the Chen family." Chen Jing Kang was very anxious. "Second young master, Jiu will be fine, right?" Chen Zhu looked at Chen Mu Bai again. "I don't know. We'll have to wait until after the surgery to find out." A few hours later, the surgical lights went out, and Jiu Si was pushed out. The director of the gastroenterology department personally performed the surgery. After removing his mask, he spoke. "The surgery was very successful. The patient is temporarily out of danger, but she will need to stay in the hospital for a while." Upon hearing this, Chen Mu Bai finally felt relieved and followed the surgical cart to the ward. The lead surgeon suddenly called Chen Zhu over and spoke to him for a few moments before leaving. Chen Zhu arrived at the ward a little later and, after checking the various readings on the equipment, gestured for Chen Mu Bai to step outside with him. Chen Mu Bai, having seen the lead surgeon call Chen Zhu, straightforwardly asked, "What did the doctors say just now?" Jiu Si's immune system has been severely compromised. Although she seems fine on the surface, her body is very weak. This time it was caused by a viral infection. Has she had any serious illnesses before? For the first time, Chen Mu Bai did not know how to answer. He was stunned for a long time and finally said, "I don't know." Chen Zhu was somewhat puzzled. "Haven't you checked on Jiu Si? That's not your style." Chen Mu Bai furrowed his brows. "Chen Mingma is meticulous in his work, and everything is cleaned up thoroughly. I can't do anything about it." After saying that, he suddenly remembered something. "She does tend to have fevers often. Is that serious?" Chen Zhu reassured him. "It's not a major issue. She just needs to pay more attention. With a weakened immune function, it's easy to get sick when attacked by viruses." Chen Mu Bai frowned and fell silent. Chen Zhu had never seen Chen Mu Bai care so much about a woman. He smiled and said, You've been together for so many years. After this incident, you should understand some things. It's not easy for her as a girl. Treat her better in the future." Chen Mu Bai nodded. Chen Zhu felt that one of Chen Mu Bai's strengths was that he was very receptive to advice. As long as it was right, he could accept it. After discussing this, he curiously asked, "Why do you like her?" Not sure if it was because he had been around a foodie for too long and was influenced. Chen Mu Bai surprisingly saw a hint of gossip on Chen Zhu's face. He thought for a moment and honestly replied, "Because she is cunning enough, patient enough, smart enough, able to assess situations well, and very adaptable. Of course, you could also say she is a two-faced, opportunistic person." It was the first time Chen Zhu had heard such an answer, but those words didn't seem like compliments. After pausing, he said, "Are you looking for a life partner or a strategist? I always thought you had enough of that kind of scheming life and would look for a simpler girl." Chen Mu Bai squinted his eyes and looked ahead, murmuring, "A simpler girl is good, but as long as my last name is Chen, I can't escape this fire pit. If she can't protect herself, I can only protect her for a while. I can't protect her all the time. If that ruins her, it hurts me too. So why bother? Brother, I don't have your good fortune. I probably can only live in this fire pit for this life." Chen Zhu felt a bit sad and was silent for a while before speaking again. "It's not so bad now. You've been alone for so many years. And now you've finally found someone who understands you. I feel relieved." Chen Mu Bai seemed to want to say something, but the words were swallowed back. "Then I'll go in first. You can go and be busy." After returning to the ward, Chen Jing Kang was secretly glancing at Chen Mu Bai, muttering in a low voice, seemingly talking to himself, but actually directing his words to Chen Mu Bai. "Look, if I let you scold again, this is what happens. You're usually so scary, and you won't even dare to say anything when you're sick, right? Maybe if you were sent in earlier for some shots and medication, you'd be fine by now." Chen Mu Bai felt relieved that Jiu Si was okay, so he didn't want to argue with him. He glanced at him and asked, "Chen Jing Kang, what have you eaten recently?" Chen Jing Kang looked confused. "I haven't eaten much." "If you haven't eaten much, how come you're suddenly so bold?" Chen Jing Kang immediately came over with a flattering face. "Young master, now that Sister Gu is fine, do you want to go back and rest?" Chen Mu Bai sat down by the hospital bed. "You go back first. Come to pick me up early tomorrow morning. I'll change clothes and go to the company for a meeting. You don't need to stay at the company tomorrow. Find a better caregiver to take care of her. Call me if anything happens." After saying that, Chen Mu Bai looked at the person on the hospital bed and gradually fell into a daze. Chen Siyu had a point. He should treat her better in the future. She lay on the bed, her face pale, breathing weakly, without a trace of vitality. Chen Mu Bai reached out to stroke her face after staring for a long time. "What have you been through? Why is your body so badly hurt?" He used to think she was just very thin and never considered it might be due to health issues. Chen Jing Kang saw that he was already lost in thought, so he quietly left the ward. When Chen Siyu came to see Chen Mu Bai before his night shift, he found Chen Mu Bai asleep by the hospital bed, possibly uncomfortable in that position, with a slight frown. Chen Siyu walked over and woke him up. "Don't sleep. The doctor will come for round soon." Chen Mu Bai had high standards for his appearance. He would never wear wrinkled clothes. But at this moment, his shirt was crumpled, sleeves casually rolled up to his elbows, hair messy, and half of his face slightly flushed due to poor blood flow from lying down for too long, looking somewhat disheveled. He seemed not fully awake, blinking at Chen Siyu with a confused look. After realizing where he was, he immediately turned to look at Jiu Si and asked Chen Siyu, "Why hasn't Tishi woken up yet?" It was rare for Chen Siyu to see him in such a daze, and he held back a laugh. "Not so fast. She should be fine by this afternoon." When Duan Jingshi called to explain to Jiu Si, Chen Mu Bai was carefully instructing the caregiver about something. The phone buzzed in Jiu Si's jacket, and after Chen Mu Bai pulled it out and glanced at it, he quickly walked outside to answer. When Duan Jingshi heard a male voice, he was a bit surprised. "May I ask who you are?" Chen Mu Bai had a splitting headache after staying up all night and rubbed his brow impatiently. "Chen Mu Bai." Duan Jingshi paused. "Is Gu not available?" Chen Jing Kang approached, signaling to Chen Mu Bai that it was time to leave. Chen Mu Bai gestured back while replying, "She is not in a good condition." Duan Jingshi felt that explaining the matter to Chen Mu Bai would be more effective. "I want to clarify something. I've only met Gu a few times because of Shu Hua. We're just friends, nothing more. The last time we met at the CAF was also a setup. Please don't misunderstand." Chen Mu Bai cleared his throat, his voice sharp. To become friends after meeting a few times, you really make friends easily. Also, only friends need to personally explain, does Duke Duan treat everyone like this? Or is the Ministry of Foreign Affairs about to dissolve, and you have nothing better to do? Chen Mu Bai and Duan Jingxi were not in the same circle due to their age difference and lack of overlap. If they had to connect, it would be that Chen Mu Bai's cousin, Chen Mu Xiao, married a distant nephew of Duan Jingxi, even without mingling in the same circle. Chen Mu Bai had heard of Duan Jingxi's name. Duan Jingxi was older and more experienced than him. Several old families in the city were still controlled by the older generation, but only the Duan family had the elders still alive, with Duan Jingxi in charge, making him particularly prominent among the elderly with white hair. As the head of a family, he naturally wouldn't seem as harmless as he appeared. And with the current unclear relationship, Chen Mu Bai's attitude wasn't exactly polite, but he maintained a measure of restraint. Duan Jingxi had also heard of who Chen Mu Bai was. It was an exaggeration to say he was talented for his age, charming, and with a perfect face. No wonder women liked him, though he lacked a bit of humility. From Gu's perspective, I stand by the fact that she is not just a simple friend to me. Duan Jingxi openly admitted, speaking sincerely, I do have feelings for Gu. She was set up, and it concerns me, so I naturally need to explain. As for whether the Ministry of Foreign Affairs will dissolve, I haven't received any notice yet. If there is any news, I will inform you immediately. Regarding other matters, I think the Chen family is not a suitable place for her. If there is a chance to help Gu get out of there, I'm willing to assist her. Chen Mu Bai couldn't stand hearing this. Last time, Jiu Si herself said it made him furious. Chen Mingma's South intention to place Jiu Si with Duan Jingxi was still fresh in his mind. Moreover, now that it was another man saying this, he took a deep breath. Duke Duan, isn't this a bit premature? Duan Jingxi calmly asked for his opinion. It might be a bit early. Should I wait until Shu Hua is married off before discussing? Chen Mu Bai tightened his grip on the phone, but kept his voice calm. I will not marry Shu Hua. I can say this to you or anyone else. Duan Jingxi was good at manipulating minds, but the Chen family is not something you, Chen Mu Bai, can decide. Your words may not count, but in the Duan family, what I say is final. That's our difference. Chen Mu Bai was momentarily speechless. Chen Jing Kang had been waiting by the car for a while when he finally saw Chen Mu Bai walking over with a dark expression. He nervously asked, Young master, is Sister Gu's condition getting worse? Chen Mu Bai frowned impatiently at Chen Jing Kang. If you dare to say another word, I will make it bad for you. Chen Jing Kang looked dejected and covered his mouth as he opened the car door. That afternoon, Chen Si was supposed to rest, but was called to the hospital by the female doctor who needed Chen Mu Bai's signature on the day of the surgery. She awkwardly handed the surgery form to Chen Si. Dr. Chen, do we really need to archive it like this? At first, Chen Si didn't understand her meaning. But when he took a look at the form, he froze, immediately folding the paper away and putting it in his pocket with an air of family disgrace should not be aired. Then he awkwardly smiled, I'll have him fill out another one for you later. I'll take this one for now. After saying that, he turned and walked towards the ward. Chen Si couldn't imagine if the one who signed it back then was that gloomy and aloof Chen Mu Bai. Did he really know what he was writing at that time? When he arrived at the ward, Chen Mu Bai was not there. Jiu Si had already woken up, but was confused about why she was in the hospital. Chen Jing Kang was flailing his arms explaining, making Jiu Si dizzy. After being angry, Chen Si found it amusing and directly handed the paper to Jiu Si. When Shao Bai returns, help me pass this to him. You could take a look at it first before giving it to him. He spoke casually, but his face showed he was enjoying the spectacle. Jiu Si took it with a puzzled expression, opened it, and, after a few seconds, her face turned red. The relationship with the patient section actually had the words, not yet occurred written in large characters. Those 4 characters, flamboyant, were undoubtedly Chen Mu Bai's handwriting. Chen Jing Kang saw the strange expressions on both of their faces and leaned in curiously. What are you looking at? Jiu Si immediately began to cover it up, just like Chen Si did before, neatly folding it up and stuffing under her pillow, while also casually dismissing Chen Jing Kang. It's nothing. Chen Jing Kang, not seeing anything, was somewhat dissatisfied and reached for the corner of the paper that was sticking out from under the pillow, but Jiu Si, slapped his hand away. Chen Jing Kang covered his hand and gave up. Chen Si, holding back laughter, adjusted the speed of the four drip. Are you feeling uncomfortable? In this situation, Jiu Si really couldn't say she was very comfortable and simply replied with 2 words, it's fine. The most common postoperative complication is a residual abdominal abscess. So a drainage tube was placed and abdominal lavage was performed. After a few days, when the exudate decreases, it can be removed. During these days, she might have a fever at night and experience severe pain, so bear with it. I've already told Xiao Bai to stay with you at night. Chen Zhu had a serious expression, as if he were just informing the patient of precautions as a doctor. However, Jiu Si looked shocked. What are you talking about? Chen Mu Bai is definitely not someone who would stay in the hospital. In Jiu Si's impression, Chen Zhu is not the type to make such jokes. Chen Zhu smiled, but didn't explain further, simply saying to rest well before leaving. Chen Mu Bai had spent the whole day in meetings at work and arrived at the hospital exhausted in the evening. Jiu Si had just undergone surgery and couldn't eat, relying on 4 fluids to maintain her strength, and she looked unwell. She was startled when she saw Chen Mu Bai step into the ward. The two felt awkward, each with their own thoughts, and dared not look at each other. Jiu Si sat on the bed with her head down, and after Chen Mu Bai hung up his coat, he opened his mouth, starting with small talk. Awake? Jiu Si replied softly, Jiu Si was in the top-tier VIP ward, fully equipped and quiet. Chen Mu Bai didn't know what he was doing. He took a long time washing his hands in the nearby restroom before coming back to ask, still in pain? Jiu Si shook her head, not anymore. Although she wore the smallest hospital gown, it still hung loosely on her, and, with her minimal responses, she appeared particularly frail and obedient. Chen Mu Bai felt a warmth in his heart, his voice carrying a warmth as he said, if you're feeling unwell in the future, just tell me. Don't force yourself. I'm not a devil. Jiu Si thought Chen Mu Bai was blaming her and raised her head to look at him. I didn't know it would be that serious. As she looked up, her gaze met his eyes, soft and warm. Chen Mu Bai casually asked, have you had any serious illnesses before? The doctor said your immune system has been severely compromised. Jiu Si suddenly tensed up, her whole body becoming wary as she looked at Chen Mu Bai. Chen Mu Bai's expression turned slightly amused, but was very faint, if you don't want to talk about it. That's fine, don't be so tense. Chen Mu Bai's gentleness felt a bit strange to Jiu Si, making her uncomfortable as she widened her eyes and asked, what are you doing? Chen Mu Bai wasn't angry and allowed her to look at him, speaking naturally. I didn't do anything. I just feel like I was not nice to you before, so while I have the chance now, I want to make it up to you. Jiu Si lowered her head, gripping the edge of the blanket, and fell silent. Chen Mu Bai didn't know what to say either, and the ward suddenly fell silent. Chen Mu Bai suddenly moved closer, lifting his hand to touch Jiu Si's forehead while asking, do you still have a fever? His fingers felt cool as they gently rested on her forehead. A few seconds later, he frowned and softly murmured, it seems you still have a slight fever. Jiu Si's body stiffened. Her attention focused entirely on where Chen Mu Bai was touching her, afraid to move, her breathing becoming erratic. Chen Mu Bai noticed a piece of paper pressed under the pillow and took it out to change the subject, asking as he opened it, what is this? Jiu Si could only let out a sound of surprise, and before she could cover her face, Chen Mu Bai had already opened it to see. She immediately buried her face again, not daring to look at his expression. Chen Mu Bai was stunned for a moment, blinking as if trying to recall whether he had written it himself, and after a while, he remembered sneaking a look at Jiu Si and felt relieved to see she was not looking at him. Soon, Jiu Si heard a light cough followed by a dry laugh. Chen Mu Bai shook the piece of paper, laughing, what is this? How did it get here? I'll throw it out in a bit. Just then, Chen Jing Kang pushed the door open and, hearing this, came over with a fawning expression, young master. Are you throwing it away? Let me help you. The smile that had just begun to bloom on Chen Mu Bai's face vanished instantly. He rolled his eyes and forcefully pulled the paper back. What does this have to do with you? Let go. After saying that, he seriously folded it and stuffed it into his pocket. Chen Jing Kang looked innocent and aggrieved, thinking, wasn't he the one who said to throw it away? Why is it wrong for me to help? He felt that ever since Jiu Si got sick, the young master had suddenly become foolish. The phrase not yet felt like a spell, making both Chen Mu Bai and Jiu Si feel more awkward. They pretended to be busy, looking around but not daring to make eye contact or speak to each other. Chen Mu Bai pointed at the cup of water on the table and pretended to be calm. Do you want some water? I'll pour it for you. Jiu Si glanced at him. I can't drink water. Chen Mu Bai retracted his hand. Oh, right? You can't drink water. Jiu Si noticed his discomfort and took the initiative to speak. It's getting late. You should go back and rest. Chen Mu Bai didn't want to leave. Chen Zhu had specifically called him today to emphasize that he must not leave at night. But he could never bring himself to say he was staying to accompany her. After thinking for a long time, he finally found a reason. I haven't eaten yet. Chen Jing Kang, go buy me something. Chen Jing Kang, who had sensed the awkwardness between them, had long wanted to escape and immediately disappeared upon hearing this. After about 10 minutes, the aroma of food wafted through the ward. Jiu Si helplessly watched as Chen Mu Bai enjoyed his meal at the dining table, eating heartily in front of a patient who was starving but couldn't eat. Was he really not doing it on purpose? To distract herself. Jiu Si turned on the TV, and when she tuned into a news program, Jingxi suddenly appeared on the screen, seemingly at a diplomatic event, looking radiant and distinguished. Seeing someone she recognized, she instinctively paused and didn't change the channel. However, after a second of hesitation, Chen Mu Bai's nonchalant voice came from beside her, laced with faint disdain. Oh, who is this? Looks pretty good, very presentable. Jiu Si shot him a glance, not believing that Chen Mu Bai really didn't know Jingxi. His earlier words carried unmasked hostility. Coupled with her sensitive identity, a tiny bit of servility within her was triggered, and she replied submissively, I don't know either. Then she quickly switched to the next channel. Chen Mu Bai seemed pleased with her response and said nothing more, calling Chen Jing Kang over to tidy up and sending him away, instructing him to come back in the morning to replace him. Chen Mu Bai went to the restroom to wash his hands and face, and when he came out, the TV was still playing its boring content, but Jiu Si was lying on the bed, motionless. His heart tightened, and when he walked over, he saw Jiu Si gritting her teeth, frowning, her forehead covered in fine cold sweat, with veins popping out at her temples, making her face look frighteningly pale, occasionally gasping for breath. Chen Mu Bai immediately threw the towel aside. I'll go call the doctor to give you painkillers. Jiu Si forced herself to speak to comfort him. I had some during the day. The doctor said I can't have more. I'm not in too much pain. Chen Mu Bai's face darkened. Looking extremely grim, Jiu Si stopped smiling. You look worse than when you cry. Jiu Si could no longer smile, her long eyelashes flickering slightly, trembling. Chen Mu Bai sat by the bed and held her hand, which was gripping the bedsheet tightly, her palms drenched in cold sweat. Without the bedsheet, Jiu Si instinctively clutched Chen Mu Bai's hand tightly, almost using all her strength, her knuckles turning white. Chen Mu Bai felt as if his heart was being pricked by something fine and dense, aching, itching, and swelling all at once. Chen Zhu had previously told him to be mentally prepared. This illness causes suffering during its onset, and recovery is even more painful. But he hadn't expected her to be in such agony. Chen Zhu was right. It's all his fault for not taking good care of her. Chen Mu Bai lowered his eyes and suddenly spoke. What I told you last time about falling into the ice lake in the Wangfu Garden that winter was true. I was pierced in the chest by an ice column that fell, and half the lake was stained red with blood. At that moment, I felt like I was going to die from the pain. Jiu Si forced herself to respond. And then, Chen Mu Bai pondered for a moment and said, Later, I still have scars on my body. Do you want me to take off my shirt for you to see? Jiu Si looked at him helplessly, and Chen Mu Bai tugged at the corner of his mouth. Not funny? Then let me say something else. Actually, since then, I've been quite afraid of going to the lake in winter. When we were walking on the ice that day, my legs were weak. You probably didn't notice. The words Chen Mu Bai spoke drifted gently into Jiu Si's heart. She knew he was trying to divert her attention. Although she still frowned, she smiled and her tone lightened considerably. I don't seem to hurt as much now. However, Chen Mu Bai suddenly fell silent, staring at her for a long time. She was in such pain, yet still pretending to comfort him, and a different emotion surged in his heart. The gloom in his brows and eyes became more apparent, and when he spoke, he realized his voice was trembling. If you keep acting like this, I really have no way to help you. When Jiu Si spoke again, tears were welling up in her eyes, and her voice carried a sobbing tone. Chen Mu Bai, it really hurts. I know. He held her hand, lowered his head to kiss her forehead, and the tears that flowed were gentle and tender. Chapter 53. Not knowing how long had passed, Chen Mu Bai finally noticed that the strength in his hand had diminished significantly. Jiu Si's breathing became even and long, but her brows were still furrowed. He raised his hand and gently rubbed her forehead, wanting to smooth it out, but it just wouldn't settle. Chen Mu Bai spent the night on the sofa opposite the hospital bed, getting up every so often to check on Jiu Si, making the highly paid nurse feel quite guilty. Early the next morning, before Jiu Si had woken up, he had already changed his clothes and washed up, sitting in front of the hospital bed reading the newspaper. Unfortunately, he had tea read for long before he saw Chen Jing Kang rushing in. Just as he opened his mouth to shout something, Chen Mu Bai stopped him with a glance, prompting him to lower his voice and tiptoe to whisper a few words in Chen Mu Bai's ear. Chen Mu Bai glanced at the time and then at the still sleeping Jiu Si before quickly standing up and leaving the ward to wait in the corridor. It was still early. Usually, Chen Mingma would be practicing Tai Chi and having breakfast at this time, but today he appeared in the hospital, followed closely by the hurried dean, whose white coat buttons were mismatched, making him look particularly funny. Chen Mu Bai calmly watched Chen Mingma approach. The dean seemed not to have grasped the situation yet. Maintaining a smile, rest assured, the ward and treatment are the best, and the patient is recovering well. She'll be able to be discharged in a few days. To be honest, Chen Mu Bai was not surprised to see Chen Mingma here. He understood that what was meant to come would come eventually. Chen Mingma's expression was far from pleasant. As he walked past Chen Mu Bai toward the ward, Chen Mu Bai extended a hand to stop him. She is still asleep. Let us talk here. I'm not here to find you. Chen Mingma pointed inside. I'm looking for her. Huh? Chen Mu Bai curled his lips. You're looking for her because of me, right? Wouldn't it be better to just tell me directly what is bothering you? The dean sensed that something was off. This didn't sound like a normal father-son conversation at all. Just then, Chen Mingma glanced at him, and the dean immediately realized his presence was unnecessary. He nodded and said, You two carry on. If there is anything, call me. After finishing, he left with a few doctors without looking back. The hospital room was on the top floor, and those who stayed here were either rich or noble. At this time, looking around the entire ward area, it seemed that only the two people standing in the corridor remained. Chen Mingma didn't seem angry. He looked Chen Mu Bai up and down. Did you just arrive, or have you been here since last night? Chen Mu Bai had no intention of hiding it. I didn't leave last night. Chen Mingma immediately became displeased. Let us be honest. Jiu Si is just a servant of the Chen family. Do you really need to take care of her personally? Chen Mu Bai retorted. In your eyes, Jiu Si is just a servant of the Chen family. Yet you still rushed over personally this morning, didn't you? Chen Mingma raised his voice. I came because of her. Who doesn't know that? Sorry, gentlemen. Chen Zhu appeared behind them at some point, wearing a well-fitted white coat. When he saw Chen Mingma, he showed no signs of discomfort or sarcasm. Treating him like a stranger, Mr. Chen, this is a hospital. Patients need rest. If you have any issues that require shouting to resolve, please find another place. After saying this, without waiting for their reaction, he walked slowly toward the ward. Chen Zhu had long since stopped recognizing Chen Mingma as his father, and Chen Mingma had long stopped recognizing Chen Zhu as his son. Yet, Chen Mingma's pride was momentarily stifled by Chen Zhu's address of Mr. Chen. Chen Mu Bai turned his back to Chen Mingma and gave Chen Zhu a thumbs up where he couldn't see. Chen Zhu was gentle and polite, but that didn't mean he lacked the skill to attack when needed. It was until Chen Zhu's figure disappeared down the corridor that Chen Mingma spoke again, this time in a much calmer tone. I don't care who you like, but you need to be clear about who you're going to marry. Chen Mu Bai's attitude was firm. I want to marry Xu Hua, and you don't need to use anyone to threaten me. Chen Mingma finally revealed his trump card. I want to threaten you, but I've heard that Jiu Si is quite filial. If something happens to her father, she might beg me to let her go to Duan Jingxi's side. When the time comes, the woman you like is crying and begging you to let her go for another man. That scene probably won't be pretty, right? Chen Mingma knew that Chen Mu Bai was investigating Jiu Si's father's situation, and Chen Mu Bai had already guessed that Chen Mingma would use her father as bait to force Jiu Si to comply. The two of them had silently understood this for a long time, but this was the first time they had brought it to the surface. Chen Mu Bai's face turned ashen, and Chen Mingma softened his tone, walking over to pat Chen Mu Bai on the shoulder. With your capital, you can have many women if you want. Even if you marry Shu Hua, it won't stop you from finding other women. At that time, I won't care about you anymore. But that position by your side must be reserved for Shu Hua. Chen Mu Bai looked at him, his gaze resolute and his words concise. I'm not you. Those words made Chen Mingma's expression change several times. When he looked up again, his authority was fully evident. Chen Mu Bai, you need to think this through. Don't force me to take action. Just as Chen Zhu stepped into the ward, he saw Jiu Si sitting up. Although the ward had good sound insulation, one could still vaguely hear the conversation outside if they listened closely. Jiu Si's face showed no expression, merely mechanically receiving signals without reacting. This was probably the most suffocating moment for Chen Mu Bai since reaching adulthood, not because of anything else, but because of her. For a moment, Jiu Si's heart was filled with mixed emotions. Chen Mingma would temporarily treat her father well due to his concerns for Chen Mu Bai, while Chen Mu Bai could only deal with Shu Hua perfunctorily because of his concern for her. She, in turn, didn't dare to confront Chen Mingma because of her father, and everything seemed to have fallen into a vicious cycle. Chen Zhu didn't want Jiu Si to continue listening, so he walked over to divert her attention, asking in a routine manner, do you feel any discomfort today? Jiu Si quickly replied, no. Chen Zhu checked her condition and concluded, you're recovering well. You might still have a bit of fever, but it should be fine in a few days. Jiu Si had been very cooperative throughout, but she seemed somewhat distracted. Chen Zhu felt a pang of sympathy at her demeanor and dismissed the nurse, saying ambiguously, do you have anything you want to ask me? Jiu Si stared at Chen Zhu for a long time before finally shaking his head. Chen Zhu lowered his head and smiled a little, muttering to himself, just like Shao Bai. The sound of a door opening came from behind, and Chen Zhu knew that Chen Mu Bai had come in, so he prepared to leave. All right, you rest well. I'll be going first. When he brushed past Chen Mu Bai, Chen Zhu only slightly nodded, but his eyes contained encouragement. Now, he would no longer interfere in the affairs of the Chen family. All he could do was watch this brother walk further and further, and hopefully have someone supported by his side. When Duan Jingxi and Shu Hua came to see Jiu Si, she had just fallen asleep after experiencing pain. Chen Mu Bai was wiping the cold sweat off her forehead with a warm towel, and when a nurse came over to help, he declined the offer. When Duan Jingxi and Shu Hua entered, Chen Mu Bai merely glanced at them and continued his actions without saying anything. He was immersed in his own world, not wanting to be disturbed by anyone. Lacking experience in caring for others, he relied solely on his instincts, gentle yet serious. While wiping Jiu Si's hands, he noticed a scar in her palm and paused for a moment. Looking back, he realized that he had already seen through the myriad of colors. All the past good and bad now appeared as beautiful memories. Shu Hua felt a sharp pain in her heart as she watched him, thinking that he could only look at her like that. How could he be so gentle with another woman? It seemed that his eyes could only accommodate that woman. How could he be so gentle? She had never seen him so gentle before. A man, no matter how cold, will have a gentle side, but it may not be directed at you. This was Duan Jingxi's first purposeful visit to Chen Mu Bai. When he saw the man before him, he vaguely recalled the last time he saw this young man at a distant nephew's wedding. At that time, Chen Mu Bai was full of confidence, exuberantly displaying a passion that people envied, an ambition that was determined to succeed. Now, his ambition seemed even stronger than before, but with an elegance and calmness. His expressions were more serene. The host did not seem to welcome their arrival. After placing the flowers and fruit basket down, Duan Jingxi signaled Shu Hua to leave. However, Shu Hua seemed unwilling to leave just like that, staring at Chen Mu Bai, who appeared oblivious to her gaze. In the end, Shu Hua was forcibly pulled away by Duan Jingxi. Chen Mu Bai's meaning was clear. Staying any longer would only be self-humiliating. Shu Hua was bursting with words and wanted to speak to Duan Jingxi as soon as they left the ward, but he interrupted her, saying they could talk in the car. As soon as they got into the car, Shu Hua couldn't wait any longer and asked, Uncle, does Chen Mu Bai like Jiu Si? Jiu Si had previously only judged based on a faint feeling, but after witnessing the earlier scene, he could conclude with certainty that it was probably more than just simple affection. Seeing Jiu Si's serious expression, Xu Hua realized she had guessed correctly and immediately became furious. Not directed at Chen Mu Bai, but at Jiu Si. What does Jiu Si mean by this? She likes him and introduces him to me so eagerly? Does she think I'm easy to bully? Jiu Si knew how deep the waters of the Chen family were, but did not want to explain to Xu Hua, rubbing his temples in irritation. All right, stop talking. Xu Hua was unconvinced. Why can't I talk? Jiu Si rationally thought for a few seconds and spoke again. Since you've seen everything, you should know this man doesn't have you in his heart. If that's the case, there's no need for you to marry into that family. I will talk to your parents and end this marriage alliance. I won't. I'm not convinced. I'm not giving up. Since childhood, anything Xu Hua wanted she could get, and she had long formed the habit of taking what she desired, even if it wasn't hers. Jiu Si, unusually impatient, replied, "What good will it do if you don't give up? Can such things be forced? It's all that cheap woman's fault. If it weren't for her." Jiu Si's face turned cold. Shut up. No matter how angry a girl gets, she shouldn't use foul language. Where's your Xu family's grace and demeanor? Is this how your parents taught you? Xu Hua looked at Jiu Si in shock. Uncle, why are you always siding with others today? Jiu Si stopped speaking, closed his eyes, and rested. He wasn't siding with anyone. He just didn't want to see Xu Hua sink deeper and deeper. Nor did he want to see himself get dragged down. Xu Hua clenched her fists in anger, seemingly making a quiet resolution. Jiu Si had been in bed for too long, and when she looked at the blooming forsythias by the road as she was discharged, she realized that spring had already arrived. She didn't go straight to work after leaving the hospital. Chen Mu Bai insisted that she stay home to recuperate for a week before discussing anything, treating her as if she were idly resting. On a weekend afternoon, the weather was warm and breezy, but an uninvited guest arrived. Xu Hua wore a high-end custom spring outfit from a certain brand, complemented by exquisite makeup, making her look stunning, clearly having dressed up for this visit. At that moment, Jiu Si was sitting on the carpet in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, playing cards with Chen Jing Kang, wearing a simple black V-neck t-shirt that slightly exposed her collarbone, paired with loose loungewear. After waking up from a nap, she had only wiped her face. Jiu Si blinked. Did she look a bit messy in this state? Xu Hua was taken aback as she watched Jiu Si calmly lift her head from her cards, her unmade face revealing clear, radiant skin that seemed genuine and composed, as if she had just gotten out of bed. Her half-open, lazy eyes even carried a hint of alluring charm. The first time she saw her, it was in front of Chun Mingmao, where she had a light makeup and was docile. Xu Hua hadn't paid much attention at first, just thought she looked decent, and assumed that anyone by Chen Mu Bai's side should be exceptional. After seeing her a few more times, Jiu Si had always been quiet, sometimes even a bit aloof, occasionally showing sharpness. But today, after a closer look, she suddenly found her extremely captivating. Jiu Si noticed Xu Hua staring at her in shock, and thought her appearance had startled her. She lowered her head to adjust her clothes, not yet sure how to explain when she heard Chen Mu Bai's voice. "Weren't you supposed to be resting in bed? Why are you up again?" Chen Mu Bai came downstairs, walking past Xu Hua without glancing at her, bending down to look at the cards in Jiu Si's hand. Unable to find a proper point of support, he placed a hand on her shoulder, applying slight pressure, making the whole situation naturally intimate. Jiu Si sensed something was off and wanted to put away the cards. But Chen Mu Bai was quicker. He wrapped his hand around hers, preventing her from moving. This made the situation even more ambiguous to Xu Hua. It looked as if Chen Mu Bai was embracing Jiu Si. Jiu Si's whole body stiffened, even though she and Chen Mu Bai were no longer as tense as before. This level of intimacy was still unexpected. She stole a glance at him, and he was seriously focused on the cards, quickly tossing one down and reminding the dazed Chen Jing Kang, "Stop dawdling, it's your turn." In truth, everything Chen Mu Bai did was to force Xu Hua to give up. Since things weren't working out with Chun Mingmao, the only option left was for Xu Hua to abandon this ridiculous marriage alliance. However, it seemed Xu Hua didn't understand this. Jiu Si immediately struggled to stand up upon hearing this. How could she dare to let Xu Hua come over to help her? She was afraid that Shu Hua might pinch her in a place where she couldn't see. Chen Mu Bai was worried she might strain her injury. So he didn't stop her and even helped her a little. Only then did she straighten up, feigning surprise at seeing Shu Hua. When did you arrive? Shu wouldn't dare to get angry and replied, I just came. Chen Mu Bai nodded, is there something? Shu Hua forced a smile. Uncle Chen asked us to go home for dinner together, and I specifically came to call you. Chen Mu Bai still held a few cards in his hand and turned to Jiu Si. Is this true? Jiu Si widened her eyes at him. Was he trying to help her create animosity? Why was he asking her? How would she know if it was true or not? Was he planning to make Shu Hua hate him? Shu Hua seemed a bit flustered, glanced at Jiu Si, and hurriedly explained. Uncle Chen said he had agreed with you. Chen Mu Bai looked puzzled. Really? Did he agree? I don't remember. Shu Hua didn't believe that Chen Mu Bai truly forgot. He was most likely doing this on purpose. She endured and feigned magnanimity. It's fine, there's still time. If you need to prepare anything, you can. Chen Mu Bai was the best at making things difficult for others. The more the other person tolerated him, the more he would push his luck. Jiu Si felt that Shu Hua was simply not on the same level as him. Once he made a move, Shu Hua couldn't resist at all. Sure enough, the next second, they heard Chen Mu Bai's lazy and casual voice. Actually, there's nothing to prepare. I just suddenly don't want to go. Shu Hua probably had never encountered this situation before and pointed at Chen Mu Bai. You. Why are you so? In fact, Shu Hua had good manners and generally wouldn't use unpleasant words. Jiu Si watched from the side and thought this scene was very familiar. Over the years of being with Chen Mu Bai, he would sometimes be temporarily aloof and change his mind, saying he wouldn't go when he had promised to. However, when he made things difficult for her, he would do so with a smile, filled with a bit of mischief and teasing. In retrospect, it seemed like it was just to make her anxious. No matter how much he teased her, he would ultimately show up on time as agreed, never truly embarrassing her. But now, he was genuinely making things difficult for Shu Hua. There was an imperceptible annoyance in his eyes, and he had never even glanced at Shu Hua properly. As he watched her eyes redden and about to cry, he remained unmoved. Instead, his annoyance became more evident. Jiu Si believed that today's dinner had definitely been arranged in advance, but not everyone could handle Chen Mu Bai when he was being difficult. Shu Hua, feeling helpless, took out her phone. How about I let Uncle Chen talk to you? Jiu Si thought Shu Hua seemed smart, but why did she always do such foolish things? Was this a threat? And did she only know this trick? Last time it was against her, this time it was against Chen Mu Bai. But she didn't know that Chen Mu Bai was not someone who could be threatened. Chen Mu Bai scoffed, disdainfully uttering 3 words, do as you please. Once the call connected, Shu Hua only said, he suddenly said he doesn't want to go, and then handed the phone to Chen Mu Bai. Chen Mu Bai didn't even look at her and arrogantly took the call, but as soon as he spoke, he was filled with endless grievances and resentment. You know, I need to take a nap at noon. If I don't sleep well, I might flip the table at night. What does it mean for her to come during my nap time? Also, I have a cleanliness obsession. She actually touched things in my house without washing her hands. What does that mean? I haven't even done anything, and she dares to complain? No one expected Chen Mu Bai to play such an unexpected card. Shu Hua was already stunned, and even Jiu Si and Chen Jing Kang, who had been with Chen Mu Bai for years, were taken aback by how things turned out. They exchanged a glance, both understanding without needing to say a word. The young master's acting and aloofness had really reached a new level. No one knew what Chan Ming Mo said on the other end of the line, but Chen Mu Bai paused for a moment, then returned to normal, his voice carrying his usual nonchalance. Oh, I just wanted to see how capable the person you fancy is. I didn't expect I wouldn't even pass this hurdle. You tell me, with so many people in the Chan family, how could she handle it? What if others laugh at me? By the way, don't you think you're meddling too much? You're managing this kind of thing? I'm afraid your phone will become a direct line in the future. Shu Hua didn't understand Chen Mu Bai. He could turn black into white with just his words. And even if he stabbed you in the back in front of everyone, he could eloquently explain it away as being for your own good. Shu Hua was already embarrassed from being mocked. After taking the phone, Chen Ming Mo's tone was also not good. You young people need to learn to solve your own problems. Don't call me for such things in the future. After saying that, he hung up. Shu Hua ran out with tears in her eyes. The room fell silent for a while before Chen Jing Kang asked, Young master, are we still going to the old house tonight? Chen Mu Bai glanced at Jiu Si. Of course, we can't not go. Chen Jing Kang pointed outside. Then will she go too? Humph. If the old man can't even handle such a little girl, then he really has lived so long for nothing. Chen Mu Bai spoke lightly, but his heart was heavy. He knew that continuing to joke around wasn't a solution. Chen Ming and Mo wouldn't give up until he achieved his goal. All he could do now was try to buy time. Things in the south needed to speed up, and he hoped everything would be in time. But he turned his head and helplessly looked at Jiu Si. Why didn't this woman know how to feel jealous? Didn't she feel anything when she saw other women come to entangle him? He was so angry he was about to explode, but couldn't act out because she was still sick. Every time he looked at her with deep meaning, he was always met with a blank expression. Was she even a woman? Just before leaving, Chen Mu Bai looked at Jiu Si, who was still idle. Why aren't you changing your clothes yet? Am I going to? I think I want to go. To be honest, she was afraid to see Chen Ming and Mo right now. Chen Mu Bai pulled her up, urging her to change. Anyway, it's nothing to stay at home. Just consider going out for some fresh air. Jiu Si nodded and walked toward her room. Chen Mu Bai quietly smiled as he watched her go upstairs. Jiu Si didn't realize that she had been half negotiating and half acting spoiled when talking to Chen Mu Bai. And Chen Mu Bai also didn't notice the faint doting in his gaze and tone, which had never happened in the previous years. Although some words were left unspoken, the two were undergoing changes they were both unaware of. There was some traffic on the road. Jiu Si had been cooped up at home, recovering from her illness, and hadn't gone out for a long time. Seeing the traffic jam also put her in a rare good mood. She turned to look out the window, and Chen Mu Bai turned to look at her. He knew this meal wasn't that simple, but his heavy mood gradually lifted because of the flickering smile on her face. When Chen Mu Bai entered the house, he didn't go anywhere else, but headed straight to the kitchen, not calling for Chen Jing Kang, and walked in himself, asking as he went, "Is the soup I wanted ready?" A response quickly came from inside. "Third young master, it's ready. It's been simmering all day as you instructed. I'll bring it out to you." Soon, Chen Mu Bai came out carrying a soup pot, handed it to Chen Jing Kang, and then turned to explain to Jiu Si, "Master Feng's herbal soup is exceptional. It tastes great and is especially nourishing. Uncle Feng can't make this." Soon, the aroma filled the air, carrying not only the fresh scent of the food, but also a faint herbal fragrance. Chen Jing Kang was drooling as he stared at the soup pot. Jiu Si had been staring at the soup pot for a long time before looking up at Chen Mu Bai and uncertainly asking, "So you called me here just to drink soup? What else? Do I still lack this meal?" Chen Mu Bai smiled and said, "You don't need to go over in a while. Just go to my room to rest. I'll have Chen Jing Kang bring the food to you, and I'll call you when it's time to leave." After saying that, he instructed Chen Jing Kang to make sure Jiu Si finished her soup before he walked through the corridor to the backyard. After just a few steps, he saw Shu Hua standing by the roadside as if she was waiting for someone. Upon seeing Chen Mu Bai, she quickly ran over and said, "I thought the garden of the Wang Fu was quite complicated, and I was worried you wouldn't be able to find a dining place. So I waited for you to go together." Chen Mu Bai replied coolly, "Yes, this is my home. How could I not find a place?" Chen Mu Bai took large strides, and Shu Hua jogged to keep up. "I was wrong this afternoon. I didn't know what time you took your nap. I won't disturb you at that time in the future. I will definitely wash my hands before going to your house, and I won't complain to Uncle Chen anymore." Chen Mu Bai frowned. He didn't understand what kind of soup Chen Mingma had fed Shu Hua, this rich girl who usually cared so much about her image. How could she apologize so readily after just a few hours? He glanced at Shu Hua. Either she was a brainless fool who could be easily manipulated, or her acting skills were so good that he had misjudged her all along. Chen Mu Bai knew that Chen Mingma's intention for him and Shu Hua to come back together was more than just a meal. Even though he was mentally prepared, he was still startled when he pushed the door open. Almost everyone from the Chen family was seated inside, aside from festive occasions. Such a gathering was usually for weddings or funerals. Chen Mu Bai walked in calmly, sat down, and ignored Shu Hua and the others, stroking his forehead and smiling. Was Chen Mingma trying to create public pressure? Chen Mingma, rarely showing a kind demeanor like a father meeting his daughter-in-law, introduced Shu Hua to the members of the Chen family one by one. Throughout, Chen Mu Bai did not say a word, and everyone could see his unwillingness. Saying congratulations was a dilemma, saying it would offend Chen Mu Bai and not saying it would offend Chen Mingma. The atmosphere was neither warm nor cold, devoid of any festive cheer. Chen Mu Bai knew that if he said a single no today, Chen Mingma would take action, which is also the reason he insisted on keeping Jiu Si by his side. He could protect Jiu Si, but not her father, and he didn't want Jiu Si to hate him. Chen Mingma rarely smiled, while Shu Hua, the rich girl, behaved with propriety. What should have been a harmonious meeting between parents turned chaotic due to Chen Mu Bai's non-cooperation. When Chen Mingma introduced Chen Mu Yun, Chen Mu Bai, who had been silent, suddenly spoke to Shu Hua. I heard the eldest young master has liked you for a long time. He even had a fight with me over you back then. Take a good look. If you really like him, I'll step aside. The previously lukewarm atmosphere instantly chilled by several degrees. Chen Mu Yun shot him an annoyed glare but didn't dare to lose his temper in front of Chen Mingma, sulking in the corner with a drink. The two brothers had fought over things before, and the onlookers understood that this was yet another defeat for Chen Mu Yun against Chen Mu Bai. Shu Hua had seen Chen Mu Yun at the Dong family banquet before. He hadn't inherited the delicate features typical of the Chen family, but instead looked much sturdier, resembling the Dong family more. While it was fine for men to be rugged, Shu Hua felt he was much coarser compared to Chen Mu Bai. She originally disdained such idlers from wealthy families, but she glanced at him because he was Chen Mu Bai's half-brother. Later, she learned that the Dong family had subtly mentioned a marriage proposal to her parents, which they had declined. Duan Jingzhen reminded her that wealthy families abhorred ethical chaos, especially among brothers, advising her to keep her distance from Chen Mu Yun. However, she didn't expect Chen Mu Bai to so recklessly embarrass her by saying it out loud. Shu Hua secretly glanced at Chen Mu Bai. He squinted slightly, a smirk of disdain at the corner of his mouth. She had long known that the Chen brothers were at odds, but was Chen Mu Bai targeting Chen Mu Yun or her? It seemed Chen Mu Bai had no intention of stopping. He continued with the introductions, his tone sarcastic. This is Chen Mu Zhao. If his father hadn't died early, he would have been the one betrothed to you, and I wouldn't have had anything to do with it. Young Master Zhao is good in every way, except for his health. Sigh. After a half-serious sigh, Chen Mu Zhao coughed in response, and Shu Hua couldn't help but frown in disgust. After coughing for a while, Chen Mu Zhao weakly replied, Young Master Mu is joking. Chen Mingma, sitting at the head of the table, remained silent, allowing Chen Mu Bai to do as he pleased. Chen Mu Bai didn't disappoint him, introducing Shu Hua to everyone. Then after a while, he asked Shu Hua in a light-hearted, biting tone, what do you think of this young man? He may not look as good as me, but he's passable. He is currently involved in the military, and I heard he's doing pretty well, but only hearsay. Also, he is a bit dim-witted, but he is just right for you. Chen Mu Bai's praises mixed with hidden insults left Shu Hua utterly embarrassed. After the introductions, seeing Shu Hua's flushed face, he asked with feigned kindness, Didn't you like this one? No worries, let us move on to the next. This one is good. He is Chen Mu's younger brother. Chen Mu is your sister-in-law. If you two get together, it will be a closer bond. Chen Mu Bai was becoming increasingly reckless, turning the gathering into a matchmaking event, where all the eligible young men of the Chen family, except for him, were up for grabs. After finishing the introductions, he looked up at Chen Mingma, raising an eyebrow slightly in mild provocation. However, Chen Mingma smiled slightly, his expression inscrutable. It seemed he wielded a big stick, hitting everyone around, but it was purposeful, targeting the sharp thorns of various factions, merely to warn them that Chen Mu Bai's jokes weren't something everyone could enjoy. Chen Mingma increasingly felt that he hadn't made a wrong choice in selecting Chen Mu Bai as his successor. But those sitting below, upon seeing Chen Mingma's strange smile, became increasingly restless. Shu Hua's face turned red, feeling lost, as she couldn't understand the intricacies of the situation. Jiu Si stared blankly at the bowl in front of her, not moving for a long time. Chen Jing Kang tapped the spoon against the bowl, startling Jiu Si back to reality as she looked at him in confusion. Sister Gu, what are you thinking? Hurry and drink. It will get cold soon. Jiu Si nodded. I wasn't thinking of anything. In fact, she was thinking about how she had seen Meng Lai and Chen Mu Zhao standing together by the rockery when passing through the back garden, and she felt something was off. Meng Lai and Chen Mu Zhao? She had specifically looked to see that Qian Chong wasn't nearby. Since Chen Mu Zhao had mobility issues, Qian Chong was always with him. What could they be discussing that was so confidential that even Qian Chong had been sent away? But then she thought, when Chen Mu Bai saw her standing with Chen Mu Yun, he misunderstood that she was trying to climb the social ladder. Now, seeing Meng Lai and Chen Mu Zhao together, she had the same thought. Wasn't she just like Chen Mu Bai back then? Perhaps due to being ill for so long, Jiu Si had grown accustomed to the peace and quiet. And now returning to this chaotic and complicated cage made her feel somewhat powerless, even though she had long been used to the intrigues and could handle them with ease. She still yearned for a simple and stable life. When Jiu Si came back to her senses, she noticed Chen Jing Kang also had a worried expression. This time, it was her turn to tap the bowl. "Little friend, what's wrong?" Chen Jing Kang wore a pained expression. "Yao Jia. She keeps asking me about the young master's affairs. Is she also?" Jiu Si guessed it was her and smiled at Chen Jing Kang. "If so, what are you planning to do?" Chen Jing Kang replied with dissatisfaction and defiance. "What can I do? The young master is such an outstanding person. How can I compare?" Jiu Si decided to prompt Chen Jing Kang. "Chen Jing Kang, let me ask you, how long has Yao Jia known Chen Mu Bai?" Chen Jing Kang thought for a moment. "A few years, I guess." Jiu Si gently stirred the soup in her bowl and casually asked, "After knowing someone for several years, what is there that can't be found out? Why would she need to ask you so obviously?" Chen Jing Kang frowned and defended Yao Jia. Maybe she thinks I understand the young master better." Jiu Si smiled. "There are many people who understand the young master. Why doesn't she come to ask me?" Chen Jing Kang thought for a long time before coming up with a clumsy reason. Maybe she feels embarrassed. Jiu Si threw down the soup spoon and looked at Chen Jing Kang. If she were embarrassed, she would hint at it, not be so straightforward. "With your experience, if she didn't want you to notice, how would you know anything?" Chen Jing Kang finally realized. "Are you saying she is trying to sow discord?" Jiu Si tilted her head. "I didn't say anything. But, Chen Jing Kang, Yao Jia is in this line of work and I've been in it too. So I know that a simple mind can't survive in it. Don't underestimate her. When you and I met Chen Mu Bai, he didn't have the surname Chen, and no one called him Young Master Mu. Yet we both willingly followed him. We both know it's not because of anything else, but because of who he is. There's an old saying, a beautiful woman brings disaster, and it's not without reason. Chen Mu Bai truly cares for you, and since you grew up together, you know how precious that is to him. I hope you don't let others use you to do something that would hurt him." Chen Jing Kang realized his unintentional display of negative emotions and felt a bit ashamed. "I understand." Suddenly, the smile on Jiu Si's face faded completely. She stared intently at Chen Jing Kang, her voice turning a bit colder. "All right, Chen Jing Kang, tell me, up until now, have you done anything to betray Chen Mu Bai?" She held her breath, watching Chen Jing Kang, glad she noticed early, hoping it was all just her overthinking. Chen Jing Kang looked aggrieved and jumped up immediately. "Of course not. What do you think of me? The young master treats me so well. How could I betray him like those people? Don't say it's just Yao Jia. No matter who it is, I can't." Jiu Si raised an eyebrow, her gaze scrutinizing. "Really?" Chen Jing Kang replied with righteous indignation. "Really?" Jiu Si nodded. "All right." In fact, Jiu Si hoped there was something, so she could follow the clues to figure out who was behind Yao Jia, but there wasn't. Could it be she was overthinking? Jiu Si lowered her eyes, still thinking, when she noticed Chen Jing Kang sneaking over with a mischievous smile. "Sister Gu, you wouldn't tea." Jiu Si looked puzzled. "What?" Chen Jing Kang's eyes sparkled with gossip, love rival, extremely jealous, malicious slander. Jiu Si paused for a second, then swatted him away. After the two of them laughed, they quieted down. Chen Jing Kang, who used to have no worries, now wore a faint look of sadness. Jiu Si could see that he genuinely liked Yao Jia. But in such an environment, how could love be so simple and pure? Chen Jing Kang and Yao Jia were impossible, and so were Chen Mu Bai and her. A family banquet was thrilling, but in the end, Chen Mu Bai still gave Chen Ming mo face and sent Xu Hua back. On the way back, he received a call from Tang Ko, who immediately started laughing at him. "The Xu family is a big deal. Ha! Young Master Mu is really lucky." Chen Mu Bai coldly snorted from the back seat of the car. "News spreads fast. Tang couldn't stop laughing, continuing to tease him, TSK, TSK. When that headline comes out tomorrow, I wonder how many young girls' hearts will shatter. Chen Mu Bai lost his patience. Are you done? Tang couldn't gauge Chen Mu Bai's state of mind. Were you up to this time? Are you really planning to reform? Chen Mu Bai growled softly, shut up. Tang continued to provoke him. Your attitude doesn't seem very willing. What does your old man have on you that you're so obedient? Chen Mu Bai finally got angry. How dare you say that? If you hadn't found out anything, would I be like this? Dankiskivika feigned innocence. What does that have to do with me? Chen Mu Bai took a deep breath. Forget it. I won't say any more. Haven't you found anything yet? Tang quickly replied. I found some things. By the way, you definitely won't guess this. Meng Yinyan was actually married. Chen Mu Bai had originally held some hope, but upon hearing this, he flared up. I didn't ask you to investigate gossip. Get to the point. Tang finally got serious. Before the new year, Meng Yinyan indeed went to America. I sent someone to check the places he went, but found nothing. I really can't do anything. Like I said, Duan Jing, she is an expert in this area. You're in this kind of relationship with his niece. Asking him for help is just a phone call away, right? Chen Mu Bai didn't reply. He couldn't determine whether Duan Jing, she was friend or foe. If he acted rashly, he might end up giving someone leverage against him. After a moment of silence, Tang could change the subject. I heard that the commotion you caused in the south is quite big. Aren't you afraid, your old man? Chen Mu Bai stared out at the dark night. The bigger the commotion, the better. I think the noise is too small. Back then, Chen Mo made his fortune in the south, and he had been eyeing the south for a long time. Choosing this time to stir things up was just to gain leverage to confront Chen Mo. He couldn't keeping led by the nose. When Chen Mu Bai returned, only Chen Jing Kang was pacing around. Where's Jiu Si? Chen Jing Kang lowered his head, not daring to look at him. The master called her away. Chen Mu Bai's brows immediately furrowed. What did I tell you? Chen Jing Kang looked distressed. Meng Yinyan came personally. I couldn't stop him. You don't know how terrifying he is. I'll go take a look. Chen Mu Bai turned to leave, but stopped. Thought for a moment and returned to sit down. I can't go. Chen Jing Kang asked, then should I go? Chen Mu Bai's anxious expression gradually calmed down. Becoming even more serene, you can't go either. Chen Jing Kang was confused then. Chen Mu Bai sat there, deep in thought, and, after a long time, spoke softly. Wait for her to come back. Jiu Si had stepped into this study for a long time. The study was actually in a great location. Tranquil and spacious, with a purely classical layout, exuding an antique scholarly atmosphere. Even the large teacher chair that Chen Mo sat in was highlighted with a poetic charm. However, Jiu Si always felt stuffy standing inside, unable to breathe easily. After a long time of standing at the door, Chen Mo remained at the desk writing. Over the years, many had sought out old Master Chen's calligraphy, but to Jiu Si, Chen Mo's writing seemed overly steady and grand, with too much imitation. Just like his personality, stiff and decayed, lacking a bit of his own character. It was said that Chen Mo took up calligraphy late because he wasn't favored as a child, and no one pushed him to practice, so he delayed it. Later, when he understood, he picked it up again, but missed the best opportunity. Even if he practiced diligently, it always felt like something was lacking. It wasn't until Meng Yinyan entered the door to remind Chen Mo that it was time for his medicine that Chen Mo finally stopped writing, walked to the side to wash his hands, and while drying them, asked, "Are you feeling better?" Jiu Si nodded slightly yes. Chen Mo handed the towel to Meng Yinyan, took the medicine from him, but didn't eat it right away. He just held in his hand. There's something I need you to do. Pay attention to the happenings in the south. If there is any news over there, inform me in time. Jiu Si naturally knew who he was referring to, but after a long silence, she didn't give any response. She didn't know when the relationship between her and Chen Mu Bai changed. She started to reject the tasks given to her by Chen Mingma, while Chen Mu Bai began to protect her intentionally or unintentionally. How many times did she think she was being cautious and careful, only to realize later how many messes Chen Mu Bai had helped her clean up? Today, how could she still do such things? Chen Mingma did not wait for her answer. He calmly took his medicine, drank some water, and sat down in front of the chair before looking at her. Although he was smiling, it felt chilling. What unwilling? Jiu Si tacitly agreed. She indeed was unwilling. Go take a look at the characters I just wrote. Jiu Si stepped closer to the desk, glanced at it, and immediately averted her gaze. She didn't recognize the character, but instinctively felt it was ominous. Chen Mingma's voice soon followed. That's the character for Death in Oracle Bone script. I recently found Oracle Bone script quite interesting. On the left is a lying corpse, and on the right is a kneeling person, indicating mourning for the deceased. When a person dies, they leave behind a corpse, while the living, faced with the remains, fall into contemplation. People are generally like this. Only when a loved one dies do they reflect on whether they have done something wrong. Jiu Si understood the implication of Chen Mingma's words, but she had been threatened for so long that her heart felt somewhat numb. She looked down at the ground, saying nothing. She was already quiet, and even more so in front of Chen Mingma, so he did not wait for her response and continued. Are you so comfortable in your current life that you've forgotten your purpose for coming to the Chen family? Since you are unwilling, I have no use for you. I can find another Jiu Si, a second, a third. If you do not want to do it, there are plenty who are willing. Or do you think that now that Chen Mu Bai will support you, you could disregard me? Jiu Si, have you considered whether Chen Mu Bai would still like you if he knew about what happened back in America? I can erase everything that happened, but I can also bring it back. When the truth is out in the open, do you think you deserve him? Haven't you seen enough of Chen Mu Bai's ability to play pretend? Everything is an illusion. You are fake. Chen Mu Bai is fake. Don't let so-called love harm you and your father. Jiu Si suddenly looked up at Chen Mingma, her eyes filled with fear and anger. Everything that happened back in America. Her mind kept flashing back to the questions Chen Mu Bai had once asked her. Jiu Si, there are some things I've always been curious about. You said you lived in America for many years. What happened during that time after you left America and before you came to the Chen family? Why is your right hand so cold? Did you ever suffer from serious illness? The doctor said your immune system was severely damaged. Jiu Si resignedly closed her eyes. Thinking, Jiu Si, you really dug a pit for yourself and buried yourself in it again. Chen Mingma seemed quite satisfied with her reaction, knowing she was smart enough to understand what to do, so he did not press her further. I'll consider your recent behavior as you being sick and muddled. Don't let it happen again. Remember clearly who your master is. Jiu Si didn't know how she got back. When she came to her senses, she had already reached the small courtyard's entrance, where Chen Mu Bai stood under a tree, quietly watching her. On the spring night, with a gentle breeze, pink petals filled the air. He stood there in light, casual wear, his eyes bright as ever, quietly looking at her. The peach blossom mole at the corner of his eye becoming even more prominent. She suddenly understood that the peach blossom mole attracted calamity, and it was her calamity. Jiu Si stood at the entrance of the small courtyard, unable to move her feet. She had a premonition that he stood inside the wall while she stood outside. Perhaps this distance was all they could have in this lifetime. Jiu Si dared not look into his eyes any longer. She lowered her lashes and softly called out, Mu Bai. It was humble and respectful. Chen Mu Bai was so sensitive that he almost immediately realized something was off with Jiu Si. They seemed to have returned to the days when they stood on opposite sides. But he did not ask anything, did not ask where she had been, nor what Chen Mingma had said to her. He simply walked over slowly, stood still, and reached for her hand, pretending to be relaxed as he asked, Is the soup good? Jiu Si quickly dodged, showing clear distance. Chen Mu Bai withdrew his lonely hand, and the smile on his face faded a bit. Do you have something you want to tell me? If Chen Mingma has troubled you, or if you have any difficulties, you can tell me. I will help you. I do. Jiu Si raised her head, a smile blooming at the corners of her lips, indifferent yet stubborn. Maybe I was sick before and easily became dependent on others. But now that I'm well, there's no need for that. Mu Bai and I should keep some distance. It's better for everyone. As she repeatedly called him Mu Bai, Chen Mu Bai immediately understood. He stared at Jiu Si for a long time, his eyes narrowed and cold. But a hint of an ambiguous smile lingered at the corner of his mouth. You're saying that? Chen Mu Bai seemed quite angry, his breathing becoming rough. Since someone thinks it's unnecessary, then I won't have to compromise and pretend with Shu Hua anymore. Let that someone handle it. Jiu Si calmly looked into his eyes, her smile deepening. You don't have to worry about my matters, Mu Bai. It turned out they had both changed, yet remained the same. Chen Mu Bai was still Chen Mu Bai, and Jiu Si was still Jiu Si. They were both cautious people, both the most realistic people, capable of returning to their most primitive defensive state in an instant to protect themselves from harm. At that moment, Shu Hua was sitting at home, crying, while her parents sat beside her with complex expressions. Duan Jingjin handed her a tissue. Didn't I remind you before leaving to keep your temper in check and be humble and polite? Why did you come back like this? Shu Hua felt wronged. I've already lowered my stance enough. What else does he want from me? Duan Jingshi sat opposite Shu Hua, expressionless. Do you think the Chen family is easy to marry into? Which of them is a good person? If you can endure, then continue to endure. If you can't, it's not too late to regret now. In Duan Jingshi's view, Chen Mu Bai's waters were deep, far beyond what Shu Hua could navigate, especially since he had feelings for Jiu Si. Duan Jingshi had seen the sincerity in Chen Mu Bai's feelings, and he couldn't be mistaken. Duan Jingjin exchanged a glance with her husband and sighed. Shu Hua immediately jumped up. I won't let go. Why should I give up and let that Jiu Si benefit for nothing? When Duan Jingshi suddenly heard that name from someone else's mouth, his heart skipped a beat unexpectedly, and he was surprised by his own reaction. He had deliberately isolated Jiu Si from his life. How could this still happen? Duan Jingjin looked at her younger brother in confusion. Jiu Si? Duan Jingshi's expression remained calm. Don't talk about others. Even without her, Chen Mu Bai wouldn't like you. Duan Jingshi had come to visit his sister, but hadn't expected to encounter such a situation. Shu Hua grew increasingly dissatisfied. What's wrong with me? Dad, Mom, look, Uncle is always siding with others. He said he would help me. Duan Jingjin understood her younger brother well enough to know he wouldn't say such things for no reason and glanced at her husband. Shu's father understood and quickly stood up. Shu Hua, come with me to the study. When only the siblings were left in the living room, Duan Jingjin asked again, Jiu Si is. This name seems familiar. I think I've heard Shu Hua mention it. Duan Jingshi had been influenced by his father since childhood, and he naturally had a strong sense of righteousness. Even if the person he liked someone else, he wouldn't maliciously hurt her and never thought about matchmaking Chen Mu Bai and Shu Hua just to get Jiu Si. His words that day were merely to provoke Chen Mu Bai. Duan Jingshi knew that if he didn't speak, she would investigate, so she simply let him say it. It was the girl he had asked about last time, and she wasn't a bad person. Duan Jingjin recalled that he had answered similarly before, saying that Jiu Si wasn't a bad person. Duan Jingjin asked again, what about her and Chen Mu Bai? I haven't verified the situation between her and Chen Mu Bai, so I don't know the specifics. Duan Jingshi suddenly felt a bit irritated. Is her daughter going to be unable to marry? Does she need to compromise so much to marry Chen Mu Bai? Duan Jingjin fell silent, looking at him for a long time before suddenly asking, do you like that girl? After leaving the Shu family, Duan Jingshi didn't get into the car immediately, but leaned against the side of the car, lost in thought. The spring breeze began to rise, and his light-colored trench coat fluttered in the wind. The cultured and elegant man, with his flowing garments, could only be called a true man at this age. He had shed his youthful sharpness and emerged as a mature, reserved, yet expressive figure, graceful and charming, unrelated to appearance or color. The secretary got out of the car, and Duan Jingshi turned his head, his gaze calm. Do you have a cigarette? The secretary immediately handed over the cigarettes and a lighter. Duan Jingshi took them and lit one with practiced ease, taking a few puffs before becoming lost in thought again. In the secretary's eyes, Duan Jingshi came from a good family, had good character, and lived a good lifestyle without any bad habits. This was the first time he had seen him smoke since he started working for him, and he felt a bit uneasy. Sir, what's wrong? It's nothing, Duan Jingshi said, pinching the cigarette between his index finger and thumb and raising it to eye level, squinting at it for a long time. After taking another puff, he tossed it to the ground and extinguished it. It's been so long since I smoked that I've almost forgotten what it tastes like. For some reason, the secretary suddenly felt that Duan Jingshi wasn't talking about cigarettes, but women. Was this self-disciplined man, who had been abstinent for years, starting to have spring feelings? The secretary stared in shock as Duan Jingshi opened the car door and got in, taking a moment to react before following him inside. Once in the car, Duan Jingshi had returned to his usual demeanor, handing a red wedding invitation to the secretary. Remember to remind me to attend, and by the way, Pick a gift for me. After a while, he added, be thoughtful. After all, the Duan family hasn't had such joyous occasions for a long time. The joyous event Jing Si referred to was the full moon banquet for the little princess of the Chen family. Although Jing hadn't said much when he handed him the invitation earlier, something was subtly stirring in his eyes. Had he really become a grandfather, yet remained a solitary man? Such large gatherings, with a mix of men and women appearing glamorous and clinking glasses, were often the most boring. Chen Mu Bai reluctantly attended because he had a relatively good relationship with Chen Mu Xiao. Chen Mu Bai was known for his aloofness and indifference. Naturally, no one dared to approach him to chat or flatter him. The area around him was quiet, with a 3-meter radius of solitude. After enduring a round of insincere mutual flattery, Tang couldn't take it anymore and came over to him. Noticing Chen Mu Bai's lackluster demeanor, Tang rolled up his sleeve to cheer him up. Come on, let this young master use my exclusive skills to see if your future wife is still original. Xu Hua, as the host, arrived early, but Chen Mu Bai did not appear with her. Many people had already begun to see them as a couple. Chen Mu Bai couldn't be bothered to deal with her, lazily lowering his eyes and swirling the wine glass in his hand. Aren't you bored? Tang had a special charm, and wherever he appeared, a crowd of young rascals quickly gathered, watching the comings and goings of men and women. Tang kept guessing which woman was still a virgin and which was not. Oh, this young master from the Li family is quite lucky. The one in his arms is still one. Hey, why isn't he making a move? Is he unable to? Ha! Your mouth is too vicious. TSK. This one won't do. She's already been unsealed. After a long time of playful banter, someone expressed out, "You're just talking nonsense, Fox." Tang frowned. Ugh. Why do I dislike hearing that so much? Do you know what the brow's heart has not scattered means? A virgin's eyebrows are gently lying close to the skin near the brow bone. The root is neat, and they won't stand up. An unsealed woman's eyebrows, however, are detached from the skin near the brow bone, blooming into the air, just like flowers nourished by rain. Suddenly, someone pointed to the side. What about that one? Tang followed the finger and then froze, turning to glance at Chen Mu Bai. He had suffered a loss at Jiu Si's hands before, and this time he dared not speak further. Yet that person remained oblivious, insisting on questioning Tang. Hey, why aren't you talking? Chen Mu Bai, who had been quietly observing them, suddenly spoke up, his voice cold and mocking. I read an article a while ago stating that non-virgins lose their original pure genes, and this change is permanent. After women have intercourse, if male sperm enters the uterus secretes a liquid to provide energy to the sperm, allowing it to survive for 13 days to increase the chances of fertilization. Moreover, it kills off some weaker sperm for the purpose of better offspring. However, this secretion, after breaking down the sperm, absorbs some of the sperm's genes and stores them. This storage is permanent and will be passed on to the woman's descendants, making it impossible to remove. What does this research result indicate? It shows that only virgins have pure genes and can give birth to so-called pure offspring belonging to one man. Shao, I remember when your lady married you, but... So, by the way, I haven't congratulated you on your son yet. The man who had been noisy moments ago now had a face as black as a bottom of a pot, while everyone else was stifling their laughter. Tang's shoulders were shaking continuously. This green hat was truly. Meanwhile, Jiu Si, who was talking with Chen Mu Xiao not far away, had no idea what was happening. She handed over a box. I know you lack nothing, and I didn't know what to give, so this is my most treasured item. Give it to her. The ornate gold-painted box, made of ancient agarwood, had elegant patterns and was lavishly adorned. Chen Mu Xiao stood next to a middle-aged woman holding today as protagonist. Chen Mu Xiao, now a mother, had become fuller but exuded more femininity. She turned to Jiu Si, took the box, opened it, and then half-jokingly, half-seriously asked, Hey, Jiu Si, tell me who you really are? Don't take advantage of my lack of experience. This thing has been overseas for many years. This jade pendant was originally a pair, and the other one is still in a museum. It's priceless and not something anyone can get. This jade pendant was something Jiu Si had won at the gambling table after being taught by her father. She just wanted to wish this child good luck, not knowing that coincidentally Chen Mu Xiao recognized it. She chuckled awkwardly. Haha, I've been abroad. And things like this are common in the black market if you have money. All right, put it away. Chen Mu Xiao naturally didn't believe her, smiled without asking further, shook the box in her hand, and thanked her. After that, she deliberately held the child up for Jiu Si to see. Jiu Si reached out and played with the child a bit, causing the baby to grin. Chen Mu Xiao was pleasantly surprised. She likes you. She doesn't smile for anyone else. You should hold her. Jiu Si was dumbfounded. I can't. The child was small and soft, and Jiu Si didn't dare take her. Chen Mu Xiao didn't mind. It's okay. I'll teach you. Others want to hold her but can't. Just support her back and hold her neck a little. That's it. In two corners, two men were simultaneously watching the scene. She carefully held the pink dumpling in her arms, her movements a bit stiff, a warm and gentle smile on her face, and her eyes clear and pure, making people's hearts unconsciously soften. Chen Mu Bai suddenly recalled that snowing hot spring resort. Jiu Si, why after going through so much are your eyes still so clean? As pure as the snow that fell into the spring water that day? The gazes of the two men unexpectedly met in the air. Chen Mu Bai curled his lips into a smile, raising his glass in a distant salute towards Jing Si, who also smiled in return before lowering his head to sip his drink. When Chen Mu Bai saw Jing Si bow his head, he withdrew the glass that he had slowly raised to his lips, and the smile on his face faded a bit, his eyes suddenly becoming unusually aloof and proud. As the crowd dispersed, Tang Ke seemed no longer the flirtatious young master, nudging Chen Mu Bai with his elbow and casually looking around the banquet hall, saying, honestly, Jiu Si is indeed outstanding here. Chen Mu Bai looked from afar and slowly spoke, why bother with pale blue and red, when she is clearly the best among the flowers? Tang Ke raised an eyebrow at him upon hearing this. Later, the child yawned widely, and Chen Mu Xiao had someone carry him off to sleep, pulling Jiu Si to walk further into the corner. Hey, what's going on between you and him? She asked while gesturing for Jiu Si to look in a certain direction. Jiu Si knew who was standing there and didn't dare to lift her head, staring at the glass in her hand. It's nothing. He is a young master. How could I dare to do anything with him? Chen Mu Xiao immediately laughed. Look, with that tone, it's still nothing. Is it because of Xu Hua? Jiu Si shook her head. Chen Mu Xiao patted her shoulder. I told you, every time you push people away to protect yourself, it's not good. Jiu Si was unwilling to say more, turned around and put down her glass. I'm going to the restroom. After coming out of the restroom, Jiu Si took a few steps and saw Jing Si walking towards her. Jing Si greeted her gently and calmly. I visited you when you were sick. You might not know. Jiu Si nodded. I know, I heard. Thank you, and Shu. Jing Si could see that Jiu Si had lost weight and didn't look well, seeming a bit melancholy. Are you completely better now? Jiu Si smiled slightly, almost. I'll just go for a recheck, and then I won't need to go to the hospital anymore. Jing Si nodded, pondering for a moment. If you need any help, you can call me. Jiu Si naturally wouldn't seek him out, but still politely nodded and turned to leave. However, Jing Si did not move, watching her back, and suddenly spoke from behind her. Jiu Si, have you ever thought about leaving the Chen family? Jiu Si turned around, looking at him with a face full of suspicion. Jing Si paused. I mean, if there's a chance. Jiu Si quickly understood and then smiled, shaking her head. Prince Duan, I'm not heartless. If I were truly heartless, I wouldn't struggle so hard. I would live easily. I know very well that even if I leave the Chen family, I won't have it easy. Jing Si looked at her, unsure how to react. She was about the same age as Xu Hua, who seemed so innocent, almost like a child, but Jiu Si appeared to have such a deep heart, as if possessing a heart that sees through everything, making one feel heartbroken. When only Chen Mu Bai and Tang Ke were left in the corner, Tang Ke was unusually silent. As the youngest son of the Tang family, he was different from Chen Mu Bai. He had been pampered since childhood. Unlike Chen Mu Bai, who had to rely entirely on himself, Tang Ke had always lived a leisurely life, drifting outside of military, politics, and business, having learned quite a bit from the sidelines, completely a spoiled young master reliant on the Tang family's indulgence. Chen Mu Bai glanced at him. Why did the Tang family send you here today? Where's your brother? You actually listened and came. Tang Ke paused, unusually serious. I feel like I should do something, otherwise I'll be looked down upon. Chen Mu Bai turned to look at him again, this time his gaze lingering a bit longer. When did the fox with a jade face care about others' opinions? The man with a handsome face suddenly smiled, lonely and helpless. In the past, Chen Mu Bai would have seized this opportunity to mock him, but at this moment, he too had his own worries and naturally understood the feeling. So he didn't press further. As the event was coming to an end, Chen Mu Xiao prepared to leave with the child. Chen Mu Bai took a glance and saw that Xu Hua seemed to be coming over, pulling Tang Ku and nodding his head. Help me block her. Tang Ku took a look and approached with a nonchalant attitude to block Xu Hua. While waiting for the elevator, Chen Mu Xiao suddenly had a hand appear in front of her. Give it to me. Chen Mu Xiao turned to push away the people beside her, leaving only the middle-aged woman holding the child, turning to look at the newcomer. What? Chen Mu Bai still extended his hand, speaking openly, the things Jiu Si sent. Give it to me. Chen Mu Xiao immediately understood and smiled. That was for my daughter. In broad daylight. Are you trying to rob it? Chen Mu Bai. Don't blame me for reminding you. You came here empty-handed today. Only then did Chen Mu Bai withdraw his hand and handed her a piece of paper. 1% of the shares will be placed with you, and when she turns 18, you can transfer it to her. I've already signed it. Chen Mu Xiao glanced at it and widened her eyes. Chen Mu Bai, you really spent a lot on this. This is, perhaps out of caution. Chen Mu Xiao looked around and didn't continue. Chen Mu Bai looked impatient. Then hurry up and give me the things. Chen Mu Xiao smiled and handed over the colorful gilded box. After Chen Mu Bai took it, he held it in his hand and muttered, You dare to accept this thing? Aren't you afraid your daughter can't handle it? Chen Mu Xiao was unhappy. Hey, did my daughter provoke you? Chen Mu Bai reached out, cautiously pinching the chubby little face of the pink dumpling. Clearly afraid of scaring her and controlling his volume, but pretending to be fierce. Isn't taking my things provoking me? This thing can only be mine. The originally sleeping baby felt uncomfortable from being pinched and immediately burst into tears. Chen Mu Xiao, who was initially angry, went to swat his hand, but after hearing the second half of his sentence, her hand, which was halfway up, was retracted with a laugh. Haha, Chen Mu Bai, just how repressed are you? Chen Mu Bai didn't argue, but was startled by the suddenly crying child, frowning and staring at the baby for a long time, even asking Chen Mu Xiao, who was busy comforting the child, why are women so capricious, crying just like that? Chen Mu Xiao shot him an annoyed glance. She's still a baby, far from being a woman. Chen Mu Bai looked at the child, crying with a face full of snot and tears, turned around with a face of disdain, and left. After that night, Chen Mu Bai began to ignore Jiu Si, but there was nothing unusual, only the gossip column started to increase again. Jiu Si looked at one close-up after another, and suddenly felt like she had returned to the past. She was still in a daze when a few of the same newspapers and magazines were thrown in front of her, and questioning voices arose simultaneously. What is going on? Jiu Si looked up and saw Xu Hua's exquisitely made-up face flushed with anger, and she replied expressionlessly, What is going on? Seeing Jiu Si so calm, Xu Hua immediately stomped her feet. Why does he suddenly have so many women? Do you know they're all laughing at me? Jiu Si suddenly laughed. When has he ever had few women? Besides, I can't control Mu Xiao's matters, and if you want to know anything, you can directly ask him. After saying that, she pressed a button on the landline, giving Xu Hua no chance to backtrack, and in a businesslike manner, said President Chum is. She wants to see you. Soon, Chen Mu Bai's cold voice came, telling her to come in. Xu Hua angrily pointed at Jiu Si. Jiu Si was already taller than her, and at this moment, she looked down at her with her head held high, remaining silent, her aura overwhelming. After Xu Hua pointed at her for a while without saying anything, she stomped her foot and walked into Chen Mu Bai's office with a stiffened resolve. It was unclear what high trick Chen Mu Bai used, but soon Xu Hua came out with her arm around Chen Mu Bai's, looking overjoyed. As they passed Jiu Si's desk, Chen Mu Bai tapped on her desk, canceling all afternoon appointments. Xu Hua even provocatively glanced at Jiu Si. Jiu Si really thought Xu Hua was brainless and couldn't understand what she was so happy about. What was the difference between her and those women she had previously called vixens in the newspapers? Wouldn't she still appear in the same spot tomorrow morning, becoming fodder for others' conversations and jokes? Thinking about this, she glanced at the arm that Xu Hua was tightly holding onto. Oh. It seems that some people's cleanliness obsession has improved. Unfortunately, some people's good mood didn't last long. That night, Jiu Si was sitting in the living room when she heard the deafening sound of a car engine, followed by a piercing screech of brakes. Jiu Si could almost smell the burning scent from the tires rubbing against the ground, which indicated Chen Mu Bai was in a bad mood. Sure enough, a few seconds later, she saw Chen Mu Bai walk in with a dark expression, not stopping at all as he went upstairs, followed closely by the sprinting Chen Jing Kang. Chen Jing Kang, seeing that figure disappear at the staircase, gave up trying to catch up, panting against the wall. Uncle Fong also glanced at the staircase and said to Chen Jing Kang, "Why let the young master drive when he's in a bad mood?" Chen Jing Kang opened his mouth, wanted to say something, but hesitating. Jiu Si exchanged a glance with Uncle Fong and asked Chen Jing Kang what happened. Chen Jing Kang scratched his head, looking frustrated. "The young master's jade guanyin is lost." Jiu Si gasped. Everyone knew that the jade guanyin was Chen Mu Bai's treasure, something his mother left for him. He always wore it close to him, and no one could touch it. He even wore it while showering. How could it be lost? Chen Jing Kang spoke with some blame. Shu insisted on looking at it. The young master didn't let her, so she tried to snatch it. Maybe the rope was worn out after a long time, and when she pulled it, it came off. The young master was just trying to push her away and didn't see that she fell to the ground. At that time, the two were eating on the lake island, and the jade guanyin fell into the lake. Everyone was looking for it, but the lake is so big and it was dark. How could we find it? You don't know how terrifying the young master looked at that moment. Uncle Fong tapped his head. Why didn't you stop her? Chen Jing Kang felt a bit regretful, glaring at the ground. How would I know she would suddenly make a move? Jiu Si looked up at the study upstairs, silently sighing. Since Chen Mu Bai went upstairs, there had been no sound at all. The person who usually clamored for this, and that suddenly became quiet, which always made people feel anxious. It seemed that losing his mother's relic truly saddened him. Jiu Si sat in her room watching the time tick by, thinking for a long time before finally standing up and pulling out a wooden box from the deepest part of the desk drawer. She opened the box and took out a jade pendant, looking at it for a while in her palm, then turned and left the room. Jiu Si knocked on the study door, and after a long time a low, cold voice came from inside. Come in. Chen Mu Bai was sitting in the chair behind the desk, eyes closed, his originally neat tie askew, legs casually propped on the desk, clearly showing how terrible his mood was. Jiu Si stood in front of him and cleared her throat. Just as she was about to speak, she saw Chen Mu Bai open his eyes. Jiu Si, is there something you need? Jiu Si ignored the sarcasm in his tone and suddenly extended her hand, revealing a crystal-clear jade Buddha calmly lying in her palm. The quality clearly matching that of the jade guanyin that Chen Mu Bai had lost. She believed Chen Mu Bai wouldn't fail to recognize it. Chen Mu Bai stared at her palm expressionlessly for a long time, suddenly standing up but not reaching for the item in her hand. Instead, he grabbed her wrist. Jiu Si was startled and raised her head to see the storm brewing in his eyes, the sharpness and coldness in his brows and corners of his eyes. He gritted his teeth and said, Jiu Si, you've seen me before, haven't you? The grip on her wrist tightened, and Jiu Si frowned slightly, nodding gently. Seeing the pain in her eyes becoming more evident, he finally released her. Jiu Si gently placed the jade Buddha on the desk and slowly spoke. Do you remember? Back when your mother was living in America, she had a girl as her piano student. That girl was me. I met you twice in total. Once outside the piano room when you were waiting for your mother to finish class. I don't know if you saw me. Jiu Si remembered that Chen Mu Bai was a clean, smiling little boy back then, but after all the hardships he faced after entering the Chen family, it was impossible to maintain that innocence. Chen Mu Bai then recalled why he felt a sense of familiarity when he saw her squinting at the sunlight. Back then, Yan Suxin took Chen Mu Bai overseas to avoid Chen Mingma, and the two relied on each other. Fortunately, Yan Suxin had a skill that allowed her to support herself and Chen Mu Bai. Chen Mu Bai remembered that day he stood outside waiting for his mom, seeing a little girl inside the room squinting at the sun, tears almost flowing from her eyes due to the brightness, yet she stubbornly held her head high. Just like before, Jiu Si paused, glancing at Chen Mu Bai's reaction before continuing, and once. In the hospital when your mother passed away. This jade Buddha was given to me during a time when you were seriously ill. Your mother told me she would redeem it back when she had money. But I never waited for that day. That day in class, she was clearly distracted, and by the end of the lesson, it seemed she finally made up her mind to ask me if I liked the jade Buddha. She said boys wear guanyin and girls wear Buddha, that it's good for girls to have it. I knew she was short on money, and at that time, my family was still well off. So I had someone bring her money, but she returned half of it to me, saying she knew the current market price and didn't need that much. Teacher Yin was a proud person. She could have borrowed money from me, but chose not to. I could see she was reluctant to part with the jade Buddha, but still gave it to me. Later, when she left, she said her child was sick and would take a few days for them to come, but after that day, she never came back. Until that day I received the news and rushed to the hospital. She was right. Everything matched up. At that time, he indeed fell ill, and his mother had an accident while going out to buy medicine for him. After a long time, Chen Mu Bai finally spoke, his question sounding more like a statement. That day, outside the operating room, you said something to me, right? Jiu Si looked at him and nodded. His face appeared even paler under the light, gradually merging with the colorless face of the little boy outside the operating room in her memories. Yes, I asked you. Chen Mu Bai interrupted her, speaking for her. You asked me what my name was. He finally recognized her. Those long-buried memories, which had never caught his attention before, suddenly surged forth, shocking him. But for her, that scene had played through her mind countless times. It was almost 20 years ago. She was still the daughter of a gambling king, living in luxury, always accompanied by bodyguards. That night, she insisted on going out, and her father had no choice but to agree and send someone to take her. In the cold, dim hospital corridor, he sat on a bench, heartbroken, while she stood a few steps away, watching him for a long time. She knew he was Teacher Yan's son, slowly reaching out to pry his tightly clenched fingers off the bench, asking him, "What is your name?" He didn't answer, keeping his head lowered, tears dropping one by one onto her hand. He was clearly trembling, yet he held onto the edge of the bench with such force. She exerted all her strength, but couldn't make him give up. His hands were cold, while her hand was burning hot. Suddenly, she found it hard to breathe, as if she had been scalded, and withdrew her hand. At that time, she was young and unaware of many things, like how to describe that feeling called heartache. That was the only time Jiu Si saw Chen Mu Bai's tears, both of them still children. Everything froze in that night, dim, cold, and despairing. Until a few years ago, she came to the Chen family. He made her stand outside for a whole night while he sat on the sofa, and she stood a few steps away. She had already recognized him and knew his name, but he no longer remembered her. This time he asked her what her name was. She answered. The scene felt familiar, like an old friend returning, but everything had already changed. She looked at the man sitting there with indifference, but her heart stirred with ripples. The once proud and aloof boy had been tempered through countless trials, achieving the aura he possessed now. He had long forgotten her. Chen Mu Bai stood there staring at the jade Buddha, maintaining silence for a long time. For Jiu Si, every minute and second was torment. After the clock in the hall downstairs struck 12, Chen Mu Bai finally spoke again, his voice clear and devoid of emotion. So, you deliberately came to get close to me? Jiu Si looked up at him, but he still kept his head down, refusing to look at her. She could only see the deep wrinkles on his thin eyelids. I didn't know it was you. At that time, Chen Lao only told me about his son. I didn't realize you were his son. It was only after I looked at the information he gave me that I found out. Chen Mu Bai suddenly moved, pulling something out from his pocket and showing it to Jiu Si. My jade guanyin hasn't been lost. I was just bluffing Shuhua. Only then did Jiu Si see his eyes, dark and deep, like a black cold pond, calm and unfathomable. A sense of self-inflicted misfortune surged in her heart. And Jiu Si closed her eyes. She was ultimately too impatient to meet him and turned to leave. Stop. Chen Mu Bai raised his voice a few degrees, sounding arrogant and hostile. Jiu Si halted, not turning back. After a longer silence, Chen Mu Bai finally spoke, a tone of incredulous self-mockery. So you know everything. Jiu Si remained silent, speechless. Chen Mu Bai suddenly remembered something. Does Chun Mingmon know you are my mother's student? Jiu Si shook her head. He didn't know. Chen Mu Bai suddenly laughed, but when he spoke again, his tone was cold and mocking. So there are still things he doesn't know. Jiu Si, you have quietly hidden everything from everyone. Truly impressive. I really underestimated you. No, not just me, all of us. Jiu Si lowered her head, frowning tightly, biting her lip for a long time before mustering the courage, yet still not daring to look back at him. I didn't mean to conceal this matter. It was just that our positions and circumstances made it impossible for me to say it. Even if I had said it, you wouldn't have believed me. You didn't mean to conceal this matter. Then what about the others? Chen Mu Bai murmured, his tone distant and ethereal. Jiu Si, who exactly are you? How many secrets do you have? The little girl who learned piano back then. The 9gu who later became famous on Wall Street. Today's Jiu Si, who are you really? His voice ended with a sigh, which heavily weighed on Jiu Si's heart. She felt a turbulent bitterness within, but couldn't utter a word. She placed her hand on the doorknob, slowly tightening her grip and gradually pressing down. Chen Mu Bai did not stop her, seemingly allowing her to leave. Take your things. Jiu Si turned around, and Chen Mu Bai gestured for her to look at the jade Buddha on the table. Jiu Si did not move. I have always wanted to return this jade Buddha, but back then when I went to find you, you were already gone. I begged my father for a long time to find out that you were brought back to the country by Chen Mingma. It has been a burden on my heart for all these years. Now that I return it to you, I can finally feel at ease. Chen Mu Bai's expression suddenly turned proud and harsh. His eyes slanted. You want to feel at ease? Don't even think about it. Don't forget. I said in front of the statue that you were going to hell with me. Jiu Si quietly met his gaze. He was right. She would never have peace in this lifetime. Not even think about it. Jiu Si tossed and turned all night, and when she got up early the next morning, she only saw Uncle Fong, where the young master, and Chen Jing Kang. Chen Fangzheng prepared breakfast for her and said they had gone on a business trip to the south, leaving last night. You didn't know? Jiu Si shook her head. Chen Fong stopped his movements, somewhat puzzled. Did he not tell you? Jiu Si remained calm. No. Chen Fong looked a bit worried. Last night, I heard you two arguing fiercely in the study, and the young master looked unwell when he left. Is everything okay? Jiu Si smiled. It's fine. What could possibly be the matter? At worst, they have returned to square one, each serving their own masters. Is there anything worse than that? Chen Fong looked at her. His expression not good. Did you not sleep well? Jiu Si rubbed her temples tiredly, avoiding the heavy topic, insomnia. Chen Mu Bai had been gone for a few days, and aside from Shuhua bothering her a few times to ask about Chen Mu Bai's whereabouts, life was quiet and peaceful. Jiu Si didn't know whether Shuhua was feeling guilty for losing Chen Mu Bai's jade guanyin and was too embarrassed to call him, or if Chen Mu Bai simply wasn't answering her calls. In any case, her silence had thoroughly angered Shuhua. She genuinely didn't know, but in Shuhua's eyes, it was like she was opposing her. A few days later, Chen Jing Kang returned, but Chen Mu Bai was nowhere to be found. Chen Jing Kang didn't wait for her to ask and took the initiative to explain. The young master said, No, it was me. I was worried you weren't fully recovered, so I came back to keep an eye on you. Jiu Si nodded, not saying anything. She had said before that Chen Jing Kang was an honest man who wouldn't even lie. Chen Jing Kang really did come back to watch over her, wherever she went. He followed, and even when she made a phone call, he would perk up his ears, looking alert and ready to eavesdrop. Since Chen Mu Bai had gone to the south, and even specifically asked Chen Jing Kang to keep an eye on her, was he wary of her? Did he know about the task Chen Mingma assigned her last time? Was he afraid she would leak information? Trust between people is already vulnerable, let alone between them. With one upheaval after another, one hesitation after another, it was likely shattered beyond repair. On a rainy night a few days later, Chen Mu Bai got off the plane and sat in the car, rubbing his weary brow. Chen Jing Kang hesitated before speaking. Young master, Gu sister. Chen Mu Bai, exhausted after a few days, didn't want to say a word and asked with his eyes closed. What happened to Jiu Si? Chen Jing Kang quickly replied, Young master, do you still remember the alley in front of the Wangfu garden? The dog Gu sister fed? That little dog somehow offended Shuhua and was killed by someone sent by Shuhua. Gu sister happened to encounter it today and, in a fit of anger, slapped Shuhua. I don't know if the old master. The alley in Wangfu garden was quite dark at night, and it was unclear when a little dog appeared there. Ever since Jiu Si fed it once, every time she went to Wangfu garden, the dog would show up to guide her. Chen Mu Bai knew about this matter and had seen it, but Chen Mu Bai was stunned for a long time. He really couldn't imagine Jiu Si would resort to violence. After understanding, Chen Mu Bai frowned. Wasn't he supposed to have made special arrangements for someone to keep an eye on her? If anyone called her back to the old mansion, she was to be told not to go. Chen Mu Bai was in a hurry to head south this time, with a large part of the reason being that he indeed needed to stabilize the situation, and a smaller part being that Jiu Si had angered him. The changes in the south were significant, and he was worried that Chen Mingma would make things difficult for Jiu Si, which is why he asked Chen Jing Kang to return early to look after her. I said it, but Sister Gu wouldn't listen to me. After waiting for a while without a response, Chen Jing Kang looked in the rearview mirror and asked, "Young master?" Chen Mu Bai suddenly shook his head and laughed, not expecting her to have such spirit. "All right, after you take me back, go check on her. Just say, I need to find Jiu Si for something, and bring her back early." He initially thought it was no big deal, assuming Chen Mingma would just scold her a bit, and that would be the end of it. After returning home and taking a shower, the rain kept pouring, yet Jiu Si still hadn't returned. After spending some time in the house, Chen Mu Bai came downstairs and asked, "Uncle Fong, has Chen Jing Kang returned?" Uncle Fong also looked a bit worried and replied, "Not yet. Perhaps the rain is too heavy, so he's driving slowly. Don't worry, I'll call and check." Just as he was speaking, Chen Jing Kang rushed in, dripping wet, and hurriedly said something. After listening, Chen Mu Bai's face darkened, and after a moment of silence, he spat out 2 words fiercely, "Serves her right." I told her not to go, but she insisted on going. After saying this, he left Chen Jing Kang and Uncle Fong behind and went upstairs. Chen Jing Kang and Uncle Fong exchanged glances, and soon they saw Chen Mu Bai rushing down the stairs again, already changed into dry clothes. As he walked past Chen Jing Kang, he shot him a glare and said, "What are you standing there for? Go drive." The car couldn't enter the alley and had to stop at the entrance. Chen Mu Bai, who had been urging the entire way, fell silent in the car, staring blankly at the raindrops sliding down the car window. After a long while, he sighed, seemingly talking to himself, "Forget it. It's just a position. Let him have it." Chen Jing Kang was puzzled, thinking, weren't we going to save Sister Gu? How did it turn into this? After pondering for a while, he finally understood what Chen Mu Bai meant. Chen Mu Bai took out his phone and made a call, succinctly expressing his intentions. The person on the other end seemed a bit hesitant and didn't respond right away. Chen Mu Bai added, "Tell him that I didn't give him what I promised, and that he has been wronged. This year, I will brew a jar of osmanthus wine, and if it turns out well, I'll invite him back for a few drinks by next spring at the latest." This time, the other side agreed readily, and Chen Mu Bai quickly hung up. Ignoring the pouring rain, he pressed down the car window and turned to look at the red lanterns at the entrance of Man.For Garden. Although they emitted a warm glow, they appeared chilling in his eyes. Chen Mingma had staged this scene for a reason, and he was well aware that Chen Mingma would not make such a fuss over a dog. The pressure in the south was mounting, and Chen Mingma merely wanted to force him to take a step back. If stepping back was necessary, then so be it. It wasn't time to fall out yet, especially since he wasn't someone who couldn't afford to retreat. With this thought, a hint of disdain curled at the corners of Chen Mu Bai's mouth. After waiting a while, feeling that the news had likely reached Chen Mingma, he calmed himself and got out of the car, holding an umbrella as he walked home. As soon as Chen Mu Bai stepped into the courtyard, he saw Jiu Si standing in the rain, completely drenched. It seemed she had been standing there for quite some time, with raindrops dripping from her trembling eyelashes, not bothering to wipe them away, her back straight and stubborn. Jiu Si was also a proud person. When she thought she was right, she wouldn't lower her head, merely looking down at the puddle on the ground with a blank expression. Chen Mu Bai took the umbrella from Chen Jing Kang and walked over to stand beside Jiu Si, shielding her from the rain. Jiu Si slowly turned her head to look at him, her cold face showing signs of cracking, as if she found his appearance quite unbelievable. He didn't look at her, but instead called out to Chen Mingma, who was watching them from the hall. In a neutral tone, "Is this excessive? Do you still think this is feudal society, and that you're the lord of this Man.For garden?" Although Chen Mingma didn't speak, he didn't show any anger either. Chen Mu Bai narrowed his eyes, knowing that he must have realized his concession. So he felt it was time to speak. A few days ago, Shu Hua thought she had just lost Chen Mu Bai's Jade Guanyin, and after he had left her with a disgusted look that day, she felt a mix of excitement and guilt upon seeing Chen Mu Bai suddenly appear. However, since Chen Mu Bai had not looked at her even once since entering, and had kept the entire umbrella over Jiu Si. She attempted to say something to catch his attention. "I was impulsive today. I didn't know that was raised by Jiu Si." Chen Mu Bai's eyes flashed with an ambiguous smile as he playfully glanced at Xu Hua, but coolly addressed Chen Mingma, implying, "It's just an animal." Chen Mingma remained unfazed, glanced at Jiu Si, then looked at Chen Mu Bai and echoed, "Yes, just an animal." The dark, heavy sky was intermittently illuminated by lightning, making it all the more eerie. Jiu Si gently lifted her gaze to the man standing in front of her, leaving her only half a profile. He stood in the wind, holding the umbrella, blocking most of the rain and wind for her, but slightly tilted his body so that most of the umbrella shielded himself. The cold rain whipped against him, and after standing in the rain for so long, she knew how cold it was. Perhaps it was too cold. She could feel his warmth, even if it was slight, enough to make her unconsciously lean closer. At that moment, his brows and eyes bore a chill. Looking at the two people sitting in the hall, an animal is just an animal, lacking intelligence, wagging its tail for a piece of meat. Chen Mingma glanced at him and said, "That's hard to say. One careless moment could get you bitten by the animal." The back-and-forth dialogue between father and son left Xu Hua completely confused. "Were they talking about that dog?" Chen Mu Bai chuckled, lightly touching his forehead as he laughed, ignoring Xu Hua, and tilted his head to ask Chen Mingma, "You don't think about it. I'm an animal. What are you?" Chen Mingma didn't respond. Calmly lowered his head to drink tea, but when he raised his head again, he couldn't stand seeing Chen Mu Bai keep most of the umbrella over Jiu Si. "You come in." Chen Mu Bai knew that the more he showed he cared about Jiu Si, the more Chen Mingma would target her. He hesitated for a moment, put away the umbrella, walked into the room, sat down, drank tea, and enjoyed the rain, appearing calm and unbothered. Another flash of lightning streaked across the dark sky, and soon the thunder rolled in. The rain seemed to be falling harder. Chen Jing Kang stood nearby, wanted to go over and shield Jiu Si from the rain several times, but was stopped by Chen Mu Bai's glare. Xu Hua felt a bit uneasy in the silence. She hadn't seen Chen Mu Bai for a long time, and now that he had finally returned, he was ignoring her, making her increasingly restless. She secretly glanced at Chen Mingma, quietly moved closer to Chen Mu Bai, and with a smile, she humbly admitted her mistake, that piece of jade. Chen Mu Bai wore an ambiguous smile. "Did you find it?" Xu Hua was taken aback by his smile, and took a long time to respond now. Chen Mu Bai suddenly withdrew his smile, snorted coldly, impatiently saying, "Then what is there to discuss?" Xu Hua patted her chest in assurance. "I really didn't mean it that day. I've already asked someone to find it, and I'll definitely get you a replacement that looks similar. No matter what the item was, its intrinsic value might exist. But it didn't matter. The owner cared about its underlying significance, a concept Xu Hua wouldn't understand." Chen Mu Bai looked at Chen Mingma without reservation, the ridicule and disdain in his eyes utterly undisguised, as if to say, "Look, this is the daughter-in-law candidate you fancy. Isn't it laughable?" Originally, Chen Mu Bai could have used this leverage well, and it could have made Xu Hua hesitant to bother him for a long time, but at this moment, all his thoughts were focused on the woman standing in the rain. Furthermore, since the item wasn't actually lost, he didn't want to dwell on this matter any longer and chose not to pursue it further. Xu Hua, influenced by her mother, always dedicated herself to portraying an image of tolerance and generosity in front of Chen Mu Bai. Moreover, seeing Chen Mu Bai silent and pitifully reaching out for sympathy, she truly felt that it was that dog that bit me first, and I only let someone kill it afterward. After saying this, she covered her face and glanced at Jiu Si, saying, "My face is swollen, it really hurts." I didn't fight back. You can ask her. The volume was neither too loud nor too soft. Although Jiu Si was standing far away, she could hear it clearly. However, she didn't even lift her eyelids, just slowly curling her lips into a strange arc, showing some disdain. Chen Mu Bai was equally disdainful, thinking about how the evil person always complains first, acting innocent, thief shouting to catch a thief, and seeking sympathy. These tricks were things he had played with Chen Mu Yun and Chen Mu Zhao since childhood. But he knew that the breakthrough in today's matter lay with Shu Hua, so he could only start with her. This incident arose from Shu Hua, and some words could only be said by her to be resolved. He pretended to care about Shu Hua, holding back his disgust for a long time before saying, "I naturally know you have the capacity to accommodate others. Are your hands and face all right?" As soon as Shu Hua heard Chen Mu Bai express concern for her, she quickly cast aside everything else. The more Chen Mu Bai praised her, the more she wanted to show off in front of him. Turning to Chen Ming Mo, she gently spoke on behalf of Jiu Si. "I was at fault today. Uncle Chen, please don't punish my sister anymore. It's raining so heavily. It wouldn't be good for her health to get soaked." Chen Ming Mo's actions today seemed to support Shu Hua, but in reality, they were for Jiu Si's counterattack. Chen Mu Bai had quietly gone south, and she didn't even tell him, creating such a big commotion that even he suffered a loss. How could he swallow this anger? However, since Chen Mu Bai had taken a step back, he was happy to go along with it. Since Shu Hua had said so, they could come in. Upon hearing this, Chen Mu Bai instinctively stood up to help her, but quickly realized and settled back down, casually picking up a teacup while secretly signaling Chen Jing Kang, who immediately ran over to support Jiu Si inside. After Chen Ming Mo pretended to scold her a few times, he finally allowed Jiu Si to change clothes. Chen Mu Bai had been tangled up with Shu Hua for a long time, patiently dealing with her until he finally managed to send her away and walked towards the guest room courtyard. When he pushed the door open, Jiu Si had already changed into dry clothes, standing there dazed, staring out at the rainy night. Chen Mu Bai walked to the window and stood beside her, looking her up and down, deliberately checking for any swollen spots. Did she really not fight back? Jiu Si had already realized that today was yet another scheme set up by Chen Ming Mo. The coincidence of biting Shu Hua and then running into her was too perfect. She had acted out of anger at that moment, and now she only felt pity for that dog, as it had lost its life innocently. She just hadn't expected Chen Mu Bai would help her. They had just fallen out, and he had left in anger. Logically, he wouldn't reach out to help her. She closed her eyes, thinking that Shu Hua's nature was still relatively pure, and the best strategy she could think of was the painful tactic, hoping that I would hit harder to make you cry and not fight back. Jiu Si appeared fragile on the outside, but was incredibly fierce at heart. She was not someone who would suffer losses easily. Hearing her say this, Chen Mu Bai felt relieved and turned his gaze to the window. After a long time, he slowly spoke in a deep and clear voice, "What I told you. Do you really not take in a single word?" Over the years, their conversations had often been half-truths and indirect probes, with acting skills that were unfathomable, yet it was rare for him to be so straightforward. Moreover, this was not the first time he had said such things. Jiu Si remained silent. She was not resisting, but was somewhat taken aback. What had Chen Mu Bai told her? Jiu Si furrowed her brows and rubbed her forehead, trying hard to recall. "Oh, right. He told her that Chen Ming Mo was not a good person." That was the exact wording. Chen Jing Kang had subtly reminded her when he returned that when Chen Ming Mo called her back to the old house, she should not go and could use Chen Mu Bai as an excuse. This was likely also Chen Mu Bai's exact words, but she hadn't listened. If she had reacted like this in the past, Chen Mu Bai would have long since lost his temper and stormed out, but this time he merely sighed heavily. Jiu Si lowered her hand and looked at him. He couldn't hide his exhaustion. His eyes were dark with fatigue, slightly furrowed as he met her gaze. There was no anger visible, just a hint of helplessness at being unable to do anything about her. That hint of helplessness lingered, unshakable and unscattered. But in just a few seconds, Chen Mu Bai turned and left. Jiu Si could not fathom his thoughts, standing dazed by the window without moving. Did he truly feel completely disappointed and give up on her? After a long time, the sound of the door opening came again from behind. Jiu Si did not turn around, just quietly listened. The footsteps were steady and slow. It should be an old man. Chen Ming Mo's voice quickly rang out. "You performed very well in today's scene. Although you suffered a bit, the goal was achieved, and that position is now yours. I told you, women have their own ways. Isn't this much simpler than men scheming against each other?" Jiu Si felt her mind was a muddle. She had only gotten a bit wet. Why couldn't she understand what Chen Ming Mo was saying? She gently shook her head, only to feel waves of dizziness. The silence behind her was terrifying. Jiu Si exhausted all her energy to turn around and was startled to see a figure at the slightly ajar door. Her heart skipping a beat. In an instant, a cold smile tugged at her lips. It was indeed a good show. It turned out that Chen Mingmo's words were not just for her. No wonder they felt so awkward. After this performance, she was the one who suffered. Chen Mu Bai lost a position, and a favor was given to Shu Hua. Chen Mu Bai still did not know what to think of her. The feud between her and Chen Mu Bai was likely deepening, not just killing 3 birds with 1 stone, but truly a great profit. Half of Chen Mu Bai's body was blocked by the door, trapped in shadow, and his expression was unreadable. He casually threw the still steaming ginger soup on the ground, pushed the door open lazily, leaned against the doorframe, still looking as fresh as a peach blossom, raising an eyebrow meaningfully as he stared at her for a long while before lowering his gaze to the ground. Chen Mingmo seemingly turned around by chance, as if he had just noticed Chen Mu Bai, and the surprise on his face appeared perfectly timed. Chen Mu Bai had never been afraid of making eye contact with others and was best at hiding his emotions, but at this moment, he kept his eyes down, silent. Chen Mingmo looked at him for a long time before meaningfully speaking. Their essay saying that goes, it's inevitable to make mistakes while living. And there are many reasons for making mistakes. Sometimes, when one does something wrong, it's because they acted on emotion when they should have used their brain. Chen Mu Bai listened expressionlessly, offering no response. Chen Mingmo stared at him for a while, then turned his gaze to Jiu Si, saying nothing further before leaving quickly. Jiu Si sighed. Everything was clear, and he didn't need to say anything more. The show was over, and there was no point in her staying. A pale and powerless explanation would not be heard by Chen Mu Bai. This room felt too oppressive, and she wanted to leave. Thinking this, she stepped forward, but her whole body felt heavy, even a bit dizzy. She struggled to suppress her discomfort, appearing to walk normally toward the exit. As she passed Chen Mu Bai, her vision suddenly went dark, and she fell forward. Just before closing her eyes, she saw his indifferent face. She thought that Chen Mu Bai would not reach out to support her this time, nor would he in the future. Who would extend a helping hand after being bitten once? Not even ordinary people would do that, and Chen Mu Bai certainly wouldn't. Indeed, Chen Mu Bai just stood there quietly, watching her body slowly fall with an indifferent expression. It was only at the moment before she hit the ground that he suddenly reached out and caught her in his arms. He didn't know why he reached out his hand. It wasn't that he hadn't seen women fall in front of him before. He knew in his heart that it wasn't out of pity for the fair sex. He was completely entrapped by this woman. When Chen Jing Kang heard the sound of a porcelain bowl breaking on the floor outside, he wanted to rush in, but Meng Inian stood at the door, blocking his way. It wasn't until Chen Mingmo left that he ran inside, only to see Chen Mu Bai holding the unconscious Jiu Si and not knowing what had happened. "Young master, what's wrong?" Chen Mu Bai didn't hesitate, picking up Jiu Si and striding out. He didn't want to stay in that place for even a moment longer. "Call Dr. Zhou and have him wait at home." Dr. Zhou was Chen Mu Bai's family doctor, skilled and not one to chatter. By the time they returned home, Dr. Zhou had already been waiting for a while. He thought something had happened to Chen Mu Bai when he was called over so urgently at night. But when he saw him carrying a woman inside, he didn't show any surprise. Chen Mu Bai carried Jiu Si straight to his room, carefully placing her on the bed and covering her with a blanket. He touched her forehead and frowned. "Why is the fever so high?" Dr. Zhou felt the pressure as Chen Mu Bai stood there and softly spoke. "Young master, please step out for a moment. I'll check on her right away." Chen Mu Bai nodded, but turned back at the door, uneasy, and instructed, "Be careful." Dr. Zhou quickly nodded. He knew better than to be careless with someone so important to young master. Chen Mu Bai sat in the small living room outside the room, waiting while lost in thought. The events of the evening weren't hard to understand. Either Chen Mingmo had stirred up trouble, or he and Jiu Si had conspired against him. For him, it was just a matter of whether to believe her or not. All this time, had Jiu Si been acting? A beauty trap? Was she the one hiding the deepest secrets? Indeed, the scariest thing was discovering that the one who had stabbed him in the back was someone who had always treated him sincerely. He irritably took off his coat and tossed it aside, and a handkerchief fell from his clothes, quietly lying on the floor. The orchid pattern and 3 letters suddenly caught his eye. Chen Mu Bai bent down to pick it up, stroking the design, and leaned back into the sofa, slowly closing his eyes. She had said that the plum blossom pattern didn't suit men, so she chose the orchid. In truth, she must have known that the Su Xian orchid was his mother's favorite, right? She probably also understood why he specifically pointed out the Su Xian wax plum he had planted himself that night in the Man.For garden. She had so many opportunities. With just a little cunning, she could have made him discover she was an old acquaintance, yet she didn't. Instead, she made up so many excuses to hide the truth. Was she ultimately making things difficult for him or for herself? Chun Mingma said he used his feelings when he should have used his brain, but he felt he always used his brain when he should have relied on his feelings. Chen Fong gently placed a bowl of ginger soup in front of Chen Mu Bai. You got rained on too? Drink some ginger soup. Chen Mu Bai slowly opened his eyes, staring at the rising steam, and asked Uncle Fong, "What kind of person do you think Jiu Si is?" Chen Fong smiled slightly and replied, "The decorations of love are mere embellishments. When it comes to true feelings, it's all about actions. Jiu Si's nature is indifferent. She never says anything sentimental, but I know her heart is clear and bright. If she has someone in her heart, even if she doesn't say it, she will never harm him. She would rather suffer herself than let that person face the slightest difficulty. I think that's enough." Chen Mu Bai wasn't afraid of anything else. He was afraid that Jiu Si didn't have him in her heart at all. He frowned slightly, murmuring in confusion in her heart. Chen Fong felt a moment of daze, thinking this face matched that expression very familiar. He had seen it on another person's face before. Just a few seconds later, he snapped back to reality. "Young master, you're too close to the matter. There are many things happening in places you can't see. Just because you don't know doesn't mean they don't exist. On the day Jiu Si was hospitalized for acute pancreatitis, before you called her to pick you up, she had taken medicine and fallen asleep on the sofa, calling your name in a daze while running a fever. At that moment, Chen Mu Bai's heart unexpectedly cracked open, and something began to flow out slowly. You know better than I do how self-disciplined she is. So you should understand how rare it is for a self-disciplined person to lose control inadvertently. If it were just acting, it would be using the brain, not the heart." After saying this, Chen Fong saw Chen Mu Bai's stunned expression and quickly left without saying more. Chen Mu Bai remained in the same position for a long time until Dr. Zhou came out to call him. Chen Mu Bai came back to his senses, wiped his face, and asked, "How is she?" Dr. Zhou hesitated. "Jiu Si just has a fever. After getting an injection and sleeping, she will be fine," but Chen Mu Bai noticed his serious expression. And though he felt a vague panic inside, his face remained calm as he continued, "But Jiu Si's hand, it seems the tendons are broken." Dr. Zhou stammered for a long time. He knew Chen Mu Bai's methods and was afraid this was something Chen Mu Bai had done. After finishing, he secretly glanced at Chen Mu Bai. And only when Chen Mu Bai suddenly looked up at him did he finally breathe a sigh of relief, seeing that Chen Mu Bai should also just be learning of this. Although Chen Mu Bai had mentally prepared himself, he still felt a bit moved when those words brushed past his ears. He confirmed once more, "Right hand?" "Yes." No wonder she never used her right hand. All the strange behaviors of Jiu Si now had an answer. He had been seeking the truth, but at this moment, Chen Mu Bai couldn't clarify whether he felt relieved after understanding or disappointed, or perhaps afraid. He suddenly lacked the courage to continue asking until Dr. Zhou tentatively called out to him, "Young master?" Chen Mu Bai pulled out a box of cigarettes from under the low table, lit one, and asked with squinted eyes, "Was it an accident or intentional?" Dr. Zhou was also puzzled. "Based on my judgment, it was intentional. And it seems that after the tendons were cut, no treatment was administered, but the wound area has undergone cosmetic surgery, so it doesn't appear obvious on the surface. I don't understand why. If they could perform cosmetic surgery, they didn't treat it." Chen Mu Bai was not concerned about these details. He only wanted to know, can it still be treated? He was raised by his mother and naturally understood what hands meant to someone learning the piano. Dr. Zhou answered conservatively, "It's been too long. The chances are slim." Chen Mu Bai remained silent for a long time. He also knew that it was likely incurable. Otherwise, Jiu Si wouldn't have avoided treatment. Yet he still couldn't let go and insisted on asking. Generally, in such cases, Chen Mu Bai wouldn't ask further, but Dr. Zhou waited for a long time without seeing Chen Mu Bai dismiss him. In the end, Chen Mu Bai couldn't hold back. What if I insist on treatment? Dr. Zhou, being considerate of Chen Mu Bai's emotions, replied vaguely, "It's not impossible." Chen Mu Bai raised his hand, and the family doctor quickly left. He leaned back into the sofa, supporting his forehead with a barely audible sigh. He was already exhausted to the extreme, but felt no sleepiness at all. He had heard that cutting the tendons was a cruel act, one that even men could hardly bear, let alone a girl. Who would be so ruthless toward a girl? He admitted he wasn't someone who couldn't be rough with women, but he thought it was hard to find someone as twisted as him. Moreover, Jiu Si was not the kind of person who would force anyone to act so ruthlessly. With her tendons cut, no wonder. No wonder the girl who once excelled at the piano suddenly disappeared without a trace. No wonder she was unwilling to mention learning piano from her mother. For her, with her hands ruined, bringing up the piano must be a heart-wrenching pain. Chen Mu Bai sat for a while before getting up and entering the room. She lay there quietly, an unusual flush on her face, looking particularly docile. He sat at the head of the bed for a long time before slowly reaching out to hold Jiu Si's right hand, which was indeed cold and lifeless. He couldn't quite articulate his feelings. Over the years, he had seen and heard of people who had suffered worse than her, yet he found it hard to accept that such a fate had befallen a woman named Jiu Si. Chen Jing Kang had just seen off Dr. Zhou when he came upstairs and spotted Chen Mu Bai leaning against the window at the end of the room, blowing smoke rings like the goldfish he kept, which bubbled in the water every day. Before he got close, he heard Chen Mu Bai, with his back to him, say, "Shao Kangzi, I'm feeling a bit down." Chen Jing Kang was taken aback. In his understanding of the world, someone as carefree as Chen Mu Bai shouldn't be feeling down at all. When he was bored, he could torment others for fun. When he was angry, he could take it out on others. And even when he was depressed, he could still continue to torment others. Chen Jing Kang had no idea what had happened, and after pondering for a long time, he concluded that the most likely reason for his gloom was losing that position. So he offered some consolation. "Young master, winning and losing are common occurrences in war." Just then, Chen Mu Bai finished blowing the last smoke ring and turned around, already regaining his composed demeanor, interrupting him. "Tomorrow, go tell the Shao family something. You don't need to say much. Just ask them how they educate their daughters." Chen Jing Kang had never been fond of Shu Hua, so he was more than happy to take on this errand and went to the Shao family early the next morning. When he delivered the message, Duan Jingshi happened to be there. Although Chen Jing Kang was on the Shao family's turf, he showed no politeness. Standing in the center of the living room, raising his chin and speaking in a sarcastic tone, "Our young master, who is usually magnanimous, has specifically sent me to ask the elders present how they educate their daughters. I'm afraid I can't aspire to the daughters raised by the Shao family." Shu's father looked puzzled, completely unaware of what had happened, and forced a smile. "What do you mean by that? You all can figure it out yourselves." Chen Jing Kang gave him a haughty glance and turned to leave, though he maintained a demeanor of entitlement throughout. As soon as he stepped out of the Shao family, his two weak legs began to tremble. Although he represented Chen Mu Bai, this was still the Shao family, and there was also Prince Duan present. He decided to take on such errands less in the future. After Chen Jing Kang left, a low pressure enveloped the Shao family. The two elders sat on the sofa, sighing, while Shu Hua huddled in a corner of the sofa, silent. This method of humiliation even made Duan Jingshi frown as he looked at Shu Hua. "What have you done now?" Shu Hua stammered out the events, then looked innocent. "But she slapped me. My parents have never hit me." Duan Jingshi knew Shu Hua wouldn't be easy to deal with. After all, she was the one in the wrong. After being humiliated by outsiders and receiving no support from her family, she impulsively shouted, "This is our Shao family's business. You have no right to meddle." Duan Jingshi stopped speaking, glanced coldly at Shu Hua, stood up, and left, leaving Shu Hua biting her lip in regret. "Uncle." As soon as Duan Jingshi entered the office, Duan Jingjin followed closely behind. "That girl, Shu Hua, has been spoiled by me and your elder brother over the years. If she said something to offend you, please don't take it to heart. I've already scolded her." Duan Jingshi had lost his usual calm and magnanimity, revealing a long-hidden sharpness. "Sister, I'm also considered an elder to Shu Hua, right? Do you really need to use such unnecessary words to brush me off?" Duan Jingjin fell silent. Jiu Si poured her a cup of tea and continued, I remember when I was 6 years old. A distant relative came to our house with a boy about my age. While we were playing, I pushed him and he fell to the ground. That night, my father beat me in front of everyone and punished me by not allowing me to eat dinner. I still remember what it means to be gentle, gracious, frugal, and modest. Jiu understood the implication behind his words and stopped beating around the bush, asking directly, Is it because of that woman? Jiu Si shook his head. Not entirely. Sister, if Shu Hua continues like this, she will eventually stumble. It is better for her to trip with family than with outsiders. At least family won't truly harm her. After saying this, he looked out the window, his voice suddenly becoming ethereal and vague. The people outside might not be so kind. Shu Hua is likely being used as a pawn. Just then, Jiu had only stepped out when Shu Hua seized the opportunity to run out, completely disregarding her image as a lady, standing angrily in front of Chen Mu Bai's villa. Chen Mu Bai, what do you mean by this? Chen Fong politely opened the door and invited her in. Miss Shu, if you have something to discuss, please come in. Making such a ruckus will only make us a laughingstock. Shu Hua entered and looked around the house, but didn't see Chen Mu Bai, so she headed upstairs. Chen Jing Kang stood at the staircase blocking her. The young master isn't here. If you need something, just call his phone. If Shu Hua could find him. She wouldn't have come here to demand an explanation. I called him, but he didn't answer. Chen Jing Kang wore a gloating expression. He wouldn't answer your call anyway. He stood on the steps, looking down at Shu Hua, paused for a moment, and continued. He'd be crazy to answer. Shu Hua, having been insulted by Chen Jing Kang multiple times today, was at her breaking point. She pushed him recklessly. Isn't he upstairs? Chen Jing Kang stood his ground. No. Shu Hua and Chen Jing Kang were entangled, her eyes filled with determination. He must be upstairs. Get out of my way. After saying that, she kicked Chen Jing Kang's calf with her pointed high heels, making him let out a heart-wrenching scream and bend down to cover his leg, giving Shu Hua the chance to rush upstairs. Chen Mu Bai's room was too distinctive. She dashed up the stairs straight to that room. She pushed the door open but didn't see Chen Mu Bai. Instead, she found a woman lying on the bed, just as she was about to rush over to question her. She was dragged out of the room by Chen Jing Kang, who had followed closely behind, and he gently closed the door. Shu Hua grabbed Chen Jing Kang's arm, her face incredulous. How? How could she sleep in Chen Mu Bai's bed? Chen Jing Kang made a shushing gesture, furrowing his brow as he lowered his voice to scold her. Keep your voice down. Can't you see she's sick? Even if she's sick, she can't sleep in his bed. Doesn't she have her own room? He has a cleanliness obsession and lets other women sleep in his bed. Chen Jing Kang wore a pained expression as he tried to push away her grip. Damn it. You're hurting me. Chen Mu Bai, a severe cleanliness freak, indeed wouldn't allow anyone else to sleep in his bed. Not to mention sleeping, even touching it would make him furious. However, Jiu Si had never been categorized in that way. After finally shaking off Shu Hua's grip, Chen Jing Kang noticed she seemed to have thought of something, staring blankly at the closed door while muttering, could they be? A flicker of malice crossed her eyes as she tried to rush back into the room. Chen Jing Kang, having learned his lesson, quickly pulled her down the stairs and threw her out. You crazy woman. Chen Mu Bai was indeed feeling depressed, just as he claimed. At the evening gathering filled with handsome men and beautiful women, with glasses clinking together, he had been enjoying himself, but today it made him dizzy. When others came to toast him, he accepted without refusal. Finally, feeling he had drunk enough, he got up to go to the restroom. After coming out, he had only taken 2 steps when he leaned against the wall, lowering his head and laughing with one hand on his forehead. Shu Hua and Jiu Si stood on either side in the corridor. While it couldn't be called a direct confrontation, the atmosphere was anything but friendly. Shu Hua glared at Jiu Si with hostility, while Jiu Si's profile was pale under the light as she looked down at the floor, perhaps hearing Chen Mu Bai's light laughter. Both of them turned to look. Chen Mu Bai coughed lightly and quickly straightened up to walk back. As he passed by the 2 women, Jiu Si and Shu Hua simultaneously reached out their hands to stop him. When Chen Mu Bai saw Jiu Si's outstretched right hand, his eyes involuntarily twitched, and he awkwardly turned his gaze away, raised his head, smiled, and looked around, asking in a good-natured manner, Do you 2 need something from me? The 2 women replied in unison, yes. Chen Mu Bai raised an eyebrow. So, who should go first? I should. This time, only Shu Hua's voice was heard. Jiu Si didn't respond, as only a fool would fight for such words. Chen Mu Bai nodded. All right, go ahead. Shu Hua had just wanted to annoy Jiu Si earlier, and there were some things she didn't want to ask in front of her. After stammering for a while, she finally managed to squeeze out a question. Why didn't you answer my calls? Chen Mu Bai knew her question was trivial, took a deep breath, and with the little patience he had, replied, You called me 36 times today, and I didn't answer a single one. Not because I didn't hear or see them, but because I didn't want to. Shu Hua was not willing to give up. Since you hate me so much, why do you remember that I called 36 times? Why not just turn off your phone? Chen Mu Bai tilted his head slightly to glance at Jiu Si before replying, Remembering your 36 calls only shows that I was bored. I didn't turn off my phone because I was waiting for someone else's call. Shu Hua's eyes turned red, and she asked a question she felt embarrassed to ask. Why did you send Chen Jing Kang to my house today to say those things? You were fine last night. Chen Mu Bai interrupted her, perhaps because the situation in the south was settled and he would no longer be threatened by Chen Ming Ma. Or perhaps because the events of last night had shocked him too much. He realized he could no longer pretend with Shu Hua, so it was better to cut through the chaos quickly. He revealed the truth without warning. I was using you. Shu Hua looked somewhat incredulous. What? Not only Shu Hua, but even Jiu Si looked at Chen Mu Bai in shock. Although Jiu Si had never personally witnessed how Chen Mu Bai and his female companions parted ways, such a blunt and unrefined manner was not his style. Chen Mu Bai didn't seem to mind being even more explicit, whether I treated you well or poorly before. It was all to use you. I have no interest in you at all. Is that clear enough? Shu Hua refused to believe the problem lay with her. And after a long pause, she shakily pointed at Jiu Si. Is it because of her? Chen Mu Bai followed Shu Hua's hand and then nodded, answering openly, yes. It's because of her. Previously, whether it was self-deception or mutual testing, in any case, it was simply because of Chen Mu Bai's straightforward words that the barrier between him and Jiu Si was completely torn apart. The three suddenly fell silent. Jiu Si hadn't expected things to turn out this way and felt somewhat at a loss, while Shu Hua glared at her in anger, and the instigator, Chen Mu Bai, leaned casually against the wall, watching the drama unfold. Perhaps because the truth was too harsh, the tears Shu Hua had been holding back finally fell, and she stomped her foot in humiliation before running off. After Shu Hua left, Chen Mu Bai looked at Jiu Si and said expressionlessly, Now it's your turn. Jiu Si bit her lip. She had woken up in Chen Mu Bai's bed today. Although she hadn't seen him, she could roughly guess how she had ended up there last night. She hadn't thought much at the time. She had impulsively gone to find him, wanting to explain. But now that she had calmed down, those words were stuck in her throat. Last night, I wasn't Chen Mu Bai didn't seem to care about what had happened that day, coldly staring at her. Why do you need to explain to me? What do you plan to do after the explanation? Jiu Si felt that Chen Mu Bai was acting unusually tonight, and for a moment, she didn't know how to respond. Seeing her silent, Chen Mu Bai answered for her, Because you're afraid I'll misunderstand, so you want to explain. But does it really matter to you whether I misunderstand? Every time you explain, you make me feel like I'm different to you, and then you kick me away, telling me I was overthinking it. ISNT that, right? Jiu Si, why don't you just say it? This is your plan. Although his tone was light and casual, Jiu Si could hear a hint of self-mockery and helplessness. After a long silence, Chen Mu Bai suddenly laughed. He had a naturally charming appearance, and after drinking, he seemed even more alluring, his eyes sparkling with a myriad of lights. Deep and tempting. He smiled slightly, but it didn't convey any warmth. Jiu Si, between us, it's either that we're completely at odds, swords drawn and not soft-hearted, or we wholeheartedly trust each other and are open at heart. Going back and forth like this is really. If you're not tired of it, I'm already annoyed. After saying this, Chen Mu Bai didn't linger and walked past Jiu Si. Jiu Si stood there for a long time before realizing she should leave. When Duan Jingxi and some colleagues appeared in the bar, he spotted Jiu Si almost immediately. Working in their line of work was stressful, and sometimes he would come to have a drink or two. He greeted the others and had them sit down nearby before walking towards Jiu Si, who was sitting by the bar. Jiu Si had a decent alcohol tolerance. Drinking was something her father taught her. She had always said that Jingxi's every move was trained. And it was because she had also been trained that she could see through it at a glance. She had only been a bit annoyed and had come in to sit for a while, but when someone has something on their mind, it's easy to get drunk. By the time Jingxi noticed her, she had already lost count of how many drinks she had had. Jiu Si heard someone calling her name amidst the loud music and looked up to see Jingxi smiling at her. She blinked, slow to react. And Jingxi's smile was bright and warm, with little laugh lines at the corners of his eyes, elegant and composed. But her mind flashed back to the expressionless face from earlier, and feeling flustered, she raised her glass again. Jingxi sat down beside her, ordered a drink, and then spoke. "I didn't expect to find you here." Jiu Si lifted her head, propping her chin on her hand to look at him. He still wore a faint smile, and she smiled back. "May I ask, does your diplomatic strategy also include?" Jingxi was taken aback. The tipsy Jiu Si seemed more genuine and frank than usual. He replied half-jokingly, "You can say that." Suddenly, someone on stage began singing a jazz version of 10 Years. And the two of them quietly listened for a while. Jingxi, inspired by the atmosphere, suddenly spoke up. "How about we make a 10-year appointment? 10 years later. If I'm not married and you're not married." Jiu Si squinted, counting on her fingers. 10 years? 10 years later. If I'm not married and you're not married. Jingxi looked at her, his eyes filled with a hint of expectation. Jiu Si put her hands down, propped her chin, shook her head, and sighed. "Then we'd be too pathetic." Jingxi's eyes twitched. He was a bit uncertain now, unsure if Jiu Si was truly drunk or cleverly and humorously avoiding the topic to spare him embarrassment. He smiled wryly and shook his head, realizing that this question shouldn't have been asked. Jiu Si suddenly glanced in a certain direction, turned her head, and asked, "They've been watching us, your friends?" Jingxi looked over, nodded. "Colleagues." "Oh," Jiu Si urged him to leave. "Then you should go over." "I should get going too." Jingxi noticed how alert she was. Although she had indeed had a few drinks, she wasn't completely drunk. After hesitating several times, he finally bid farewell to Jiu Si. He thought she would leave soon, but when they were about to leave, she was still there. Sitting next to her was a refined man in a suit and glasses, while she slowly poured wine along the rim of her glass. Her eyes fixed on a brown liquid, gradually sliding into the cup. After a moment, she began to speak, just like pouring wine. The man adjusted his glasses, confused. Jiu Si's gaze turned cold as she softly uttered a few words, "Cup rim, vulgar." The man laughed a couple of times before realizing, and though he was angry, it was still somewhat fitting for his refined appearance. He merely glared at Jiu Si a few times before turning to leave. Jingxi, standing not far away, observed and confirmed that the girl was genuinely in a bad mood. Afterward, the refined man occasionally had other women approach Jiu Si to flirt. But after just a few words, they would leave in anger. She found it amusing, choosing not to intervene, simply watching until Chen Mu Bai pushed open the bar door, at which point he waved. Chen Mu Bai approached, but didn't head to the bar. Instead, he sat next to Jingxi, quietly observing Jiu Si from a distance. She glanced at him, noting that both Jiu Si and Chen Mu Bai were acting unusually tonight. He was a gentleman, with a heart for adult kindness. It was getting late, and she had drunk quite a bit. "Aren't you going to take her home?" Chen Mu Bai looked ahead, his tone cool, but with a hint of acidity. "You could take her home too. There's no need to call me." She responded in a similarly cool manner. "I just wanted to let you know. You could find someone else to take her home. No need to come personally." Only then did Chen Mu Bai turn to look at him. "What do you mean?" She smiled slightly. "I could take her home if she allowed it. Do you think she would let me?" Chen Mu Bai fell silent. "Chen Mu Bai, she will only wait for you to pick her up." She paused, feeling a bit unwilling. "If I were a few years younger." The rest of his words remained unspoken as he shook his head with a smile and stood up, leaving without saying goodbye. Chen Mu Bai was still angry. After he spoke, she appeared shocked, but took no action to stop him as he walked away. What kind of woman is this? And now she was here getting drunk? When she called to ask him to come, he wanted to. He was almost home when he made the driver turn back, which delayed him. When he entered, he was worried she might have left, But Jiu Si turned out to be a real drunkard, drinking one glass after another. He had really misjudged her before. As Jiu Si's glass was nearly empty again, Chen Mu Bai finally couldn't help but walk over to stop her from reaching for the glass. Jiu Si turned to look at the owner of the hand, quickly withdrawing her hand and sitting up straight, her eyes wandering like a child caught doing something wrong. Chen Mu Bai glared at her for a long while, then spoke in a teasing tone, "You've grown bolder recently? Out drinking all night while sick?" Jiu Si was a bit rattled by Chen Mu Bai's words tonight and was now somewhat afraid to see him. "Oh, going home right now." She stood up and asked the unmoving Chen Mu Bai, "Aren't you leaving?" Chen Mu Bai, seeing her movements were natural and her speech clear, didn't think much of it. He stood up and walked outside, but after a few steps, he noticed no one was following. Turning around, he saw Jiu Si still standing in place, holding onto the table. He asked, "What's wrong?" The bar was a bit noisy, and Jiu Si didn't hear clearly, looking at him with a dazed expression. Chen Mu Bai had to walk back and raise his voice. "Why aren't you leaving?" Jiu Si closed her eyes and opened them again, honestly admitting, "I feel a bit dizzy." She was just a little dizzy. She was really very dizzy. When sitting, she thought she hadn't drunk much, but standing up made the whole world spin. Chen Mu Bai frowned slightly, muttering as he reached out to support her, "How much did you drink?" Suddenly remembering something, he turned and picked up the unfinished drink of Jiu Si, took a sip, and his face darkened as he glared at the bartender. The drink hadn't seemed strong at first, but the after effects were surprisingly potent. Chen Mu Bai glanced at the flushed face of Jiu Si and sighed inwardly, fearing there would be trouble later on. His premonition was correct. Jiu Si leaned most of her body against him, after stepping out of the bar into the wind, instead of showing signs of sobriety. She really began to act drunk. People say that those who are usually calm and quiet can get particularly rowdy when drunk. The person who said this wasn't wrong. Jiu Si first stood at the street corner trying to hail a cab, and after Chen Mu Bai tried to persuade her for a long time, she finally agreed to take his car home only after he pointed to the car already parked at the door. However, once in the car, seeing that the driver wasn't Chen Jing Kang, she changed her mind. "Where's Shao Kang? Why isn't he driving?" Chen Mu Bai was exhausted from her antics and snapped back, "He didn't come."